by Henry James. The Wings of the Dove. Preface. The Wings of the Dove, published in 1902, represents to my memory a very old, if I shouldn't perhaps rather say, a very young motive. I can scarce remember the time when the situation on which this long-drawn fiction mainly rests was not vividly present to me. The idea, reduced to its essence, is that of a young person, conscious of a great capacity for life, but early stricken and doomed, condemned to die, under short respite, while also enamored of the world, aware, moreover, of the condemnation, and passionately desiring to put in, before extinction, as many of the finer vibrations as possible, and so achieve, however briefly and brokenly, the sense of having lived. Long had I turned it over, standing off from it, yet coming back to it, convinced of what might be done with it, yet seeing the theme as formidable. The image so figured would be, at best, but half the matter, the rest be all the picture of the struggle involved, the adventure brought about, the gain recorded or the loss incurred, the precious experience somehow compassed. These things I had from the first felt would require much working out. That indeed was the case with most things worth working at all. Yet there are subjects, and this one seemed particularly to bristle. It was formed, I judged, to make the wary adventurer walk around and round it. It had in fact a charm that invited and mystified alike, that attention, not being somehow what one thought of as frank subject, after the fashion of some, with its elements well in view, and its whole character in its face. It stood there with secrets and compartments, with possible treacheries and traps. It might have a great deal to give, but would probably ask for equal services in return, and would collect this debt to the last shilling. It involved, to begin with, the placing in the strongest light a person infirm and ill, a case sure to prove difficult and to require much handling, though given perhaps with other matters one of those chances for good taste, possibly even for the play of the very best in the world, that are not only always to be invoked and cultivated, but that are absolutely to be jumped at from the moment they make a sign. Yes, then, the case prescribed for its central figure, a sick young woman, at the whole course of whose disintegration and the whole ordeal of whose consciousness one would have quite honestly to assist. The expression of her state, and that of one's intimate relation to it, might therefore well need to be discreet and ingenious, a reflection that fortunately grew and grew, however, in proportion as I focused my image, round about which, as it persisted, I repeat, the interesting possibilities, and the attaching wonderments, not to say the insoluble mysteries, thickened apace. Why had one to look so straight in the face, and so closely to cross-question that idea of making one's protagonist sick, as if to be menaced with death or danger hadn't been from time immemorial for heroine or hero the very shortest of all cuts to the interesting state? Why should a figure be disqualified for a central position by the particular circumstance that might most quicken, that might crown with a fine intensity its liability to many accidents, its consciousness of all relations? This circumstance, true enough, might disqualify it for many activities, even though we should have imputed to it the unsurpassable activity of passionate, of inspired resistance. This last fact was the real issue, for the way grew straight from the moment one recognized that the poet essentially can't be concerned with the act of dying. Let him deal with the sickest of the sick, it is still by the act of living that they appeal to him, and appeal the more as the conditions plot against them and prescribe the battle. The process of life gives way fighting, and often may so shine out on the lost ground as in no other connection. One had moreover, as a various chronicler, one's secondary physical weaklings and failures, one's accessory invalids, introduced with a complacency that made light of criticism. To Ralph Touchet, in The Portrait of a Lady, for instance, his deplorable state of health was not only no drawback, I had clearly been right in counting it, for any happy effect he should produce, a positive good mark, a direct aid to pleasantness and vividness. The reason of this, moreover, could never in the world have been his fact of sex, since men among the mortality afflicted suffer on the whole more overtly and more grossly than women, and resist with a rudder an inferior strategy. I had thus to take that anomaly for what it was worth, and I give it here but as one of the ambiguities amid which my subject ended by making itself at home and seating itself quite in confidence. With the clearness I have just noted, accordingly, the last thing in the world it proposed to itself was to be the record predominantly of a collapse. I don't mean to say that my offered victim was not present to my imagination constantly, as dragged by a greater force than any she herself could exert. She had been given me from far back, as contesting every inch of the road, as catching at every object the grasp of which might make for delay, as clutching these things to the last moment of her strength. Such an attitude and such movements, the passion they expressed and the success they in fact represented, what were they in truth but the soul of drama? Which is the portrayal, as we know, of a catastrophe determined in spite of oppositions. My young woman would herself be the opposition to the catastrophe announced by the associated fates, powers conspiring to a sinister end, and with their command of means finally achieving it, yet in such straits really to stifle the sacred spark that obviously a creature so animated, an adversary so subtle, couldn't but be felt worthy under whatever weaknesses of the foreground and the limelight. She would meanwhile wish, moreover, all along, to live for particular things. She would found her struggle on particular human interests, which would inevitably determine, in respect to her, the attitude of other persons affected in such a manner as to make them part of the action. If her impulse to wrest from her shrinking hours still as much of the fruit of life as possible, if this longing can take effect only by the aid of others, their participation, appealed to, entangled, and coerced, as they find themselves, becomes their drama too, that of their promoting her illusion under her importunity, for reasons, for interests and advantages, from motives and points of view of their own. Some of these promptings evidently would be of the highest order, others doubtless mightn't, but they would make up together for her, contributively, her sum of experience, represent to her somehow, in good faith or in bad, what she should have known. Somehow, too, at such a rate, one would see the persons subject to them drawn in, as by some pool of a Lorelei, see them terrified and tempted and charmed, bribed away, it may even be, from more prescribed and natural orbits, inheriting from their connection with her strange difficulties and still stranger opportunities, confronted with rare questions and called upon for new discriminations. Thus the scheme of her situation would, in a comprehensive way, see itself constituted. The rest of the interest would be in the number and nature of the particulars. Strong among these, naturally, the need that life should, apart from her infirmity, present itself to our young woman as quite dazzlingly livable, and that if the great pang for her is in what she must give up, we shall appreciate it the more from the sight of all she has. One would see her then as possessed of all things, all but the single most precious assurance, freedom and money and a mobile mind and personal charm, the power to interest and attach, attributes, each one enhancing the value of a future. From the moment his imagination began to deal with her at close quarters, in fact, nothing could more engage her designer than to work out the detail of her perfect rightness for her part. Nothing, above all, more solicit him than to recognize 50 reasons for her national and social status. She should be the last fine flower, blooming alone, for the fullest attestation of her freedom, of an old New York stem, the happy congruities thus preserved for her being matters, however, that I may not now go into, and this, even though the fine association that shall yet elsewhere await me is of a sort, at the best, rather to defy than to encourage. Exact expression. There goes with it, for the heroine of The Wings of the Dove, a strong and special implication of liberty, liberty of action, of choice, of appreciation, of contact, proceeding from sources that provide better for large independence, I think, than any other conditions in the world, and this would be in particular what we should feel ourselves deeply concerned with. I had from far back mentally projected a certain sort of young American as more the heir of all the ages than any other young person whatever, and precisely on those grounds I have just glanced at, but to pass them by for the moment, so that there was a chance to confer on some such figure a supremely touching value. To be the heir of all the ages, only to know yourself, as that consciousness should deepen, balked of your inheritance, would be to play the part, it struck me, or at least to arrive at the type, in the light on the whole the most becoming. Otherwise, truly, what a perilous part to play out, what a suspicion of swagger in positively attempting it. So, at least, I could reason, so I even think I had to keep my subject to a decent compactness, for already, from an early stage, it had begun richly to people itself. The difficulty was to see whom the situation I had primarily projected might, by this, that or the other turn, not draw in. My business was to watch its turns, as the fond parent watches a child perched, for its first riding lesson, in the saddle, yet its interest, I had all the while to recall, was just in its making, on such a scale, for developments. What one had discerned, at all events, from an early stage, was that a young person so devoted and exposed, a creature with her security hanging so by a hair, couldn't but fall somehow into some abysmal trap, this being, dramatically speaking, what such a situation most naturally implied and imposed. Didn't the truth and a great part of the interest also reside in the appearance that she would constitute for others, giving her passionate yearning to live while she might, a complication as great as any they might constitute for herself? Which is what I mean when I speak of such matters as natural. They would be as natural, these tragic, pathetic, ironic, these indeed for the most part sinister liabilities to her living associates, as they could be to herself as prime subject. If her story was to consist, as it could so little help doing, of her being let in, as we say, for this, that, and the other irreducible anxiety, how could she not have put a premium on the acquisition, by any close sharer of her life, of a consciousness similarly embarrassed? I have named the Rhine maiden, but our young friend's existence would create rather all round her very much that whirlpool movement of the waters produced by the sinking of a big vessel or the failure of a great business. When we figure to ourselves the strong narrowing eddies, the immense force of suction, the general engulfment that, for any neighboring object, makes immersion inevitable. There goes with it, for the heroine of The Wings of the Dove, a strong and special implication of liberty, liberty of action, of choice, of appreciation, of contact, proceeding from sources that provide better for large independence, I think, than any other conditions in the world, and this would be in particular what we should feel ourselves deeply concerned with. I need scarce say, however, that in spite of these communities of doom, I saw the main dramatic complication much more prepared for my vessel of sensibility than by her the work of other hands, though with her own imbrued too, after all, in the measure of their never not being in some direction generous and extravagant, and thereby provoking. The great point was, at all events, that if in a predicament she was to be accordingly, it would be of the essence to create the predicament promptly and build it up solidly, so that it should have for us as much as possible its ominous air of awaiting her. That reflection I found, betimes, not less inspiring than urgent. One begins so in such a business by looking about for one's compositional key, unable as one can only be to move till one has found it. To start without it is to pretend to enter the train, and, still more, to remain in one's seat without a ticket. Well, in the steady light, and for the continued charm of these verifications, I had secured my ticket over the tolerably long line laid down for The Wings of the Dove, from the moment I had noted that there could be no full presentation of Milly Theale, as engaged with elements amid which she was to draw her breath in such pain, should not the elements have been, with all solicitude, duly prefigured. If one had seen that her stricken state was but half her case, the correlative half being the state of others as affected by her, they too should have a case, bless them, quite as much as she, then I was free to choose, as it were, the half with which I should begin. If, as I had fondly noted, the little world determined for her was to bristle, I delighted in the term, with meanings, so, by the same token, could I but make my metal hang free, its obverse and its reverse, its face and its back, would beautifully become optional for the spectator. I somehow wanted them correspondingly embossed, wanted them inscribed and figured with an equal salience, yet it was none the less visibly my key, as I have said, that though my regenerate young New Yorker, and what might depend on her, should form my centre, my circumference was every whit as treatable. Therefore I must trust myself to know when to proceed from the one and when from the other. Preparatively and, as it were, yearningly, given the whole ground, one began in the event with the outer ring, approaching the centre thus by narrowing circumvallations. There, full-blown accordingly, from one hour to the other, rose one's process, for which there remained, all the while, so many amusing formulae. The metal did hang free. I felt this perfectly, I remember, from the moment I had comfortably laid the ground, provided in my first book, ground from which Milly is superficially so absent. I scarce remember perhaps a case, I like even with this public grossness to insist on it, in which the curiosity of beginning far back as possible, and even of going to the same tune far behind, that is, behind the face of the subject, was to assert itself with less scruple. The free hand in this connection was above all agreeable, the hand, the freedom of which I owed to the fact that the work had ignominiously failed in advance of all power to see itself serialized. This failure had repeatedly waited for me upon shorter fictions, but the considerable production we here discuss was, as The Golden Bowl was to be 2 or 3 years later, born not otherwise than a little bewilderedly into a world of periodicals and editors, of roaring successes, in fine, amid which it was well nigh unnotedly to lose itself. There is fortunately something bracing ever in the Alpine chill, that of some high icy aerate shed by the cold editorial shoulder, sour grapes may at moments fairly intoxicate, and the storyteller, worth his salt, rejoice to feel again how many accommodations he can practice. Those addressed to conditions of publication have in a degree their interesting, or at least their provoking side, but their charm is qualified by the fact that the prescriptions here spring from a soil often wholly alien to the ground of the work itself. They are almost always the fruit of another air altogether, and conceived in a light liable to represent within the circle of the work itself little else than darkness. Still, when not too blighting, they often operate as a tax on ingenuity, that ingenuity of the expert craftsman which likes to be taxed very much to the same tune to which a well-bred horse likes to be saddled. The best and finest ingenuities, nevertheless, with all respect to that truth, are apt to be, not one's compromises, but one's fullest conformities, and I well remember, in the case before us, the pleasure of feeling my divisions, my proportions, and general rhythm rest all on permanent rather than in any degree on momentary properties. It was enough for my alternations, thus, that they were good in themselves. It was in fact so much for them that I really think any further account of the constitution of the book reduces itself to a just notation of the law they followed. There was the fun, to begin with, of establishing one's successive centres, of fixing them so exactly that the portions of the subject commanded by them as by happy points of view, and accordingly treated from them, would constitute, so to speak, sufficiently solid blocks of wrought material, squared to the sharp edge, as to have weight and mass and carrying power to make for construction, that is, to conduce to effect and to provide for beauty. Such a block, obviously, is the whole preliminary presentation of Kate Croy, which, from the first, I recall, absolutely declined to enact itself save in terms of amplitude. Terms of amplitude, terms of atmosphere, those terms and those terms only, in which images assert their fullness and roundness, their power to resolve, so that they have sides and backs, parts in the shade as true as parts in the sun, these were plainly to be my conditions right and left, and I was so far from overrating the amount of expression the whole thing, as I saw and felt it, would require, that to retrace the way at present is, alas, more than anything else, but to mark the gaps and the lapses, to miss, one by one, the intentions that, with the best will in the world, were not to fructify. I have just said that the process of the general attempt is described from the moment the blocks are numbered, and that would be a true enough picture of my plan. Yet one's plan, alas, is one thing, and one's result another. So that I am perhaps nearer the point in saying that this last strikes me at present as most characterized by the happy features that were, under my first and most blessed illusion, to have contributed to it. I meet them all. As I renew acquaintance, I mourn for them as I remount the stream, the absent values, the palpable voids, the missing links, the mocking shadows, that reflect, taken together, the early bloom of one's good faith. Such cases are, of course, far from abnormal, so far from it that some acute mind ought surely to have worked out by this time the law of the degree in which the artist's energy fairly depends on his fallibility. How much and how often and in what connections and with what almost infinite variety must he be a dupe, that of his prime object to be all measurably a master, that of his actual substitute for it, or in other words, at all appreciably to exist. He places, after an earnest survey, the piers of his bridge. He has at least sounded deep enough, heaven knows, for their brave position, yet the bridge spans the stream after the fact, in apparently complete independence of these properties, the principal grace of the original design. They were an illusion for the necessary hour, but the span itself, whether of a single arch or of many, seems by the oddest chance in the world to be a reality, since actually the ruleful builder, passing under it, sees figures and hears sounds above. He makes out with his heart in his throat that it bears and is positively being used. The building up of Kate Croy's consciousness to the capacity for the load little by little to be laid on it was, by way of example, to have been a matter of as many hundred close-packed bricks as there are actually poor dozens. The image of her so compromised and compromising father was all effectively to have pervaded her life, was in a certain particular way to have tampered with her spring, by which I mean that the shame and the irritation and the depression, the general poisonous influence of him, were to have been shown with a truth beyond the compass even of one's most emphasized word of honor for it, to do these things. But where do we find him at this time of day, save in a beggarly scene or two which scarce arrives at the dignity of functional reference? He but looks in, poor, beautiful, dazzling, damning apparition that he was to have been. He sees his place so taken, his company so little missed, that, cocking again that fine form of hat which has yielded him for so long his one effective cover, he turns away with a whistle of indifference that nobly misrepresents the deepest disappointment of his life. One's poor word of honor has had to pass muster for the show. Everyone, in short, was to have enjoyed so much better a chance that, like stars of the theatre condescending to oblige, they have had to take small parts, to content themselves with minor identities in order to come on at all. I haven't the heart now, I confess, to adduce the detail of so many lapsed importances, the explanation of most of which, after all, I take to have been in the crudity of a truth beating full upon me through these reconsiderations, the odd inveteracy of which picture at most any turn is jealous of drama, and drama, though on the whole with a greater patience, I think, suspicious of picture. Between them, no doubt, they do much for the theme, yet each baffles insidiously the other's ideal, and eats round the edges of its position. Each is too ready to say, I can take the thing for done, only one done in my way. The residuum of comfort for the witness of these broils is, of course, meanwhile, in the convenient reflection invented for him in the twilight of time and the infancy of art by the angel, not to say by the demon of compromise, that nothing is so easy to do as not to be thankful for almost any stray help in its getting done. It wasn't after this fashion, by making good one's dream of Lionel Croy, that my structure was to stand on its feet, any more than it was by letting him go that I was to be left irretrievably lamenting. The who and the what, the how and the why, the whence and the whither of Merton Densher, these, no less, were quantities and attributes that should have danced about him with the antique grace of nymphs and fauns, circling round a bland Hermes, and crowning him with flowers. One's main anxiety for each one's agents is that the air of each shall be given, but what does the whole thing become, after all, as one goes, but a series of sad places at which the hand of generosity has been cautioned and stayed? The young man's situation, personal, professional, social, was to have been so decanted for us that we should get all the taste. We were to have been penetrated with Mrs. Lowder, by the same token saturated with her presence, her personality, and felt all her weight in the scale. We were to have revelled in Mrs. Stringham, my heroine's attendant friend, her fairly choral Bostonian, a subject for innumerable touches, and in an extended and above all an animated reflection of Milly Theale's experience of English society, just as the strength and sense of the situation in Venice for our gathered friends was to have come to us in a deeper draught out of a larger cup, and just as the pattern of Densher's final position and fullness, consciousness, there was to have been marked in fine stitches, all silk and gold, all pink and silver, that have had to remain, alas, but entwined upon the real. It isn't, no doubt, however, to recover, after all, our critical balance, that the pattern didn't, for each compartment, get itself somehow wrought, and that we mightn't thus, piece by piece, opportunity offering, trace it over and study it. The thing has doubtless, as a whole, the advantage that each piece is true to its pattern, and that while it pretends to make no simple statement, it yet never lets go its scheme of clearness. Applications of this theme are continuous and exemplary enough, though I scarce leave myself room to glance at them. The clearness is obtained in book first, or otherwise, as I have said in the first piece, each book having its subordinate and contributive pattern through the associated consciousness of my two prime young persons, for whom I early recognized that I should have to consent under stress to a practical fusion of consciousness. It is into the young woman's ken that Merton Densher is represented as swimming, but her mind is not here, rigorously, the one reflector. There are occasions when it plays this part, just as there are others when his plays it. And an intelligible plan consists naturally not a little in fixing such occasions and making them, on one side and the other, sufficient to themselves. Do I sometimes, in fact, forfeit the advantage of that distinctness? Do I ever abandon one centre for another after the former has been postulated? From the moment we proceed by centres, and I have never, I confess, embraced the logic of any superior process, they must be each, as a basis, selected and fixed, after which it is that, in the high interest of economy of treatment, they determine and rule. There is no economy of treatment without an adopted, a related point of view, and though I understand, under certain degrees of pressure, a represented community of vision between several parties to the action when it makes for concentration, I understand no breaking up of the register to sacrifice of the recording consistency that doesn't rather scatter and weaken. In this truth resides the secret of the discriminated occasion, that aspect of the subject which we have our noted choice of treating either as picture or scenically, but which is apt, I think, to show its fullest worth in the scene. Beautiful exceedingly, for that matter, those occasions or parts of an occasion when the boundary line between picture and scene bears a little the weight of the double pressure. Such would be the case, I can't but surmise, for the long passage that forms here before us the opening of Book Fourth, where all the offered life centres to intensity in the disclosure of Milly's single throbbing consciousness, but where for a due rendering everything has to be brought to a head. This passage, the view of her introduction to Mrs. Lowder's circle, has its mate for illustration later on in the book, and at a crisis for which the occasion submits to another rule. My registers, or reflectors, as I so conveniently name them, burnished indeed as they generally are by the intelligence, the curiosity, the passion, the force of the moment, whatever it be directing them, work, as we have seen, in arranged alternation, so that in the second connection I here glance at it is Kate Croy who is, for all she is worth, turned on. She is turned on largely at Venice, where the appearances, rich and obscure and portentous, another word I rejoice in, as they have by that time become, and altogether exquisite as they remain, are treated almost wholly through her vision of them, and dentures, as to the lucid interplay of which conspiring and conflicting agents there would be a great deal to say. It is in Kate's consciousness that at the stage in question the drama is brought to a head, and the occasion on which, in the splendid saloon of poor Milly's hired palace, she takes the measure of her friend's festal evening, squares itself to the same synthetic firmness as the compact constructional block inserted by the scene at Lancaster Gate. Milly's situation ceases at a given moment to be renderable in terms closer than those supplied by Kate's intelligence, or, in a richer degree, by Densher's, or, for one fond hour, by poor Mrs. Stringham's, since to that sole brief futility it is this last participant crowned by my original plan, with the quaintest functions in fact reduced, just as Kate's relation with Densher, and Densher's with Kate, have ceased previously, and are then to cease again to be projected for us, so far as Milly is concerned with them, on any more reasonable plate than that of the latter's admirable anxiety. It is as if, for these aspects, the impersonal plate, in other words, the poor author's comparatively cold affirmation or thin guarantee, had felt itself a figure of attestation at once too gross and too bloodless, likely to affect us as an abuse of privilege when not as an abuse of knowledge. Heaven forbid, we say to ourselves, during almost the whole Venetian climax, heaven forbid we should know anything more of our ravaged sister than what Densher darkly pieces together, or than what Kate Croy pays heroically, it must be owned, at the hour of her visit alone to Densher's lodging for her superior handling and her dire profanation of. For we have time, while this passage lasts, to turn round critically, we have time to recognize intentions and properties, we have time to catch glimpses of an economy of composition, as I put it, interesting in itself, all in spite of the author's scarce, more than half dissimulated despair at the inveterate displacement of his general centre. The Wings of the Dove happens to offer perhaps the most striking example I may cite, though with public penance for it already performed, of my regular failure to keep the appointed halves of my whole equal. Here the makeshift middle, for which the best I can say is that it's always rueful and never impudent, reigns with even more than its customary contrition, though passing itself off perhaps too with more than its usual craft. Nowhere, I seem to recall, had the need of dissimulation been felt so as anguish, nowhere had I condemned a luckless theme to complete its revolution, burdened with the accumulation of its difficulties, the difficulties that grow with a theme's development in quarters so cramped. Of course, as every novelist knows, it is difficulty that inspires. Only for that perfection of charm it must have been difficulty inherent and congenital, and not difficulty caught by the wrong frequentations. The latter half, that is the false and deformed half of The Wings, would verily, I think, form a single object lesson for a literary critic bent on improving his occasion to the profit of the budding artist. This whole corner of the picture bristles with dodges such as he should feel himself all committed to recognize and denounce, for disguising the reduced scale of the exhibition, for foreshortening at any cost, for imparting to patches the value of presences, for dressing objects in an air as of the dimensions they can't possibly have. Thus he would have his free hand for pointing out what a tangled web we weave when, through our mislaying of otherwise trifling with our blessed pair of compasses, we have to produce the illusion of mass without the illusion of extent. There is a job quite to the measure of most of our monitors, and with the interest for them well enhanced by the preliminary cunning quest for the spot where deformity has begun. I recognize, meanwhile, throughout the long earlier reach of the book, not only no deformities, but I think a positively close and felicitous application of method, the preserved consistencies of which, often elusive, but never really lapsing, it would be of a certain diversion, and might be of some profit, to follow. The author's accepted task at the outset has been to suggest with force the nature of the tie formed between the two young persons first introduced, to give the full impression of its peculiar, worried and baffled, yet clinging and confident, ardor. The picture constituted, so far as may be, is that of a pair of natures well nigh consumed by a sense of their intimate affinity and congruity, the reciprocity of their desire, and thus passionately impatient of barriers and delays, yet with qualities of intelligence and character that they are meanwhile extraordinarily able to draw upon for the enrichment of their relation, the extension of their prospect, and the support of their game. They are far from a common couple, Merton Densher and Kate Croy, as befits the remarkable fashion in which fortune was to waylay, the opportunity was to distinguish them, the whole strange truth of their response to which opening involves also, in its order, no vulgar art of exhibition, but what they have most to tell us is that all unconsciously, and with the best faith in the world, all by mere force of the terms of their superior passion, combined with their superior diplomacy, they are laying a trap for the great innocence to come. If I like, as I have confessed, the portentous look, I was perhaps never to set so high a value on it, as for all this prompt provision of forces unwittingly waiting to close round my eager heroine, to the eventual deep chill of her eagerness as the result of her mere lifting of a latch. Infinitely interesting to have built up the relation of the others to the point at which its aching restlessness, its need to affirm itself otherwise than by an exasperated patience, meets as with instinctive relief and recognition the possibilities shining out of Milly Theale. Infinitely interesting to have prepared and organized correspondingly that young woman's precipitations and liabilities, to have constructed for drama essentially to take possession the whole bright house of her exposure. These references, however, reflect too little of the detail of the treatment imposed, such a detail as I, for instance, get hold of in the fact of Densher's interview with Mrs. Lowder before he goes to America. It forms in this preliminary picture the one patch not strictly seen over Kate Croy's shoulder, though it's notable that immediately after, at the first possible moment, we surrender again to our major convenience, as it happens to be at the time, that of our drawing breath through the young woman's lungs. Once more, in other words, before we know it, Densher's direct vision of the scene at Lancaster Gate is replaced by her apprehension, her contributive assimilation of his experience. It melts back into that accumulation which we have been, as it were, saving up. Does my apparent deviation here count accordingly as a muddle? One of the muddles ever blooming so thick in any soil that fails to grow reason and determinants? No, distinctly not, for I had definitely opened the door, as attention of perusal of the first two books will show, to the subjective community of my young pair. Attention of perusal, I thus confess, by the way, it is what I, at every point as well as here, absolutely invoke, and take for granted, a truth I avail myself of this occasion to note once for all, in the interest of that variety of ideal reigning I gather in the connection. The enjoyment of a work of art, the acceptance of an irresistible illusion constituting to my sense our highest experience of luxury, the luxury is not greatest by my consequent measure when the work asks for as little attention as possible. It is greatest, it is delightfully, divinely great, when we feel the surface, like the thick ice of the skater's pond, bear without cracking the strongest pressure we throw on it. The sound of the crack one may recognize, but never surely to call it a luxury. That I had scarce availed myself of the privilege of seeing with Densher's eyes is another matter. The point is that I had intelligently marked my occasional need of it. So, at all events, the constructional block of the first 2 books compactly forms itself. A new block of all the squarest and not a little of the smoothest begins with the 3rd, by which I mean, of course, a new mass of interest governed from a new centre. Here again I make prudent provision to be sure to keep my centre strong. It dwells mainly, we at once see, in the depths of Milly Theale's case, where close beside it, however, we meet a supplementary reflector, that of the lucid, even though so quivering spirit of her dedicated friend. The more or less associated consciousness of the 2 women deals thus unequally with the next presented face of the subject, deals with it to the exclusion of the dealing of others, and if, for a highly particular moment, I allot to Mrs. Stringham the responsibility of the direct appeal to us, it is again charming to relate, on behalf of that play of the portentous which I cherish so as a value, and am accordingly forever setting in motion. There is an hour of evening on the Alpine height at which it becomes of the last importance that our young woman should testify eminently in this direction. But as I was to find it long since of a blessed wisdom that no expense should be incurred or met in any corner of picture of mine, without some concrete image of the account kept of it, that is, of its being organically re-economized, so under that dispensation Mrs. Stringham has to register the transaction. Book 5th is a new block mainly in its provision of a new set of occasions which readopt for their order the previous centre, Milly's now almost full-blown consciousness. At my game, with renewed zest, of driving portents home, I have by this time all the choice of those that are to brush that surface with a dark wing. They are used to our profit on an elastic but a definite system, by which I mean that having to sound here and there a little deep as a test for my basis of method, I find it everywhere obstinately present. It draws the occasion into tune, and keeps it so, to repeat my tiresome term. My nearest approach to muddlement is to have sometimes, but not too often, to break my occasions small. Some of them succeed in remaining ample, and in really aspiring then to the higher the sustained lucidity. The whole actual centre of the work, resting on a misplaced pivot and lodged in Book 5th, pretends to a long reach, or at any rate to the larger foreshortening, though bringing home to me on re-perusal what I find striking, charming, and curious, the author's instinct everywhere for the indirect presentation of his main image. I note how, again and again, I go but a little way with the direct, that is, with the straight exhibition of Milly. It resorts for relief this process, whenever it can, to some kinder, some merciful indirection, all as if to approach her circuitously, deal with her at second hand, as an unspotted princess is ever dealt with, the pressure all round her kept easy for her, the sounds, the movements regulated, the forms and ambiguities made charming. all of which proceeds, obviously, from her painter's tenderness of imagination about her, which reduces him to watching her, as it were, through the successive windows of other people's interest in her. So, if we may talk of princesses, do the balconies opposite the palace's gates, do the coigns of vantage and respect, enjoyed for a fee, rake from afar the mystic figure in the gilded coach as it comes forth into the great place. But my use of windows and balconies is doubtless at best an extravagance by itself, and as to what there may be to note of this and other super subtleties, other arch refinements of tact and taste, of design and instinct, in The Wings of the Dove, I become conscious of overstepping my space without having brought the full quantity to light. The failure leaves me with a burden of residuary comment, of which I yet boldly hope elsewhere to discharge myself.
The Wings of the Dove, by Henry James. She waited, Kate Croy, for her father to come in, but he kept her unconscionably, and there were moments at which she showed herself, in the glass over the mantel, a face positively pale with the irritation that had brought her to the point of going away without sight of him. It was at this point, however, that she remained, changing her place, moving from the shabby sofa to the armchair upholstered in a glazed cloth that gave at once—she had tried it—the sense of the slippery and of the sticky. She had looked at the sallow prints on the walls and at the lonely magazines, a year old, that combined, with a small lamp in coloured glass and a knitted white centrepiece wanting in freshness, to enhance the effect of the purplish cloth on the principal table. She had above all from time to time taken a brief stand on the small balcony to which the pair of long windows gave access. The vulgar little street, in this view, offered scant relief from the vulgar little room. Its main office was to suggest to her that the narrow black house-fronts, adjusted to a standard that would have been low even for backs, constituted quite the publicity implied by such privacies. One felt them in the room exactly as one felt the room, the hundred like it or worse, in the street. Each time she turned in again, each time, in her impatience, she gave him up, it was to sound to a deeper depth, while she tasted the faint, flat emanation of things, the failure of fortune and of honour. If she continued to wait, it was really in a manner that she mightn't add the shame of fear, of individual, of personal collapse, to all the other shames. To feel the street, to feel the room, to feel the tablecloth and the centrepiece and the lamp, gave her a small salutary sense at least of neither shirking nor lying. This whole vision was the worst thing yet, as including in particular the interview to which she had braced herself, and for what had she come but for the worst? She tried to be sad so as not to be angry, but it made her angry that she couldn't be sad. And yet where there was misery, misery too beaten for blame and chalk-marked by fate like a lot at a common auction, if not in these merciless signs of mere mean stale feelings. Her father's life, her sister's, her own, that of her two lost brothers, the whole history of their house had the effect of some fine, florid, voluminous phrase, say even a musical, that dropped first into words and notes without sense, and then, hanging unfinished, into no words nor any notes at all. Why should a set of people have been put in motion on such a scale and with such an air of being equipped for a profitable journey, only to break down without an accident, to stretch themselves in the wayside dust without a reason? The answer to these questions was not in Chirk Street, but the questions themselves bristled there, and the girl's repeated pause before the mirror and the chimney-piece might have represented her nearest approach to an escape from them. Wasn't it in fact the partial escape from this worst in which she was steeped, to be able to make herself out again as agreeable to see? She stared into the tarnished glass too hard indeed to be staring at her beauty alone. She readjusted the poise of her black, closely feathered hat, retouched beneath it the thick fall of her dusky hair, kept her eyes aslant no less on her beautiful averted than on her beautiful presented oval. She was dressed altogether in black, which gave an even tone, by contrast, to her clear face, and made her hair more harmoniously dark. Outside, on the balcony, her eyes showed as blue; within, at the mirror, they showed almost as black. She was handsome, but the degree of it was not sustained by times and aids. a circumstance moreover playing its part at almost any time in the impression she produced. The impression was one that remained, but as regards the sources of it, no sum in addition would have made up the total. She had stature without height, grace without motion, presence without mass. Slender and simple, frequently soundless, she was somehow always in the line of the eye, she counted singularly for its pleasure. More dressed, often with fewer accessories, than other women, or less dressed, should occasion require, with more, she probably couldn't have given the key to these felicities. They were mysteries of which her friends were conscious, those friends whose general explanation was to say that she was clever, whether or no it were taken by the world as the cause or as the effect of her charm. If she saw more things than her fine face in the dull glass of her father's lodgings, she might have seen that after all she was not herself a fact in the collapse. She didn't hold herself cheap, she didn't make for misery. Personally, no, she wasn't chalk-marked for auction. She hadn't given up yet, and the broken sentence, if she was the last word, would end with a sort of meaning. There was a minute during which, though her eyes were fixed, she quite visibly lost herself in the thought of the way she might still pull things round had she only been a man. It was the name, above all, she would take in hand, the precious name she so liked, and that, in spite of the harm her wretched father had done it, wasn't yet past praying for. She loved it, in fact, the more tenderly for that bleeding wound. But what could a penniless girl do with it but let it go? When her father at last appeared, she became, as usual, instantly aware of the futility of any effort to hold him to anything. He had written her he was ill, too ill to leave his room, and that he must see her without delay, and if this had been, as was probable, the sketch of a design he was indifferent even to the moderate finish required for deception. He had clearly wanted, for the perversities he called his reasons, to see her, just as she herself had sharpened for a talk, but she now again felt, in the inevitability of the freedom he used with her, all the old ache, her poor mother's very own, that he couldn't touch you ever so lightly without setting up. No relation with him could be so short or so superficial as not to be somehow to your hurt, and this, in the strangest way in the world, not because he desired it to be, feeling often, as he surely must, the profit for him of its not being, but because there was never a mistake for you that he could leave unmade, nor a conviction of his impossibility in you that he could approach you without strengthening. He might have awaited her on the sofa in his sitting-room, or might have stayed in bed and received her in that situation. She was glad to be spared the sight of such penetralia, but it would have reminded her a little less that there was no truth in him. This was the weariness of every fresh meeting. He dealt out lies as he might the cards from the greasy old pack for the game of diplomacy to which you were to sit down with him. The inconvenience, as always happens in such cases, was not that you minded what was false, but that you missed what was true. He might be ill, and it might suit you to know it, but no contact with him, for this, could ever be straight enough. Just so he even might die, but Kate fairly wondered on which evidence of his own she would some day have to believe it. He had not at present come down from his room, which she knew to be above the one they were in. He had already been out of the house, though he would either, should she challenge him, deny it, or present it as a proof of his extremity. She had, however, by this time quite ceased to challenge him. Not only, face to face with him, vain irritation dropped, but he breathed upon the tragic consciousness in such a way that after a moment nothing of it was left. The difficulty was not less that he breathed in the same way upon the comic. She almost believed that with this latter she might still have found a foothold for clinging to him. He had ceased to be amusing, he was really too inhuman. His perfect look, which had floated him so long, was practically perfect still, but one had long since for every occasion taken it for granted. Nothing could have better shown than the actual how right one had been. He looked exactly as much as usual, all pink and silver as to skin and hair, all straightness and starch as to figure and dress, the man in the world least connected with anything unpleasant. He was so particularly the English gentleman and the fortunate settled normal person. Seen at a foreign table d'hôte, he suggested but one thing: in what perfection England produces them. He had kind, safe eyes, and a voice which, for all its clean fullness, told the quiet tale of its having never had once to raise itself. Life had met him so, half-way, and had turned round so to walk with him, placing a hand in his arm and fondly leaving him to choose the pace. Those who knew him a little said, "How he does dress!" Those who knew him better said, "How does he?" The one stray gleam of comedy just now in his daughter's eyes was the absurd feeling he momentarily made her have of being herself looked up by him in sordid lodgings. For a minute after he came in, it was as if the place were her own, and he the visitor with susceptibilities. He gave you absurd feelings, he had indescribable arts, that quite turned the tables. This had been always how he came to see her mother so long as her mother would see him. He came from places they had often not known about, but he patronized Lexham Gardens. Kate's only actual expression of impatience, however, was, "I'm glad you're so much better." "I'm not so much better, my dear. I'm exceedingly unwell, the proof of which is precisely that I've been out to the chemist's, that beastly fellow at the corner." So Mr. Croy showed he could qualify the humble hand that assuaged him. "I'm taking something he has made up for me. It's just why I've sent for you, that you may see me as I really am." "Oh, papa, it's long since I've ceased to see you otherwise than as you really are. I think we've all arrived by this time at the right word for that. You're beautiful, n'en parlons plus. You're as beautiful as ever. You look lovely." He judged meanwhile her own appearance, as she knew she could always trust him to do, recognizing, estimating, sometimes disapproving, what she wore, showing her the interest he continued to take in her. He might really take none at all, yet she virtually knew herself the creature in the world to whom he was least indifferent. She had often enough wondered what on earth, at the pass he had reached, could give him pleasure, and had come back on these occasions to that. It gave him pleasure that she was handsome, that she was in her way a tangible value. It was at least as marked, nevertheless, that he derived none from similar conditions, so far as they were similar, in his other child. Poor Marian might be handsome, but he certainly didn't care. The hitch here, of course, was that, with whatever beauty, her sister, widowed and almost in want, with 4 bouncing children, had no such measure. She asked him the next thing how long he had been in his actual quarters, though aware of how little it mattered, how little any answer he might make would probably have in common with the truth. She failed, in fact, to notice his answer, truthful or not, already occupied as she was with what she had on her own side to say to him. This was really what had made her wait, what superseded the small remainder of her resentment at his constant practical impertinence, the result of all of which was that within a minute she had brought it out. "Yes, even now I'm willing to go with you. I don't know what you may have wished to say to me, and even if you hadn't written, you would within a day or 2 have heard from me. Things have happened, and I've only waited for seeing you, till I should be quite sure. I am quite sure. I'll go with you." It produced an effect. "Go with me where?" "Anywhere. I'll stay with you, even here." She had taken off her gloves, and, as if she had arrived with her plan, she sat down. Lionel Croy hung about in his disengaged way, hovered there as if looking, in consequence of her words, for a pretext to back out easily, on which she immediately saw she had discounted, as it might be called, what he had himself been preparing. He wished her not to come to him, still less to settle with him, and had sent for her to give her up with some style and state, a part of the beauty of which, however, was to have been his sacrifice to her own detachment. There was no style, no state, unless she wished to forsake him. His idea had accordingly been to surrender her to her wish with all nobleness. It had by no means been to have positively to keep her off. She cared, however, not a straw for his embarrassment, feeling how little, on her own part, she was moved by charity. She had seen him, first and last, in so many attitudes, that she could now deprive him quite without compunction of the luxury of a new one. Yet she felt the disconcerted gasp in his tone as he said, "Oh, my child, I can never consent to that." "What, then, are you going to do?" "I'm turning it over," said Lionel Croy. "You may imagine if I'm not thinking." "Haven't you thought, then," his daughter asked, "of what I speak of? I mean of my being ready." Standing before her with his hands behind him and his legs a little apart, he swayed slightly to and fro, inclined toward her as if rising on his toes. It had an effect of conscientious deliberation. "No, I haven't. I couldn't. I wouldn't." It was so respectable a show that she felt afresh, and with the memory of their old despair, the despair at home, how little his appearance ever by any chance told about him. His plausibility had been the heaviest of her mother's crosses, inevitably so much more present to the world than whatever it was that was horrid, thank God they didn't really know, that he had done. He had positively been, in his way, by the force of his particular type, a terrible husband not to live with, his type reflecting so invidiously on the woman who had found him distasteful. Had this thereby not kept directly present to Kate herself that it might, on some sides, prove no light thing for her to leave uncompanioned a parent with such a face and such a manner? Yet if there was much, she neither knew nor dreamed of it, passed between them at this very moment, that he was quite familiar with himself as the subject of such quandaries. If he recognized his younger daughter's happy aspect as a tangible value, he had from the first still more exactly appraised every point of his own. The great wonder was not that in spite of everything these points had helped him. The great wonder was that they hadn't helped him more. However, it was, to its eternal recurrent tune, helping him all the while. Her drop into patience with him showed how it was helping him at this moment. She saw the next instant precisely the line he would take. "Do you really ask me to believe you've been making your mind up to that?" She had to consider her own line. "I don't think I care, papa, what you believe. I never, for that matter, think of you as believing anything." "Hardly more," she permitted herself to add, "than I ever think of you as yourself believed. I don't know you, father, you see." "And it's your idea that you may make that up?" "Oh dear, no. Not at all. That's no part of the question. If I haven't understood you by this time, I never shall, and it doesn't matter. It has seemed to me you may be lived with, but not that you may be understood. Of course I've not the least idea how you get on." "I don't get on," Mr. Croy almost gaily replied. His daughter took the place in again, and it might well have seemed odd that with so little to meet the eye there should be so much to show. What showed was the ugliness, so positive and palpable that it was somehow sustaining. It was a medium, a setting, and to that extent, after all, a dreadful sign of life, so that it fairly gave point to her answer. "Oh, I beg your pardon. You flourish." "Do you throw it up at me again," he pleasantly put to her, "that I've not made away with myself?" She treated the question as needing no reply. She sat there for real things. "You know how all our anxieties, under mamma's will, have come out. She had still less to leave than she feared. We don't know how we lived. It all makes up about 200 a year for Marion, and 2 for me, but I give up 100 to Marion." "Oh, you weak thing!" her father sighed, as from depths of enlightened experience. "For you and me together," she went on, "the other 100 would do something." "And what would do the rest?" "Can you yourself do nothing?" He gave her a look, then, slipping his hands into his pockets and turning away, stood for a little at the window she had left open. She said nothing more. She had placed him there with that question, and the silence lasted a minute, broken by the call of an appealing costermonger, which came in with the mild March air, with the shabby sunshine, fearfully unbecoming to the room, and with the small, homely hum of Chirk Street. Presently he moved nearer, but as if her question had quite dropped. "I don't see what has so suddenly wound you up." "I should have thought you might perhaps guess. Let me at any rate tell you. Aunt Maud has made me a proposal, but she has also made me a condition. She wants to keep me." "And what in the world else could she possibly want?" "Oh, I don't know. Many things. I'm not so precious a capture," the girl a little dryly explained. "No one has ever wanted to keep me before." Looking always what was proper, her father looked now still more surprised than interested. "You've not had proposals?" He spoke as if that were incredible of Lionel Croy's daughter, as if indeed such an admission scarce consorted, even in filial intimacy, with her high spirit and general form. "Not from rich relations. She's extremely kind to me, but it's time, she says, that we should understand each other." Mr. Croy fully assented. "Of course it is, high time, and I can quite imagine what she means by it." "Are you very sure?" "Oh, perfectly. She means that she'll do for you handsomely if you'll break off all relations with me. You speak of her condition. Her condition's, of course, that." "Well, then," said Kate, "it's what has wound me up. Here I am." He showed with a gesture how thoroughly he had taken it in. after which, within a few seconds, he had quite congruously turned the situation about. "Do you really suppose me in a position to justify your throwing yourself upon me?" She waited a little, but when she spoke it was clear. "Yes." "Well, then, you're of feebler intelligence than I should have ventured to suppose you." "Why so? You live, you flourish, you bloom." "Ah, how you've all always hated me," he murmured, with a pensive gaze again at the window. "No one could be less of a mere cherished memory," she declared, as if she had not heard him. "You're an actual person, if there ever was one. We agreed just now that you're beautiful. You strike me, you know, as, in your own way, much more firm on your feet than I. Don't put it to me, therefore, as monstrous that the fact that we're after all parent and child should at present in some manner count for us. My idea has been that it should have some effect for each of us. I don't at all, as I told you just now," she pursued, "make out your life, but whatever it is, I hereby offer to accept it, and on my side I'll do everything I can for you." "I see," said Lionel Croy. Then, with the sound of extreme relevance, "And what can you?" She only, at this, hesitated, and he took up her silence. "You can describe yourself, to yourself, as, in a fine flight, giving up your aunt for me. But what good, I should like to know, would your fine flight do me?" As she still said nothing, he developed a little. "We're not possessed of so much, at this charming pass, please to remember, as that we can afford not to take hold of any perch held out to us. I like the way you talk, my dear, about giving up. One doesn't give up the use of a spoon because one's reduced to living on broth. And your spoon, that is your aunt, please consider, is partly mine as well." She rose now, as if in sight of the term of her effort, in sight of the futility and the weariness of many things, and moved back to the poor little glass with which she had communed before. She retouched here again the poise of her hat, and this brought to her father's lips another remark, in which impatience, however, had already been replaced by a free flare of appreciation. "Oh, you're all right. Don't muddle yourself up with me." His daughter turned round to him. "The condition Aunt Maud makes is that I shall have absolutely nothing to do with you, never see you, nor speak nor write to you, never go near you nor make you a sign, nor hold any sort of communication with you. What she requires is that you shall simply cease to exist for me." He had always seemed, it was one of the marks of what they called the unspeakable in him, to walk a little more on his toes, as if for jauntiness, under the touch of offence. Nothing, however, was more wonderful than what he sometimes would take for offence, unless it might be what he sometimes wouldn't. He walked at any rate on his toes now. "A very proper requirement of your Aunt Maud, my dear. I don't hesitate to say it." Yet as this, much as she had seen, left her silent at first from what might have been a sense of sickness, he had time to go on. "That's a condition, then. But what are her promises? Just what does she engage to do? You must work it, you know." "You mean make her feel," Kate asked after a moment, "how much I'm attached to you?" "Well, what a cruel, invidious treaty it is for you to sign. I'm a poor ruin of an old dad to make a stand about giving up, I quite agree. But I'm not, after all, quite the old ruin not to get something for giving up." "Oh, I think her idea," said Kate, almost gaily now, "is that I shall get a great deal." He met her with his inimitable amenity. "But does she give you the items?" The girl went through the show. "More or less, I think. But many of them are things I dare say I may take for granted, things women can do for each other and that you wouldn't understand." "There's nothing I understand so well, always, as things I needn't. But what I want to do, you see," he went on, "is to put it to your conscience that you've an admirable opportunity, and that it's moreover one for which, after all, damn you, you've really to thank me." "I confess I don't see," Kate observed, "what my conscience has to do with it." "Then, my dear girl, you ought simply to be ashamed of yourself. Do you know what you're a proof of, all you hard, hollow people together?" He put the question with a charming air of sudden spiritual heat. "Of the deplorably superficial morality of the age. The family sentiment, in our vulgarized, brutalized life, has gone utterly to pot. There was a day when a man like me, by which I mean a parent like me, would have been for a daughter like you quite a distinct value, what's called in the business world, I believe, an asset." He continued sociably to make it out. I'm not talking only of what you might, with the right feeling, do for me, but of what you might—it's what I call your opportunity—do with me. Unless, indeed," he the next moment imperturbably threw off, "they come a good deal to the same thing. Your duty as well as your chance, if you're capable of seeing it, is to use me, show family feeling by seeing what I'm good for. If you had it as I have it, you'd see I'm still good, well, for a lot of things. There's in fact, my dear," Mr. Croy wound up, "a coach and four to be got out of me." His lapse, or rather his climax, failed a little of effect indeed through an undue precipitation of memory. Something his daughter had said came back to him. "You've settled to give away half your little inheritance." Her hesitation broke into laughter. "No, I haven't settled anything." "But you mean practically to let Marian collar it?" They stood there face to face, but she so denied herself to his challenge that he could only go on. "You've a view of 300 a year for her in addition to what her husband left her with. Is that," the remote progenitor of such wantonness audibly wondered, "your morality?" Kate found her answer without trouble. "Is it your idea that I should give you everything?" The everything clearly struck him, to the point even of determining the tone of his reply. "Far from it. How can you ask it when I refuse what you tell me you came to offer? Make of my idea what you can. I think I've sufficiently expressed it, and it's at any rate to take or to leave. It's the only one, I may nevertheless add. It's the basket with all my eggs. It's my conception, in short, of your duty." The girl's tired smile watched the word as if it had taken on a small, grotesque visibility. "You're wonderful on such subjects. I think I should leave you in no doubt," she pursued, "that if I were to sign my aunt's agreement, I should carry it out, in honour, to the letter." "Rather, my own love. It's just your honour that I appeal to. The only way to play the game is to play it. There's no limit to what your aunt can do for you." "Do you mean in the way of marrying me?" "What else should I mean? Marry properly." "And then?" Kate asked as he hung fire. "And then? Well, I will talk with you. I'll resume relations." She looked about her and picked up her parasol. "Because you're not so afraid of anyone else in the world as you are of her. My husband, if I should marry, would be at the worst less of a terror. If that's what you mean, there may be something in it. But doesn't it depend a little also on what you mean by my getting a proper one? However," Kate added as she picked out the frill of her little umbrella, "I don't suppose your idea of him is quite that he should persuade you to live with us." "Dear no, not a bit." He spoke as not resenting either the fear or the hope she imputed, met both imputations, in fact, with a sort of intellectual relief. "I place the case for you wholly in your aunt's hands. I take her view with my eyes shut. I accept in all confidence any man she selects. If he's good enough for her, elephantine snob as she is, he's good enough for me, and quite in spite of the fact that she'll be sure to select one who can be trusted to be nasty to me. My only interest is in your doing what she wants. You shan't be so beastly poor, my darling," Mr. Croy declared, "if I can help it." "Well, then, good-bye, papa," the girl said after a reflection on this that had perceptibly ended for her in a renunciation of further debate. "Of course you understand that it may be for long." Her companion had hereupon one of his finest inspirations. "Why not frankly forever? You must do me the justice to see that I don't do things, that I've never done them, by halves, that if I offer you to efface myself, it's for the final fatal sponge I ask, well saturated and well applied." She turned her handsome, quiet face upon him at such length that it might indeed have been for the last time. "I don't know what you're like." "No more do I, my dear. I've spent my life in trying in vain to discover. Like nothing, more's the pity. If there had been many of us, and we could have found each other out, there's no knowing what we might have done. But it doesn't matter now. Good-bye, love." He looked even not sure of what she would wish him to suppose on the subject of a kiss, yet also not embarrassed by his uncertainty. She forbore, in fact, for a moment longer to clear it up. "I wish there was some one here who might serve, for any contingency, as a witness that I have put it to you that I'm ready to come." "Would you like me," her father asked, "to call the landlady?" "You may not believe me," she pursued, "but I came really hoping you might have found some way. I'm very sorry at all events to leave you unwell." He turned away from her on this, and, as he had done before, took refuge by the window, in a stare at the street. "Let me put it, unfortunately without a witness," she added after a moment, "that there's only one word you really need speak." When he took these words up, it was still with his back to her. "If I don't strike you as having already spoken it, our time has been singularly wasted. I'll engage with you in respect to my aunt exactly to what she wants of me in respect to you. She wants me to choose. Very well, I will choose. I'll wash my hands of her for you to just that tune." He at last brought himself round. "Do you know, my dear, you make me sick. I've tried to be clear, and it isn't fair." But she passed this over. She was too visibly sincere. "Father!" "I don't quite see what's the matter with you," he said, "and if you can't pull yourself together, I'll, upon my honour, take you in hand, put you into a cab, and deliver you again safe at Lancaster Gate." She was really absent, distant. "Father—" It was too much, and he met it sharply. "Well?" "Strange as it may be to you to hear me say it, there's a good you can do me, and a help you can render." "Isn't it then exactly what I've been trying to make you feel?" "Yes," she answered patiently, "but so in the wrong way. I'm perfectly honest in what I say, and I know what I'm talking about. It isn't that I'll pretend I could have believed a month ago in anything to call aid or support from you. The case has changed. That's what has happened. My difficulty is a new one. But even now it's not a question of anything I should ask you in a way to do. It's simply a question of your not turning me away, taking yourself out of my life. It's simply a question of your saying, 'Yes, then, since you will, we'll stand together. We won't worry in advance about how or where. We'll have a faith and find a way.' That's all. That would be the good you'd do me. I should have you, and it would be for my benefit. Do you see?" If he didn't, it wasn't for want of looking at her hard. "The matter with you is that you're in love, and that your aunt knows, and, for reasons I'm sure perfect, hates and opposes it. Well she may. It's a matter in which I trust her with my eyes shut. Go, please." Though he spoke not in anger, rather in infinite sadness, he fairly turned her out. Before she took it up he had, at the fullest expression of what he felt, opened the door of the room. He had fairly, in his deep disapproval, a generous compassion to spare. "I'm sorry for her, deluded woman, if she builds on you." Kate stood a moment in the draught. "She's not the person I pity most, for, deluded in many ways though she be, she's not the person who's most so. I mean," she explained, "if it's a question of what you call building on me." He took it as if what she meant might be other than her description of it. "You're deceiving two persons, then, Mrs. Lowder and somebody else?" She shook her head with detachment. "I've no intention of that sort with respect to any one now, to Mrs. Lowder least of all. If you fail me," she seemed to make it out for herself, "that has the merit at least that it simplifies. I shall go my way, as I see my way." "Your way, you mean, then, will be to marry some blackguard without a penny?" "You demand a great deal of satisfaction," she observed, "for the little you give." It brought him up again before her as with the sense that she was not to be hustled, and though he glared at her a little, this had long been the practical limit to his general power of objection. "If you're base enough to incur your aunt's reprobation, you're base enough for my argument. What, if you're not thinking of an utterly improper person, do your speeches to me signify? Who is the beggarly sneak?" he went on as her response failed. Her response, when it came, was cold but distinct. "He has every disposition to make the best of you. He only wants, in fact, to be kind to you." "Then he must be an ass. And how in the world can you consider it to improve him for me," her father pursued, "that he's also destitute and impossible? There are boobies and boobies even, the right and the wrong, and you appear to have carefully picked out one of the wrong. Your aunt knows them by good fortune. I perfectly trust, as I tell you, her judgment for them, and you may take it from me once and for all that I won't hear of any one of them whom she won't." Which led up to his last word. "If you should really defy us both—" "Well, papa?" "Well, my sweet child, I think that, reduced to insignificance as you may fondly believe me, I should still not be quite without some way of making you regret it." She had a pause, a grave one, but not as appeared that she might measure this danger. If I shouldn't do it, you know, it wouldn't be because I'm afraid of you." "Oh, if you don't do it," he retorted, "you may be as bold as you like." "Then you can do nothing at all for me." He showed her, this time unmistakably, it was before her there on the landing, at the top of the tortuous stairs, and in the midst of the strange smell that seemed to cling to them, how vain her appeal remained. "I've never pretended to do more than my duty. I've given you the best and the clearest advice." And then came up the spring that moved him. "If it only displeases you, you can go to Marian to be consoled." What he couldn't forgive was her dividing with Marian her scant share of the provision their mother had been able to leave them. She should have divided it with him. She had gone to Mrs. Lowder on her mother's death, gone with an effort the strain and pain of which made her at present, as she recalled them, reflect on the long way she had travelled since then. There had been nothing else to do, not a penny in the other house, nothing but unpaid bills that had gathered thick while its mistress lay mortally ill, and the admonition that there was nothing she must attempt to raise money on, since everything belonged to the estate. How the estate would turn out at best presented itself as a mystery altogether gruesome. It had proved in fact since then a residuum a trifle less scant than, with her sister, she had for some weeks feared, but the girl had had at the beginning rather a wounded sense of its being watched on behalf of Marian and her children. What on earth was it supposed that she wanted to do to it? She wanted in truth only to give up, to abandon her own interest, which she doubtless would already have done hadn't the point been subject to Aunt Maud's sharp intervention. Aunt Maud's intervention was all sharp now, and the other point, the great one, was that it was to be, in this light, either all put up with or all declined. Yet at the winter's end, nevertheless, she could scarce have said what stand she conceived she had taken. It wouldn't be the first time she had seen herself obliged to accept with smothered irony other people's interpretation of her conduct. She often ended by giving up to them, it seemed really the way to live, the version that met their convenience. The tall, rich, heavy house at Lancaster Gate, on the other side of the park and the long South Kensington stretches, had figured to her, through childhood, through girlhood, as the remotest limit of her vague young world. It was further off and more occasional than anything else in the comparatively compact circle in which she revolved, and seemed by a rigour early marked to be reached through long, straight, discouraging vistas, perfect telescopes of streets, and which kept lengthening and straightening, whereas almost everything else in life was either at the worst roundabout Cromwell Road, or at the furthest in the nearer parts of Kensington Gardens. Mrs. Lowder was her only real aunt, not the wife of an uncle, and had been thereby, both in ancient days and when the greater trouble came, the person of all persons, properly to make some sign; in accord with which our young woman's feeling was founded on the impression, quite cherished for years, that the signs made across the interval just mentioned had never been really in the note of the situation. The main office of this relative for the young Croys, apart from giving them their fixed measure of social greatness, had struck them as being to form them to a conception of what they were not to expect. When Kate came to think matters over with wider knowledge, she failed quite to see how Aunt Maud could have been different. She had rather perceived by this time how many other things might have been, yet she also made out that if they had all consciously lived under a liability to the chill breath of Ultima Thule, they couldn't either, on the facts, very well have done less. What in the event appeared established was that if Mrs. Lowder had disliked them, she yet hadn't disliked them so much as they supposed. It had at any rate been for the purpose of showing how she struggled with her aversion that she sometimes came to see them, that she at regular periods invited them to her house, and in short, as it now looked, kept them along on the terms that would best give her sister the perennial luxury of a grievance. This sister, poor Mrs. Croy, the girl knew, had always judged her resentfully, and had brought them up, Marian, the boys, and herself, to the idea of a particular attitude, for signs of the practice of which they watched each other with awe. The attitude was to make plain to Aunt Maud, with the same regularity as her invitations, that they sufficed, thanks awfully, to themselves. But the ground of it, Kate lived to discern, was that this was only because she didn't suffice to them. The little she offered was to be accepted under protest, yet not really because it was excessive. It wounded them, there was the rub, because it fell short. The number of new things our young lady looked out on from the high south window that hung over the park, this number was so great, though some of the things were only old ones altered, and, as the phrase was of other matters, done up, that life at present turned to her view from week to week more and more the face of a striking and distinguished stranger. She had reached a great age, for it quite seemed to her that at 25 it was late to reconsider, and her most general sense was a shade of regret that she hadn't known earlier. The world was different, whether for worse or for better, from her rudimentary readings, and it gave her the feeling of a wasted past. If she had only known sooner, she might have arranged herself more to meet it. She made at all events discoveries every day, some of which were about herself and others about other persons. Two of these, one under each head, more particularly engaged, in alternation, her anxiety. She saw as she had never seen before how material things spoke to her. She saw, and she blushed to see, that if, in contrast with some of its old aspects, life now affected her as a dress successfully done up, this was exactly by reason of the trimmings and lace, was a matter of ribbons and silk and velvet. She had a dire accessibility to pleasure from such sources. She liked the charming quarters her aunt had assigned her, liked them literally more than she had in all her other days liked anything, and nothing could have been more uneasy than her suspicion of her relative's view of this truth. Her relative was prodigious. She had never done her relative justice. These larger conditions all tasted of her from morning till night. But she was a person in respect to whom the growth of acquaintance could only, strange as it may seem, keep your heart in your mouth. The girl's second great discovery was that, so far from having been for Mrs. Lowder a subject of superficial consideration, the blighted home in Lexham Gardens had haunted her nights and her days. Kate had spent, all winter, hours of observation that were not less pointed for being spent alone. Recent events, which her mourning explained, assured her a measure of isolation, and it was in the isolation above all that her neighbour's influence worked. Sitting far downstairs, Aunt Maud was yet a presence from which a sensitive niece could feel herself extremely under pressure. She knew herself now, the sensitive niece, as having been marked from far back. She knew more than she could have told you, by the upstairs fire, in a whole dark December afternoon. She knew so much that her knowledge was what fairly kept her there, making her at times circulate more endlessly between the small silk-covered sofa that stood for her in the firelight and the great grey map of Middlesex spread beneath her lookout. To go down, to forsake her refuge, was to meet some of her discoveries half-way, to have to face them or fly before them, whereas they were at such a height only like the rumble of a far-off siege heard in the provisioned citadel. She had almost liked, in these weeks, what had created her suspense and her stress, the loss of her mother, the submersion of her father, the discomfort of her sister, the confirmation of their shrunken prospects, the certainty, in especial, of her having to recognize that she should behave, as she called it, decently, that is, still do something for others. She would be herself wholly without supplies. She held that she had a right to sadness and stillness. She nursed them for their postponing power. What they mainly postponed was the question of a surrender, though she couldn't yet have said exactly of what, a general surrender of everything. That was at moments the way it presented itself, to Aunt Maud's looming personality. It was by her personality that Aunt Maud was prodigious, and the great mass of it loomed because, in the thick, the fog-like air of her arranged existence, there were parts doubtless magnified and parts certainly vague. They represented at all events alike, the dim and the distinct, a strong will and a high hand. It was perfectly present to Kate that she might be devoured, and she compared herself to a trembling kid, kept apart a day or two till her turn should come, but sure sooner or later to be introduced into the cage of the lioness. The cage was Aunt Maud's own room, her office, her counting-house, her battlefield, her especial scene, in fine, of action, situated on the ground floor, opening from the main hall and figuring rather to our young woman on exit and entrance as a guard-house or toll-gate. The lioness waited. The kid had at least that consciousness, was aware of the neighbourhood of a morsel she had reason to suppose tender. She would have been meanwhile a wonderful lioness for a show, an extraordinary figure in a cage or anywhere. Majestic, magnificent, high-coloured, all brilliant gloss, perpetual satin, twinkling bugles and flashing gems, with a lustre of agate eyes, a sheen of raven hair, a polish of complexion that was like that of well-kept china, and that, as if the skin were too tight, told especially at curves and corners. Her niece had a quiet name for her. She kept it quiet, thinking of her, with a free fancy, as somehow typically insular. She talked to herself of Britannia of the market-place, Britannia unmistakable, but with a pen on her ear, and felt she should not be happy till she might on some occasion add to the rest of the panoply a helmet, a shield, a trident, and a ledger. It wasn't in truth, however, that the forces with which, as Kate felt, she would have to deal were those most suggested by an image simple and broad. She was learning, after all, each day to know her companion, and what she had already most perceived was the mistake of trusting to easy analogies. There was a whole side of Britannia, the side of her florid Philistinism, her plumes and her train, her fantastic furniture and heaving bosom, the false gods of her taste and false notes of her talk, the sole contemplation of which would be dangerously misleading. She was a complex and subtle Britannia, as passionate as she was practical, with a reticule for her prejudices as deep as that other pocket, the pocket full of coins stamped in her image, that the world best knew her by. She carried on, in short, behind her aggressive and defensive front, operations determined by her wisdom. It was, in fact, as a besieger, we have hinted, that our young lady, in the provisioned citadel, had for the present most to think of her, and what made her formidable in this character was that she was unscrupulous and immoral. So at all events in silent sessions and a youthful off-hand way Kate conveniently pictured her, what this sufficiently represented being that her weight was in the scale of certain dangers, those dangers that, by our showing, made the younger woman linger and lurk above, while the elder below, both militant and diplomatic, covered as much of the ground as possible. Yet what were the dangers, after all, but just the dangers of life and of London? Mrs. Lowder was London, was life, the roar of the siege and the thick of the fray. There were some things, after all, of which Britannia was afraid, but Aunt Maud was afraid of nothing, not even, it would appear, of arduous thought. These impressions, none the less, Kate kept so much to herself that she scarce shared them with poor Marian, the ostensible purpose of her frequent visits to whom yet continued to be to talk over everything. One of her reasons for holding off from the last concession to Aunt Maud was that she might be the more free to commit herself to this so much nearer and so much less fortunate relative, with whom Aunt Maud would have almost nothing direct to do. The sharpest pinch of her state, meanwhile, was exactly that all intercourse with her sister had the effect of casting down her courage and tying her hands, adding daily to her sense of the part, not always either uplifting or sweetening, that the bond of blood might play in one's life. She was face to face with it now, with the bond of blood. The consciousness of it was what she seemed most clearly to have come into by the death of her mother. Much of that consciousness as her mother had absorbed and carried away. Her haunting, harassing father, her menacing, uncompromising aunt, her portionless little nephews and nieces, were figures that caused the chord of natural piety superabundantly to vibrate. Her manner of putting it to herself, but more especially in respect to Marian, was that she saw what you might be brought to by the cultivation of consanguinity. She had taken in the old days, as she supposed, the measure of this liability, those being the days when, as the second-born, she had thought no one in the world so pretty as Marian, no one so charming, so clever, so assured in advance of happiness and success. The view was different now, but her attitude had been obliged for many reasons to show as the same. The subject of this estimate was no longer pretty, as the reason for thinking her clever was no longer plain. Yet, bereaved, disappointed, demoralized, querulous, she was all the more sharply and insistently Kate's elder and Kate's own. Kate's most constant feeling about her was that she would make her, Kate, do things, and always in comfortless Chelsea, at the door of the small house, the small rent of which she couldn't help having on her mind, she fatalistically asked herself, before going in, which thing it would probably be this time. She noticed with profundity that disappointment made people selfish. She marvelled at the serenity, it was the poor woman's only one, of what Marian took for granted, her own state of abasement as the second-born, her life reduced to mere inexhaustible sisterhood. She existed in that view wholly for the small house in Chelsea, the moral of which, moreover, of course, was that the more you gave yourself, the less of you was left. There were always people to snatch at you, and it would never occur to them that they were eating you up. They did that without tasting. There was no such misfortune, or at any rate no such discomfort, she further reasoned, as to be formed at once for being and for seeing. You always saw, in this case, something else than what you were, and you got in consequence none of the peace of your condition. However, as she never really let Marian see what she was, Marian might well not have been aware that she herself saw. Kate was accordingly to her own vision not a hypocrite of virtue, for she gave herself up, but she was a hypocrite of stupidity, for she kept to herself everything that was not herself. What she most kept was the particular sentiment with which she watched her sister instinctively neglect nothing that would make for her submission to their aunt, a state of the spirit that perhaps marked most sharply how poor you might become when you minded so much the absence of wealth. It was through Kate that Aunt Maud should be worked, and nothing mattered less than what might become of Kate in the process. Kate was to burn her ships, in short, so that Marian should profit, and Marian's desire to profit was quite oblivious of a dignity that had after all its reasons, if it had only understood them, for keeping itself a little stiff. Kate, to be properly stiff for both of them, would therefore have had to be selfish, have had to prefer an ideal of behaviour, than which nothing ever was more selfish, to the possibility of stray crumbs for the four small creatures. The tale of Mrs. Lowder's disgust at her elder niece's marriage to Mr. Condrip had lost little of its point. The incredibly fatuous behaviour of Mr. Condrip, the parson of a dull suburban parish, with a saintly profile which was always in evidence, being so distinctly on record to keep criticism consistent. He had presented his profile on system, having, goodness knew, nothing else to present, nothing at all to full face the world with, no imagination of the propriety of living and minding his business. Criticism had remained on Aunt Maud's part consistent enough. She was not a person to regard such proceedings as less of a mistake for having acquired more of the privilege of pathos. She hadn't been forgiving, and the only approach she made to overlooking them was by overlooking, with the surviving delinquent, the solid little phalanx that now represented them. Of the two sinister ceremonies that she lumped together, the marriage and the interment, she had been present at the former, just as she had sent Marian before it a liberal cheque, but this had not been for her more than the shadow of an admitted link with Mrs. Condrip's course. She disapproved of clamorous children for whom there was no prospect. She disapproved of weeping widows who couldn't make their errors good, and she had thus put within Marian's reach one of the few luxuries left when so much else had gone, an easy pretext for a constant grievance. Kate Croy remembered well what their mother, in a different quarter, had made of it, and it was Marian's marked failure to pluck the fruit of resentment that committed them as sisters to an almost equal fellowship in abjection. If the theory was that, yes, alas, one of the pair had ceased to be noticed, but that the other was noticed enough to make up for it, who would fail to see that Kate couldn't separate herself without a cruel pride? That lesson became sharp for our young lady the day after her interview with her father. "I can't imagine," Marian on this occasion said to her, "how you can think of anything else in the world but the horrid way we're situated." "And pray, how do you know?" Kate inquired in reply. "Anything about my thoughts? It seems to me I give you sufficient proof of how much I think of you. I don't really, my dear, know what else you've to do with." Marian's retort on this was a stroke as to which she had supplied herself with several kinds of preparation, but there was none the less something of an unexpected note in its promptitude. She had foreseen her sister's general fear, but here, ominously, was the special one. "Well, your own business is of course your own business, and you may say there's no one less in a position than I to preach to you. But all the same, if you wash your hands of me for ever in consequence, I won't, for this once, keep back that I don't consider you have a right, as we all stand, to throw yourself away." It was after the children's dinner, which was also their mother's, but which their aunt mostly contrived to keep from ever becoming her own luncheon, and the two young women were still in the presence of the crumpled tablecloth, the dispersed pinafores, the scraped dishes, the lingering odour of boiled food. Kate had asked with ceremony if she might put up a window a little, and Mrs. Condrip had replied without it that she might do as she liked. She often received such inquiries as if they reflected in a manner on the pure essence of her little ones. The four had retired, with much movement and noise, under imperfect control of the small Irish governess whom their aunt had hunted up for them, and whose brooding resolve not to prolong so uncrowned a martyrdom she already more than suspected. Their mother had become for Kate, who took it just for the effect of being their mother, quite a different thing from the mild Marian of the past. Mr. Condrip's widow expansively obscured that image. She was little more than a ragged relic, a plain, prosaic result of him, as if she had somehow been pulled through him as through an obstinate funnel, only to be left crumpled and useless, and with nothing in her but what he accounted for. She had grown red and almost fat, which were not happy signs of mourning, less and less like any Croy, particularly a Croy in trouble, and sensibly like her husband's two unmarried sisters, who came to see her, in Kate's view, much too often, and stayed too long, with the consequence of inroads upon the tea and bread and butter, matters as to which Kate, not unconcerned with the tradesmen's books, had feelings. About them, moreover, Marian was touchy, and her nearer relative, who observed and weighed things, noted as an oddity that she would have taken any reflection on them as a reflection on herself. If that was what marriage necessarily did to you, Kate Croy would have questioned marriage. It was at any rate a grave example of what a man, and such a man, might make up a woman. She could see how the Condrip pair pressed their brother's widow on the subject, and Aunt Maud, who wasn't, after all, their aunt, made her, over their interminable cups, chatter and even swagger about Lancaster Gate, made her more vulgar than it had seemed written that any Croy could possibly become on such a subject. They laid it down, they rubbed it in, that Lancaster Gate was to be kept in sight, and that she, Kate, was to keep it, so that, curiously, or at all events sadly, our young woman was sure of being in her own person more permitted to them as an object of comment than they would in turn ever be permitted to herself. The beauty of which, too, was that Marian didn't love them. But they were Condrips, they had grown near the Rose, they were almost like Bertie and Maudie, like Kitty and Guy. They talked of the dead to her, which Kate never did, it being a relation in which Kate could but mutely listen. She couldn't indeed too often say to herself that if that was what marriage did to you, it may easily be guessed, therefore, that the ironic light of such reserves fell straight across the field of Marian's warning. "I don't quite see," she answered, "where in particular it strikes you that my danger lies. I'm not conscious, I assure you, of the least disposition to throw myself anywhere. I feel that for the present I've been quite sufficiently thrown." "You don't feel," Marian brought it all out, "that you'd like to marry Merton Densher?" Kate took a moment to meet this enquiry. "Is it your idea that if I should feel so I would be bound to give you notice, so that you might step in and head me off? Is that your idea?" the girl asked. Then, as her sister also had a pause, "I don't know what makes you talk of Mr. Densher," she observed. "I talk of him just because you don't. That you never do, in spite of what I know. That's what makes me think of him. Or rather, perhaps, it's what makes me think of you. If you don't know by this time what I hope for you, what I dream of, my attachment being what it is, it's no use my attempting to tell you." But Marian had in fact warmed to her work, and Kate was sure she had discussed Mr. Densher with the Miss Condrips. "If I name that person, I suppose it's because I'm so afraid of him. If you want really to know, he fills me with terror. If you want really to know, in fact, I dislike him as much as I dread him." "And yet don't think it dangerous to abuse him to me?" "Yes," Mrs. Condrip confessed, "I do think it dangerous, but how can I speak of him otherwise? I dare say I admit that I shouldn't speak of him at all. Only I do want you for once, as I said just now, to know." "To know what, my dear?" "That I should regard it," Marian promptly returned, "as far and away the worst thing that has happened to us yet." "Do you mean because he hasn't money?" "Yes, for one thing, and because I don't believe in him." Kate was civil but mechanical. "What do you mean by not believing in him?" "Well, being sure he'll never get it, and you must have it, you shall have it." "To give it to you?" Marian met her with a readiness that was practically pert. "To have it first, not at any rate to go on not having it. Then we should see." "We should indeed," said Kate Croy. It was talk of a kind she loathed, but if Marian chose to be vulgar, what was one to do? It made her think of the Miss Condrips with renewed aversion. "I like the way you arrange things. I like what you take for granted. If it's so easy for us to marry men who want us to scatter gold, I wonder we any of us do anything else. I don't see so many of them about, nor what interest I might ever have for them. You live, my dear," she presently added, "in a world of vain thoughts." "Not so much as you, Kate, for I see what I see, and you can't turn it off that way." The elder sister paused long enough for the younger's face to show, in spite of superiority, an apprehension. "I'm not talking of any man but Aunt Maud's man, nor of any money even, if you like, but Aunt Maud's money. I'm not talking of anything but your doing what she wants. You're wrong if you speak of anything that I want of you. I want nothing but what she does. That's good enough for me." And Marian's tone struck her companion as of the lowest. "If I don't believe in Merton Densher, I do at least in Mrs. Lauder." "Your ideas are the more striking," Kate returned, "that they're the same as papa's. I had them from him. You'll be interested to know. And with all the brilliancy you may imagine, yesterday." Marian clearly was interested to know. "He has been to see you?" "No, I went to him." "Really?" Marian wondered. "For what purpose?" "To tell him I'm ready to go to him." Marian stared. "To leave Aunt Maud?" "For my father, yes." She had fairly flushed, poor Mrs. Condrip, with horror. "You're ready?" So I told him. I couldn't tell him less. And pray could you tell him more? Marian gasped in her distress. What in the world is he to us? You bring out such a thing as that this way? They faced each other. The tears were in Marian's eyes. Kate watched them there a moment and then said, I had thought it well over and over. But you needn't feel injured. I'm not going. He won't have me. Her companion still panted. It took time to subside. Well, I wouldn't have you, wouldn't receive you at all, I can assure you, if he had made you any other answer. I do feel injured at your having been willing. If you were to go to papa, my dear, you'd have to stop coming to me. Marian put it thus indefinably, as a picture of privation from which her companion might shrink. Such were the threats she could complacently make, could think herself masterful for making. But if he won't take you, she continued, he shows at least his sharpness. Marian had always her views of sharpness. She was, as her sister privately commented, great on that resource. But Kate had her refuge from irritation. He won't take me, she simply repeated, but he believes, like you, in Aunt Maud. He threatens me with his curse if I leave her. So you won't? As the girl at first said nothing, her companion caught at it. You won't, of course. I see you won't. But I don't see why, conveniently, I shouldn't insist to you once for all on the plain truth of the whole matter. The truth, my dear, of your duty. Do you ever think about that? It's the greatest duty of all. There you are again, Kate laughed. Papa's also immense on my duty. Oh, I don't pretend to be immense, but I pretend to know more than you do of life, more even perhaps than papa. Marian seemed to see that personage at this moment, nevertheless, in the light of kinder irony. Poor old papa! She sighed it with as many condonations as her sister's ear had more than once caught in her. Dear old Aunt Maud! These were things that made Kate turn for the time sharply away, and she gathered herself now to go. They were the note again of the abject. It was hard to say which of the persons in question had most shown how little they liked her. The younger woman proposed at any rate to let discussion rest, and she believed that, for herself, she had done so during the 10 minutes elapsing, thanks to her wish not to break off short, before she could gracefully withdraw. It then appeared, however, that Marian had been discussing still, and there was something that at the last Kate had to take up. Whom do you mean by Aunt Maud's young man? Whom should I mean but Lord Mark? And where do you pick up such vulgar twaddle? Kate demanded with her clear face. How does such stuff in this hole get to you? She had no sooner spoken than she asked herself what had become of the grace to which she had sacrificed. Marian certainly did little to save it, and nothing indeed was so inconsequent as her ground of complaint. She desired her to work Lancaster Gate, as she believed that scene of abundance could be worked, but she now didn't see why advantage should be taken of the bloated connection to put an affront on her own poor home. She appeared in fact for the moment to take the position that Kate kept her in her hole, and then heartlessly reflected on her being in it. Yet she didn't explain how she had picked up the report on which her sister had challenged her, so that it was thus left to her sister to see in it, once more, a sign of the creeping curiosity of the Miss Condrips. They lived in a deeper hole than Marian, but they kept their ear to the ground, they spent their days in prowling, whereas Marian, in garments and shoes that seemed steadily to grow looser and larger, never prowled. There were times when Kate wondered if the Miss Condrips were offered her by fate as a warning for her own future, to be taken as showing her what she herself might become at 40 if she let things too recklessly go. What was expected of her by others, and by so many of them, could, all the same, on occasion, present itself as beyond a joke, and this was just now the aspect it particularly wore. She was not only to quarrel with Merton Densher for the pleasure of her 5 spectators, with the Miss Condrips there were 5. She was to set forth in pursuit of Lord Mark on some preposterous theory of the premium attached to success. Mrs. Lowder's hand had hung out the premium, and it figured at the end of the course as a bell that would ring, break out into public clamour, as soon as touched. Kate reflected sharply enough on the weak points of this fond fiction, with the result at last of a certain chill for her sister's confidence, though Mrs. Condrip still took refuge in the plea, which was after all the great point, that their aunt would be munificent when their aunt should be content. The exact identity of her candidate was a detail. What was of the essence was her conception of the kind of match it was open to her niece to make with her aid. Marian always spoke of marriages as matches, but that was again a detail. Mrs. Lowder's aid, meanwhile, awaited them, if not to light the way to Lord Mark, then to somebody better. Marian would put up, in fine, with somebody better. She only wouldn't put up with somebody so much worse. Kate had once more to go through all this before a graceful issue was reached. It was reached by her paying with the sacrifice of Mr. Densher for her reduction of Lord Mark to the absurd, so they separated softly enough. She was to be let off hearing about Lord Mark so long as she had made it good that she wasn't underhand about anyone else. She had denied everything and everyone, she reflected as she went away, and that was a relief, but it also made rather a clean sweep of the future. The prospect put on a bareness that already gave her something in common with the Miss Condrips.
Merton Densher, who passed the best hours of each night at the office of his newspaper, had at times, during the day, to make up for it, a sense, or at least an appearance, of leisure, in accordance with which he was not infrequently to be met in different parts of the town at moments when men of business are hidden from the public eye. More than once during the present winter's end he had deviated towards 3 o'clock, or towards 4, into Kensington Gardens, where he might for a while, on each occasion, have been observed to demean himself as a person with nothing to do. He made his way indeed, for the most part, with a certain directness, over to the north side, but once that ground was reached, his behaviour was noticeably wanting in point. He moved, seemingly at random, from alley to alley. He stopped for no reason, and remained idly agaze. He sat down in a chair, and then changed to a bench, after which he walked about again, only again to repeat both the vagueness and the vivacity. Distinctly he was a man either with nothing at all to do, or with ever so much to think about, and it was not to be denied that the impression he might often thus easily make had the effect of causing the burden of proof, in certain directions, to rest on him. It was a little the fault of his aspect, his personal marks, which made it almost impossible to name his profession. He was a longish, leanish, fairish young Englishman, not unamenable on certain sides to classification, as for instance by being a gentleman, by being rather specifically one of the educated, one of the generally sound and generally civil. Yet, though to that degree neither extraordinary nor abnormal, he would have failed to play straight into an observer's hands. He was young for the House of Commons, he was loose for the army, he was refined, as might have been said, for the city, and, quite apart from the cut of his cloth, sceptical, it might have been felt, for the church. On the other hand, he was credulous for diplomacy, or perhaps even for science, while he was perhaps at the same time too much in his mere senses for poetry, and yet too little in them for art. You would have got fairly near him by making out in his eyes the potential recognition of ideas, but you would have quite fallen away again on the question of the ideas themselves. The difficulty with Densher was that he looked vague without looking weak, idle without looking empty. It was the accident, possibly, of his long legs, which were apt to stretch themselves, of his straight hair and his well-shaped head, never, the latter, neatly smooth, and apt into the bargain, at the time of quite other calls upon it, to throw itself suddenly back, and, supported behind by his uplifted arms and interlocked hands, place him, for unconscionable periods, in communion with the ceiling, the tree-tops, the sky. He was, in short, visibly absent-minded, irregularly clever, liable to drop what was near and to take up what was far. He was more a prompt critic than a prompt follower of custom. He suggested above all, however, that wondrous state of youth in which the elements, the metals more or less precious, are so in fusion and fermentation that the question of the final stamp, the pressure that fixes the value, must wait for comparative coolness. And it was a mark of his interesting mixture that if he was irritable it was by a law of considerable subtlety, a law that in intercourse with him it might be of profit, though not easy, to master. One of the effects of it was that he had for you surprises of tolerance as well as of temper. He loitered on the best of the relenting days, the several occasions we speak of, along the part of the gardens nearest to Lancaster Gate, and when always, in due time, Kate Croy came out of her aunt's house, crossed the road, and arrived by the nearest entrance, there was a general publicity in the proceeding which made it slightly anomalous. If their meeting was to be bold and free, it might have taken place within doors. If it was to be shy or secret, it might have taken place almost anywhere better than under Mrs. Lowder's windows. They failed, indeed, to remain attached to that spot. They wandered and strolled, taking in the course of more than one of these interviews a considerable walk, or else picked out a couple of chairs under one of the great trees, and sat as much apart from everyone else, as possible. But Kate had each time, at first, the air of wishing to expose herself to pursuit and capture, if those things were in question. She made the point that she wasn't underhand, any more than she was vulgar, that the gardens were charming in themselves, and this use of them a matter of taste, and that, if her aunt chose to glare at her from the drawing-room, or to cause her to be tracked and overtaken, she could at least make it convenient that this should be easily done. The fact was that the relation between these young persons abounded in such oddities as were not inaptly symbolised by assignations that had a good deal more appearance than motive. Of the strength of the tie that held them we shall sufficiently take the measure, but it was meanwhile almost obvious that if the great possibility had come up for them, it had done so, to an exceptional degree, under the protection of the famous law of contraries. Any deep harmony that might eventually govern them would not be the result of their having much in common, having anything, in fact, but their affection, and would really find its explanation in some sense, on the part of each, of being poor where the other was rich. It is nothing new, indeed, that generous young persons often admire most what nature hasn't given them, from which it would appear, after all, that our friends were both generous. Merton Densher had repeatedly said to himself, and from far back, that he should be a fool not to marry a woman whose value would be in her differences, and Kate Croy, though without having quite so philosophised, had quickly recognised in the young man a precious unlikeness. He represented what her life had never given her, and certainly, without some such aid as his, never would give her, all the high, dim things she lumped together as of the mind. It was on the side of the mind that Densher was rich for her, and mysterious and strong, and he had rendered her in especial the sovereign service of making that element real. She had had all her days to take it terribly on trust, no creature she had ever encountered having been able to testify for it directly. Vague rumours of its existence had made their precarious way to her, but nothing had, on the whole, struck her as more likely than that she should live and die without the chance to verify them. The chance had come. It was an extraordinary one, on the day she first met Densher, and it was to the girl's lasting honour that she knew on the spot what she was in presence of. That occasion, indeed, for everything that straightway flowered in it, would be worthy of high commemoration. Densher's perception went out to meet the young woman's, and quite kept pace with her own recognition. Having so often concluded on the fact of his weakness, as he called it, for life, his strength merely for thought, life, he logically opined, was what he must somehow arrange to annex and possess. This was so much a necessity that thought by itself only went on in the void. It was from the immediate air of life that it must draw its breath. So the young man, ingenious but large, critical but ardent too, made out both his case and Kate Croy's. They had originally met before her mother's death, an occasion marked for her as the last pleasure permitted by the approach of that event, after which the dark months had interposed a screen, and for all Kate knew, made the end one with the beginning. The beginning, to which she often went back, had been a scene for our young woman of supreme brilliancy, a party given at a gallery hired by a hostess who fished with big nets, a Spanish dancer, understood to be at that moment the delight of the town, an American reciter, the joy of a kindred people, a Hungarian fiddler, the wonder of the world at large. In the name of these and other attractions, the company in which Kate, by rare privilege, found herself, had been freely convoked. She lived under her mother's roof, as she considered, obscurely, and was acquainted with few persons who entertained on that scale. But she had had dealings with 2 or 3 connected, as appeared, with such. 2 or 3 through whom the stream of hospitality, filtered or diffused, could thus now and then spread to outlying receptacles. A good-natured lady, in fine, a friend of her mother and a relative of the lady of the gallery, had offered to take her to the party in question, and had there fortified her further with 2 or 3 of those introductions that at large parties lead to other things, that had at any rate on this occasion culminated for her in conversation with a tall, fair, and slightly unbrushed and rather awkward, but on the whole a not dreary, young man. The young man had affected her as detached, as, it was indeed what he called himself, awfully at sea, as much more distinct from what surrounded them than any one else appeared to be, and even as probably quite disposed to be making his escape when pulled up to be placed in relation with her. He gave her his word for it, indeed, this same evening, that only their meeting had prevented his flight, but that now he saw how sorry he should have been to miss it. This point they had reached by midnight, and though for the value of such remarks everything was in the tone, by midnight the tone was there too. She had had originally her full apprehension of his coerced, certainly of his vague, condition, full apprehensions often being with her immediate. Then she had had her equal consciousness that within 5 minutes something between them had, well, she couldn't call it anything but come. It was nothing to look at or to handle, but was somehow everything to feel and to know. It was that something, for each of them, had happened. They had found themselves regarding each other straight, and for a longer time on end than was usual even at parties in galleries. But that in itself, after all, would have been a small affair for 2 such handsome persons. It wasn't, in a word, simply that their eyes had met. Other conscious organs, faculties, feelers had met as well, and when Kate afterwards imaged to herself the sharp, deep fact, she saw it, in the oddest way, as a particular performance. She had observed a ladder against a garden wall, and had trusted herself so to climb it as to be able to see over into the probable garden on the other side. On reaching the top, she had found herself face to face with a gentleman engaged in a like calculation at the same moment, and the 2 inquirers had remained confronted on their ladders. The great point was that for the rest of the evening they had been perched. They had not climbed down, and indeed during the time that followed Kate at least had had the perched feeling. It was as if she was there aloft without a retreat. A simpler expression of all this is doubtless but that they had taken each other in with interest, and without a happy hazard 6 months later the incident would have closed in that account of it. The accident meanwhile had been as natural as anything in London ever is. Kate had one afternoon found herself opposite Mr. Densher on the Underground Railway. She had entered the train at Sloane Square to go to Queen's Road, and the carriage in which she took her place was all but full. Densher was already in it, on the other bench and at the furthest angle. She was sure of him before they had again started. The day and the hour were darkness. There were 6 other persons, and she had been busy seating herself, but her consciousness had gone to him as straight as if they had come together in some bright stretch of a desert. They had on neither part a second's hesitation. They looked across the choked compartment exactly as if she had known he would be there, and he had expected her to come in. So that, though in the conditions they could only exchange the greeting of movements, smiles, abstentions, it would have been quite in the key of these passages that they should have alighted for ease at the very next station. Kate was in fact sure the very next station was the young man's true goal, which made it clear he was going on only from the wish to speak to her. He had to go on, for this purpose, to High Street, Kensington, as it was not till then that the exit of a passenger gave him his chance. His chance put him, however, in quick possession of the seat facing her, the alertness of his capture of which seemed to show her his impatience. It helped them, moreover, with strangers on either side, little to talk, though this very restriction perhaps made such a mark for them as nothing else could have done. If the fact that their opportunity had again come round for them could be so intensely expressed without a word, they might very well feel on the spot that it had not come round for nothing. The extraordinary part of the matter was that they were not in the least meeting where they had left off, but ever so much further on, and that these added links added still another between High Street and Notting Hill Gate, and then worked between the latter station and Queen's Road an extension really inordinate. At Notting Hill Gate, Kate's right-hand neighbour descended, whereupon Densher popped straight into that seat. Only there was not much gained when a lady, the next instant, popped into Densher's. He could say almost nothing. Kate scarce knew, at least, what he said. She was so occupied with a certainty that one of the persons opposite, a youngish man with a single eyeglass which he kept constantly in position, had made her out from the first as visibly as strangely affected. If such a person made her out, what then did Densher do? A question in truth sufficiently answered when, on their reaching her station, he instantly followed her out of the train. That had been the real beginning, the beginning of everything else. The other time, the time at the party, had been but the beginning of that. Never in life before had she so let herself go, for always before, so far as small adventures could have been in question for her, there had been, by the vulgar measure, more to go upon. He had walked with her to Lancaster Gate, and then she had walked with him away from it, for all the world, she said to herself, like the housemaid giggling to the baker. This appearance, she was afterwards to feel, had been all in order for a relation that might precisely best be described in the terms of the baker and the housemaid. She could say to herself that from that hour they had kept company, that had come to represent, technically speaking, alike the range and the limit of their tie. He had on the spot, naturally, asked leave to call upon her, which, as a young person who wasn't really young, who didn't pretend to be a sheltered flower, she as rationally gave. That, she was promptly clear about it, was now her only possible basis. She was just the contemporary London female, highly modern, inevitably battered, honourably free. She had of course taken her aunt straight into her confidence, had gone through the form of asking her leave, and she subsequently remembered that though on this occasion she had left the history of her new alliance as scant as the facts themselves, Mrs. Lowder had struck her at the time as surprisingly mild. The occasion had been in every way full of the reminder that her hostess was deep. It was definitely then that she had begun to ask herself what Aunt Maud was, in vulgar parlance, up to. "You may receive, my dear, whom you like." That was what Aunt Maud, who in general objected to people's doing as they liked, had replied. And it bore, this unexpectedness, a good deal of looking into. There were many explanations, and they were all amusing. Amusing, that is, in the line of the sombre and brooding amusement cultivated by Kate in her actual high retreat. Merton Densher came the very next Sunday, but Mrs. Lowder was so consistently magnanimous as to make it possible to her niece to see him alone. She saw him, however, on the Sunday following, in order to invite him to dinner, and when, after dining, he came again, which he did 3 times, she found means to treat his visit as preponderantly to herself. Kate's conviction that she didn't like him made that remarkable. It added to the evidence, by this time voluminous, that she was remarkable all round. If she had been, in the way of energy, merely usual, she would have kept her dislike direct, whereas it was now as if she were seeking to know him in order to see best where to have him. That was one of the reflections made in our young woman's high retreat. She smiled from her lookout, in the silence that was only the fact of hearing irrelevant sounds, as she caught the truth that you could easily accept people when you wanted them so to be delivered to you. When Aunt Maud wished them dispatched, it was not to be done by deputy. It was clearly always a matter reserved for her own hand. But what made the girl wonder most was the implication of so much diplomacy in respect to her own value. What view might she take of her position in the light of this appearance that her companion feared so as yet to upset her? It was as if Densher were accepted partly under the dread that if he hadn't been she would act in resentment. Hadn't her aunt considered the danger that she would in that case have broken off, have seceded? The danger was exaggerated. She would have done nothing so gross. But that, it would seem, was the way Mrs. Lowder saw her, and believed her to be reckoned with. What importance, therefore, did she really attach to her? What strange interest could she take in their keeping on terms? Her father and her sister had their answer to this, even without knowing how the question struck her. They saw the lady of Lancaster Gate as panting to make her fortune, and the explanation of that appetite was that, on the accident of a nearer view than she had before enjoyed, she had been charmed, been dazzled. They approved, they admired in her one of the belated fancies of rich, capricious, violent old women, the more marked moreover because the result of no plot, and they piled up the possible fruits for the person concerned. Kate knew what to think of her own power thus to carry by storm. She saw herself as handsome, no doubt, but as hard, and felt herself as clever, but as cold, and as so much too imperfectly ambitious, furthermore, that it was a pity, for a quiet life, she couldn't decide to be either finely or stupidly indifferent. Her intelligence sometimes kept her still, too still, but her want of it was restless, so that she got the good, it seemed to her, of neither extreme. She saw herself at present, none the less, in a situation, and even her sad, disillusioned mother, dying, but with Aunt Maud interviewing the nurse on the stairs, had not failed to remind her that it was of the essence of situations to be, under Providence, worked. The dear woman had died in the belief that she was actually working the one then recognised. Kate took one of her walks with Densher just after her visit to Mr. Croy, but most of it went, as usual, to their sitting in talk. They had, under the trees by the lake, the air of old friends, particular phases of apparent earnestness in which they might have been settling every question in their vast young world, and periods of silence, side by side, perhaps even more, when a long engagement would have been the final reading of the signs on the part of a passer struck with them, as it was so easy to be. They would have presented themselves thus as very old friends rather than as young persons who had met for the first time but a year before, and had spent most of the interval without contact. It was indeed for each already as if they were older friends, and though the succession of their meetings might between them have been straightened out, they only had a confused sense of a good many very much alike, and a confused intention of a good many more as little different as possible. The desire to keep them just as they were had perhaps to do with the fact that in spite of the presumed diagnosis of the stranger, there had been for them as yet no formal, no final understanding. Densher had at the very first pressed the question, but that, it had been easy to reply, was too soon, so that a singular thing had afterwards happened. They had accepted their acquaintance as too short for an engagement, but they had treated it as long enough for almost anything else, and marriage was somehow before them like a temple without an avenue. They belonged to the temple, and they met in the grounds. They were in the stage at which grounds in general offered much scattered refreshment. But Kate had meanwhile had so few confidants that she wondered at the source of her father's suspicion. The diffusion of rumour was of course always remarkable in London, and for Marian not less. As Aunt Maud touched neither directly, the mystery had worked. No doubt she had been seen. Of course she had been seen. She had taken no trouble not to be seen, and it was a thing she was clearly incapable of taking. But she had been seen how? And what was there to see? She was in love, she knew that, but it was wholly her own business, and she had the sense of having conducted herself, of still so doing, with almost violent conformity. "I've an idea, in fact I feel sure, that Aunt Maud means to write to you, and I think you had better know it." So much as this she said to him as soon as they met, but immediately adding to it, so as to make up your mind how to take her. I know pretty well what she'll say to you. Then will you kindly tell me? She thought a little. I can't do that. I should spoil it. She'll do the best for her own idea. Her idea, you mean, that I'm a sort of scoundrel, or at best not good enough for you? They were side to side again in their penny chairs, and Kate had another pause. Not good enough for her? Oh, I see, and that's necessary. He put it as a truth rather more than as a question, but there had been plenty of truths between them that each had contradicted. Kate, however, let this one sufficiently pass, only saying the next moment, "She has behaved extraordinarily." "And so have we," Densher declared. "I think, you know, we've been awfully decent." "For ourselves, for each other, for people in general, yes. But not for her." "For her," said Kate, "we've been monstrous. She has been giving us rope. So if she does send for you," the girl repeated, "you must know where you are." "That I always know. It's where you are that concerns me." "Well," said Kate after an instant, "her idea of that is what you'll have from her." He gave her a long look, and whatever else people who wouldn't let her alone might have wished for her advancement, his long looks were the thing in the world she could never have enough of. What she felt was that, whatever might happen, she must keep them, must make them most completely her possession, and it was already strange enough that she reasoned, or at all events began to act, as if she might work them in with other and alien things, privately cherish them, and yet, as regards the rigour of it, pay no price. She looked it well in the face, she took it intensely home, that they were lovers. She rejoiced to herself, and frankly to him, in their wearing of the name. But distinguished creature that, in her way, she was, she took a view of this character that scarce squared with the conventional. The character itself she insisted on as their right, taking that so for granted that it didn't seem even bold. But Densher, though he agreed with her, found himself moved to wonder at her simplifications, her values. Life might prove difficult, was evidently going to, but meanwhile they had each other, and that was everything. This was her reasoning, but meanwhile, for him, each other was what they didn't have, and it was just the point. Repeatedly, however, it was a point that, in the face of strange and special things, he judged it rather awkwardly gross to urge. It was impossible to keep Mrs. Lowder out of their scheme. She stood there too close to it and too solidly. It had to open a gate at a given point, do what they would, to take her in. And she came in, always, while they sat together, rather helplessly watching her, as in a coach and four. She drove round their prospect as the principal lady at the circus drives round the ring, and she stopped the coach in the middle to alight with majesty. It was our young man's sense that she was magnificently vulgar, but yet quite that this wasn't all. It wasn't with her vulgarity that she felt his want of means, though that might have helped her richly to embroider it. Nor was it with the same infirmity that she was strong, original, dangerous. His want of means sufficient for any one but himself, was really the great ugliness, and was moreover at no time more ugly for him than when it rose there, as it did seem to rise, all shameless, face to face with the elements in Kate's life colloquially and conveniently classed by both of them as funny. He sometimes indeed, for that matter, asked himself if these elements were as funny as the innermost fact, so often vivid to him, of his own consciousness, his private inability to believe he should ever be rich. His conviction on this head was in truth quite positive, and a thing by itself. He failed after analysis to understand it, though he had naturally more lights on it than any one else. He knew how it subsisted in spite of an equal consciousness of his being neither mentally nor physically quite helpless, neither a dunce nor a cripple. He knew it to be absolute though secret, and also, strange to say, about common undertakings, not discouraging, not prohibitive. Only now was he having to think if it were prohibitive in respect to marriage. Only now, for the first time, had he to weigh his case in scales. The scales, as he sat with Kate, often dangled in the line of his vision. He saw them large and black, while he talked or listened, take in the bright air singular positions. Sometimes the right was down, and sometimes the left. Never a happy equipoise, one or the other always kicking the beam. Thus was kept before him the question of whether it were more ignoble to ask a woman to take her chance with you, or to accept it from your conscience that her chance could be at the best but one of the degrees of privation. Whether, too, otherwise, marrying for money mightn't, after all, be a smaller cause of shame than the mere dread of marrying without. Through these variations of mood and view, nevertheless, the mark on his forehead stood clear. He saw himself remain without, whether he married or not. It was a line on which his fancy could be admirably active. The innumerable ways of making money were beautifully present to him. He could have handled them for his newspaper as easily as he handled everything. He was quite aware how he handled everything. It was another mark on his forehead. The pair of smudges from the thumb of fortune, the brand on the passive fleece, dated from the primal hour, and kept each other company. He wrote, as for print, with deplorable ease. Since there had been nothing to stop him even at the age of 10, so there was as little at 20. It was part of his fate in the first place, and part of the wretched public's in the second. The innumerable ways of making money were, no doubt, at all events, what his imagination often was busy with, after he had tilted his chair and thrown back his head with his hands clasped behind it. What would most have prolonged that attitude, moreover, was the reflection that the ways were ways only for others. Within the minute now, however this might be, he was aware of a nearer view than he had yet quite had, of those circumstances on his companion's part that made least for simplicity of relation. He saw above all how she saw them herself, for she spoke of them at present with the last frankness, telling him of her visit to her father, and giving him, in an account of her subsequent scene with her sister, an instance of how she was perpetually reduced to patching up, in one way or another, that unfortunate woman's hopes. "The tune," she exclaimed, "to which we're a failure as a family!" With which he had it all again from her, and this time, as it seemed to him, more than all. The dishonour her father had brought them, his folly and cruelty and wickedness. The wounded state of her mother, abandoned, despoiled, and helpless, yet, for the management of such a home as remained to them, dreadfully unreasonable too. The extinction of her 2 young brothers, one at 19, the eldest of the house, by typhoid fever, contracted at a poisonous little place, as they had afterwards found out, that they had taken for a summer. The other, the flower of the flock, a middy on the Britannia, dreadfully drowned, and not even by an accident at sea, but by cramp, unrescued, while bathing, too late in the autumn, in a wretched little river during a holiday visit to the home of a shipmate. Then Marian's unnatural marriage, in itself a kind of spiritless turning of the other cheek to fortune. Her actual wretchedness and plaintiveness, her greasy children, her impossible claims, her odious visitors, these things completed the proof of the heaviness for them all of the hand of fate. Kate confessedly described them with an excess of impatience. It was much of her charm for Densher that she gave in general that turn to her descriptions, partly as if to amuse him by free and humorous colour, partly, and that charm was the greatest, as if to work off for her own relief her constant perception of the incongruity of things. She had seen the general show too early and too sharply, and was so intelligent that she knew it and allowed for that misfortune. Therefore, when, in talk with him, she was violent and almost unfeminine, it was quite as if they had settled, for intercourse, on the short cut of the fantastic and the happy language of exaggeration. It had come to be definite between them at a primary stage that, if they could have no other straight way, the realm of thought at least was open to them. They could think whatever they liked about whatever they would. In other words, they could say it. Saying it for each other alone, only of course added to the taste. The implication was therefore constant that what they said when not together had no taste for them at all, and nothing could have served more to launch them, at special hours, on their small floating island, than such an assumption that they were only making believe everywhere else. Our young man, it must be added, was conscious enough that it was Kate who profited most by this particular play of the fact of intimacy. It always struck him she had more life than he to react from, and when she recounted the dark disasters of her house, and glanced at the hard, odd offset of her present exaltation, since as exaltation it was apparently to be considered, he felt his own grey domestic annals make little show. It was naturally, in all such reference, the question of her father's character that engaged him most, but her picture of her adventure in Chirk Street gave him a sense of how little as yet that character was clear to him. What was it, to speak plainly, that Mr. Croy had originally done? I don't know, and I don't want to. I only know that years and years ago, when I was about 15, something or other happened that made him impossible. I mean impossible for the world at large first, and then, little by little, for mother. We of course didn't know it at the time, Kate explained, but we knew it later, and it was, oddly enough, my sister who first made out that he had done something. I can hear her now, the way one cold, black Sunday morning, when, on account of an extraordinary fog, we hadn't gone to church, she broke it to me by the schoolroom fire. I was reading a history book by the lamp. When we didn't go to church, we had to read history books, and I suddenly heard her say, out of the fog, which was in the room, and apropos of nothing, "Papa has done something wicked." And the curious thing was that I believed it on the spot, and have believed it ever since, though she could tell me nothing more, neither what was the wickedness, nor how she knew, nor what would happen to him, nor anything else about it. We had our sense always that all sorts of things had happened, were all the while happening to him, so that when Marian only said she was sure, tremendously sure, that she had made it out for herself, but that was enough. I took her word for it. It seemed somehow so natural. We were not, however, to ask mother, which made it more natural still, and I never said a word. But mother, strangely enough, spoke of it to me, in time, of her own accord. This was very much later on. He hadn't been with us for ever so long, but we were used to that. She must have had some fear, some conviction that I had an idea, some idea of her own that it was the best thing to do. She came out as abruptly as Marian had done. If you hear anything against your father, anything I mean except that he's odious and vile, remember it's perfectly false. That was the way I knew it was true, though I recall my saying to her then that I of course knew it wasn't. She might have told me it was true, and yet have trusted me to contradict fiercely enough any accusation of him that I should meet, to contradict it much more fiercely and effectively, I think, than she would have done herself. As it happens, however, the girl went on, I've never had occasion, and I've been conscious of it with a sort of surprise. It has made the world seem at times more decent. No one has so much as breathed to me. That has been a part of the silence that surrounds him, the silence that, for the world, has washed him out. He doesn't exist for people, and yet I'm as sure as ever. In fact, though I know no more than I did then, I'm more sure, and that, she wound up, is what I sit here and tell you about my own father. If you don't call it a proof of confidence, I don't know what will satisfy you. It satisfies me beautifully, Densher returned, but it doesn't, my dear child, very greatly enlighten me. You don't, you know, really tell me anything. It's so vague that what am I to think but that you may very well be mistaken? What has he done, if no one can name it? He has done everything. Oh, everything? Everything's nothing. Well then, said Kate, he has done some particular thing. It's known, only, thank God, not to us. But it has been the end of him. You could doubtless find out with a little trouble. You can ask about. Densher for a moment said nothing, but the next moment he made it up. I wouldn't find out for the world, and I'd rather lose my tongue than put a question. And yet it's a part of me, said Kate. A part of you? My father's dishonour. Then she sounded for him, but more deeply than ever yet, her note of proud, still pessimism. How can such a thing as that not be the great thing in one's life? She had to take from him again, on this, one of his long looks, and she took it to its deepest, its headiest dregs. "I shall ask you, for the great thing in your life," he said, "to depend on me a little more." After which, just debating, "Doesn't he belong to some club?" he asked. She had a grave headshake. "He used to many." "But he has dropped them?" "They've dropped him." "Of that I'm sure. It ought to do for you." "I offered him," the girl immediately continued, "and it was for that I went to him, to come and be with him, make a home for him so far as is possible. But he won't hear of it." Densher took this in with marked but generous wonder. "You offered him, impossible as you describe him to me, to live with him and share his disadvantages?" The young man saw for the moment only the high beauty of it. "You ARE gallant!" "Because it strikes you as being brave for him?" She wouldn't in the least have this. "It wasn't courage. It was the opposite. I did it to save myself, to escape." He had his air so constant at this stage, as of her giving him finer things than any one to think about. "Escape from what?" "From everything." "Do you by any chance mean from me?" "No. I spoke to him of you, told him, or what amounted to it, that I would bring you, if he would allow it, with me." "But he won't allow it," said Densher. "Won't hear of it on any terms. He won't help me, won't save me, won't hold out a finger to me," Kate went on. "He simply wriggles away, in his inimitable manner, and throws me back." "Back then, after all, thank goodness," Densher concurred, "on me." But she spoke again as with the sole vision of the whole scene she had evoked. "It's a pity, because you'd like him. He's wonderful, he's charming." Her companion gave one of the laughs that showed again how inveterately he felt in her tone something that banished the talk of other women, so far as he knew other women, to the dull desert of the conventional, and she had already continued: "He would make himself delightful to you." "Even while objecting to me?" "Well, he likes to please," the girl explained, "personally. I've seen it make him wonderful. He would appreciate you and be clever with you. It's to me he objects. That is, as to my liking you." "Heaven be praised, then," cried Densher, "that you like me enough for the objection." But she met it after an instant with some inconsequence. "I don't. I offered to give you up, if necessary, to go to him. But it made no difference. And that's what I mean," she pursued, "by his declining me on any terms. The point is, you see, that I don't escape." Densher wondered. "But if you didn't wish to escape me?" "I wished to escape Aunt Maud. But he insists that it's through her and through her only that I may help him, just as Marian insists that it's through her and through her only that I can help her. That's what I mean," she again explained, "by their turning me back." The young man thought. "Your sister turns you back too?" "Oh, with a push." "But have you offered to live with your sister?" "I would in a moment if she'd have me. That's all my virtue, a narrow little family feeling. I've a small stupid piety. I don't know what to call it." Kate bravely stuck to that. She made it out. "Sometimes alone I've to smother my shrieks when I think of my poor mother. She went through things. They pulled her down. I know what they were now. I didn't then, for I was a pig, and my position compared with hers is an insolence of success. That's what Marian keeps before me. That's what papa himself, as I say, so inimitably does. My position's a value, a great value, for them both." She followed and followed, lucid and ironic. She knew no merciful muddle. "It's THE value, the only one they have." Everything between our young couple moved to-day, in spite of their pauses, their margin, to a quicker measure. The quickness and anxiety played lightning-like in the sultriness. Densher watched decidedly as he had never done before. "And the fact you speak of holds you?" "Of course it holds me. It's a perpetual sound in my ears. It makes me ask myself if I've any right to personal happiness, any right to anything but to be as rich and overflowing, as smart and shining as I can be made." Densher had a pause. "Oh, you might by good luck have the personal happiness too." Her immediate answer to this was a silence like his own, after which she gave him straight in the face, but quite simply and quietly: "Darling, It took him another moment. Then he was also quiet and simple. "Will you settle it by our being married to-morrow, as we can, with perfect ease, civilly?" "Let us wait to arrange it," Kate presently replied, "till after you've seen her." "Do you call that adoring me?" Densher demanded. They were talking, for the time, with the strangest mixture of deliberation and directness, and nothing could have been more in the tone of it than the way she at last said: "You're afraid of her yourself." He gave rather a glazed smile. "For young persons of a great distinction and a very high spirit, we're a caution." "Yes," she took it straight up, "we're hideously intelligent, but there's fun in it too. We must get our fun where we can, I think," she added, "and for that matter not without courage. Our relationship's quite beautiful. It's not a bit vulgar. I cling to some saving romance in things." It made him break into a laugh that had more freedom than his smile. "How you must be afraid you'll chuck me!" "No, no, that would be vulgar. But of course," she admitted, "I do see my danger of doing something base." "Then what can be so base as sacrificing me?" "I shan't sacrifice you. Don't cry out till you're hurt. I shall sacrifice nobody and nothing, and that's just my situation. That I want, and that I shall try for everything. That," she wound up, "is how I see myself, and how I see you quite as much, acting for them." "For them?" And the young man extravagantly marked his coldness. "Thank you." "Don't you care for them?" "Why should I? What are they to me but a serious nuisance?" As soon as he had permitted himself this qualification of the unfortunate persons she so perversely cherished, he repented of his roughness, and partly because he expected a flash from her. But it was one of her finest sides that she sometimes flashed with a mere mild glow. "I don't see why you don't make out a little more that if we avoid stupidity we may do all. We may keep her." He stared. "Make her pensioners?" "Well, wait at least till we've seen." He thought. "Seen what can be got out of her?" Kate for a moment said nothing. "After all, I never asked her, never, when our troubles were at the worst, appealed to her, nor went near her. She fixed upon me herself, settled on me with her wonderful gilded claws." "You speak," Densher observed, "as if she were a vulture." "Call it an eagle, with a gilded beak as well, and with wings for great flights. If she's a thing of the air, in short, say at once a great seamed silk balloon, I never myself got into her car. I was her choice." It had really, her sketch of the affair, a high colour and a great style, at all of which he gazed a minute as at a picture by a master. "What she must see in you!" "Wonders." And speaking it aloud, she stood straight up. "Everything. There it is." Yes, there it was, and as she remained before him he continued to face it. "So that what you mean is that I'm to do my part in somehow squaring her?" See her," Kate said with impatience. "And grovel to her?" "Ah, do what you like." And she walked in her impatience away. His eyes had followed her at this time quite long enough before he overtook her to make out more than ever, in the poise of her head, the pride of her step, he didn't know what best to call it, a part at least of Mrs. Lowder's reasons. He consciously winced while he figured his presenting himself as a reason opposed to these, though at the same moment, with the source of Aunt Maud's inspiration thus before him, he was prepared to conform, by almost any abject attitude or profitable compromise, to his companion's easy injunction. He would do as she liked. His own liking might come off as it would. He would help her to the utmost of his power. For all the rest of that day and the next, her easy injunction, tossed off that way as she turned her beautiful back, was like the crack of a great whip in the blue air, the high element in which Mrs. Lowder hung. He wouldn't grovel perhaps, he wasn't quite ready for that, but he would be patient, ridiculous, reasonable, unreasonable, and above all deeply diplomatic. He would be clever, with all his cleverness, which he now shook hard as he sometimes shook his poor dear shabby old watch to start it up again. It wasn't, thank goodness, as if there weren't plenty of that, and with what they could muster between them, it would be little to the credit of their star, however pale, that defeat and surrender so early, so immediate, should have to ensue. It was not, indeed, that he thought of that disaster as, at the worst, a direct sacrifice of their possibilities. He imaged it, which was enough as some proved vanity, some exposed fatuity, in the idea of bringing Mrs. Lowder round. When, shortly afterwards, in this lady's vast drawing-room, the apartments at Lancaster Gate had struck him from the first as of prodigious extent, he awaited her at her request, conveyed in a reply-paid telegram. His theory was that of their still clinging to their idea, though with a sense of the difficulty of it really enlarged to the scale of the place. He had the place for a long time, it seemed to him a quarter of an hour, to himself, and while Aunt Maud kept him, while observation and reflection crowded on him, he asked himself what was to be expected of a person who could treat one like that. The visit, the hour, were of her own proposing, so that her delay, no doubt, was but part of a general plan of putting him to inconvenience. As he walked to and fro, however, taking in the message of her massive florid furniture, the immense expression of her signs and symbols, he had as little doubt of the inconvenience he was prepared to suffer. He found himself even facing the thought that he had nothing to fall back on, and that was as great a humiliation in a good cause as a proud man could desire. It had not yet been so distinct to him that he made no show, literally not the smallest, so complete a show seemed made there all about him, so almost abnormally affirmative, so aggressively erect were the huge heavy objects that syllabled his hostess's story. When all's said and done, you know, she's colossally vulgar. He had once all but said that of Mrs. Lowder to her niece, only just keeping it back at the last, keeping it to himself, with all its danger about it. It mattered because it bore so directly, and he, at all events, quite felt it a thing that Kate herself would some day bring out to him. It bore directly at present, and really all the more that somehow, strangely, it didn't in the least imply that Aunt Maud was dull or stale. She was vulgar with freshness, almost with beauty, since there was beauty, to a degree, in the play of so big and bold a temperament. She was in fine quite the largest possible quantity to deal with, and he was in the cage of the lioness without his whip, the whip, in a word, of a supply of proper retorts. He had no retort but that he loved the girl, which in such a house as that was painfully cheap. Kate had mentioned to him more than once that her aunt was passionate, speaking of it as a kind of offset, and uttering it as with a capital P, marking it as something that he might, that he in fact ought to, turn about in some way to their advantage. He wondered at this hour to what advantage he could turn it, but the case grew less simple the longer he waited. Decidedly there was something he hadn't enough of. He stood as one fast. His slow march to and fro seemed to give him the very measure. As he paced and paced the distance, it became the desert of his poverty, at the sight of which expanse, moreover, he could pretend to himself as little as before that the desert looked redeemable. Lancaster Gate looked rich, that was all the effect, which it was unthinkable that any state of his should ever remotely resemble. He read more vividly, more critically, as has been hinted, the appearances about him, and they did nothing so much as to make him wonder at his aesthetic reaction. He hadn't known, and in spite of Kate's repeated reference to her own rebellions of taste, that he should mind so much how an independent lady might decorate her house. It was the language of the house itself that spoke to him, writing out for him, with surpassing breadth and freedom, the associations and conceptions, the ideals and possibilities of the mistress. Never, he flattered himself, had he seen anything so gregariously ugly, operatively, ominously so cruel. He was glad to have found this last name for the whole character, cruel, somehow played into the subject for an article, that his impression put straight into his mind. He would write about the heavy horrors that could still flourish, that lifted their undiminished heads in an age so proud of its short way with false gods, and it would be funny if what he should have got from Mrs. Lauder were to prove, after all, but a small amount of copy. Yet the great thing, really the dark thing, was that, even while he thought of the quick column he might add up, he felt it less easy to laugh at the heavy horrors than to quail before them. He couldn't describe and dismiss them collectively, call them either mid-Victorian or early, not being at all sure they were rangeable under one rubric. It was only manifest that they were splendid and were furthermore conclusively British. They constituted an order, and they abounded in rare material, precious woods, metals, stuffs, stones. He had never dreamt of anything so fringed and scalloped, so buttoned and corded, drawn everywhere so tight and curled everywhere so thick. He had never dreamt of so much gilt and glass, so much satin and plush, so much rosewood and marble and malachite. But it was above all the solid forms, the wasted finish, the misguided cost, the general attestation of morality and money, a good conscience and a big balance. These things finally represented for him a portentous negation of his own world of thought, of which, for that matter, in the presence of them, he became, as for the first time, hopelessly aware. They revealed it to him by their merciless difference. His interview with Aunt Maud, none the less, took by no means the turn he had expected. Passionate though her nature, no doubt, Mrs. Lauder, on this occasion, neither threatened nor appealed. Her arms of aggression, her weapons of defence, were presumably close at hand, but she left them untouched and unmentioned, and was in fact so bland that he properly perceived only afterwards how adroit she had been. He properly perceived something else as well, which complicated his case. He shouldn't have known what to call it if he hadn't called it her really imprudent good nature. Her blandness, in other words, was not mere policy. He wasn't dangerous enough for policy. It was the result, he could see, of her fairly liking him a little. From the moment she did that, she herself became more interesting, and who knew what might happen should he take to liking her? Well, it was a risk he naturally must face. She fought him, at any rate, but with one hand, with a few loose grains of stray powder. He recognised at the end of 10 minutes, and even without her explaining it, that if she had made him wait it had not been to wound him. They had by that time almost directly met on the fact of her intention. She had wanted him to think for himself of what she proposed to say to him, not having otherwise announced it. Wanted to let it come home to him on the spot, as she had shrewdly believed it would. Her first question, on appearing, had practically been as to whether he hadn't taken her hint, and this inquiry assumed so many things that it made discussion, immediately, frank and large. He knew, with the question put, that the hint was just what he had taken, knew that she had made him quickly forgive her the display of her power, knew that if he didn't take care he should understand her and the strength of her purpose, to say nothing of that of her imagination, nothing of the length of her purse, only too well. Yet he pulled himself up with the thought, too, that he was not going to be afraid of understanding her. He was just going to understand, and understand without detriment to the feeblest even of his passions. The play of one's mind let one in at the best dreadfully, in action, in the need of action, where simplicity was all. But when one couldn't prevent it, the thing was to make it complete. There would never be mistakes but for the original fun of mistakes. What he must use his fatal intelligence for was to resist. Mrs. Lauder, meanwhile, might use it for whatever she liked. It was after she had begun her statement of her own idea about Kate that he began, on his side, to reflect that, with her manner of offering it as really sufficient if he would take the trouble to embrace it, she couldn't half hate him. That was all, positively, she seemed to show herself for the time as attempting. Clearly, if she did her intention justice, she would have nothing more disagreeable to do. If I hadn't been ready to go very much farther, you understand, I wouldn't have gone so far. I don't care what you repeat to her. The more you repeat to her, perhaps the better, and at any rate there's nothing she doesn't already know. I don't say it for her, I say it for you. When I want to reach my niece, I know how to do it straight. So Aunt Maud delivered herself, as with homely benevolence, in the simplest but the clearest terms, virtually conveying that, though a word to the wise was, doubtless, in spite of the advantage, not always enough, a word to the good could never fail to be. The sense our young man read into her words was that she liked him because he was good, was really by her measure good enough. Good enough, that is, to give up her niece for her and go his way in peace. But was he good enough, by his own measure? He fairly wondered, while she more fully expressed herself, if it might be his doom to prove so. She's the finest creature. Of course you flatter yourself that you know it, but I know it quite as well as you possibly can, by which I mean a good deal better yet, and the tune to which I'm ready to prove my faith compares favourably enough, I think, with anything you can do. I don't say it because she's my niece. That's nothing to me. I might have had 50 nieces, and I wouldn't have brought one of them to this place if I hadn't found her to my taste. I don't say I wouldn't have done something else, but I wouldn't have put up with her presence. Kate's presence, by good fortune, I marked early. Kate's presence, unluckily for you, is everything I could possibly wish. Kate's presence is, in short, as fine as you know, and I've been keeping it for the comfort of my declining years. I've watched it long. I've been saving it up, and letting it, as you say of investments, appreciate, and you may judge whether, now it has begun to pay so, I'm likely to consent to treat for it with any but a high bidder. I can do the best with her, and I've my idea of the best. Oh, I quite conceive, said Densher, that your idea of the best isn't me. It was an oddity of Mrs. Lowder's that her face in speech was like a lighted window at night, but that silence immediately drew the curtain. The occasion for reply allowed by her silence was never easy to take, yet she was still less easy to interrupt. The great glaze of her surface, at all events, gave her visitor no present help. I didn't ask you to come to hear what it isn't. I asked you to come to hear what it is. Of course, Densher laughed. It is very great indeed. His hostess went on as if his contribution to the subject were barely relevant. I want to see her high up and in the light. Ah, you naturally want to marry her to a duke, and are eager to smooth away any hitch. She gave him so, on this, the mere effect of the drawn blind, that it quite forced him, at first, into the sense, possibly just, of having affected her as flippant, perhaps even as low. He had been looked at so, in blighted moments of presumptuous youth, by big, cold public men, but never, so far as he could recall, by any private lady. More than anything yet, it gave him the measure of his companion's subtlety, and thereby of Kate's possible career. Don't be too impossible. He feared from his friend for a moment some such answer as that, and then felt, as she spoke otherwise, as if she were letting him off easily. I want her to marry a great man. That was all, but more and more, it was enough. And if it hadn't been, her next words would have made it so. And I think of her what I think. There you are. They sat for a little face to face upon it, and he was conscious of something deeper still, of something she wished him to understand if he only would. To that extent she did appeal to the intelligence she desired to show she believed him to possess. He was meanwhile, at all events, not the man wholly to fail of comprehension. Of course I'm aware how little I can answer to any fond, proud dream. You've a view, a magnificent one, into which I perfectly enter. I thoroughly understand what I'm not, and I'm much obliged to you for not reminding me of it in any rougher way. She said nothing, she kept that up. It might even have been to let him go farther, if he was capable of it, in the way of poorness of spirit. It was one of those cases in which a man couldn't show, if he showed at all, save for poor, unless indeed he preferred to show for asinine. It was the plain truth. He was, on Mrs. Lowder's basis, the only one in question, a very small quantity, and he did know, damnably, what made quantities large. He desired to be perfectly simple, yet in the midst of that effort a deeper apprehension throbbed. Aunt Maud clearly conveyed it, though he couldn't later on have said how. You don't really matter, I believe, so much as you think, and I'm not going to make you a martyr by banishing you. Your performances with Kate in the park are ridiculous so far as they're meant as consideration for me, and I had much rather see you myself, since you're, in your way, my dear young man, delightful, and arrange with you, count with you, as I perfectly should. Do you suppose me so stupid as to quarrel with you if it's not really necessary? It won't, it would be too absurd, be necessary. I can bite your head off any day I really open my mouth, and I'm dealing with you now, see, and successfully judge, without opening it. I do things handsomely all round. I place you in the presence of the plan with which, from the moment it's a case of taking you seriously, you're incompatible. Come then, as near as you like, walk all round it, don't be afraid you'll hurt it, and live on with it before you. He afterwards felt that if she hadn't absolutely phrased all this, it was because she so soon made him out as going with her far enough. He was so pleasantly affected by her asking no promise of him, her not proposing he should pay for her indulgence by his word of honour not to interfere, that he gave her a kind of general assurance of esteem. Immediately afterwards, then, he spoke of these things to Kate, and what then came back to him first of all was the way he had said to her, he mentioned it to the girl, very much as one of a pair of lovers says in a rupture by mutual consent, "I hope immensely, of course, that you'll always regard me as a friend." This had perhaps been going too far. He submitted it all to Kate, but really there had been so much in it that it was to be looked at, as they might say, wholly in its own light. Other things than those we have presented had come up before the close of his scene with Aunt Maud, but this matter of her not treating him as a peril of the first order easily predominated. There was, moreover, plenty to talk about on the occasion of his subsequent passage with our young woman, it having been put to him abruptly the night before that he might give himself a lift and do his newspaper a service, so flatteringly was the case expressed, by going for 15 or 20 weeks to America. The idea of a series of letters from the United States, from the strictly social point of view, had for some time been nursed in the inner sanctuary at whose door he sat, and the moment was now deemed happy for letting it loose. The imprisoned thought had, in a word, on the opening of the door, flown straight out into Densher's face, or perched at least on his shoulder, making him look up in surprise from his mere inky office table. His account of the matter to Kate was that he couldn't refuse, not being in a position as yet to refuse anything, but that his being chosen for such an errand confounded his sense of proportion. He was definite as to his scarce knowing how to measure the honour, which struck him as equivocal. He had not quite supposed himself the man for the class of job. This confused consciousness, he intimated, he had promptly enough betrayed to his manager, with the effect, however, of seeing the question surprisingly clear up. What it came to was that the sort of twaddle that was not in his chords was, unexpectedly, just what they happened this time not to want. They wanted his letters for queer reasons, about as good as he could let them come. He was to play his own little tune and not be afraid. That was the whole point. It would have been the whole, that is, had there not been a sharper one still in the circumstances that he was to start at once. His mission, as they called it at the office, would probably be over by the end of June, which was desirable. But to bring that about he must now not lose a week. His inquiries, he understood, were to cover the whole ground, and there were reasons of state, reasons operating at the seat of empire in Fleet Street, why the nail should be struck on the head. Densher made no secret to Kate of his having asked for a day to decide, and his account of that matter was that he felt he owed it to her to speak to her first. She assured him on this that nothing so much as that scruple had yet shown her how they were bound together. She was clearly proud of his letting a thing of such importance depend on her, but she was clearer still as to his instant duty. She rejoiced in his prospect, and urged him to his task. She should miss him intensely, of course she should miss him, but she made so little of it that she spoke with jubilation of what he would see and would do. She made so much of this last quantity that he laughed at her innocence, though also with scarce the heart to give her the real size of his drop in the daily bucket. He was struck at the same time with her happy grasp of what had really occurred in Fleet Street, all the more that it was his own final reading. He was to pull the subject up, that was just what they wanted, and it would take more than all the United States together, visit them each as he might, to let him down. It was just because he didn't nose about and wasn't the usual gossip-monger that they had picked him out. It was a branch of their correspondence with which they evidently wished a new tone associated, such a tone as, from now on, it would have always to take from his example. How you ought indeed, when you understand so well, to be a journalist's wife! Densher exclaimed in admiration, even while she struck him as fairly hurrying him off. But she was almost impatient of the praise. What do you expect one not to understand when one cares for you? Ah, then, I'll put it otherwise and say, how much you care for me. Yes, she assented. It fairly redeems my stupidity. I shall, with a chance to show it, she added, have some imagination for you. She spoke of the future this time as so little contingent that he felt a queerness of conscience in making her the report that he presently arrived at on what had passed for him with the real arbiter of their destiny. The way for that had been blocked a little by his news from Fleet Street, but in the crucible of their happy discussion this element soon melted into the other, and in the mixture that ensued the parts were not to be distinguished. The young man, moreover, before taking his leave, was to see why Kate had just spoken of the future as if they now really possessed it, and was to come to the vision by a devious way that deepened the final cheer. Their faces were turned to the illumined quarter as soon as he had answered her question in respect to the appearance of their being able to play a waiting game with success. It was for the possibility of that appearance that she had, a few days before, so earnestly pressed him to see her aunt, and if, after his hour with that lady, it had not struck Densher that he had seen her to the happiest purpose, the poor facts flushed with a better meaning as Kate, one by one, took them up. If she consents to your coming, why, isn't that everything? It is everything. Everything she thinks it. It's the probability, I mean as Mrs. Lowder measures probability, that I may be prevented from becoming a complication for her by some arrangement, any arrangement, through which you shall see me often and easily. She's sure of my want of money, and that gives her time. She believes in my having a certain amount of delicacy, in my wishing to better my state before I put the pistol to your head in respect of sharing it. The time that will take figures for her as the time that will help her if she doesn't spoil her chance by treating me badly. She doesn't at all wish, moreover, Densher went on, to treat me badly, for I believe upon my honour, funny as it may sound to you, that she personally rather likes me, and that if you weren't in question I might almost become her pet young man. She doesn't disparage intellect and culture, quite the contrary. She wants them to adorn her board and be named in her programme, and I'm sure it has sometimes cost her a real pang that I should be so desirable at once and so impossible. He paused a moment, and his companion then saw that a strange smile was in his face, a smile as strange even as the adjunct in her own of this informing vision. I quite suspect her of believing that, if the truth were known, she likes me literally better than, deep down, you yourself do, wherefore she does me the honour to think that I may be safely left to kill my own cause. There, as I say, comes in her margin. I'm not the sort of stuff of romance that wears, that washes, that survives use, that resists familiarity. Once in any degree admit that, and your pride and prejudice will take care of the rest. the pride fed full, meanwhile, by the system she means to practise with you, and the prejudice excited by the comparison she'll enable you to make, from which I shall come off badly. She likes me, but she'll never like me so much as when she has succeeded a little better in making me look wretched, for then you'll like me less." Kate showed for this evocation a due interest, but no alarm, and it was a little as if to pay his tender cynicism back in kind that she, after an instant, replied, "I see, I see. What an immense affair she must think me. One was aware, but you deepen the impression." "I think you'll make no mistake," said Densher, "in letting it go as deep as it will." He had given her, indeed, she made no scruple of showing, plenty to consider. Her facing the music, her making you boldly as welcome as you say, that's an awfully big theory, you know, and worthy of all the other big things that, in one's acquaintance with people, give her a place so apart. "Oh, she's grand," the young man conceded. "She's on the scale altogether of the car of Juggernaut, which was a kind of image that came to me yesterday while I waited for her at Lancaster Gate. The things in your drawing-room there were like the forms of the strange idols, the mystic excrescences with which one may suppose the front of the car to bristle." "Yes, aren't they?" the girl returned. And they had, over all that aspect of their wonderful lady, one of those deep and free interchanges that made everything but confidence a false note for them. There were complications, there were questions, but they were so much more together than they were anything else. Kate uttered for a while no word of refutation of Aunt Maud's big diplomacy, and they left it there, as they would have left any other fine product, for a monument to her powers. But, Densher related further, he had had in other respects too the car of Juggernaut to face. He omitted nothing from his account of his visit, least of all the way Aunt Maud had frankly at last, though indeed only under artful pressure, fallen foul of his very type, his want of the right marks, his foreign accidents, his queer antecedents. She had told him he was but half a Briton, which, he granted Kate, would have been dreadful if he hadn't so let himself in for it. "I was really curious, you see," he explained, "to find out from her what sort of queer creature, what sort of social anomaly, in the light of such conventions as hers, such an education as mine, makes one pass for." Kate said nothing for a little, but then, "Why should you care?" she asked. "Oh," he laughed, "I like her so much. And then, for a man of my trade, her views, her spirit, are essentially a thing to get hold of. They belong to the great public mind that we meet at every turn, and that we must keep setting up codes with. Besides," he added, "I want to please her personally." "Ah, yes, we must please her personally," his companion echoed, and the words may represent all their definite recognition, at the time, of Densher's politic gain. They had in fact, between this and his start for New York, many matters to handle, and the question he now touched upon came up for Kate above all. She looked at him as if he had really told her aunt more of his immediate personal story than he had ever told herself. That, if it were so, was an accident, and it put him for half an hour on as much of the picture of his early years abroad, his migratory parents, his Swiss schools, his German university, as she had easy attention for. A man, he intimated, a man of their world, would have spotted him straight as to many of these points. A man of their world, so far as they had a world, would have been through the English mill. But it was none the less charming to make his confession to a woman. Women had, in fact, for such differences, so much more imagination. Kate showed at present all his case could require. When she had had it from the beginning to end, she declared that she now made out more than ever yet of what she loved him for. She had herself, as a child, lived with some continuity in the world across the Channel, coming home again still a child, and had participated after that, in her teens, in her mother's brief but repeated retreats to Dresden, to Florence, to Biarritz, weak and expensive attempts at economy, from which there stuck to her, though in general coldly expressed, through the instinctive avoidance of cheap raptures, the religion of foreign things. When it was revealed to her how many more foreign things were in Merton Densher than he had hitherto taken the trouble to catalogue, she almost faced him as if he were a map of the continent, or a handsome present of a delightful new Murray. He hadn't meant to swagger, he had rather meant to plead, though with Mrs. Lowder he had meant also a little to explain. His father had been, in strange countries, in 20 settlements of the English, British chaplain, resident or occasional, and had had for years the unusual luck of never wanting a billet. His career abroad had therefore been unbroken, and as his stipend had never been great, he had educated his children at the smallest cost in the schools nearest, which was also a saving of railway fares. Densher's mother, it further appeared, had practised on her side a distinguished industry, to the success of which, so far as success ever crowned it, this period of exile had much contributed. She copied, patient lady, famous pictures in great museums, having begun with a happy natural gift, and taking in betimes the scale of her opportunity. Copyists abroad of course swarmed, but Mrs. Densher had had a sense and a hand of her own, had arrived at a perfection that persuaded, that even deceived, and that made the disposal of her work blissfully usual. Her son, who had lost her, held her image sacred, and the effect of his telling Kate all about her, as well as about other matters until then mixed and dim, was to render his history rich, his sources full, his outline anything but common. He had come round, he had come back, he insisted abundantly, to being a Briton. His Cambridge years, his happy connection, as it proved, with his father's college, amply certified to that, to say nothing of his subsequent plunge into London, which filled up the measure. But brave enough though his descent to English earth, he had passed, by the way, through zones of air that had left their ruffle on his wings, had been exposed to initiations ineffaceable. Something had happened to him that could never be undone. When Kate Croy said to him as much, he besought her not to insist, declaring that this indeed was what was too much the matter with him, that he had been but too probably spoiled for native, for insular use. On which, not unnaturally, she insisted the more, assuring him without mitigation that if he was complicated and brilliant she wouldn't for the world have had him anything less, so that he was reduced in the end to accusing her of putting the dreadful truth to him in the hollow guise of flattery. She was making out how abnormal he was in order that she might eventually find him impossible, and as she could fully make it out but with his aid, she had to bribe him by feigned delight to help her. If her last word for him, in the connection, was that the way he saw himself was just a precious proof the more of his having tasted of the tree and being thereby prepared to assist her to eat, this gives the happy tone of their whole talk, the measure of the flight of time in the near presence of his settled departure. Kate showed, however, that she was to be more literally taken when she spoke of the relief Aunt Maud would draw from the prospect of his absence. "Yet one can scarcely see why," he replied, "when she fears me so little." His friend weighed his objection. "Your idea is that she likes you so much that she'll even go so far as to regret losing you?" Well, he saw it in their constant comprehensive way. "Since what she builds on is the gradual process of your alienation, she may take the view that the process constantly requires me. Mustn't I be there to keep it going? It's in my exile that it may languish." He went on with that fantasy, but at this point Kate ceased to attend. He saw after a little that she had been following some thought of her own, and he had been feeling the growth of something determinant even through the extravagance of much of the pleasantry, the warm transparent irony into which their livelier intimacy kept plunging like a confident swimmer. Suddenly she said to him with extraordinary beauty, "I engage myself to you for ever." The beauty was in everything, and he could have separated nothing, couldn't have thought of her face as distinct from the whole joy. Yet her face had a new light. "And I pledge you, I call God to witness, every spark of my faith, I give you every drop of my life." That was all for the moment, but it was enough, and it was almost as quiet as if it were nothing. They were in the open air, in an alley of the gardens. The great space, which seemed to arch just then higher and spread wider for them, threw them back into deep concentration. They moved by a common instinct to a spot within sight that struck them as fairly sequestered, and there, before their time together was spent, they had extorted from concentration every advance it could make them. They had exchanged vows and tokens, sealed their rich compact, solemnized, so far as breathed words and murmured sounds and lighted eyes and clasped hands could do it, their agreement to belong only, and to belong tremendously, to each other. They were to leave the place accordingly, an affianced couple. But before they left it, other things still had passed. Densher had declared his horror of bringing to a premature end her happy relation with her aunt, and they had worked round together to a high level of wisdom and patience. Kate's free profession was that she wished not to deprive him of Mrs. Lowder's countenance, which in the long run she was convinced he would continue to enjoy. And as, by a blessed turn, Aunt Maud had demanded of him no promise that would tie his hands, they should be able to cultivate their destiny in their own way, and yet remain loyal. One difficulty alone stood out, which Densher named. "Of course it will never do, we must remember that, from the moment you allow her to found hopes of you for any one else in particular. So long as her view is content to remain as general as at present appears, I don't see that we deceive her. At a given moment, you see, she must be undeceived. The only thing, therefore, is to be ready for the moment, and to face it. Only, after all, in that case," the young man observed, "one doesn't quite make out what we shall have got from her." "What she'll have got from us?" Kate inquired with a smile. "What she'll have got from us," the girl went on, "is her own affair. It's for her to measure. I asked her for nothing," she added. "I never put myself upon her. She must take her risks, and she surely understands them." "What we shall have got from her is what we've already spoken of," Kate further explained. "It's that we shall have gained time. And so, for that matter, will she." Densher gazed a little at all this clearness. His gaze was not at the present hour into romantic obscurity. "Yes, no doubt, in our particular situation, time's everything. And then there's the joy of it." She hesitated. "Of our secret?" "Not so much perhaps of our secret in itself, but of what's represented and, as we must somehow feel, protected and made deeper and closer by it." And his fine face, relaxed into happiness, covered her with all his meaning. "Our being as we are." It was as if for a moment she let the meaning sink into her. "So gone?" "So gone, so extremely gone. However," he smiled, "we shall go a good deal further." Her answer to which was only the softness of her silence, a silence that looked out for them both at the far reach of their prospect. This was immense, and they thus took final possession of it. They were practically united, and they were splendidly strong. But there were other things they were precisely strong enough to be able successfully to count with and safely to allow for, in consequence of which they would for the present, subject to some better reason, keep their understanding to themselves. It was not indeed, however, till after one more observation of Densher's that they felt the question completely straightened out. "The only thing, of course, is that she may any day absolutely put it to you." Kate considered. "Ask me where, on my honour, we are? She may, naturally, but I doubt if in fact she will. While you're away she'll make the most of it. She'll leave me alone." "But there'll be my letters." The girl faced his letters. "Very, very many?" "Very, very, very many. More than ever. And you know what that is." "And then," Densher added, "there'll be yours." "Oh, I shan't leave mine on the hall table. I shall post them myself." He looked at her a moment. "Do you think then I had best address you elsewhere?" After which, before she could quite answer, he added with some emphasis: "I'd rather not, you know. It's straighter." She might again have just waited. "Of course it's straighter. Don't be afraid I shan't be straight. Address me," she continued, "where you like. I shall be proud enough of its being known you write to me." He turned it over for the last clearness, even at the risk of it really bringing down the Inquisition. Well, the last clearness now filled her. I'm not afraid of the Inquisition. If she asks if there's anything definite between us, I know perfectly what I shall say. That I am, of course, gone for you. That I love you as I shall never in my life love anyone else, and that she can make what she likes of that. She said it out so splendidly that it was like a new profession of faith, the fulness of a tide breaking through, and the effect of that, in turn, was to make her companion meet her with such eyes that she had time again before he could otherwise speak. Besides, she's just as likely to ask you. Not while I'm away. Then when you come back. Well then, said Densher, we shall have had our particular joy. But what I feel is, he candidly added, that by an idea of her own, her superior policy, she won't ask me. She'll let me off. I shan't have to lie to her. It will be left all to me? asked Kate. All to you, he tenderly laughed. But it was, oddly, the very next moment, as if he had perhaps been a shade too candid. His discrimination seemed to mark a possible, unnatural reality, a reality not wholly disallowed by the account the girl had just given of her own intention. There was a difference in the air, even if none other than the supposedly usual difference in truth between man and woman, and it was almost as if the sense of this provoked her. She seemed to cast about an instant, and then she went back a little resentfully to something she had suffered to pass a minute before. She appeared to take up rather more seriously than she need the joke about her freedom to deceive. Yet she did this too in a beautiful way. Men are too stupid, even you. You didn't understand just now why, if I post my letters myself, it won't be for anything so vulgar as to hide them. Oh, you said, for the pleasure. Yes, but you didn't. You don't understand what the pleasure may be. There are refinements. She more patiently dropped. I mean of consciousness, of sensation, of appreciation, she went on. No, she sadly insisted, men don't know. They know in such matters almost nothing but what women show them. This was one of the speeches, frequent in her, that liberally, joyfully, intensely adopted, and, in itself, as might be, embraced, drew him again as close to her and held him as long as their conditions permitted. Then that's exactly why we've such an abysmal need of you. The two ladies who, in advance of the Swiss season, had been warned that their design was unconsidered, that the passes wouldn't be clear, nor the air mild, nor the inns open, the two ladies who, characteristically, had braved a good deal of possibly interested remonstrance, were finding themselves, as their adventure turned out, wonderfully sustained. It was the judgment of the head waiters and other functionaries on the Italian lakes that approved itself now as interested. They themselves had been conscious of impatiences, of bolder dreams, at least the younger had, so that one of the things they made out together, making out as they did an endless variety, was that in those operatic places of the Villa d'Este, of Cadenabbia, of Pallanza and Stresa, lone women, however reinforced by a travelling library of instructive volumes, were apt to be beguiled and undone. Their flights of fancy, moreover, had been modest. They had, for instance, risked nothing vital in hoping to make their way by the Brunig. They were making it, in fact, happily enough as we meet them, and were only wishing that, for the wondrous beauty of the early high-climbing spring, it might have been longer and the places to pause and rest more numerous. Such at least had been the intimated attitude of Mrs. Stringham, the elder of the companions, who had her own view of the impatiences of the younger, to which, however, she offered an opposition but of the most circuitous. She moved, the admirable Mrs. Stringham, in a fine cloud of observation and suspicion. She was in the position, as she believed, of knowing much more about Milly Theale than Milly herself knew, and yet of having to darken her knowledge as well as make it active. The woman in the world least formed by nature, as she was quite aware, for duplicities and labyrinths, she found herself dedicated to personal subtlety by a new set of circumstances, above all by a new personal relation. had now in fact to recognise that an education in the occult, she could scarce say what to call it, had begun for her the day she left New York with Mildred. She had come on from Boston for that purpose, had seen little of the girl, or rather had seen her but briefly, for Mrs. Stringham, when she saw anything at all, saw much, saw everything, before accepting her proposal, and had accordingly placed herself, by her act, in a boat that she more and more estimated as, humanly speaking, of the biggest, though likewise, no doubt, in many ways, by reason of its size, of the safest. In Boston, the winter before, the young lady in whom we are interested had, on the spot, deeply, yet almost tacitly, appealed to her, dropped into her mind the shy conceit of some assistance, some devotion to render. Mrs. Stringham's little life had often been visited by shy conceits, secret dreams that had fluttered their hour between its narrow walls without for any great part so much as mustering courage to look out of its rather dim windows. But this imagination, the fancy of a possible link with the remarkable young thing from New York, had mustered courage, had perched on the instant at the clearest lookout it could find, and might be said to have remained there till, only a few months later, it had caught, in surprise and joy, the unmistakable flash of a signal. Milly Theale had Boston friends, such as they were, and of recent making, and it was understood that her visit to them, a visit that was not to be meagre, had been undertaken after a series of bereavements, in the interest of the particular peace that New York couldn't give. It was recognised, liberally enough, that there were many things, perhaps even too many, New York could give, but this was felt to make no difference in the important truth that what you had most to do, under the discipline of life or of death, was really to feel your situation as grave. Boston could help you to that as nothing else could, and it had extended to Milly, by every presumption, some such measure of assistance. Mrs. Stringham was never to forget, for the moment had not faded, nor the infinitely fine vibration it set up in any degree ceased, her own first sight of the striking apparition, then unheralded and unexplained. The slim, constantly pale, delicately haggard, anomalously, agreeably angular young person, of not more than 22 summers, in spite of her marks, whose hair was somehow exceptionally red even for the real thing, which it innocently confessed to being, and whose clothes were remarkably black even for robes of mourning, which was the meaning they expressed. It was New York mourning, it was New York hair, it was a New York history, confused as yet but multitudinous, of the loss of parents, brothers, sisters, almost every human appendage, all on a scale and with a sweep that had required the greater stage. It was a New York legend of affecting, of romantic isolation, and beyond everything it was, by most accounts, in respect to the mass of money so piled on the girl's back, a set of New York possibilities. She was alone, she was stricken, she was rich, and in particular was strange, a combination in itself of a nature to engage Mrs. Stringham's attention. But it was the strangeness that most determined our good lady's sympathy, convinced as she had to be that it was greater than any one else, any one but the sole Susan Stringham, supposed. Susan privately settled it that Boston was not in the least seeing her, was only occupied with her seeing Boston, and that any assumed affinity between the two characters was delusive and vain. She was seeing her, and she had quite the finest moment of her life in now obeying the instinct to conceal the vision. She couldn't explain it, no one would understand, they would say clever Boston things. Mrs. Stringham was from Burlington, Vermont, which she boldly upheld as the real heart of New England, Boston being too far south, but they would only darken counsel. There could be no better proof than this quick intellectual split of the impression made on our friend, who shone herself, she was well aware, with but the reflected light of the admirable city. She too had had her discipline, but it had not made her striking. It had been prosaically usual, though doubtless a decent dose, and had only made her usual to match it, usual, that is, as Boston went. She had lost first her husband, and then her mother, with whom, on her husband's death, she had lived again, so that now, childless, she was but more sharply single than before. Yet she sat rather coldly light, having, as she called it, enough to live on, so far, that is, as she lived by bread alone. How little indeed she was regularly content with that diet appeared from the name she had made, Susan Shepherd Stringham, as a contributor to the best magazines. She wrote short stories, and she fondly believed she had her note, the art of showing New England without showing it wholly in the kitchen. She had not herself been brought up in the kitchen. She knew others who had not, and to speak for them had thus become with her a literary mission. To be, in truth, literary had ever been her dearest thought, the thought that kept her bright little nippers perpetually in position. There were masters, models, celebrities, mainly foreign, whom she finally accounted so, and in whose light she ingeniously laboured. There were others whom, however chattered about, she ranked with the inane, for she bristled with discriminations. But all categories failed her. They ceased at least to signify, as soon as she found herself in presence of the real thing, the romantic life itself. That was what she saw in Mildred, what positively made her hand a while tremble too much for the pen. She had had, it seemed to her, a revelation, such as even New England, refined and grammatical, couldn't give, and, all made up as she was of small neat memories and ingenuities, little industries and ambitions, mixed with something moral, personal, that was still more intensely responsive, she felt her new friend would have done her an ill turn if their friendship shouldn't develop, and yet that nothing would be left of anything else if it should. It was for the surrender of everything else that she was, however, quite prepared, and while she went about her usual Boston business with her usual Boston probity, she was really all the while holding herself. She wore her handsome felt hat, so Tyrolese, yet somehow, though feathered from the eagle's wing, so truly domestic, with the same straightness and security. She attached her fur boa with the same honest precautions. She preserved her balance on the ice slopes with the same practised skill. She opened each evening her Transcript with the same interfusion of suspense and resignation. She attended her almost daily concert with the same expenditure of patience and the same economy of passion. She flitted in and out of the public library with the air of conscientiously returning or bravely carrying off in her pocket the key of knowledge itself. And finally, it was what she most did, she watched the thin trickle of a fictive love interest through that somewhat serpentine channel in the magazines, which she mainly managed to keep clear for it. But the real thing all the while was elsewhere. The real thing had gone back to New York, leaving behind it the two unsolved questions, quite distinct, of why it was real, and whether she should ever be so near it again. For the figure to which these questions attached themselves she had found a convenient description. She thought of it for herself always as that of a girl with a background. The great reality was in the fact that, very soon, after but 2 or 3 meetings, the girl with the background, the girl with the crown of old gold, and the morning that was not as the morning of Boston, but at once more rebellious in its gloom and more frivolous in its frills, had told her she had never seen any one like her. They had met thus as opposed curiosities, and that simple remark of Milly's, if simple it was, became the most important thing that had ever happened to her. It deprived the love interest, for the time, of actuality, and even of pertinence. It moved her first, in short, in a high degree, to gratitude, and then to no small compassion. Yet in respect to this relation at least, it was what did prove the key of knowledge. It lighted up as nothing else could do the poor young woman's history. that the potential heiress of all the ages should never have seen any one like a mere typical subscriber, after all, to the Transcript, was a truth that, in especial as announced with modesty, with humility, with regret, described a situation. It laid upon the elder woman, as to the void to be filled, a weight of responsibility. But in particular it led her to ask whom poor Mildred had then seen, and what range of contacts it had taken to produce such queer surprises. That was really the inquiry that had ended by clearing the air. The key of knowledge was felt to click in the lock from the moment it flashed upon Mrs. Stringham that her friend had been starved for culture. Culture was what she herself represented for her, and it was living up to that principle that would surely prove the great business. She knew, the clever lady, what the principle itself represented, and the limits of her own store. And a certain alarm would have grown upon her if something else hadn't grown faster. This was, fortunately for her, and we give it in her own words, the sense of a harrowing pathos. That, primarily, was what appealed to her, what seemed to open the door of romance for her still wider than a still more reckless, connection with the picture papers. For such was essentially the point. It was rich, romantic, abysmal, to have, as was evident, thousands and thousands a year, to have youth and intelligence, and, if not beauty, at least in equal measure a high, dim, charming, ambiguous oddity, which was even better, and then on top of all to enjoy boundless freedom, the freedom of the wind in the desert. It was unspeakably touching to be so equipped, and yet to have been reduced by fortune to little humble-minded mistakes. It brought our friend's imagination back again to New York, where aberrations were so possible in the intellectual sphere, and it in fact caused a visit she presently paid there to overflow with interest. As Milly had beautifully invited her, so she would hold out if she could against the strain of so much confidence in her mind, and the remarkable thing was that even at the end of 3 weeks she had held out. But by this time her mind had grown comparatively bold and free. It was dealing with new quantities, a different proportion altogether, and that had made for refreshment. She had accordingly gone home in convenient possession of her subject. New York was vast, New York was startling, with strange histories, with wild cosmopolite backward generations that accounted for anything, and to have got nearer the luxuriant tribe of which the rare creature was the final flower, the immense, extravagant, unregulated cluster, with free-living ancestors, handsome dead cousins, lurid uncles, beautiful vanished aunts, persons all busts and curls, preserved, though so exposed, in the marble of famous French chisels, all this, to say nothing of the effect of closer growths of the stem, was to have had one's small world-space both crowded and enlarged. Our couple had at all events effected an exchange. The elder friend had been as consciously intellectual as possible, and the younger, abounding in personal revelation, had been as unconsciously distinguished. This was poetry. It was also history, Mrs. Stringham thought, to a finer tune even than Maeterlinck and Pater, than Marbot and Gregorovius. She appointed occasions for the reading of these authors with her hostess, rather perhaps than actually achieved great spans, but what they managed and what they missed speedily sank for her into the dim depths of the merely relative, so quickly, so strongly had she clutched her central clue. All her scruples and hesitations, all her anxious enthusiasms, had reduced themselves to a single alarm, the fear that she really might act on her companion clumsily and coarsely. She was positively afraid of what she might do to her, and to avoid that, to avoid it with piety and passion, to do, rather, nothing at all, to leave her untouched because no touch one could apply, however light, however just, however earnest and anxious, would be half good enough, would be anything but an ugly smutch upon perfection, this now imposed itself as a consistent and inspiring thought. Less than a month after the event that had so determined Mrs. Stringham's attitude, close upon the heels, that is, of her return from New York, she was reached by a proposal that brought up for her the kind of question her delicacy might have to contend with. Would she start for Europe with her young friend at the earliest possible date, and should she be willing to do so without making conditions? The inquiry was launched by wire. Explanations in sufficiency were promised, extreme urgency was suggested, and a general surrender invited. It was to the honour of her sincerity that she made the surrender on the spot, though it was not perhaps altogether to that of her logic. She had wanted, very consciously, from the first, to give something up for her new acquaintance, but she had now no doubt that she was practically giving up all. What settled this was the fullness of a particular impression, the impression that had throughout more and more supported her, and which she would have uttered, so far as she might, by saying that the charm of the creature was positively in the creature's greatness. She would have been content so to leave it, unless indeed she had said, more familiarly, that Mildred was the biggest impression of her life. That was at all events the biggest account of her, and none but a big clearly would do. Her situation, as such things were called, was on the grand scale, but it still was not that. It was her nature, once for all, a nature that reminded Mrs. Stringham of the term always used in the newspapers about the great new steamers, the inordinate number of feet of water they drew, so that if in your little boat you had chosen to hover and approach, you had but yourself to thank, when once motion was started, for the way the draught pulled you. Milly drew the feet of water, and odd though it might seem that a lonely girl who was not robust and who hated sound and show should stir the stream like a leviathan, her companion floated off with the sense of rocking violently at her side. More than prepared, however, for that excitement, Mrs. Stringham mainly failed of ease in respect to her own consistency. To attach herself for an indefinite time seemed a roundabout way of holding her hands off. If she wished to be sure of neither touching nor smutching, the straighter plan would doubtless have been not to keep her friend within reach. This in fact she fully recognised, and with it the degree to which she desired that the girl should lead her life, a life certain to be so much finer than that of anybody else. The difficulty, however, by good fortune, cleared away as soon as she had further recognised, as she was speedily able to do, that she, Susan Shepherd, the name with which Milly for the most part amused herself, was not anybody else. She had renounced that character. She had now no life to lead, and she honestly believed that she was thus supremely equipped for leading Milly's own. No other person whatever, she was sure, had to an equal degree this qualification, and it was really to assert it that she fondly embarked. Many things, though not in many weeks, had come and gone since then, and one of the best of them, doubtless, had been the voyage itself, by the happy southern course, to the succession of Mediterranean ports, with the dazzled wind-up at Naples. 2 or 3 others had preceded this, incidents, indeed rather lively marks, of their last fortnight at home, and one of which had determined on Mrs. Stringham's part a rush to New York, 48 breathless hours there, previous to her final rally. But the great sustained sea light had drunk up the rest of the picture, so that for many days other questions and other possibilities sounded with as little effect as a trio of penny whistles might sound in a Wagner overture. It was the Wagner overture that practically prevailed, up through Italy, where Milly had already been, still further up and across the Alps, which were also partly known to Mrs. Stringham, only perhaps taken to a time not wholly congruous, hurried in fact on account of the girl's high restlessness. She had been expected, she had frankly promised, to be restless. That was partly why she was great, or was a consequence at any rate, if not a cause. Yet she had not perhaps altogether announced herself as straining so hard at the cord. It was familiar, it was beautiful to Mrs. Stringham that she had arrears to make up, the chances that had lapsed for her through the wanton ways of forefathers fond of Paris, but not of its higher sides, and fond almost of nothing else. But the vagueness, the openness, the eagerness without point, and the interest without pause, all a part of the charm of her oddity as at first presented, had become more striking in proportion as they triumphed over movement and change. She had arts and idiosyncrasies of which no great account could have been given, but which were a daily grace if you lived with them, such as the art of being almost tragically impatient, and yet making it as light as air, of being inexplicably sad, and yet making it as clear as noon, of being unmistakably gay, and yet making it as soft as dusk. Mrs. Stringham by this time understood everything, was more than ever confirmed in wonder and admiration, in her view that it was life enough simply to feel her companion's feelings. But there were special keys she had not yet added to her bunch, impressions that of a sudden were apt to affect her as new. This particular day on the great Swiss road had been, for some reason, full of them, and they referred themselves provisionally to some deeper depth than she had touched, though into 2 or 3 such depths, it must be added, she had peeped long enough to find herself suddenly draw back. It was not Milly's unpacified state, in short, that now troubled her, though certainly, as Europe was the great American sedative, the failure was to some extent to be noted. It was the suspected presence of something behind the state, which, however, could scarcely have taken its place there since their departure. What a fresh motive of unrest could suddenly have sprung from was in short not to be divined. It was but half an explanation to say that excitement, for each of them, had naturally dropped, and what they had left behind, or tried to, the great serious facts of life, as Mrs. Stringham liked to call them, was once more coming into sight as objects loom through the smoke when smoke begins to clear, for these were general appearances from which the girl's own aspect, her really larger vagueness, seemed rather to disconnect itself. The nearest approach to a personal anxiety indulged in as yet by the elder lady was on her taking occasion to wonder if what she had more than anything else got hold of mightn't be one of the finer, one of the finest, one of the rarest, as she called it so that she might call it nothing worse, cases of American intensity. She had just had a moment of alarm, asked herself if her young friend were merely going to treat her to some complicated drama of nerves. At the end of a week, however, with their further progress, her young friend had effectively answered the question and given her the impression, indistinct indeed as yet, of something that had a reality compared with which the nervous explanation would have been coarse. Mrs. Stringham found herself from that hour, in other words, in presence of an explanation that remained a muffled and intangible form, but that assuredly, should it take on sharpness, would explain everything and more than everything, would become instantly the light in which Milly was to be read. Such a matter as this may at all events speak of the style in which our young woman could affect those who were near her, may testify to the sort of interest she could inspire. She worked, and seemingly quite without design, upon the sympathy, the curiosity, the fancy of her associates, and we shall really ourselves scarce otherwise come closer to her than by feeling their impression and sharing, if need be, their confusion. She reduced them, Mrs. Stringham would have said, to a consenting bewilderment, which was precisely, for that good lady, on a last analysis, what was most in harmony with her greatness. She exceeded, escaped measure, was surprising, only because they were so far from great. Thus it was that on this wondrous day by the Brunig the spell of watching her had grown more than ever irresistible, a proof of what, or of a part of what, Mrs. Stringham had, with all the rest, been reduced to. She had almost the sense of tracking her young friend, as if at a given moment to pounce. She knew she shouldn't pounce, she hadn't come out to pounce, yet she felt her attention secretive all the same, and her observation scientific. She struck herself as hovering like a spy, applying tests, laying traps, concealing signs. This would last, however, only till she should fairly know what was the matter, and to watch was after all meanwhile a way of clinging to the girl, not less than an occupation, a satisfaction in itself. The pleasure of watching, moreover, if a reason were needed, came from a sense of her beauty. Her beauty hadn't at all originally seemed a part of the situation, and Mrs. Stringham had even, in the first flush of friendship, not named it grossly to any one. Having seen early that for stupid people, and who, she sometimes secretly asked herself, wasn't stupid, it would take a great deal of explaining. She had learnt not to mention it till it was mentioned first, which occasionally happened, but not too often, and then she was there in force. Then she both warmed to the perception that met her own perception, and disputed it suspiciously as to special items, while in general she had learnt to refine even to the point of herself employing the word that most people employed. She employed it to pretend she was also stupid, and so have done with the matter; spoke of her friend as plain, as ugly even, in a case of especially dense insistence, but as, in appearance, so awfully full of things. This was her own way of describing a face that, thanks doubtless to rather too much forehead, too much nose, and too much mouth, together with too little mere conventional colour and conventional line, was expressive, irregular, exquisite, both for speech and for silence. When Milly smiled, it was a public event. When she didn't, it was a chapter of history. They had stopped on the Brunig for luncheon, and there had come up for them, under the charm of the place, the question of a longer stay. Mrs. Stringham was now on the ground of thrilled recognitions, small sharp echoes of a past which she kept in a well-thumbed case, but which, on pressure of a spring and exposure to the air, still showed itself ticking as hard as an honest old watch. The embalmed Europe of her younger time had partly stood for 3 years of Switzerland, a term of continuous school at Vevey, with rewards of merit in the form of silver medals tied by blue ribbons and mild mountain passes attacked with alpenstocks. It was the good girls who, in the holidays, were taken highest, and our friend could now judge, from what she supposed her familiarity with the minor peaks, that she had been one of the best. These reminiscences, sacred to-day because prepared in the hushed chambers of the past, had been part of the general train laid for the pair of sisters, daughters early fatherless, by their brave Vermont mother, who struck her at present as having apparently, almost like Columbus, worked out all unassisted a conception of the other side of the globe. She had focussed Vevey, by the light of nature and with extraordinary completeness, at Burlington, after which she had embarked, sailed, landed, explored, and above all made good her presence. She had given her daughters the 5 years in Switzerland and Germany that were to leave them ever afterwards a standard of comparison for all cycles of Cathay, and to stamp the younger in especial, Susan was the younger, with a character that, as Mrs. Stringham had often had occasion through life to say herself, made all the difference. It made all the difference for Mrs. Stringham, over and over again, and in the most remote connections, that, thanks to her parents' lonely, thrifty, hardy faith, she was a woman of the world. There were plenty of women who were all sorts of things that she wasn't, but who, on the other hand, were not that, and who didn't know she was, which she liked, it relegated them still further, and didn't know either how it enabled her to judge them. She had never seen herself so much in this light as during the actual phase of her associated, if slightly undirected, pilgrimage, and the consciousness gave perhaps to her plea for a pause more intensity than she knew. The irrecoverable days had come back to her from far off. They were part of the sense of the cool upper air, and of everything else that hung like an indestructible scent to the torn garment of youth. The taste of honey and the luxury of milk, the sound of cattle bells and the rush of streams, the fragrance of trodden balms and the dizziness of deep gorges. Milly clearly felt these things too, but they affected her companion at moments (that was quite the way Mrs. Stringham would have expressed it) as the princess in a conventional tragedy might have affected the confidant if a personal emotion had ever been permitted to the latter. That a princess could only be a princess was a truth which, essentially, a confidant, however responsive, had to live. Mrs. Stringham was a woman of the world, but Milly Theale was a princess, the only one she had yet had to deal with, and this, in its way too, made all the difference. It was a perfectly definite doom for the wearer. It was for every one else an office nobly filled. It might have represented, possibly, with its involved loneliness and other mysteries, the weight under which she fancied her companion's admirable head occasionally, and ever so submissively, bowed. Milly had quite assented at luncheon to their staying over, and had left her to look at rooms, settle questions, arrange about their keeping on their carriage and horses, cares that had now moreover fallen to Mrs. Stringham as a matter of course, and that yet for some reason, on this occasion particularly, brought home to her, all agreeably, richly, almost grandly, what it was to live with the great. Her young friend had, in a sublime degree, a sense closed to the general question of difficulty, which she got rid of, furthermore, not in the least as one had seen many charming persons do, by merely passing it on to others. She kept it completely at a distance. It never entered the circle. The most plaintive confidant couldn't have dragged it out, and to tread the path of a confidant was accordingly to live exempt. Service was, in other words, so easy to render that the whole thing was like court life without the hardships. It came back, of course, to the question of money, and our observant lady had by this time repeatedly reflected that if one were talking of the difference, it was just this incomparably, and nothing else, that, when all was said and done, most made it. A less vulgarly, a less obviously purchasing or parading person she couldn't have imagined, but it prevailed even as the truth of truths that the girl couldn't get away from her wealth. She might leave her conscientious companion as freely alone with it as possible, and never ask a question, scarce even tolerate a reference, but it was in the fine folds of the helplessly expensive little black frock that she drew over the grass as she now strolled vaguely off. It was in the curious and splendid coils of hair, done with no eye whatever to the mode du jour, that peeped from under the corresponding indifference of her hat, the merely personal tradition that suggested a sort of noble inelegance. It lurked between the leaves of the uncut but antiquated Tauchnitz volume, of which, before going out, she had mechanically possessed herself. She couldn't dress it away, nor walk it away, nor read it away, nor think it away. She could neither smile it away in any dreamy absence, nor blow it away in any softened sign. She couldn't have lost it if she had tried. That was what it was to be really rich. It had to be the thing you were. When at the end of an hour she hadn't returned to the house, Mrs. Stringham, though the bright afternoon was yet young, took, with precautions, the same direction, went to join her, in case of her caring for a walk. But the purpose of joining her was in truth less distinct than that of a due regard for a possibly preferred detachment, so that once more the good lady proceeded with a quietness that made her slightly underhand, even in her own eyes. She couldn't help that, however, and she didn't care, sure as she was that what she really wanted wasn't to overstep but to stop in time. It was to be able to stop in time that she went softly, but she had on this occasion further to go than ever yet, for she followed in vain, and at last with some anxiety, the footpath she believed Milly to have taken. It wound up a hillside and into the higher alpine meadows, in which, all these last days, they had so often wanted, as they passed above or below, to stray. And then it obscured itself in a wood, but always going up, and with a small cluster of brown, old, high-perched chalets evidently for its goal. Mrs. Stringham reached in due course the chalets, and there received from a bewildered old woman, a very fearful person to behold, an indication that sufficiently guided her. The young lady had been seen not long before passing further on, over a crest, and to a place where the way would drop again, as our unappeased inquirer found it in fact, a quarter of an hour later, markedly and almost alarmingly to do. It led somewhere, yet apparently quite into space, for the great side of the mountain appeared, from where she pulled up, to fall away altogether, though probably but to some issue below and out of sight. Her uncertainty, moreover, was brief, for she next became aware of the presence on a fragment of rock 20 yards off of the Tauchnitz volume the girl had brought out, and that therefore pointed to her shortly previous passage. She had rid herself of the book, which was an encumbrance, and meant of course to pick it up on her return. But as she hadn't yet picked it up, what on earth had become of her? Mrs. Stringham, I hasten to add, was within a few moments to see, but it was quite an accident that she hadn't, before they were over, betrayed by her deeper agitation the fact of her own nearness. The whole place, with the descent of the path, and as a sequel to a sharp turn that was masked by rocks and shrubs, appeared to fall precipitously, and to become a view pure and simple, a view of great extent and beauty, but thrown forward and vertiginous. Milly, with the promise of it from just above, had gone straight down to it, not stopping till it was all before her, and here, on what struck her friend as the dizzy edge of it, she was seated at her ease. The path somehow took care of itself and its final business, but the girl's seat was a slab of rock at the end of a short promontory or excrescence that merely pointed off to the right at gulfs of air, and that was so placed by good fortune, if not by the worst, as to be at last completely visible. For Mrs. Stringham stifled a cry on taking in what she believed to be the danger of such a perch for a mere maiden, her liability to slip, to slide, to leap, to be precipitated by a single false movement, by a turn of the head, how could one tell, into whatever was beneath. 1,000 thoughts for the minute roared in the poor lady's ears, but without reaching, as happened, Milly's. It was a commotion that left our observer intensely still and holding her breath. What had first been offered her was the possibility of a latent intention, however wild the idea, in such a posture, of some betrayed accordance of Milly's caprice with a horrible hidden obsession. But since Mrs. Stringham stood as motionless as if a sound, a syllable, must have produced the start that would be fatal, so even the lapse of a few seconds had partly a reassuring effect. It gave her time to receive the impression which, when she some minutes later softly retraced her steps, was to be the sharpest she carried away. This was the impression that if the girl was deeply and recklessly meditating there, she wasn't meditating a jump. She was, on the contrary, as she sat, much more in a state of uplifted and unlimited possession that had nothing to gain from violence. She was looking down on the kingdoms of the earth, and though indeed that of itself might well go to the brain, it wouldn't be with a view of renouncing them. Was she choosing among them, or did she want them all? This question, before Mrs. Stringham had decided what to do, made others vain, in accordance with which she saw, or believed she did, that if it might be dangerous to call out, to sound in any way a surprise, it would probably be safe enough to withdraw as she had come. She watched a while longer, she held her breath, and she never knew afterwards what time had elapsed. Not many minutes probably, yet they hadn't seemed few, and they had given her so much to think of, not only while creeping home, but while waiting afterwards at the inn, that she was still busy with them when, late in the afternoon, Milly reappeared. She had stopped at the point of the path where the Tauchnitz lay, had taken it up, and with a pencil attached to her watch-guard had scrawled a word, "A bientôt," across the cover, after which, even under the girl's continued delay, she had measured time without a return of alarm. for she now saw that the great thing she had brought away was precisely a conviction that the future wasn't to exist for her princess in the form of any sharp or simple release from the human predicament. It wouldn't be for her a question of a flying leap and thereby of a quick escape. It would be a question of taking full in the face the whole assault of life, to the general muster of which, indeed, her face might have been directly presented as she sat there on her rock. Mrs. Stringham was thus able to say to herself during still another wait of some length, that if her young friend still continued absent, it wouldn't be because, whatever the opportunity, she had cut short the thread. She wouldn't have committed suicide. She knew herself unmistakably reserved for some more complicated passage. This was the very vision in which she had, with no little awe, been discovered. The image that thus remained with the elder lady kept the character of a revelation. During the breathless minutes of her watch she had seen her companion afresh. The latter's type, aspect, marks, her history, her state, her beauty, her mystery, all unconsciously betrayed themselves to the alpine air, and all had been gathered in again to feed Mrs. Stringham's flame. They are things that will more distinctly appear for us, and they are meanwhile briefly represented by the enthusiasm that was stronger on our friend's part than any doubt. It was a consciousness she was scarce yet used to carrying, but she had as beneath her feet a mine of something precious. She seemed to herself to stand near the mouth, not yet quite cleared. The mine but needed working, and would certainly yield a treasure. She wasn't thinking either of Milly's gold. The girl said nothing when they met about the words scrawled on the Tauchnitz, and Mrs. Stringham then noticed that she hadn't the book with her. She had left it lying, and probably would never remember it at all. Her comrade's decision was therefore quickly made not to speak of having followed her, and within 5 minutes of her return, wonderfully enough, the preoccupation denoted by her forgetfulness further declared itself. "Should you think me quite abominable if I were to say that, after all—" Mrs. Stringham had already thought, with the first sound of the question, everything she was capable of thinking, and had immediately made such a sign that Milly's words gave place to visible relief at her assent. "You don't care for our stop here? You'd rather go straight on? We'll start then with the peep of tomorrow's dawn, or as early as you like. It's only rather late now to take the road again." And she smiled, to show how she meant it for a joke that an instant onward rush was what the girl would have wished. "I bullied you into stopping," she added, "so it serves me right." Milly made in general the most of her good friend's jokes, but she humoured this one a little absently. "Oh yes, you do bully me." And it was thus arranged between them, with no discussion at all, that they would resume their journey in the morning. The younger tourist's interest in the detail of the matter, in spite of a declaration from the elder that she would consent to be dragged anywhere, appeared almost immediately afterwards quite to lose itself. She promised, however, to think till supper of where, with the world all before them, they might go, supper having been ordered for such time as permitted of lighted candles. It had been agreed between them that lighted candles at wayside inns, in strange countries, amid mountain scenery, gave the evening meal a peculiar poetry, such being the mild adventures, the refinements of impression, that they, as they would have said, went in for. It was now as if, before this repast, Milly had designed to lie down, but at the end of 3 minutes more she wasn't lying down. She was saying instead, abruptly, with a transition that was like a jump of 4,000 miles, "What was it that in New York, on the 9th, when you saw him alone, Dr. Finch said to you?" It was not till later that Mrs. Stringham fully knew why the question had startled her still more than its suddenness explained, though the effect of it even at the moment was almost to frighten her into a false answer. She had to think, to remember the occasion, the 9th, in New York, the time she had seen Dr. Finch alone, and to recall the words he had then uttered. and when everything had come back it was quite, at first, for a moment, as if he had said something that immensely mattered. He hadn't, however, in fact. It was only as if he might perhaps after all have been going to. It was on the 6th, within 10 days of their sailing, that she had hurried from Boston under the alarm, a small but a sufficient shock, of hearing that Mildred had suddenly been taken ill, had had, from some obscure cause, such an upset as threatened to stay their journey. The bearing of the accident had happily soon presented itself as slight, and there had been, in the event, but a few hours of anxiety. The journey had been pronounced again not only possible, but as representing change, highly advisable. And if the zealous guest had had 5 minutes by herself with the doctor, this was clearly no more at his instance than at her own. Almost nothing had passed between them but an easy exchange of enthusiasms in respect to the remedial properties of Europe, and due assurance, as the facts came back to her, she was now able to give. "Nothing whatever, on my word of honour, that you mayn't know or mightn't then have known. I've no secret with him about you. What makes you suspect it? I don't quite make out how you know I did see him alone." "No, you never told me," said Milly. "And I don't mean," she went on, "during the 24 hours while I was bad, when your putting your heads together was natural enough. I mean after I was better, the last thing before you went home." Mrs. Stringham continued to wonder. "Who told you I saw him then?" "He didn't himself, nor did you write me it afterwards. We speak of it now for the first time. That's exactly why," Milly declared, with something in her face and voice that, the next moment, betrayed for her companion that she had really known nothing, had only conjectured, and, chancing her charge, made a hit. Yet why had her mind been busy with the question? "But if you're not, as you now assure me, in his confidence," she smiled, "it's no matter." "I'm not in his confidence. He had nothing to confide. But are you feeling unwell?" The elder woman was earnest for the truth, though the possibility she named was not at all the one that seemed to fit, witness the long climb Milly had just indulged in. The girl showed her constant white face, but this her friends had all learnt to discount, and it was often brightest when superficially not bravest. She continued for a little mysteriously to smile. "I don't know, haven't really the least idea, but it might be well to find out." Mrs. Stringham at this flared into sympathy. "Are you in trouble, in pain?" "Not the least little bit, but I sometimes wonder—" "Yes," she pressed. "Wonder what?" "Well, if I shall have much of it." Mrs. Stringham stared. "Much of what? Not of pain?" Of everything I have." Anxiously again, tenderly, our friend cast about. "You have everything, so that when you say 'much of it'—" "I only mean," the girl broke in, "shall I have it for long? That is, if I have got it." She had at present the effect, a little, of confounding, or at least of perplexing, her comrade, who was touched, who was always touched, by something helpless in her grace and abrupt in her turns, and yet actually half made out in her a sort of mocking light. "If you've got an ailment—" "If I've got everything?" Milly laughed. "Ah, that! Like almost nobody else. Then for how long?" Mrs. Stringham's eyes entreated her. She had gone close to her, half enclosed her with urgent arms. "Do you want to see some one?" And then, as the girl only met it with a slow headshake, though looking perhaps a shade more conscious, "We'll go straight to the best near doctor." This too, however, produced but a gaze of qualified assent, and a silence sweet and vague that left everything open. Our friend decidedly lost herself. "Tell me, for God's sake, if you're in distress." "I don't think I've really everything," Milly said, as if to explain, and as if also to put it pleasantly. "But what on earth can I do for you?" The girl debated, then seemed on the point of being able to say, but suddenly changed and expressed herself otherwise. Dear, dear thing! I'm only too happy." It brought them closer, but it rather confirmed Mrs. Stringham's doubt. "Then what's the matter?" "That's the matter, that I can scarcely bear it." "But what is it you think you haven't got?" Milly waited another moment. Then she found it, and found for it a dim show of joy. "The power to resist the bliss of what I have." Mrs. Stringham took it in, her sense of being "put off" with it, the possible, probable irony of it, and her tenderness renewed itself in the positive grimness of a long murmur. "Whom will you see?" For it was as if they looked down from their height at a continent of doctors. "Where will you first go?" Milly had for the third time her air of consideration, but she came back with it to her plea of some minutes before. "I'll tell you at supper. Good bye till then." And she left the room with a lightness that testified for her companion to something that again particularly pleased her in the renewed promise of motion. The odd passage just concluded, Mrs. Stringham mused as she once more sat alone with a hooked needle and a ball of silk, the "fine work" with which she was always provided. This mystifying mood had simply been precipitated, no doubt, by their prolonged halt, with which the girl hadn't really been in sympathy. One had only to admit that her complaint was in fact but the excess of the joy of life, and everything did then fit. She couldn't stop for the joy, but she could go on for it, and with the pulse of her going on she floated again, was restored to her great spaces. There was no evasion of any truth, so at least Susan Shepherd hoped, in one's sitting there while the twilight deepened, and feeling still more finely that the position of this young lady was magnificent. The evening at that height had naturally turned to cold, and the travellers had bespoken a fire with their meal. The great Alpine road asserted its brave presence through the small panes of the low clean windows, with incidents at the inn door, the yellow diligence, the great wagons, the hurrying hooded private conveyances, reminders, for our fanciful friend, of old stories, old pictures, historic flights, escapes, pursuits, things that had happened, things indeed that by a sort of strange congruity helped her to read the meanings of the greatest interest into the relation in which she was now so deeply involved. It was natural that this record of the magnificence of her companion's position should strike her as after all the best meaning she could extract, for she herself was seated in the magnificence as in a court carriage. She came back to that, and such a method of progression, such a view from crimson cushions, would evidently have a great deal more to give. By the time the candles were lighted for supper and the short white curtains drawn, Milly had reappeared, and the little scenic room had then all its romance. That charm, moreover, was far from broken by the words in which she, without further loss of time, satisfied her patient mate. "I want to go straight to London." It was unexpected, corresponding with no view positively taken at their departure, when England had appeared, on the contrary, rather relegated and postponed, seen for the moment, as who should say, at the end of an avenue of preparations and introductions. London, in short, might have been supposed to be the crown, and to be achieved, like a siege, by gradual approaches. Milly's actual fine stride was therefore the more exciting, as any simplification almost always was to Mrs. Stringham, who, besides, was afterwards to recall as a piece of that very exposition dear to the dramatist the terms in which, between their smoky candles, the girl had put her preference, and in which still other things had come while the clank of waggon chains in the sharp air reached their ears, with the stamp of hoofs, the rattle of buckets, and the foreign questions, foreign answers, that were all alike a part of the cheery converse of the road. The girl brought it out in truth as she might have brought a huge confession, something she admitted herself shy about and that would seem to show her as frivolous. It had rolled over her that what she wanted of Europe was people, so far as they were to be had, and that, if her friend really wished to know, the vision of this same equivocal quantity was what had haunted her during their previous days in museums and churches, and what was again spoiling for her the pure taste of scenery. She was all for scenery, yes, but she wanted it human and personal, and all she could say was that there would be in London, wouldn't there, more of that kind than anywhere else. She came back to her idea that if it wasn't for long, if nothing should happen to be so for her, why the particular thing she spoke of would probably have most to give her in the time, would probably be less than anything else a waste of her remainder. She produced this last consideration indeed with such gaiety that Mrs. Stringham was not again disconcerted by it, was in fact quite ready, if talk of early dying was in order, to match it from her own future. Good then, they would eat and drink because of what might happen to-morrow, and they would direct their course from that moment with a view to such eating and drinking. They ate and drank that night, in truth, as in the spirit of this decision, whereby the air, before they separated, felt itself the clearer. It had cleared perhaps to a view only too extensive, that is, in proportion to the signs of life presented. The idea of people was not so entertained on Milly's part as to connect itself with particular persons, and the fact remained for each of the ladies that they would, completely unknown, disembark at Dover amid the completely unknowing. They had no relation already formed. This plea Mrs. Stringham put forward to see what it would produce. It produced nothing at first but the observation on the girl's side that what she had in mind was no thought of society, nor of scraping acquaintance. Nothing was further from her than to desire the opportunities represented for the compatriot in general by a trunkful of letters. It wasn't a question, in short, of the people the compatriot was after. It was the human, the English picture itself, as they might see it in their own way, the concrete world inferred so fondly from what one had read and dreamt. Mrs. Stringham did every justice to this concrete world, but when later on an occasion chanced to present itself, she made a point of not omitting to remark that it might be a comfort to know in advance one or two of the human particles of its concretion. This still, however, failed, in vulgar parlance, to fetch Milly, so that she had presently to go all the way. "Haven't I understood from you, for that matter, that you gave Mr. Densher something of a promise?" There was a moment on this when Milly's look had to be taken as representing one of two things: either that she was completely vague about the promise, or that Mr. Densher's name itself started no train. But she really couldn't be so vague about the promise, the partner of these hours quickly saw, without attaching it to something. It had to be a promise to somebody in particular to be so repudiated. In the event, accordingly, she acknowledged Mr. Merton Densher, the so unusually bright young Englishman who had made his appearance in New York on some special literary business, wasn't it, shortly before their departure, and who had been 3 or 4 times in her house during the brief period between her visit to Boston and her companion's subsequent stay with her. But she required much reminding before it came back to her that she had mentioned to this companion just afterwards the confidence expressed by the personage in question in her never doing so dire a thing as to come to London without, as the phrase was, looking a fellow up. She had left him the enjoyment of his confidence, the form of which might have appeared a trifle free. This she now reasserted. She had done nothing either to impair or to enhance it, but she had also left Mrs. Stringham, in the connexion and at the time, rather sorry to have missed Mr. Densher. She had thought of him again after that, the elder woman. She had likewise gone so far as to notice that Milly appeared not to have done so, which the girl might easily have betrayed. And, interested as she was in everything that concerned her, She had made out for herself only, and rather idly, that, but for interruptions, the young Englishman might have become a better acquaintance. His being an acquaintance at all was one of the signs that in the first days had helped to place Milly, as a young person with the world before her, for sympathy and wonder. Isolated, unmothered, unguarded, but with her other strong marks, her big house, her big fortune, her big freedom, she had lately begun to receive, for all her few years, as an older woman might have done, as was done precisely by princesses who had public considerations to observe, and who came of age very early. If it was thus distinct to Mrs. Stringham, then, that Mr. Densher had gone off somewhere else in connection with his errand before her visit to New York, it had been also not undiscoverable that he had come back for a day or two later on, that is, after her own second excursion, that he had, in fine, reappeared on a single occasion on his way to the West, his way from Washington, as she believed, though he was out of sight at the time of her joining her friend for their departure. It hadn't occurred to her before to exaggerate, it had not occurred to her that she could, but she seemed to become aware tonight that there had been just enough in this relation to meet, to provoke, the free conception of a little more. She presently put it that, at any rate, promise or no promise, Milly would at a pinch be able in London to act on his permission to make him a sign. To which Milly replied with readiness that her ability, though evident, would be none the less quite wasted, inasmuch as the gentleman would to a certainty be still in America. He had a great deal to do there, which he would scarce have begun, and in fact she might very well not have thought of London at all if she hadn't been sure he wasn't yet near coming back. It was perceptible to her companion that the moment our young woman had so far committed herself she had a sense of having overstepped, which was not quite patched up by her saying the next minute, possibly with a certain failure of presence of mind, that the last thing she desired was the air of running after him. Mrs. Stringham wondered privately what question there could be of any such appearance, the danger of which thus suddenly came up, but she said for the time nothing of it. She only said other things, one of which was, for instance, that if Mr. Densher was away, he was away, and this the end of it; also that of course they must be discreet at any price. But what was the measure of discretion, and how was one to be sure? So it was that, as they sat there, she produced her own case. She had a possible tie with London, which she desired as little to disown as she might wish to risk presuming on it. She treated her companion, in short, for their evening's end, to the story of Maud Manningham, the odd but interesting English girl who had formed her special affinity in the old days at the Vevey school, whom she had written to after their separation with a regularity that had at first faltered and then altogether failed, yet that had been for the first time quite a fine case of crude constancy, so that it had in fact flickered up again of itself on the occasion of the marriage of each. They had then once more fondly, scrupulously written, Mrs. Lowder first, and even another letter or two had afterwards passed. This, however, had been the end, though with no rupture, only a gentle drop. Maud Manningham had made, she believed, a great marriage, while she herself had made a small. On top of which, moreover, distance, difference, diminished community, and impossible reunion had done the rest of the work. It was but after all these years that reunion had begun to show as possible, if the other party to it, that is, should be still in existence. That was exactly what it now appeared to our friend interesting to ascertain, as with one aid and another she believed she might. It was an experiment she would at all events now make if Milly didn't object. Milly in general objected to nothing, and though she asked a question or two she raised no present plea. Her questions, or at least her own answers to them, kindled on Mrs. Stringham's part a backward train. She hadn't known till to-night how much she remembered, or how fine it might be to see what had become of large, high-coloured Maud, florid, alien, exotic, which had been just the spell, even to the perceptions of youth. There was the danger, she frankly touched it, that such a temperament mightn't have matured with the years, all in the sense of fineness. It was the sort of danger that, in renewing relations after long breaks, one had always to look in the face. To gather in strayed threads was to take a risk, for which, however, she was prepared if Milly was. The possible fun, she confessed, was by itself rather tempting, and she fairly sounded, with this, wound up a little as she was, the note of fun as the harmless final rite of 50 years of mere New England virtue. Among the things she was afterwards to recall was the indescribable look dropped on her, at that, by her companion. She was still seated there between the candles and before the finished supper, while Milly moved about, and the look was long to figure for her as an inscrutable comment on her notion of freedom. Challenged at any rate, as for the last wise word, Milly showed perhaps, musingly, charmingly, that though her attention had been mainly soundless, her friend's story, produced as a resource unsuspected, a card from up the sleeve, half surprised, half beguiled her. Since the matter, such as it was, depended on that, she brought out before she went to bed an easy, a light "risk everything." This quality seemed possibly a little to deny weight to Maud Lowder's evoked presence, as Susan Stringham, still sitting up, became, in excited reflection, a trifle more conscious. Something determinant when the girl had left her took place in her, nameless but, as soon as she had given way, coercive. It was as if she knew again, in this fulness of time, that she had been, after Maud's marriage, just sensibly outlived, or, as people nowadays said, shunted. Mrs. Lowder had left her behind, and on the occasion, subsequently, of the corresponding date in her own life, not the second, the sad one, with its dignity of sadness, but the first, with the meagreness of its supposed felicity, she had been, in the same spirit, almost patronisingly pitied. If that suspicion, even when it had ceased to matter, had never quite died out for her, there was doubtless some oddity in its now offering itself as a link, rather than as another break, in the chain. And indeed there might well have been for her a mood in which the notion of the development of patronage in her quondam schoolmate would have settled her question in another sense. It was actually settled, if the case be worth our analysis, by the happy consummation, the poetic justice, the generous revenge of her having at last something to show. Maud, on their parting company, had appeared to have so much, and would now, for wasn't it also in general quite the rich law of English life, have, with accretions, promotions, expansions, ever so much more. Very good. Such things might be. She rose to the sense of being ready for them. Whatever Mrs. Lowder might have to show, and one hoped one did the presumptions all justice, she would have nothing like Milly Theale, who constituted the trophy producible by poor Susan. Poor Susan lingered late, till the candles were low, and as soon as the table was cleared she opened her neat portfolio. She hadn't lost the old clue. There were connections she remembered, addresses she could try. So the thing was to begin. She wrote on the spot.
It had all gone so fast after this that Milly uttered but the truth nearest to hand in saying to the gentleman on her right, who was, by the same token, the gentleman on her hostess's left, that she scarce even then knew where she was, the words marking her first full sense of a situation really romantic. They were already dining, she and her friend, at Lancaster Gate, and surrounded, as it seemed to her, with every English accessory, though her consciousness of Mrs. Lowder's existence, and still more of her remarkable identity, had been of so recent and so sudden a birth. Susie, as she was apt to call her companion for a lighter change, had only had to wave a neat little wand for the fairy tale to begin at once, in consequence of which Susie now glittered, for with Mrs. Stringham's new sense of success it came to that, in the character of a fairy godmother. Milly had almost insisted on dressing her, for the present occasion, as one, and it was no fault of the girls if the good lady hadn't now appeared in a peaked hat, a short petticoat and diamond shoe-buckles, brandishing the magic crutch. The good lady bore herself in truth not less contentedly than if these insignia had marked her work, and Milly's observation to Lord Mark had doubtless just been the result of such a light exchange of looks with her as even the great length of the table couldn't baffle. There were 20 persons between them, but this sustained passage was the sharpest sequel yet to that other comparison of views during the pause on the Swiss pass. It almost appeared to Milly that their fortune had been unduly precipitated, as if properly they were in the position of having ventured on a small joke and found the answer out of proportion grave. She couldn't at this moment, for instance, have said whether, with her quickened perceptions, she were more enlivened or oppressed, and the case might in fact have been serious hadn't she, by good fortune, from the moment the picture loomed, quickly made up her mind that what finally most concerned her was neither to seek nor to shirk, wasn't even to wonder too much, but was to let things come as they would, since there was little enough doubt of how they would go. Lord Mark had been brought to her before dinner, not by Mrs. Lowder, but by the handsome girl, that lady's niece, who was now at the other end and on the same side as Susie. He had taken her in, and she meant presently to ask him about Miss Croy, the handsome girl, actually offered to her sight, though now in a splendid way, but for the second time. The first time had been the occasion, only 3 days before, of her calling at their hotel with her aunt and then making, for our other two heroines, a great impression of beauty and eminence. This impression had remained so with Milly that at present, and although her attention was aware at the same time of everything else, her eyes were mainly engaged with Kate Croy when not engaged with Susie. That wonderful creature's eyes moreover readily met them. She ranked now as a wonderful creature, and it seemed part of the swift prosperity of the American visitors that, so little in the original reckoning, she should yet appear conscious, charmingly, frankly conscious, of possibilities of friendship for them. Milly had easily, and, as a guest, gracefully generalized. English girls had a special strong beauty which particularly showed in evening dress, above all when, as was strikingly the case with this one, the dress itself was what it should be. That observation she had all ready for Lord Mark when they should, after a little, get round to it. She seemed even now to see that there might be a good deal they would get round to, the indication being that, taken up once for all with her other neighbour, their hostess would leave them much to themselves. Mrs. Lowder's other neighbour was the Bishop of Murrum, a real bishop, such as Milly had never seen, with a complicated costume, a voice like an old-fashioned wind-instrument, and a face all the portrait of a prelate, while the gentleman on our young lady's left, a gentleman thick-necked, large, and literal, who looked straight before him, and as if he were not to be diverted by vain words from that pursuit, clearly counted as an offset to the possession of Lord Mark. As Milly made out these things, with a shade of exhilaration at the way she already fell in, she saw how she was justified of her plea for people and her love of life. It wasn't then, as the prospect seemed to show, so difficult to get into the current, or to stand at any rate on the bank. It was easy to get near, if they were near, and yet the elements were different enough from any of her old elements, and positively rich and strange. She asked herself if her right-hand neighbour would understand what she meant by such a description of them should she throw it off, but another of the things to which precisely her sense was awakened was that no, decidedly, he wouldn't. It was nevertheless by this time open to her that his line would be to be clever, and indeed, evidently, no little of the interest was going to be in the fresh reference and fresh effect both of people's cleverness and of their simplicity. She thrilled, she consciously flushed, and all to turn pale again, with the certitude, it had never been so present, that she should find herself completely involved. The very air of the place, the pitch of the occasion, had for her both so sharp a ring and so deep an undertone. The smallest things, the faces, the hands, the jewels of the women, the sound of words, especially of names, across the table, the shape of the forks, the arrangement of the flowers, the attitude of the servants, the walls of the room, were all touches in a picture and denotements in a play, and they marked for her moreover her alertness of vision. She had never, she might well believe, been in such a state of vibration. Her sensibility was almost too sharp for her comfort. There were, for example, more indications than she could reduce to order in the manner of the friendly niece, who struck her as distinguished and interesting, as in fact surprisingly genial. This young woman's type had, visibly, other possibilities. Yet here, of its own free movement, it had already sketched a relation. Were they, Miss Croy and she, to take up the tale where their two elders had left it off so many years before? Were they to find they liked each other, and to try for themselves whether a scheme of constancy on more modern lines could be worked? She had doubted, as they came to England, of Maud Manningham, had believed her a broken reed and a vague resource, had seen their dependence on her as a state of mind that would have been shamefully silly, so far as it was dependence, had they wished to do anything so inane as get into society. To have made their pilgrimage all for the sake of such society as Mrs. Lowder might have in reserve for them, that didn't bear thinking of at all, and she herself had quite chosen her course for curiosity about other matters. She would have described this curiosity as a desire to see the places she had read about, and that description of her motive she was prepared to give her neighbour, even though, as a consequence of it, he should find how little she had read. It was almost at present as if her poor prevision had been rebuked by the majesty, she could scarcely call it less, of the event, or at all events by the commanding character of the two figures, she could scarcely call that less either, mainly presented. Mrs. Lowder and her niece, however dissimilar, had at least in common that each was a great reality. That was true primarily of the aunt, so true that Milly wondered how her own companion had arrived in other years at so odd an alliance. Yet she none the less felt Mrs. Lowder as a person of whom the mind might in 2 or 3 days roughly make the circuit. She would sit there massive at least while one attempted it, whereas Miss Croy, the handsome girl, would indulge in incalculable movements that might interfere with one's tour. She was the amusing resisting ominous fact none the less, and each other person and thing was just such a fact, and it served them right, no doubt, the pair of them, for having rushed into their adventure. Lord Mark's intelligence meanwhile, however, had met her own quite sufficiently to enable him to tell her how little he could clear up her situation. He explained, for that matter, or at least he hinted, that there was no such thing to-day in London as saying where anyone was. Every one was everywhere, nobody was anywhere. He should be put to it, yes, frankly, to give a name of any sort or kind to their hostess's set. Was it a set at all, or wasn't it, and were there not really no such things as sets in the place any more? Was there anything but the groping and pawing, that of the vague billows of some great greasy sea in mid-channel, of masses of bewildered people trying to get they didn't know what or where? He threw out the question, which seemed large. Milly felt that at the end of 5 minutes he had thrown out a great many, though he followed none more than a step or two. Perhaps he would prove suggestive, but he helped her as yet to no discriminations. He spoke as if he had given them up from too much knowledge. He was thus at the opposite extreme from herself, but as a consequence of it, also wandering and lost, and he was furthermore, for all his temporary incoherence, to which she guessed there would be some key, as packed a concretion as either Mrs. Lowder or Kate. The only light in which he placed the former of these ladies was that of an extraordinary woman, a most extraordinary woman, and the more extraordinary the more one knows her, while of the latter he said nothing for the moment, but that she was tremendously, yes, tremendously good-looking. It was some time, she thought, before his talk showed his cleverness, and yet each minute she believed in that mystery more, quite apart from what her hostess had told her on first naming him. Perhaps he was one of the cases she had heard of at home, those characteristic cases of people in England who concealed their play of mind so much more than they advertised it. Even Mr. Densher a little did that. And what made Lord Mark, at any rate, so real either, when this was a trick he had apparently so mastered? His type somehow, as by a life, a need, an intention of its own, took all care for vividness off his hands. That was enough. It was difficult to guess his age, whether he were a young man who looked old or an old man who looked young. It seemed to prove nothing, as against other things, that he was bald and, as might have been said, slightly stale, or more delicately perhaps, dry. There was such a fine little fidget of preoccupied life in him, and his eyes, at moments, though it was an appearance they could suddenly lose, were as candid and clear as those of a pleasant boy, very neat, very light, and so fair that there was little other indication of his moustache than his constantly feeling it, which was again boyish. He would have affected her as the most intellectual person present if he had not affected her as the most frivolous. The latter quality was rather in his look than in anything else, though he constantly wore his double eye-glass, which was much more Bostonian and thoughtful. The idea of his frivolity had, no doubt, to do with his personal designation, which represented, as yet for our young woman a little confusedly, a connection with an historic patriciate, a class that in turn, also confusedly, represented an affinity with a social element she had never heard otherwise described than as fashion. The supreme social element in New York had never known itself but as reduced to that category, and though Milly was aware that, as applied to a territorial and political aristocracy, the label was probably too simple, she had for the time none other at hand. She presently, it is true, enriched her idea with the perception that her interlocutor was indifferent. Yet this, indifferent as aristocracies notoriously were, saw her but little further, inasmuch as she felt that, in the first place, he would rather get on with her than not, and in the second was only thinking of too many matters of his own. If he kept her in view on the one hand, and kept so much else on the other, the way he crumbed up his bread was a proof, why did he hover before her as a potentially insolent noble? She couldn't have answered the question, and it was precisely one of those that swarmed. They were complicated, she might fairly have said, by his visibly knowing, having known from afar off, that she was a stranger and an American, and by his none the less making no more of it than if she and her like were the chief of his diet. He took her kindly enough, but imperturbably, irreclaimably, for granted, and it wouldn't in the least help that she herself knew him as quickly for having been in her country and threshed it out. There would be nothing for her to explain or attenuate or brag about. She could neither escape nor prevail by her strangeness. He would have, for that matter, on such a subject, more to tell her than to learn from her. She might learn from him why she was so different from the handsome girl, which she didn't know, being merely able to feel it, or at any rate might learn from him why the handsome girl was so different from her. On these lines, however, they would move later. The lines immediately laid down were, in spite of his vagueness for his own convenience, definite enough. She was already, he observed to her, thinking what she should say on her other side, which was what Americans were always doing. She needn't in conscience say anything at all, but Americans never knew that, nor ever, poor creatures, yes, she had interposed, the poor creatures, what not to do. The burdens they took on, the things, positively, they made an affair of, this easy and after all friendly jibe at her race was really for her, on her new friend's part, the note of personal recognition so far as she required it, and she gave him a prompt and conscious example of morbid anxiety by insisting that her desire to be herself lovely all round was justly founded on the lovely way Mrs. Lowder had met her. He was directly interested in that, and it was not till afterward she fully knew how much more information about their friend he had taken than given. Here again, for instance, was a characteristic note. She had, on the spot, with her first plunge into the obscure depths of a society constituted from far back, encountered the interesting phenomenon of complicated, a possibly sinister motive. However, Maud Manningham, her name, even in her presence, somehow still fed the fancy, had, all the same, been lovely, and one was going to meet her now quite as far on as one had oneself been met. She had been with them at their hotel, they were a pair, before even they had supposed she could have got their letter. Of course, indeed, they had written in advance, but they had followed that up very fast. She had thus engaged them to dine but 2 days later, and on the morrow again, without waiting for a return visit, without waiting for anything, she had called with her niece. It was as if she really cared for them, and it was magnificent fidelity, fidelity to Mrs. Stringham, her own companion and Mrs. Lowder's former schoolmate, the lady with the charming face and the rather high dress down there at the end. Lord Mark took in through his nippers these balanced attributes of Susie. But isn't Mrs. Stringham's fidelity then equally magnificent? Well, it's a beautiful sentiment, but it isn't as if she had anything to give. Hasn't she got you? Lord Mark asked without excessive delay. Me? To give Mrs. Lowder? Milly had clearly not yet seen herself in the light of such an offering. Oh, I'm a rather poor present, and I don't feel as if, even at that, I had as yet quite been given. You've been shown, and if our friend has jumped at you, it comes to the same thing. He made his jokes, Lord Mark, without amusement for himself, yet it wasn't that he was grim. To be seen, you must recognise, is, for you, to be jumped at, and if it's a question of being shown, here you are again. Only it has now been taken out of your friend's hands. It's Mrs. Lowder already who's getting the benefit. Look round the table, and you'll make out, I think, that you're being, from top to bottom, jumped at." "Well, then," said Milly, "I seem also to feel that I like it better than being made fun of." It was one of the things she afterwards saw (Milly was for ever seeing things afterwards) that her companion had here had some way of his own, quite unlike any one else's, of assuring her of his consideration. She wondered how he had done it, for he had neither apologized nor protested. She said to herself at any rate that he had led her on. And what was most odd was the question by which he had done so. "Does she know much about you?" "No, she just likes us." Even for this his travelled lordship, seasoned and saturated, had no laugh. "I mean you particularly. Has that lady with the charming face, which is charming, told her?" Milly cast about. "Told her what?" "Everything." This, with the way he dropped it, again considerably moved her, made her feel for a moment that as a matter of course she was a subject for disclosures. But she quickly found her answer. "Oh, as for that, you must ask her." "Your clever companion?" "Mrs. Lowder." He replied to this that their hostess was a person with whom there were certain liberties one never took, but that he was none the less fairly upheld, inasmuch as she was for the most part kind to him, and as, should he be very good for a while, she would probably herself tell him. "And I shall have at any rate in the meantime the interest of seeing what she does with you. That will teach me more or less, you see, how much she knows." Milly followed this. It was lucid, but it suggested something apart. "How much does she know about you?" "Nothing," said Lord Mark serenely. "But that doesn't matter, for what she does with me." And then, as to anticipate Milly's question about the nature of such doing, "This, for instance, turning me straight on for you." The girl thought. "And you mean she wouldn't if she didn't know?" He met it as if it were really a point. "No, I believe, to do her justice, she still would, so you can be easy." Milly had the next instant then acted on the permission. "Because you're even at the worst the best thing she has?" With this he was at last amused. "I was till you came. You're the best now." It was strange his words should have given her the sense of his knowing, but it was positive that they did so, and to the extent of making her believe them, though still with wonder. That really from this first of their meetings was what was most to abide with her. She accepted almost helplessly, she surrendered so to the inevitable in it, being the sort of thing, as he might have said, that he at least thoroughly believed he had, in going about, seen enough of for all practical purposes. Her submission was naturally moreover not to be impaired by her learning later on that he had paid at short intervals, though at a time apparently just previous to her own emergence from the obscurity of extreme youth, 3 separate visits to New York, where his nameable friends and his contrasted contacts had been numerous. His impression, his recollection of the whole mixed quantity, was still visibly rich. It had helped him to place her, and she was more and more sharply conscious of having, as with the door sharply slammed upon her and the guard's hand raised in signal to the train, been popped into the compartment in which she was to travel for him. It was a use of her that many a girl would have been doubtless quick to resent, and the kind of mind that thus, in our young lady, made all for mere seeing and taking is precisely one of the charms of our subject. Milly had practically just learned from him, had made out, as it were, from her rumbling compartment, that he gave her the highest place among their friend's actual properties. She was a success, that was what it came to, he presently assured her, and this was what it was to be a success. It always happened before one could know it. One's ignorance was in fact often the greatest part of it. "You haven't had time yet," he said. "This is nothing. But you'll see everything. You can, you know, everything you dream of." He made her more and more wonder. She almost felt as if he were showing her visions while he spoke, and strangely enough, though it was visions that had drawn her on, she hadn't had them in connection, that is, in such preliminary and necessary connection, with such a face as Lord Mark's, such eyes and such a voice, such a tone and such a manner. He had for an instant the effect of making her ask herself if she were after all going to be afraid, so distinct was it for 50 seconds that a fear passed over her. There they were again, yes, certainly. Susy's overture to Mrs. Lowder had been their joke, but they had pressed in that gaiety an electric bell that continued to sound. Positively while she sat there she had the loud rattle in her ears, and she wondered during these moments why the others didn't hear it. They didn't stare, they didn't smile, and the fear in her that I speak of was but her own desire to stop it. That dropped, however, as if the alarm itself had ceased. She seemed to have seen in a quick though tempered glare that there were two courses for her, one to leave London again the first thing in the morning, the other to do nothing at all. Well, she would do nothing at all. She was already doing it. More than that, she had already done it, and her chance was gone. She gave herself up. She had the strangest sense on the spot of so deciding, for she had turned a corner before she went on again with Lord Mark. Inexpressive but intensely significant, he met as no one else could have done the very question she had suddenly put to Mrs. Stringham on the Brunig. Should she have it, whatever she did have, that question had been for long. Ah, so possibly not, her neighbour appeared to reply. Therefore, don't you see, I'm the way. It was vivid that he might be, in spite of his absence of flourish, the way being doubtless just in that absence. The handsome girl, whom she didn't lose sight of, and who, she felt, kept her also in view. Mrs. Lowder's striking niece would perhaps be the way as well, for in her too was the absence of flourish, though she had little else, so far as one could tell, in common with Lord Mark. Yet how indeed could one tell? What did one understand, and of what was one, for that matter, provisionally conscious but of their being somehow together in what they represented? Kate Croy, fine but friendly, looked over at her as really with a guess at Lord Mark's effect on her. If she could guess this effect, what then did she know about it, and in what degree had she felt it herself? Did that represent, as between them, anything particular, and should she have to count with them as duplicating, as intensifying by a mutual intelligence, the relation into which she was sinking? Nothing was so odd as that she should have to recognize so quickly, in each of these glimpses of an instant, the various signs of a relation, and this anomaly itself, had she had more time to give to it, might almost terribly have suggested to her that her doom was to live fast. It was queerly a question of the short run, and the consciousness proportionately crowded. These were immense excursions for the spirit of a young person at Mrs. Lowder's mere dinner-party, but what was so significant and so admonitory as the fact of their being possible? What could they have been but just a part, already, of the crowded consciousness? And it was just a part likewise that while plates were changed, and dishes presented, and periods in the banquet marked, while appearances insisted and phenomena multiplied, and words reached her from here and there like plashes of a slow thick tide, while Mrs. Lowder grew somehow more stout and more instituted, and Susie, at her distance and in comparison, more thinly improvised and more different, that is, from every one and everything, it was just a part that while this process went forward, our young lady alighted, came back, taking up her destiny again as if she had been able by a wave or two of her wings to displace herself briefly in sight of an alternative to it. Whatever it was, it had showed in this brief interval as better than the alternative, and it now presented itself altogether in the image and in the place in which she had left it. The image was that of her being, as Lord Mark had declared, a success. This depended more or less, of course, on his idea of the thing, into which at present, however, she wouldn't go. But renewing soon, she had asked him what he meant then that Mrs. Lowder would do with her, and he had replied that this might safely be left. "She'll get back," he pleasantly said, "her money." He could say it too, which was singular, without affecting her either as vulgar or as nasty, and he soon explained himself by adding, "Nobody here, you know, does anything for nothing." "Ah, if you mean that we shall reward her as hard as ever we can, nothing is more certain. But she's an idealist," Milly continued, "and idealists in the long run, I think, don't feel that they lose." Lord Mark seemed, within the limits of his enthusiasm, to find this charming. "Ah, she strikes you as an idealist?" "She idealizes us, my friend and me, absolutely. She sees us in a light," said Milly. "That's all I've got to hold on by, so don't deprive me of it." "I wouldn't think of such a thing for the world. But do you suppose," he continued as if it were suddenly important for him, "do you suppose she sees me in a light?" She neglected his question for a little, partly because her attention attached itself more and more to the handsome girl, partly because, placed so near the hostess, she wished not to show as discussing her too freely. Mrs. Lowder, it was true, steering in the other quarter a course in which she called at subjects as if they were islets in an archipelago, continued to allow them their ease, and Kate Croy at the same time steadily revealed herself as interesting. Milly, in fact, found of a sudden her ease, found it all as she bethought herself that what Mrs. Lowder was really arranging for was a report on her quality, and, as perhaps might be said, her value, from Lord Mark. She wished him, the wonderful lady, to have no pretext for not knowing what he thought of Miss Theale. Why his judgment so mattered remained to be seen, but it was this divination that in any case now determined Milly's rejoinder. "No, she knows you. She has probably reason to. And you all here know each other. I see that, so far as you know anything. You know what you're used to, and it's your being used to it, that and that only, that makes you. But there are things you don't know." He took it in as if it might fairly, to do him justice, be a point. "Things that I don't, with all the pains I take and the way I've run about the world to leave nothing unlearned." Milly thought, and it was perhaps the very truth of his claim, its not being negligible, that sharpened her impatience and thereby her wit. "You're blasé, but you're not enlightened. You're familiar with everything, but conscious really of nothing. What I mean is that you've no imagination." Lord Mark at this threw back his head, ranging with his eyes the opposite side of the room and showing himself at last so much more flagrantly diverted that it fairly attracted their hostess's notice. Mrs. Lowder, however, only smiled on Milly for a sign that something racy was what she had expected, and resumed with a splash of her screw her cruise among the islands. "Oh, I've heard that," the young man replied, "before." "There it is, then. You've heard everything before. You've heard me, of course, before, in my country often enough." "Oh, never too often," he protested. "I'm sure I hope I shall still hear you again and again." "But what good, then, has it done you?" the girl went on, as if now frankly to amuse him. "Oh, you'll see when you know me." "But most assuredly I shall never know you." "Then that will be exactly," he laughed, "the good." If it established thus that they couldn't or wouldn't mix, why did Milly none the less feel through it a perverse quickening of the relation to which she had been in spite of herself appointed? What queerer consequence of their not mixing than their talking, for it was what they had arrived at, almost intimately? She wished to get away from him, or indeed much rather away from herself so far as she was present to him. She saw already, wonderful creature after all, herself too, that there would be a good deal more of him to come for her, and that the special sign of their intercourse would be to keep herself out of the question. Everything else might come in, only never that, and with such an arrangement they would perhaps even go far. This, in fact, might quite have begun on the spot with her returning again to the topic of the handsome girl. If she was to keep herself out she could naturally best do so by putting in somebody else. She accordingly put in Kate Croy, being ready to that extent, as she was not at all afraid for her, to sacrifice her if necessary. Lord Mark himself, for that matter, had made it easy by saying a little while before that no one among them did anything for nothing. "What, then," she was aware of being abrupt, "does Miss Croy, if she's so interested, do it for? What has she to gain by her lovely welcome? Look at her now!" Milly broke out with characteristic freedom of praise, though pulling herself up also with a compunctious "Oh!" as the direction thus given to their eyes happened to coincide with a turn of Kate's face to them. All she had meant to do was to insist that this face was fine, but what she had in fact done was to renew again her effect of showing herself to its possessor as conjoined with Lord Mark for some interested view of it. He had, however, promptly met her question. "To gain? Why, your acquaintance." "Well, what's my acquaintance to her? She can care for me, she must feel that, only by being sorry for me. And that's why she's lovely, to be already willing to take the trouble to be. It's the height of the disinterested." There were more things in this than one that Lord Mark might have taken up, but in a minute he had made his choice. "Ah, then I'm nowhere, for I'm afraid I'm not sorry for you in the least. What do you make, then," he asked, "of your success?" "Why, just the great reason of all. It's just because our friend there sees it that she pities me. She understands," Milly said. "She's better than any of you. She's beautiful." He appeared struck with this at last, with the point the girl made of it, to which she came back even after a diversion created by a dish presented between them. "Beautiful in character, I see. Is she so? You must tell me about her." Milly wondered. "But haven't you known her longer than I? Haven't you seen her for yourself?" "No, I've failed with her. It's no use, I don't make her out, and I assure you I really should like to." His assurance had in fact for his companion a positive suggestion of sincerity. He affected her as now saying something he did feel, and she was the more struck with it as she was still conscious of the failure even of curiosity he had just shown in respect to herself. She had meant something, though indeed for herself almost only. In speaking of their friend's natural pity, it had doubtless been a note of questionable taste, but it had quavered out in spite of her, and he hadn't so much as cared to inquire, "Why natural?" Not that it wasn't really much better for her that he shouldn't. Explanations would in truth have taken her much too far. Only she now perceived that, in comparison, her word about this other person really drew him, and there were things in that probably, many things, as to which she would learn more, and which glimmered there already as part and parcel of that larger real with which, in her new situation, she was to be beguiled. It was in fact at the very moment, this element, not absent from what Lord Mark was further saying. "So you're wrong, you see, as to our knowing all about each other. There are cases where we break down. I at any rate give her up. Up, that is, to you. You must do her for me. Tell me, I mean, when you know more. You'll notice," he pleasantly wound up, "that I've confidence in you." "Why shouldn't you have?" Milly asked, observing in this, as she thought, a fine, though for such a man surprisingly artless fatuity. It was as if there might have been a question of her falsifying for the sake of her own show, that is, of the failure of her honesty to be proof against her desire to keep well with him herself. She didn't, none the less, otherwise protest against his remark. There was something else she was occupied in seeing. It was the handsome girl alone, one of his own species and his own society, who had made him feel uncertain. Of his certainties about a mere little American, a cheap exotic, imported almost wholesale, and whose habitat, with its conditions of climate, growth and cultivation, its immense profusion but its few varieties and thin development, he was perfectly satisfied. The marvel was, too, that Milly understood his satisfaction, feeling she expressed the truth in presently saying, "Of course, I make out that she must be difficult, just as I see that I myself must be easy." And that was what, for all the rest of this occasion, remained with her, as the most interesting thing that could remain. She was more and more content herself to be easy. She would have been resigned, even had it been brought straighter home to her, to passing for a cheap exotic. Provisionally, at any rate, that protected her wish to keep herself, with Lord Mark, in abeyance. They had all affected her as inevitably knowing each other, and if the handsome girl's place among them was something even their initiation couldn't deal with, why then she would indeed be a quantity.
That sense of quantities, separate or mixed, was really no doubt what most prevailed at first for our slightly gasping American pair. It found utterance for them in their frequent remark to each other that they had no one but themselves to thank. It dropped from Milly more than once that if she had ever known it was so easy, though her exclamation mostly ended without completing her idea. This, however, was a trifle to Miss Stringham, who cared little whether she meant that in this case she would have come sooner. She couldn't have come sooner, and she perhaps was on the contrary meant, for it would have been like her, that she wouldn't have come at all. Why, it was so easy being at any rate a matter as to which her companion had begun quickly to pick up views. Susie kept some of these lights for the present to herself, since freely communicated they might have been a little disturbing, with which, moreover, the quantities that we speak of as surrounding the two ladies were in many cases quantities of things and of other things to talk about. Their immediate lesson, accordingly, was that they just had been caught up by the incalculable strength of a wave that was actually holding them aloft, and that would naturally dash them whenever it liked. They meanwhile, we hasten to add, made the best of their precarious position, and if Milly had no other help, for it she would have found not a little in the sight of Susan Shepherd's state, the girl had nothing to say to her for 3 days about the successes announced by Lord Mark, which they saw, besides otherwise established. She was too taken up, too touched by Susie's own exultation. Susie glowed in the light of her justified faith. Everything had happened that she had been acute enough to think at least probable. She had appealed to the possible delicacy in Maud Manningham, a delicacy, mind you, but barely possible, and her appeal had been met in a way that was an honor to human nature. This proved sensibility of the Lady of Lancaster Gate performed verily for both our friends during these first days the office of a fine floating gold dust, something that threw over the prospect of harmonizing blur. The forms, the colors behind it were strong and deep. We have seen how they already stood out for Milly, but nothing comparatively had had so much of the dignity of truth as the fact of Maud's fidelity to a sentiment. That was what Susie was proud of, much more than her great place in the world, which she was moreover conscious of not as yet wholly measuring. That was what the more vivid even than her being, in senses more worldly, and in fact almost in the degree of a revelation, English and distinct and positive, with almost no inward but with the finest outward resonance. Susan Shepherd's word for her, again and again, was that she was large, yet it was not exactly a case as to the soul of echoing chambers. She might have been likened rather to a capricious receptacle, originally perhaps loose, but now drawn tightly as possible over its accumulated contents, a packed mass, for her American admirer of curious detail. When the latter good lady at home had handsomely figured her friends as not small, which was the way she mostly figured them, there was a certain implication that they were spacious because they were empty. Miss Lowder, by a different law, was spacious because she was full, because she had something in common, even in repose, with a projectile of great size loaded and ready for use. That indeed, to Susie's romantic mind, announced itself as half the charm of their renewal, a charm as of sitting in springtime during a long peace on the daisied grassy bank of some great slumbering fortress. True to her psychological instincts, certainly, Miss Stringham had noted that the sentiment she rejoiced in on her old schoolmate's part was all a matter of action and movement, was not, save for the interweaving of a more frequent plumped dearest than she would herself perhaps have used, a matter of much other embroidery. She brooded with interest on this further mark of race, feeling in her own spirit a different economy. The joy for her was to know why she acted. The reason was half the business, whereas with Miss Lowder there might have been no reason why this trivial seasoning substance, the vanilla or the nutmeg, omittable from the nutritive pudding without spoiling it. Miss Lowder's desire was clearly sharp that their young companions should also prosper together, and Mrs. Stringham's account of it all to Milly during the first days was that when at Lancaster Gate she was not occupied in telling, as it were, about her. She was occupied in hearing much of the history of her hostess's brilliant niece. They had plenty on these lines, the two elder women, to give and take, and it was even not quite clear to the pilgrim from Boston that what she should mainly have arranged for in London was not a series of thrills for herself. She had a bad conscience, indeed almost a sense of immorality, in having to recognize that she was, as she said, carried away. She laughed at Milly when she also said that she didn't know where it would end, and the principles of her uneasiness was that Miss Lowder's life bristled for her with elements that she was really having to look at for the first time. They represented, she believed, the world that, as a consequence of the cold shoulder turned to it by the Pilgrim Fathers, had never yet boldly crossed to Boston. It would surely have sunk the stoutest Cunedar, and she couldn't pretend that she faced the prospect simply because Milly had had a caprice. She was in the act herself of having one, directed precisely to their present spectacle. She could but seek strength in the thought that she had never had one, or had never yielded to one, which came to the same thing before. The sustaining sense of it all, moreover, as a literary material, that quite dropped from her. She must wait, at any rate, she should see, it struck her, so far as she had got, a vast, obscure, lurid. She reflected in the watches of the night that she was probably just going to love it for itself, that is, for itself and Milly. The odd thing is that she could think of Milly's loving it without dread, or with dread at least not on the score of conscience, only on the score of peace. It was a mercy, at all events, for the hour that their two spirits jumped together, while for the first week that followed their dinner she drank deep at Lancaster Gate. Her companion was no less happily, appeared to be indeed on the whole quite as romantically provided for. The handsome English girl from the heavy English house had been as a figure in a picture, stepping by magic out of its frame. It was a case in truth for which Mrs. Stringham presently found the perfect image. She had lost none of her grasp, but quite the contrary, of that other conceit and virtue of which Milly was the wandering princess. So what could be more in harmony now than to see the princess waited upon at the city gate by the worthiest maiden, the chosen daughter of the Burgesses? It was the real again, evidently the amusement of the meeting for the princesses too, princesses living for the most part in such an appeased way on the plane of mere elegant representation. That was why they pounced at city gates on deputed flower-strewing damsels. That was why, after effigies, processions, and other stately games, frank human company was pleasant to them. Kate Croy really presented herself to Milly. The latter abounded for Miss Stringham in accounts of it, as the wondrous London girl in person, by what she had conceived from far back of the London girl, conceived from the tales of travellers and the anecdotes of New York, from old porings over punch and a liberal acquaintance with the fiction of the day. The only thing was that she was nicer, since the creature in question had rather been, to our young woman, an image of dread. She had thought of her, at her best, as handsome, just as Kate was, with turns of head and tones of voice, felicities of stature and attitude, things put on and, for that matter, put off, all the marks of the product of a packed society, who should be at the same time the heroine of a strong story. She placed a striking young person from the first in a story, saw her, by a necessity of the imagination, for a heroine, felt it was the only character in which she wouldn't be wasted, and this in spite of the heroine's pleasant abruptness, her forbearance from gush, her umbrellas and jackets and shoes, as these things sketched themselves to Milly, and something rather of a breezy boy in the carriage of her arms and the occasional freedom of her slang. When Milly had settled that the extent of her good will itself made her shy, she had found for the moment quite a sufficient key, and they were by that time thoroughly afloat together. This might well have been the happiest hour they were to know, attacking in friendly independence their great London, the London of shops and streets and suburbs oddly interesting to Milly, as well as of museums, monuments, sights oddly unfamiliar to Kate, while their elders pursued a separate course, these two rejoicing not less in their intimacy, and each thinking the other's young woman a great acquisition for her own. Milly expressed to Susan Shepherd more than once that Kate had some secret, some smothered trouble, besides all the rest of her history, and that if she had so good-naturedly helped Miss Lowder to meet them, this was exactly to create a diversion, to give herself something else to think about. But on the case thus postulated our young American had as yet had no light. She only felt that when the light should come it would greatly deepen the color, and she liked to think that she was preparing for anything. What she already knew, moreover, was full to her vision, of English, of eccentric, of Thackerayan character. Kate Croy, having gradually become not a little explicit on the subject of her situation, her past, her present, her general predicament, her small success up to the present hour, in contenting at the same time her father, her sister, her aunt, and herself. It was Milly's subtle guess, imparted to her Susie, that the girl had somebody else as well, as yet unnamed, to content, it being manifest to such a creature couldn't help having. A creature, not perhaps, if one would exactly form to inspire passions, since that always implied a certain silliness, but essentially seen by the admiring eye of friendship under the clear shadow of some probably eminent male interest. The clear shadow, from whatever source projected, hung at any rate over Milly's companion the whole week, and Kate Croy's handsome face smiled out of it, under bland skylights, in the presence alike of old masters passive in their glory, and of thoroughly new ones, the newest, who bristled relentlessly with pins and brandished snipping shears. It was meanwhile a pretty part of the intercourse of these young ladies that each thought the other more remarkable than herself, then each thought of herself, or assured that the other she did, a comparatively dusty object, and the other a favorite of nature and of fortune, and covered thereby with the freshness of the morning. Kate was amused, amazed at the way her friend insisted on taking her, and Milly wondered if Kate were sincere in finding her the most extraordinary, quite apart from her being the most charming person she had come across. They had talked in long drives, and quantities of history have not been wanting, in the light of which Miss Lowder's niece might superficially seem to have had the best of the argument. Her visitor's American references, with their bewildering immensities, their confounding moneyed New York, their excitements of high pressure, their opportunities of wild freedom, their record of used-up relatives, parents, clever, eager, fair, slim brothers, these the most loved, all engaged, as well as successive superseded guardians, in the high extravagance of speculation and dissipation that had left this exquisite being her black dress, her white face, and her vivid hair as the mere last broken link. Such a picture quite threw into the shade of the brief biography, however sketchily amplified, of a mere middle-class nobody in Bayswater. And though that indeed might be but a Bayswater way of putting it, in addition to which Milly was in the stage of interest in Bayswater ways, this critic so far prevailed that, like Miss Stringham herself, she fairly got her companion to accept from her that she was quite the nearest approach to a practical princess Bayswater could ever hope to know. It was a fact. It became one at the end of 3 days that Milly actually began to borrow from the handsome girl a sort of view of her state. The handsome girl's impression of it was clearly so sincere. This impression was a tribute positively to the power to the source, of which was the last thing Kate treated as a mystery. There were passages under all their skylights, the succession of their shops being large, in which the latter easy yet the least bit dry manner sufficiently gave out that if she had had so deep a pocket, it was not moreover by any means with not having the imagination of expenditure that she appeared to charge her friend, but with not having the imagination of terror of thrift, the imagination or in any degree the habit of conscious dependence on others. Such moments, when all Wingmore Street, for instance, seemed to rustle about, and the pale girl herself to be facing the different rustlers, unusually so undiscriminated as individual Britons too, Britons personnel, parties to a relation and perhaps even intrinsically remarkable. Such moments in especial determined for Kate a perception of high happiness, of her companion's liberty. Milly's range was thus immense. She had to ask nobody for anything, to referring nothing to anyone. Her freedom, her fortune, and her fancy were her law. An obsequious world surrounded her. She could sniff up at every step its fumes, and Kate these days was altogether in the phase of forgiving her so much bliss, in the phase, moreover, of believing that, should they continue to go on together, she would abide in that generosity. She had at such a point, as this is no suspicion of a rift within the lute, by which we mean not only none of anything's coming between them, but none of any definite flaw in so much clearness of quality. Yet, all the same, if Milly and Mrs. Lowder's banquet had described herself to Lord Mark as kindly used by the young women on the other side because of some faintly felt special propriety in it, so there really did match with this, privately, on the young woman's part, a feeling not analyzed but divided, a latent impression that Mildred Thiel was not, after all, a person to change places, to change even chances with. Kate verily would perhaps not quite have known what she meant by this discrimination, and she came near naming it only when she said to herself that, rich as Milly was, one probably wouldn't, which was singular, ever hate her for it. The handsome girl had, with herself, these felicities and crudities. It wasn't obscure to her that, without some very particular reason to help, it might have proved a test of one's philosophy not to be irritated by a mistress of millions, or whatever they were, who, as a girl, so easily might have been, like herself, only vague and cruelly female. She was by no means sure of liking Aunt Maud as much as she deserved, and Aunt Maud's command of funds was obviously inferior to Milly's. There was thus clearly, as pleading for the latter, some influence that would later on become distinct, and meanwhile, decidingly, it was enough that she was as charming as she was queer, and as queer as she was charming, all of which was a rare amusement as well, for that matter, as further sufficient that there were objects of value that she had already pressed on Kate's acceptance. A week of her society in these conditions that Milly chose to sum up as ministering immensely for a blind, vague pilgrim, to aid and comfort, announce itself from an early hour as likely to become a week of presents, acknowledgments, mementos, pledges of gratitude and admiration that were all on one side. Kate as promptly embraced the propriety of making it clear that she must forswear shops till she should receive some guarantee that the contents of each one she entered as a humble companion shouldn't be placed at her feet. Yet that was in truth not before she had found herself in possession, under whatever protests, of several precious ornaments and other minor conveniences. Great was the absurdity, too, that there should have come a day, by the end of the week, when it appeared that all Milly would have asked in definite return, as might be said, was to be told a little about Lord Mark, and to be promised the privilege of a visit to Mrs. Condrip. Far other amusements had been offered her, but her eagerness was shamelessly human, and she seemed really to count more on the revelation of the anxious lady at Chelsea than on the best nights of the opera. Kate admired, and it showed, such an absence of fear. To the fear of being bored in such a connection she would have been so obviously entitled. Milly's answer to this was the plea of her curiosities, which left her friend wondering as to their odd direction. Some among them, no doubt, were rather more intelligible, and Kate had heard without wonder that she was blank about Lord Mark. This young lady's account of him, at the same time, professed itself frankly imperfect, for what they best knew him by at Lancaster Gate was a thing difficult to explain. One knew people in general by something they had to show, something that, either for them or against, could be touched or named or proved. And she could think of no other case of a value taken as so great and yet flourishing untested. His value was his future, which had somehow got itself as accepted by Aunt Maud, as if it had been his good cook or his steam launch. She, Kate, didn't mean she thought him a humbug. He might do great things, but they were as yet, so to speak, all he had done. On the other hand, it was of course something of an achievement, and not open to everyone, to have got oneself taken so seriously by Aunt Maud. The best thing about him, doubtless, on the whole, was that Aunt Maud believed in him. She was often fantastic, but she knew a humbug, and no, Lord Mark wasn't that. He had been a short time in the House, on the Tory side, but had lost his seat on the first opportunity, and this was all he had to point to. However, he pointed to nothing which was very possibly just a sign of his real cleverness, one of those that the really clever had in common with the really void. Even Aunt Maud frequently admitted that there was a good deal for her view of him to bring up the rear, and he wasn't meanwhile himself indifferent to himself, for he was working Lancaster Gate for all it was worth, just as it was, no doubt, working him, and just as the working and the worked were in London, as one might explain, the parties to every relation. Kate did explain, for her listening friend, every one who had anything to give. It was true they were the fewest, made the sharpest possible bargain for it, got at last its value in return. The strangest thing, furthermore, was that this might be in cases a happy understanding. The worker in one connection was the worked in another, and it was as broad as it was long, with the wheels of the system, as might be seen, wonderfully oiled. People could quite like each other in the midst of it, as Aunt Maud, by every appearance, quite like Lord Mark, and as Lord Mark, it was to be hoped, like Miss Lowder, since if he didn't, he was a greater brute than one could believe. She, Kate, hadn't yet, it was true, made out what he was doing for her, besides which the dear woman needed him, even at the most he could do, much less what she imagined. So far as all of which went, moreover, there were plenty of things on every side she hadn't yet made out. She believed on the whole in any one Aunt Maud took up, and she gave it to Milly as we're thinking of that. Whatever wonderful people this young lady might meet in the land, she would meet no more extraordinary women. There were greater celebrities by the million, and of course greater swells, but a higher person, by Kate's view, and a larger natural handful every way, would really be far to seek. When Milly inquired with interest if Kate's belief in her was primarily on the lines of what Miss Lowder took up, her interlocutress could handsomely say yes, since by the same principle she believed in herself. Whom but Aunt Maud's niece preeminently had Aunt Maud taken up, and who was thus more in the current with her, of working and of being worked? You may ask, Kate said, what in the world I have to give, and that indeed is just what I'm trying to learn. There must be something for her to think she can get it out of me. She will get it, trust her, and then I shall see what it is, which I beg you to believe I should never have found out for myself. She declined to treat any question of Milly's own paying power as discussable. That Milly would pay 100%, and even to the end, doubtless, through the nose, was just a beautiful basis on which they found themselves. These were fine facilities, pleasantries, ironies, all these luxuries of gossip and philosophies of London and of life, and they became quickly, between the pair, the common form of talk. Milly professing herself delighted to know that something was to be done with her. If the most remarkable woman in England was to do it, so much the better, and if the most remarkable woman in England had them both in hand together, why, what could be jollier for each? When she reflected indeed a little on the oddity of her wanting two at once, Kate had made the natural reply that it was exactly what showed her sincerity. She invariably gave way to feeling, and feeling had distinctly popped up in her on the advent of her girlhood's friend. The way the cat would jump was always in the presence of anything that moved her. Interesting to see, visibly enough, moreover, it hadn't for a long time jumped anything like so far. This, in fact, as we already know, remained the marvel for Milly Theale, who, on sight of Miss Lowder, had found 50 links in respect to Susie absent from the chain of association. She knew so herself what she thought of Susie, that she would have expected the lady of Lancaster Gate to think something quite different, a failure of which endlessly mystified her. But in her mystification was the cause for her of another fine impression, inasmuch as when she went so far as to observe to Kate that Susan Shepherd, and especially Susan Shepherd emerging so uninvited from the irrelevant past, ought by all the proprieties simply to have bored Aunt Maud, her confidant agreed to this without a protest, and abounded in a sense of her wonder. Susan Shepherd at least bore the niece. That was plain. This young woman saw nothing in her, nothing to account for anything, not even for Milly's own indulgence, which little fact became in turn to the latter's mind a fact of significance. It was a light on the handsome girl representing more than merely showed that poor Susie was simply as naught to her. This was in a manner, too, a general abomination to poor Susie's companion, who seemed to see marked by it the direction in which she had best most look out. It just faintly rattled her, and that a person who was good enough to spare for Milly Theale shouldn't be good enough for another girl, though, oddly enough, she could easily have forgiven Miss Lowder herself the impatience. Mrs. Lowder didn't feel it, and Kate Croy felt it with ease, yet in the end, be it added, she grasped the reason, and the reason enriched her mind. Wasn't it sufficiently the reason that the handsome girl was, with 20 other splendid qualities, the least bit brutal too? And didn't she suggest, as no one yet had ever done for her new friend, that there might be a wild beauty in that, and even a strange grace? Kate wasn't brutally brutal, which Milly had hitherto benignly supposed the only way. She wasn't even aggressively so, but rather indifferently, defensively, and, as might be said, by the habit of anticipation. She simplified in advance, was beforehand with her doubts, and knew with singular quickness what she wasn't, as they say in New York, going to like. In that way, at least, people were clearly quicker in England than at home, and Milly could quite see after a little how such instincts might become usual in a world in which dangers abounded. There were clearly more dangers round about Lancaster Gate than one suspected in New York or could dream of in Boston. At all events, with more sense of them, there were more precautions, and it was a remarkable world altogether in which there could be precautions on whatever ground against Susie.
She certainly made up with Susie directly, however, for any allowance she might have had privately to extend the tepid appreciation, since the late and long talks of these two embraced not only everything offered and suggested by the hours they spent apart, but a good deal more besides. She might be as detached as the occasion required at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but she used no such freedom to anyone about anything as she habitually used about everything to Susan Shepherd at midnight. All the same, it should with much less delay than this have been mentioned, she hadn't, that is, at the end of 6 days, produced any news for her comrade to compare with an announcement made her by the latter as a result of a drive with Mrs. Loder for a change in the remarkable Battersea Park. The elder friends had sociably revolved there, while the younger ones followed bolder fancies in the admirable equipage appointed to Milly at the hotel, a heavier, more emblazoned, more amusing chariot than she had ever, with stables notoriously mismanaged, known at home, whereby in the course of the circuit more than once repeated. It had come out, as Mrs. Stringham said, that the couple at Lancaster Gate were of all people acquainted with Mildred's other English friend, the gentleman, the one connected with the English newspaper. Susie hung fire a little over his name, who had been with her in New York so shortly previous to present adventures. He had been named, of course, in Battersea Park, else he couldn't have been identified, and Susie had naturally, before she could produce her own share in the matter as a kind of confession, to make it plain that her allusion was to Mr. Merton Densher. This was because Milly had at first a little air of not knowing whom she meant, and the girl really kept as well a certain control of herself while she remarked that the case was surprising, the chance 1 in 1,000. They knew him, both Maud and Miss Croy knew him, she gathered too, rather well, though indeed it wasn't on any show of intimacy that he had happened to be mentioned. It hadn't been, Susie made the point, she herself who brought him in. He had in fact not been brought in at all, but only referred to as a young journalist known to Mrs. Loder and who had lately gone to their wonderful country. Mrs. Loder always said "your wonderful country" on behalf of his journal, but Mrs. Stringham had taken it up, with the tips of her fingers indeed, and that was the confession. She had, without meaning any harm, recognized Mr. Densher as an acquaintance of Milly's, though she had also pulled herself up before getting in too far. Mrs. Loder had been struck clearly, it wasn't too much to say. Then she also, it had rather seemed, had pulled herself up, and there had been a little moment during which each might have been keeping something from the other. "Only," said Milly's informant, "I luckily remembered in time that I had nothing whatever to keep, which was much simpler and nicer. I don't know what Maud has, but there it is. She was interested, distinctly, in your knowing him. in his having met you over there, with so little loss of time. But I ventured to tell her it hadn't been so long as to make you as yet great friends. I don't know if I was right." Whatever time this explanation might have taken, there had been moments enough in the matter now, before the elder woman's conscience had done itself justice, to enable Milly to reply that although the fact in question doubtless had its importance, she imagined they wouldn't find the importance overwhelming. It was odd that their one Englishman should so instantly fit. It wasn't, however, miraculous. They surely all had often seen how extraordinarily small, as everyone said, was the world. Undoubtedly also Susie had done just the plain thing in not letting his name pass. Why in the world should there be a mystery? And what an immense one they would appear to have made if he should come back and find they had concealed their knowledge of him. "I don't know, Susie dear," the girl observed, "what you think I have to conceal." "It doesn't matter at a given moment," Mrs. Stringham returned, "what you know or don't know as to what I think, for you always find out the very next minute, and when you do find out, dearest, you never really care. Only," she presently asked, "have you heard of him from Miss Croy?" "Heard of Mr. Densher? Never a word. We haven't mentioned him. Why should we?" "That you haven't, I understand, but that your friend hasn't," Susie opined, "may mean something." "May mean what?" "Well," Mrs. Stringham presently brought out, "I tell you all when I tell you that Maud asks me to suggest to you that it may perhaps be better for the present not to speak of him, not to speak of him to her niece, that is, unless she herself speaks to you first. But Maud thinks she won't." Milly was ready to engage for anything, but in respect to the facts, as they so far possessed them, it all sounded a little complicated. "Is it because there's anything between them?" "No, I gather not, but Maud's state of mind is precautionary. She's afraid of something, or perhaps it would be more correct to say she's afraid of everything." "She's afraid, you mean," Milly asked, "of their liking each other?" Susie had an intense thought and then an effusion. "My dear child, we move in a labyrinth." "Of course we do. That's just the fun of it," said Milly with a strange gaiety. Then she added, "Don't tell me that, in this for instance, there are not abysses. I want abysses." Her friend looked at her. It was not unfrequently the case, a little harder than the surface of the occasion seemed to require, and another person present at such times might have wondered to what inner thought of her own the good lady was trying to fit the speech. It was too much her disposition, no doubt, to treat her young companion's words as symptoms of an imputed malady. It was none the less, however, her highest law to be light when the girl was light. She knew how to be quaint with a new quaintness, the great Boston gift. It had been happily her note in the magazines, and Maud Loder, to whom it was new indeed, and who had never heard anything remotely like it, quite cherished her as a social resource, by reason of it. It shouldn't therefore fail her now. With it, in fact, one might face most things. "And then let us hope we shall sound the depth. I'm prepared for the worst of sorrow and sin. But she would like her niece, we're not ignorant of that, are we, to marry Lord Mark? Hasn't she told you so?" "Hasn't Mrs. Loder told me?" "No, hasn't Kate? It isn't you know that she doesn't know it." Milly had, under her comrade's eyes, a minute of mute detachment. She had lived with Kate Croy for several days in a state of intimacy as deep as it had been sudden, and they had clearly, in talk in many directions, proceeded to various extremities. Yet it now came over her as in a clear cold wave that there was a possible account of their relations in which the quantity her new friend had told her might have figured as small, as smallest, beside the quantity she hadn't. She couldn't say at any rate whether or no Kate had made the point that her aunt designed her for Lord Mark. It had only sufficiently come out, which had been moreover eminently guessable, that she was involved in her aunt's designs. Somehow, for Milly, brush it over nervously as she might, and with whatever simplifying hand, this abrupt extrusion of Mr. Densher altered all the proportions, had an effect on all values. It was fantastic of her to let it make a difference that she couldn't in the least have defined, and she was at least, even during these instants, rather proud of being able to hide, on the spot, the difference it did make. Yet all the same the effect for her was, almost violently, of that gentleman's having been there, having been where she had stood till now in her simplicity, before her. It would have taken but another free moment to make her see the abysses, since abysses were what she wanted, in the mere circumstance of his own silence, in New York, about his English friends. There had really been in New York little time for anything, but had she liked, Milly could have made it out for herself that he had avoided the subject of Miss Croy, and that Miss Croy was yet a subject it could never be natural to avoid. It was to be added at the same time that even if his silence had been a labyrinth, which was absurd in view of all the other things too he couldn't possibly have spoken of, this was exactly what must suit her, since it fell under the head of the plea she had just uttered to Susie. These things, however, came and went, and it set itself up between the companions for the occasion in the oddest way, both that their happening all to know Mr. Densher, except indeed that Susie didn't, but probably would, was a fact attached in a world of rushing about, to one of the common orders of chance, and yet further that it was amusing, oh awfully amusing, to be able fondly to hope that there was something in its having been left to crop up with such suddenness. There seemed somehow a possibility that the ground, or, as it were, the air, might in a manner have undergone some pleasing preparation, though the question of this possibility would probably, after all, have taken some threshing out. The truth, moreover, and there they were already, our pair, talking about it, the truth hadn't in fact quite cropped out. This obviously in view of Mrs. Lowder's request to her old friend. It was accordingly on Mrs. Lowder's recommendation that nothing should be said to Kate. It was on all this might cover in Aunt Maud that the idea of an interesting complication could best hope to perch, and when in fact, after the colloquy we have reported, Milly saw Kate again without mentioning any name, her silence succeeded in passing muster with her as the beginning of a new sort of fun. The sort was all the newer by its containing measurably a small element of anxiety. When she had gone in for fun before, it had been with her hands a little more free. Yet it was none the less rather exciting to be conscious of a still sharper reason for interest in the handsome girl, as Kate continued even now pre-eminently to remain for her, and a reason, this was the great point, of which the young woman herself could have no suspicion. Twice over thus, for 2 or 3 hours together, Milly found herself seeing Kate quite fixing her, in the light of the knowledge that it was a face on which Mr. Densher's eyes had more or less familiarly rested, and which by the same token had looked rather more beautiful than less into his own. She pulled herself up indeed with the thought that it had inevitably looked as beautifully as one would into 1,000 of faces, in which one might oneself never trace it. But just the odd result of the thought was to intensify for the girl that side of her friend which she had doubtless already been more prepared than she quite knew to think of as the other, the not fully calculable. It was fantastic, and Milly was aware of this, but the other side was what had of a sudden been turned straight toward her by the show of Mr. Densher's propinquity. She hadn't the excuse of knowing it for Kate's own, since nothing whatever as yet proved it particularly to be such. Never mind, it was with this other side now fully presented that Kate came and went, kissed her for greeting and for parting, talked as usual of everything but, as it had so abruptly become for Milly, the thing. Our young woman, it is true, would doubtless not have tasted so sharply a difference in this pair of occasions hadn't she been tasting so peculiarly her own possible betrayals. What happened was that afterwards, on separation, she wondered if the matter hadn't mainly been that she herself was so other, so taken up with the unspoken. The strangest thing of all being still subsequently that when she asked herself how Kate could have failed to feel it, she became conscious of being here on the edge of a great darkness. She should never know how Kate truly felt about anything such a one as Milly Theale should give her to feel. Kate would never, and not from ill will nor from duplicity, but from a sort of failure of common terms, reduce it to such a one's comprehension or put it within her convenience. It was as such a one, therefore, that for 3 or 4 days more Milly watched Kate as just such another, and it was presently as such a one that she threw herself into their promised visit, at last achieved, to Chelsea, the quarter of the famous Carlyle, the field of exercise of his ghost, his votaries, and the residence of poor Marianne, so often referred to, and actually a somewhat incongruous spirit there. With our young woman's first view of poor Marianne, everything gave way but the sense of how in England, apparently, the social situation of sisters could be opposed, how common ground for a place in the world could quite fail them, a state of things sagely perceived to be involved in an hierarchical and aristocratic order. Just whereabouts in the order Mrs. Lowder had established her niece was a question not fully void as yet, no doubt of ambiguity, though Milly was withal sure Lord Mark could exactly have fixed the point if he would, fixing it at the same time for Aunt Maud herself. But it was clear Mrs. Condrip was, as might have been said, in quite another geography. She wouldn't have been to be found on the same social map, and it was as if her visitor had turned over page after page together before the final relief of their benevolent heir. The interval was bridged, of course, but the bridge verily was needed, and the impression left Milly to wonder if, in the general connection, it were of bridges or of intervals that the spirit not locally disciplined would find itself most conscious. It was as if at home, by contrast, there were neither the difference itself from position to position, nor on either side, and particularly on one, the awfully good manner, the conscious sinking of a consciousness that made up for it. The conscious sinking, at all events, and the awfully good manner, the difference, the bridge, the interval, the skipped leaves of the social atlas, these, it was to be confessed, had a little, for our young lady, in default to stouter stuff, to work themselves into the light literary legend, a mixed wandering echo of Trollope, of Thackeray, perhaps mostly of Dickens, under favour of which her pilgrimage had so much appealed. She could relate to Susie later on, late the same evening, that the legend, before she had done with it, had run clear that the adored author of the new comes, in fine, had been on the whole the note, the picture lacking thus more than she had hoped, or rather perhaps showing less than she had feared, a certain possibility of Pickwickian outline. She explained how she meant by this that Mrs. Condrip hadn't altogether proved another Mrs. Nickleby, nor even, for she might have proved almost anything, from the way poor worried Kate had spoken, a widowed and aggravated Mrs. Micawber. Mrs. Stringham in the midnight conference intimated rather yearningly that, however the event might have turned, the side of English life such experiences opened to Milly's were just those she herself seemed booked, as they were all round about her now, always saying to Miss she had begun to have a little for her fellow observer these moments of fanciful reaction in which she was once more all Susan Shepherd against the high sphere of colder conventions into which her overwhelming connection with Maud Manningham had wrapped her. Milly never lost sight for long of the Susan Shepherd side of her, and was always there to meet it when it came up, and vaguely, tenderly, impatiently to pat it, abounding in the assurance that they would still provide for it. They had, however, tonight another matter in hand, which proved to be presently, on the girl's part in respect to her hour of Chelsea, the revelation that Mrs. Conrip, taking a few minutes when Kate was away with one of the children in bed upstairs for some small complaint, had suddenly, without its being in the least led up to, broken ground on the subject of Mr. Densher, mentioned him with impatience as a person in love with her sister. "She wished me, if I cared for Kate, to know," Milly said, "for it would be quite too dreadful, and one might do something." Susie wondered. "Prevent anything coming of it? That's easily said. Do what?" Milly had a dim smile. "I think that what she would like is that I should come a good deal to see her about it." "And doesn't she suppose you've anything else to do?" The girl had by this time clearly made it out. "Nothing but to admire and make much of her sister, whom she doesn't however herself in the least understand, and give up one's time and everything else to it?" It struck the elder friend that she spoke with an almost unprecedented approach to sharpness, as if Mrs. Conrip had been rather indescribably disconcerting. Never yet so much as just of late had Mrs. Stringham seen her companion exalted, and by the very play of something within, into a vague golden air that left irritation below. That was the great thing with Milly. It was her characteristic poetry, or at least it was Susan Shepherd's. "But she made a point," the former continued, "of my keeping what she says from Kate. I'm not to mention that she has spoken." "And why," Mrs. Stringham presently asked, "is Mr. Densher so dreadful?" Milly had, she thought, a delay to answer, something that suggested a fuller talk with Mrs. Conrip than she inclined perhaps to report. "It isn't so much he himself." Then the girl spoke a little as for the romance of it. One could never tell with her where romance would come in. "It's the state of his fortunes." "And is that very bad?" "He has no private means, and no prospect of any. He has no income, and no ability, according to Mrs. Conrip, to make one. He is as poor, she calls it, as poverty, and she says she knows what that is." Again Mrs. Stringham considered, and it presently produced something. "But isn't he brilliantly clever?" Milly had also then an instant that was not quite fruitless. "I haven't the least idea." To which for the time Susie only replied, "Oh," though by the end of a minute she had followed it with a slightly musing "I see," and that in turn with "It's quite what Maud Loder thinks." "That he'll never do anything?" "No, quite the contrary, that he's exceptionally able." "Oh yes, I know." Milly had again, in reference to what her friend had already told her of this, her little tone of a moment before. "But Mrs. Conrip's own great point is that Aunt Maud herself won't hear of any such person. Mr. Densher, she holds, that's the way, at any rate it was explained to me, won't ever be either a public man or a rich man. If he were public, she'd be willing, as I understand, to help him. If he were rich, without being anything else, she'd do her best to swallow him. As it is, she taboos him." "In short," said Mrs. Stringham, as with a private purpose, "she told you, the sister, all about it, but Mrs. Loder likes him," she added. "Mrs. Conrip didn't tell me that." "Well, she does all the same, my dear, extremely." "Then there it is." On which, with a drop and one of those sudden slightly sighing surrenders to a vague reflux of a general fatigue that had recently more than once marked themselves for her companion, Milly turned away. Yet the matter wasn't left, so that night, between them, albeit neither perhaps could afterwards have said which had first come back to it, Milly's own nearest approach at least, for a little to doing so, was to remark that they appeared all, every one they saw, to think tremendously of money. This prompted in Susie a laugh, not untender, the innocent meaning of which was that it came as a subject for indifference. Money did easier to some people than to others. She made the point in fairness, however, that you couldn't have told, by any too crude transparency of air, what place it held for Maud Manningham. She did her worldliness with grand proper silences, if it mightn't better be put perhaps that she did her detachment with grand occasional pushes. However Susie put it, in truth, she was really, in justice to herself, thinking of the difference as favourites of fortune between her old friend and her new. Aunt Maud sat somehow in the midst of her money, founded on it and surrounded by it, even if with a masterful high manner about it, her manner of looking hard and bright as if it weren't there. Milly, about hers, had no manner at all, which was possibly, from a point of view, a fault. She was at any rate far away on the edge of it, and you hadn't, as might be said, in order to get at her nature, to traverse by whatever avenue any piece of her property. It was clear, on the other hand, that Mrs. Lowder was keeping her wealth as for purposes, imaginations, ambitions that would figure as large, as honourably unselfish on the day they should take effect. She would impose her will, but her will would be only that a person or two shouldn't lose a benefit by not submitting if they could be made to submit. To Milly, as so much younger, such far views couldn't be imputed. There was nobody she was supposable as interested for. It was too soon, since she wasn't interested for herself. Even the richest woman at her age lacked motive, and Milly's motive doubtless had plenty of time to arrive. She was meanwhile beautiful, simple, sublime without it, whether missing it and vaguely reaching out for it or not. And with it, for that matter, in the event, would really be these things just as much. Only then she might very well have liked Aunt Maud a manner. Such were the connections, at all events, in which the colloquy of our two ladies freshly flickered up, in which it came round that the elder asked the younger if she had herself in the afternoon named Mr. Densher as an acquaintance. "Oh no, I said nothing of having seen him, I remembered," the girl explained. "Mrs. Lowder's wish." But that, her friend observed after a moment, was for silence to Kate. "Yes, but Mrs. Condrip would immediately have told Kate." "Why so, since she must dislike to talk about him?" "Mrs. Condrip must," Milly thought. "What she would like most is that her sister should be brought to think ill of him, and if anything she can tell her will help that." But the girl dropped suddenly here, as if her companion would see. Her companion's interest, however, was all for what she herself saw. "You mean she'll immediately speak?" Mrs. Stringham gathered that this was what Milly meant, but it left still a question. "How will it be against him that you know him?" "Oh, how can I say? It won't be so much one's knowing him as one's having kept it out of sight." "Ah," said Mrs. Stringham, as for comfort, "you haven't kept it out of sight. Isn't it much rather Miss Croy herself who has?" "It isn't my acquaintance with him," Milly smiled, "that she has dissimulated." "She has dissimulated only her own? Well, then the responsibility is hers." "Ah, but," said the girl, not perhaps with marked consequence, "she has a right to do as she likes." "Then so, my dear, have you," smiled Susan Shepherd. Milly looked at her as if she were almost venerably simple, but also as if this were what one loved her for. "We're not quarrelling about it, Kate and I, yet." "I only meant," Mrs. Stringham explained, "that I don't see what Mrs. Condrip would gain." "By her being able to tell Kate?" Milly thought. "I only meant that I don't see what I myself should gain." "But it will have to come out that he knows you both," some time." Milly scarce assented. "Do you mean when he comes back?" "He'll find you both here, and he can hardly be looked to, I take it, to cut either of you for the sake of the other." This placed the question at last on a basis more distinctly cheerful. "I might get at him somehow beforehand," the girl suggested. "I might give him what they call here the tip, that he's not to know me when we meet, or better still, I mightn't be here at all." "Do you want to run away from him?" It was oddly enough an idea Milly seemed half to accept. "I don't know what I want to run away from." It dispelled on the spot something to the elder woman's ear in the sad sweet sound of it, any ghost of any need of explaining. The sense was constant for her that their relation might have been afloat, like some island on the south, in a great warm sea that represented, for every conceivable chance, a margin, an outer sphere, of general emotion, and the effect of the occurrence of anything in particular was to make the sea submerge the island, the margin flood the text, the great wave now for a moment swept over. "I'll go anywhere else in the world you like," but Milly came up through it. "Dear old Susie, how I do work you!" "Oh, this is nothing yet." "No, indeed, to what it will be." "You're not, and it's vain to pretend," said dear old Susie, who had been taking her in, "as sound and strong as I insist on having you." "Insist, insist, the more the better. But the day I look as sound and strong as that, you know," Milly went on that day I shall be just sound and strong enough to take leave of you sweetly for ever. That's where one is," she continued, thus agreeably to embroider, "when even one's most beau moments aren't such as to qualify, so far as appearance goes, for anything gayer than a handsome cemetery. Since I've lived all these years as if I were dead, I shall die, no doubt, as if I were alive, which will happen to be as you want me. So, you see," she wound up, "you'll never really know where I am, except indeed when I'm gone, and then you'll only know where I'm not." "I'd die for you," said Susan Shepherd after a moment. "Thanks, awfully. Then stay here for me." "But we can't be in London for August, nor for many of all these next weeks." "Then we'll go back." Susie blenched. "Back to America?" "No, abroad, to Switzerland, Italy, anywhere. I mean by your staying here for me," Milly pursued. "You're staying with me wherever I may be, even though we may neither of us know at the time where it is." "No," she insisted, "I don't know where I am, and you never will, and it doesn't matter. And I dare say it's quite true," she broke off, "that everything will have to come out." Her friend would have felt of her that she joked about it now, hadn't her scale from grave to gay been a thing of such unnameable shades that her contrasts were never sharp. She made up for failures of gravity by failures of mirth. If she hadn't, that is, been at times as earnest as might have been liked, so she was certain not to be at other times as easy as she would like herself. "I must face the music. It isn't at any rate its coming out," she added. "It's that Mrs. Conrip would put the fact before her to his injury." Her companion wondered. "But how to his?" "Why, if he pretends to love her." "And does he only pretend?" "I mean, if trusted by her in strange countries, he forgets her so far as to make up to other people." The amendment, however, brought Susie in, as with gaiety, for a comfortable end. "Did he make up the false creature to you?" "No, but the question isn't of that. It's of what Kate might be made to believe." "That, given the fact of his having evidently more or less followed up his acquaintance with you, to say nothing of your obvious weird charm, he must have been all ready if you had a little bit led him on." Milly neither accepted nor qualified this. She only said after a moment, as with a conscious excess of the pensive, "No, I don't think she'd quite wish to suggest that I made up to him, for that I should have had to do so would only bring out his constancy," she added, and now at last, as with a supreme impatience, "that her being able to make him out a little a person who could give cause for jealousy would evidently help her, since she is afraid of him, to do him in her sister's mind a useful ill turn." Susan Shepherd perceived in this explanation such signs of an appetite for her motive as would have sat gracefully even on one of her own New England heroines. It was seeing round several corners, but that was what New England heroines did, and it was moreover interesting for the moment to make out how many her young friend had actually undertaken to see round. Finally, too, weren't they braving the deeps? They got their amusement where they could. "Isn't it only," she asked, "rather probable she'd see that Kate's knowing him as, what's the pretty old word, volage?" Well, she hadn't filled out her idea, but neither, it seemed, could Milly. Well, might but do what that often does, by all our blessed little laws and arrangements at least, excite Kate's own sentiment instead of depressing it. The idea was bright, yet the girl but beautifully stared. "Kate's own sentiment? Oh, she didn't speak of that, I don't think," she added, as if she had been unconsciously giving a wrong impression. "I don't think Mrs. Condrip imagines she's in love." It made Mrs. Stringham stare in turn. "Then what's her fear?" "Well, only the fact of Mr. Densher's possibly himself keeping it up. The fear of some final result from that." "Oh," said Susie, intellectually a little disconcerted. "She looks far ahead." At this, however, Milly threw off another of her sudden vague sports. "No, it's only we who do." "Well, don't let us be more interested for them than they are for themselves." "Certainly not," the girl promptly assented. A certain interest nevertheless remained. She appeared to wish to be clear. "It wasn't of anything of Kate's own part she spoke." "You mean she thinks her sister distinctly doesn't care for him?" It was still as if, for an instant, Milly had to be sure of what she meant, but there it presently was. "If she did care, Mrs. Condrip would have told me." What Susan Shepherd seemed hereupon for a little to wonder was why then they had been talking so. "But did you ask her?" "Ah, no." "Oh," said Susan Shepherd. Milly, however, easily explained that she wouldn't have asked her for the world. Lord Mark looked at her today in particular as if to wring from her a confession that she had originally done him injustice, and he was entitled to whatever there might be in it of advantage of merit that his intention really in a manner took effect. He cared about something, after all, sufficiently to make her feel absurdly as if she were confessing. All the while it was quite the case that neither justice nor injustice was what had been in question between them. He had presented himself at the hotel, and had found her and had found Susan Shepherd at home. Had been civil to Susan, it was just that shade, and Susan's fancy had fondly caught it. And then had come again and missed them, and then had come and found them once more, besides letting them easily see that if it hadn't by this time been the end of everything, which they could feel in the exhausted air, that of the season at its last gasp, the places they might have liked to go to were such as they would have had only to mention. Their feelings was, or at any rate their modest general plea, that there was no place they would have liked to go to. There was only the sense of finding they liked, wherever they were, the place to which they had been brought. Such was highly the case as to their current consciousness, which could be indeed in an equally eminent degree, but a matter of course, impressions this afternoon having, by a happy turn of their wheel, been gathered for them into a splendid cluster, an offering like an armful of the rarest flowers. They were in presence of the offering, they had been led up to it, and if it had been still their habit to look at each other across distances for increase of unanimity, His hand would have been silently named between them as the hand applied to the wheel. He had administered the touch that under light analysis made the difference of their not having lost, as Susie on the spot and at the hour phrased it again and again, both for herself and for such others as the question might concern. So beautiful and interesting an experience. The difference also, in fact, of Mrs. Loder's not having lost it either, though it was superficially with Mrs. Loder they had come, and though it was further with that lady that our young woman was directly engaged during the half hour or so of her most agreeable inward response to the scene. The great historic house had for Milly, beyond terrace and garden, as the centre of an almost extravagantly grand Watteau composition, a tone as of old gold kept down by the quality of the air, summer full flushed but attuned to the general perfect taste. Much by her measure for the previous hour appeared in connection with this revelation of it to have happened to her, a quantity expressed in introductions of charming new people, in walks through halls of armour, of pictures, of cabinets, of tapestry, of tea-tables, in an assault of reminders that this largeness of style was the sign of appointed felicity. The largeness of style was the great containing vessel, while everything else, the pleasant personal affluence, the easy murmurous welcome, the honoured age of illustrious host and hostess, all at once so distinguished and so plain, so public and so shy, became but this or that element of the infusion. The elements melted together and seasoned the draught, the essence of which might have struck the girl as distilled into the small cup of iced coffee she had vaguely accepted from somebody, while a fuller flood somehow kept bearing her up, all the freshness of response of her young life, the freshness of the first and only prime. What had perhaps brought on just now a kind of climax was the fact of her appearing to make out through Aunt Maud what was really the matter. It couldn't be less than a climax for a poor shaky maiden to find it put to her of a sudden that she herself was the matter, for that was positively what, on Mrs. Loder's part, it came to. Everything was great, of course, in great pictures, and it was doubtless precisely a part of the brilliant life, since the brilliant life, as one had faintly figured it, just was humanly led, that all impressions within its area partook of its brilliancy. Still, letting that pass, it fairly stamped an hour as with the official seal, for one to be able to take in so comfortably one's companion's broad blandness. You must stay among us, you must stay. Anything else is impossible and ridiculous. You don't know yet, no doubt. You can't, but you will soon enough. You can stay in any position. It had been as the murmurer's consecration to follow the murmurer's welcome, and even if it were but part of Aunt Maud's own spiritual ebriety, for the dear woman, one could see, was spiritually keeping the day, it served to Milly, then and afterwards, as a high water mark of the imagination. It was to be the end of the short parenthesis which had begun but the other day at Lancaster Gate, with Lord Mark's informing her that she was a success. The key thus again struck, and though no distinct, no numbered revelations had crowded in, there had, as we have seen, been plenty of incident for the space and the time. There had been thrice as much, and all gratuitous and genial, if in portions, not exactly hitherto the revelation, as 3 unprepared weeks could have been expected to produce. Mrs. Loder had improvised a rush for them, but out of elements, as Milly was now a little more freely aware, somewhat roughly combined. Therefore, if at this very instant she had her reasons for thinking of the parenthesis as about to close, reasons completely personal, she had on behalf of her companion a divination almost as deep. The parenthesis would close with this admirable picture, but the admirable picture still would show Aunt Maud as not absolutely sure either if she herself were destined to remain in it. What she was doing, Milly might even not have escaped seeming to see, was to talk herself into a sublimer serenity while she ostensibly talked Milly. It was fine, the girl fully felt, the way she did talk her, little as at bottom our young woman needed it or found other persuasions at fault. It was in particular during the minutes of her grateful absorption of iced coffee, qualified by a sharp doubt of her wisdom, that she most had in view Lord Mark's relation to her being there, or at least to the question of her being amused at it. It wouldn't have taken much by the end of 5 minutes quite to make her feel that this relation was charming. It might once more simply have been that everything, anything, was charming when one was so justly and completely charmed. But, frankly, she hadn't supposed anything so serenely sociable could settle itself between them as the friendly understanding that was at present somehow in the air. There were many of them together, near the marquee that had been erected on a stretch of sward as a temple of refreshment, and that had happened to have the property, which was all to the good, of making Milly think of a Durbar. Her iced coffee had been a consequence of this connection, through which, further, the bright company scattered about fell thoroughly into place. Certain of its members might have represented the contingent of native princes, familiar, but scarce the less grandly gregarious term. And Lord Mark would have done for one of these, even though for choice he but presented himself as a supervisory friend of the family. The Lancaster Gate family, he clearly intended, in which he included its American recruits, and included above all Kate Croy, a young person blessedly easy to take care of. She knew people, and people knew her, and she was the handsomest thing there. This last a declaration made by Milly, in a sort of soft midsummer madness, a straight skylark flight of charity to Aunt Maud. Kate had for her new friend's eyes the extraordinary and attaching property of appearing at a given moment to show as a beautiful stranger, to cut her connections and lose her identity, letting the imagination for the time make what it would of them, make her merely a person striking from afar, more and more pleasing as one watched, but who was above all a subject for curiosity. Nothing could have given her, as a party to a relation, a greater freshness than this sense, which sprang up at its own hours, of one's being as curious about her as if one hadn't known her. It had sprung up, we have gathered, as soon as Milly had seen her after hearing from Mrs. Stringham of her knowledge of Merton Densher. She had looked then other and, as Milly knew the real critical mind would call it, more objective, and our young woman had foreseen it of her on the spot, that she would often look so again. It was exactly what she was doing this afternoon, and Milly, who had amusements of thought that were like the secrecies of a little girl playing with dolls when conventionally too big, could almost settle to the game of what one would suppose her, how one would place her, if one didn't know her. She became thus intermittently a figure conditioned only by the great facts of aspect, a figure to be waited for, named and fitted. This was doubtless but a way of feeling that it was of her essence to be peculiarly what the occasion, whatever it might be, demanded when its demand was highest. There were probably ways enough, on these lines, for such a consciousness. Another of them would be, for instance, to say that she was made for great social uses. Milly wasn't fully sure she herself knew what great social uses might be, unless, as a good example, to exert just that sort of glamour in just that sort of frame were one of them, she would have fallen back on knowing sufficiently that they existed at all events for her friend. it imputed a primeness all round, to be reduced but to saying, by way of a translation of one's amusement, that she was always so right, since that too often was what the insupportables themselves were. Yet it was in overflow to Aunt Maud what she had to content herself withal, save for the lame enhancement of saying she was lovely. It served, despite everything, the purpose, strengthened the bond that for the time held the two ladies together, distilled in short its drop of rose colour for Mrs. Loder's own view. That was really the view Milly had, for most of the rest of the occasion, to give herself to immediately taking in, but it didn't prevent the continued play of those swift cross-lights, odd beguilements of the mind, at which we have already glanced. Mrs. Loder herself found it enough simply to reply, in respect to Kate, that she was indeed a luxury to take about the world. She expressed no more surprise than that at her rightness today. Didn't it by this time sufficiently shine out that it was precisely as the very luxury she was proving that she had, from far back, being appraised and waited for? Crude elation, however, might be kept at bay, and the circumstance none the less made clear that they were all swimming together in the blue. It came back to Lord Mark again, as he seemed slowly to pass and repass, and conveniently to linger before them. He was personally the note of the blue, like a suspended skein of silk, within reach of the broiderer's hand. Aunt Maud's free-moving shuttle took a length of him at rhythmic intervals, and one of the accessory truths that flickered across to Milly was that he ever so consentingly knew that he was being worked in. This was almost like an understanding with her at Mrs. Loder's expense, which she would have none of. She wouldn't for the world have had him make any such point as that he wouldn't have launched them at Matcham, or whatever it was he had done, only for Aunt Maud's beaux yeux. What he had done, it would have been guessable, was something he had for some time been desired in vain to do, and what they were all now profiting by was a change comparatively sudden, the cessation of hope delayed. What had caused the cessation easily showed itself as none of Milly's business, and she was luckily, for that matter, in no real danger of hearing from him directly that her individual weight had been felt in the scale. Why then indeed was it an effect of his diffused but subdued participation that he might absolutely have been saying to her, "Yes, let the dear woman take her own tone. Since she is here she may stay." He might have been adding, "for whatever she can make of it, but you and I are different." Milly knew she was different in truth. His own difference was his own affair. But also she knew that after all, even at their distinctest, Lord Mark's tips in this line would be tacit. He practically placed her, it came round again to that, under no obligation whatever. It was a matter of equal ease, moreover, her letting Mrs. Loder take a tone. She might have taken 20, they would have spoiled nothing. "You must stay on with us. You can, you know, in any position you like. Any, my dear child." And her emphasis went deep. "You must make your home with us, and it's really open to you to make the most beautiful one in the world. You mustn't be under a mistake, under any of any sort, and you must let us all think for you a little, take care of you, and watch over you. Above all, you must help me with Kate, and you must stay a little for her. Nothing for a long time has happened to me so good as that you and she should have become friends. It's beautiful, it's great, it's everything. What makes it perfect is that it should have come about through our dear delightful Susie, restored to me after so many years by such a miracle. No, That's more charming to me than even your hitting it off with Kate. God has been good to one, positively, for I couldn't at my age have made a new friend, undertaken, I mean, out of whole cloth, the real thing. It's like changing one's bankers. After 50 one doesn't do that. That's why Susie has been kept for me, as you seem to keep people in your wonderful country, in lavender and pink paper, coming back at last as straight as out of a fairy tale, and with you as an attending fairy. Milly hereupon replied appreciatively that such a description of herself made her feel as if pink paper were her dress and lavender its trimming. But Aunt Maud wasn't to be deterred by a weak joke from keeping it up. The young person under her protection could feel, besides, that she kept it up in perfect sincerity. She was somehow at this hour a very happy woman, and a part of her happiness might precisely have been that her affections and her views were moving as never before in concert. Unquestionably she loved Susie, but she also loved Kate and loved Lord Mark, loved their funny old host and hostess, loved every one within range, down to the very servant who came to receive Milly's empty ice plate, down, for that matter, to Milly herself, who was, while she talked, really conscious of the enveloping flap of a protective mantle, a shelter, with the weight of an Eastern carpet. An Eastern carpet, for wishing purposes of one's own, was a thing to be on rather than under. Still, however, if the girl should fail of breath, it wouldn't be, she could feel, by Mrs. Lowder's fault. One of the last things she was afterwards to recall of this was Aunt Maud's going on to say that she and Kate must stand together, because together they could do anything. It was for Kate, of course, she was essentially planning, but the plan, enlarged and uplifted now, somehow required Milly's prosperity too for its full operation, just as Milly's prosperity at the same time involved Kate's. It was nebulous yet, it was slightly confused, but it was comprehensive and genial, and it made our young woman understand things Kate had said of her aunt's possibilities, as well as characterizations that had fallen from Susan Shepherd. One of the most frequent on the lips of the latter had been that dear Maud was a grand natural force. A prime reason, we must add, why sundry impressions were not to be fully present to the girl till later on, was that they yielded at this stage, with an effect of sharp suppression, to a detached quarter of an hour, her only one, with Lord Mark.
"Have you seen the picture in the house, the beautiful one that's so like you?"
He was asking that as he stood before her, having come up at last with his smooth intimation that any wire he had pulled and yet wanted not to remind her of wasn't quite a reason for his having no joy at all. "I've been through rooms and I've seen pictures, but if I'm like anything so beautiful as most of them seem to me." It needed, in short, for Milly some evidence which she only wanted to supply. She was the image of the wonderful Bronzino, which she must have a look at on every ground. He had thus called her off and led her away, the more easily that the house within was above all what had already drawn round her its mystic circle. Their progress, meanwhile, was not of the straightest. It was an advance without haste, through innumerable natural pauses and soft concussions, determined for the most part by the appearance before them of ladies and gentlemen, singly, in couples, in clusters, who brought them to a stand with an inveterate "I say, Mark." What they said she never quite made out. It was their all so domestically knowing him, and his knowing them, that mainly struck her, while her impression for the rest was but a fellow of strollers more vaguely afloat than themselves, supernumeraries, mostly a little battered, whether as jaunty males or as ostensibly elegant women. They might have been moving a good deal by a momentum that had begun far back, but they were still brave and personable, still warranted for continuance as long again, and they gave her, in especial collectively, a sense of pleasant voices, pleasanter than those of actors, of friendly, empty words and kind lingering eyes that took somehow pardonable liberties. The lingering eyes looked her over. The lingering eyes were what went, in almost confessed simplicity, with a pointless "I say, Mark." And what was really most flagrant of all was that, as a pleasant matter of course, if she didn't mind, he seemed to suggest their letting people, poor dear things, have the benefit of her. The odd part was that he made her herself believe, for amusement, in the benefit measured by him in mere manner, for wonderful of a truth was, as a means of expression, his slightness of emphasis, that her present good nature conferred. It was, as she could easily see, a mild common carnival of good nature, a mass of London people together, of sorts and sorts, but who mainly knew each other, and who, in their way, did, no doubt, confess to curiosity. It had gone round that she was there. Questions about her would be passing. The easiest thing was to run the gauntlet with him, just as the easiest thing was in fact to trust him generally. Couldn't she know for herself passively how little harm they meant her, to that extent that it made no difference whether or not he introduced them? The strangest thing of all for Milly was perhaps the uplifted assurance and indifference with which she could simply give back the particular bland stare that appeared in such cases to mark civilization at its highest. It was so little her fault, this oddity of what had "gone round" about her, that to accept it without question might be as good a way as another of feeling life. It was inevitable to supply the probable description, that of the awfully rich young American who was so queer to behold, but nice, by all accounts, to know. And she had really but one instant of speculation as to fables or fantasies perchance originally launched. She asked herself once only if Susie could, inconceivably, have been blatant about her, for the question on the spot was really blown away for ever. She had from the first hour the conviction of her being precisely the person in the world least possibly a trumpeter. So it wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault, and anything might happen that would, and everything now again melted together. And kind eyes were always kind eyes, if it were never to be worse than that. She got with her companion into the house. They brushed beneficently past all their accidents. The Bronzino was, it appeared, deep within, and the long afternoon light lingered for them on patches of old colour and waylaid them, as they went, in nooks and opening vistas. It was all the while for Milly as if Lord Mark had really had something other than this spoken pretext in view, as if there were something he wanted to say to her, and were only, consciously, yet not awkwardly, just delicately hanging fire. At the same time it was as if the thing had practically been said by the moment they came in sight of the picture, since what it appeared to amount to was, "Do let a fellow who isn't a fool take care of you a little." The thing somehow, with the aid of the Bronzino, was done. It hadn't seemed to matter to her before if he were a fool or no. But now, just where they were, she liked his not being. And it was all moreover none the worse for coming back to something of the same sound as Mrs. Loder's so recent reminder. She too wished to take care of her, and wasn't it à peu près what all the people with the kind eyes were wishing? Once more things melted together, the beauty and the history and the facility and the splendid midsummer glow. It was a sort of magnificent maximum, the pink dawn of an apotheosis, coming so curiously soon. What in fact befell was, as she afterwards made out, it was Lord Mark who said nothing in particular. It wasn't she herself who said all. She couldn't help that. It came, and the reason it came was that she found herself, for the first moment, looking at the mysterious portrait through tears. Perhaps it was her tears that made it just then so strange and fair, as wonderful as he had said. The face of a young woman, all splendidly drawn down to the hands, and splendidly dressed, a face almost livid in hue, yet handsome in sadness, and crowned with a mass of hair, rolled back and high, that must before fading with time have had a family resemblance to her own. The lady in question, at all events, with her slightly Michelangelesque squareness, her eyes of other days, her full lips, her long neck, her recorded jewels, her brocaded and wasted reds, was a very great personage, only unaccompanied by a joy. And she was dead, dead, dead. Milly recognized her exactly in words that had nothing to do with her. "I shall never be better than this." He smiled for her at the portrait. "Than she? You'd scarce need to be better, for surely that's well enough. But you are, one feels, as it happens, better, because splendid as she is, one doubts if she was good." He hadn't understood. She was before the picture, but she had turned to him, and she didn't care if for the minute he noticed her tears. It was probably as good a moment as she should ever have with him. It was perhaps as good a moment as she should have with any one, or have in any connection whatever. "I mean that everything this afternoon has been too beautiful, and that perhaps everything together will never be so right again. I'm very glad, therefore, you've been a part of it." Though he still didn't understand her, he was as nice as if he had. He didn't ask for instance, and that was just a part of his looking after her. He simply protected her now from herself, and there was a world of practice in it.
Oh, we must talk about these things.
As they had already done that, she knew as much as she ever would, and she was shaking her head at her pale sister the next moment with a world, on her side, of slowness. "I wish I could see the resemblance. Of course her complexion's green," she laughed, "but mine's several shades greener."
"It's down to the very hands," said Lord Mark.
"Her hands are large," Milly went on, "but mine are larger, mine are huge."
"Oh, you go her all round, one better, which is just what I said. But you're a pair. You must surely catch it," he added, as if it were important to his character as a serious man not to appear to have invented his plea. "I don't know. One never knows oneself. It's a funny fancy, and I don't imagine it would have occurred." "I see it has occurred."
He had already taken her up. She had her back, as she faced the picture, to one of the doors of the room, which was open, and on her turning as he spoke she saw that they were in the presence of 3 other persons also, as appeared interested inquirers. Kate Croy was one of these. Lord Mark had just become aware of her, and she, all arrested, had immediately seen and made the best of it, that she was far from being first in the field. She had brought a lady and a gentleman to whom she wished to show what Lord Mark was showing Milly, and he took her straight away as a reinforcement. Kate herself had spoken, however, before he had time to tell her so. "You had noticed too?" She smiled at him without looking at Milly. "Then I'm not original, which one always hopes one has been. But the likeness is so great." And now she looked at Milly, for whom again it was, all round indeed, kind, kind eyes. "Yes, there you are, my dear, if you want to know. And you're superb." She took now but a glance at the picture, though it was enough to make her question to her friend not too straight.
Isn't she superb?" "I brought Miss Teal," Lord Mark explained to the latter, "quite off my own bat." "I wanted Lady Aldershaw," Kate continued to Milly, "to see for herself." "Le grand esprit se rencontrant," laughed her attendant gentleman, a high but slightly stooping, shambling and wavering person, who represented urbanity by the liberal aid of certain prominent front teeth, and whom Milly vaguely took for some sort of great man. Lady Aldershaw meanwhile looked at Milly quite as if Milly had been the Bronzino and the Bronzini only Milly. "Superb, superb, of course I had noticed you. It is wonderful," she went on with her back to the picture, but with some other eagerness which Milly felt gathering, felt directing her motions now. It was enough. They were introduced, and she was saying, "I wonder if you could give us the pleasure of coming." She wasn't fresh, for she wasn't young, even though she denied at every pore that she was old. But she was vivid and much bejewelled for the midsummer daylight, and she was all in the palest pinks and blues. She didn't think at this pass that she could come anywhere. Milly didn't, and she already knew that somehow Lord Mark was saving her from the question. He had interposed, taking the words out of the lady's mouth and not caring at all if the lady minded. That was clearly the right way to treat her, at least for him, as she had only dropped, smiling, and then turned away with him. She had been dealt with. It would have done an enemy good. The gentleman still stood a little helpless, addressing himself to the intention of urbanity as if it were a large loud whistle. He had been sighing sympathy in his way, while the lady made her overture, and Milly had in this light soon arrived at their identity. They were Lord and Lady Aldershaw, and the wife was the clever one. A minute or two later the situation had changed, and she knew it afterwards to have been by the subtle operation of Kate. She was herself saying that she was afraid she must go now if Susie could be found. But she was sitting down on the nearest seat to say it. The prospect, through open doors, stretched before her into other rooms, down the vista of which Lord Mark was strolling with Lady Aldershaw, who, close to him and much intent, seemed to show from behind as peculiarly expert. Lord Aldershaw, for his part, had been left in the middle of the room, while Kate, with her back to him, was standing before her with much sweetness of manner. The sweetness was all for her. She had the sense of the poor gentleman's having somehow been handled as Lord Mark had handled his wife. He dangled there. He shambled a little. Then he bethought himself of the Bronzino, before which, with his eyeglass, he hovered. It drew from him an odd vague sound, not fully distinct from a grunt and a "Humph, most remarkable," which lighted Kate's face with amusement. The next moment he had creaked away over polished floors after the others, and Milly was feeling as if she had been rude. But Lord Aldershaw was in every way a detail, and Kate was saying to her that she hoped she wasn't ill. Thus it was that, aloft there in the great gilded historic chamber, and the presence of the pale personage on the wall, whose eyes all the while seemed engaged with her own, she found herself suddenly sunk in something quite intimate and humble, and to which these grandeurs were strange enough witnesses. It had come up in the form in which she had to accept it, all suddenly, and nothing about it, at the same time, was more marked than that she had, in a manner, plunged into it to escape from something else. Something else, from her first vision of her friend's appearance 3 minutes before, had been present to her even through the call made by the others on her attention. Something that was perversely there. She was more and more uncomfortable, finding, at least for the first moments, and by some spring of its own, with every renewal of their meeting. Is it the way she looks to him? She asked herself,
the perversity being how she kept in remembrance that Kate was known to him. It wasn't a fault in Kate, nor in him assuredly, and she had a horror, being generous and tender, of treating either of them as if it had been. To Densher himself she couldn't make it up, he was too far away, but her secondary impulse was to make it up to Kate. She did so now with a strange soft energy, the impulse immediately acting. "Will you render me tomorrow a great service?" "Any service, dear child, in the world." "But it's a secret one. Nobody must know. I must be wicked and false about it." "Then I am your woman," Kate smiled, "for that's the kind of thing I love. Do let us do something bad. You're impossibly without sin, you know." Milly's eyes on this remained a little with their companion's. "Ah, I shan't perhaps come up to your idea. It's only to deceive Susan Shepherd." "Oh," said Kate, as if this were indeed mild. "But thoroughly as I can." "And for cheating," Kate asked, "my powers will contribute?" "Well, I'll do my best for you." In accordance with which it was presently settled between them that Milly should have the aid and comfort of her presence for a visit to Sir Luke Strett. Kate had needed a minute for enlightenment, and it was quite grand for her comrade that this name should have said nothing to her. To Milly herself it had for some days been secretly saying much. The personage in question was, as she explained, the greatest of medical lights, if she had got hold as she believed, and she had used to this end the wisdom of the serpent, of the right, the special man. She had written to him 3 days before, and he had named her an hour, 11:20, only it had come to her on the eve that she couldn't go alone. Her maid on the other hand wasn't good enough, and Susie was too good. Kate had listened above all with high indulgence. "And I am betwixt and between, happy thought, too good for what?" Milly thought. "Why, to be worried if it's nothing, and to be still more worried, I mean, before she need be, if it isn't." Kate fixed her with deep eyes. "What in the world is the matter with you?" It had inevitably a sound of impatience, as if it had been a challenge really to produce something, so that Milly felt her for the moment only as a much older person, standing above her a little, doubting the imagined ailments, suspecting the easy complaints of ignorant youth. It somewhat checked her, further, that the matter with her was what exactly as yet she wanted knowledge about, and she immediately declared, for conciliation, that if she were merely fanciful Kate would see her put to shame. Kate vividly uttered, in return, the hope that, since she could come out and be so charming, could so universally dazzle and interest, she wasn't all the while in distress or in anxiety, didn't believe herself to be in any degree seriously menaced. "Well, I want to make out, That was all that this consistently produced, to which Kate made clear answer. "Ah, then let us, by all means." "I thought," Milly said, "you'd like to help me, but I must ask you, please, for the promise of absolute silence." "And how if you are ill? Can your friends remain in ignorance?" "Well, if I am, it must of course finally come out, but I can go for a long time." Milly spoke with her eyes again on her painted sisters, almost as if under their suggestion. She still sat there before Kate, yet not without a light in her face. "That will be one of my advantages. I think I could die without its being noticed." "You're an extraordinary young woman," her friend, visibly held by her, declared at last. "What a remarkable time to talk of such things!" "Well, we won't talk precisely." Milly got herself together again. "I only wanted to make sure of you." "Here in the midst of but Kate could only sigh for wonder, almost visibly too for pity. It made a moment during which her companion waited on her word, partly as if from a yearning, shy but deep, to have her case put to her just as Kate was struck by it, partly as if the hint of pity were already giving a sense of her whimsical shot with Lord Mark at Mrs. Loder's first dinner. Exactly this, the handsome girl's compassionate manner, her friendly descent from her own strength, was what she had then foretold. She took Kate up as if positively for the deeper taste of it. "Here, in the midst of what?" "Of everything. There is nothing you can't have. There is nothing you can't do." "So Mrs. Loder tells me." It just kept Kate's eyes fixed as possibly for more of that. Then, however, without waiting, she went on. "We all adore you." "You're wonderful, you dear things," Milly laughed. "No, it is you." And Kate seemed struck with the real interest of it. "In 3 weeks." Milly kept it up. "Never were people on such terms. All the more reason," she added, "that I shouldn't needlessly torment you." "But me? What becomes of me?" said Kate. "Well, you," Milly thought, "if there's anything to bear, you'll bear it." "But I won't bear it," said Kate Croy. "Oh yes, you will, all the same. You'll pity me awfully, but you'll help me very much, and I absolutely trust you. So there we are." There they were then, since Kate had so to take it, but there Milly felt she herself in particular was, for it was just at the point at which she had wished to arrive. She had wanted to prove to herself that she didn't horribly blame her friend for any reserve, and what better proof could there be than this quite special confidence? If she desired to show Kate that she really believed Kate liked her, how could she show it more than by asking her help? What it really came to on the morrow this first time, the time Kate went with her, was that the great man had, a little to excuse himself, had by a rare accident, for he kept his consulting hours in general rigorously free, but 10 minutes to give her. 10 mere minutes which he yet placed at her service, in a manner that she admired still more than she could meet it. So crystal clean the great empty cup of attention that he set between them on the table. He was presently to jump into his carriage, but he promptly made the point that he must see her again, see her within a day or two, and he named for her at once another hour, easing her off beautifully too, even then, in respect to her possibly failing of justice to her errand. The minutes affected her in fact as ebbing more swiftly than her little army of items could muster, and they would probably have gone without her doing much more than secure another hearing, hadn't it been for her sense, at the last, that she had gained above all an impression. The impression, all the sharp growth of the final few moments, was neither more nor less than that she might make of a sudden, in quite another world, another straight friend, and a friend who would moreover be wonderfully the most appointed, the most thoroughly adjusted of the whole collection, inasmuch as he would somehow wear the character scientifically, ponderably, provably, not just loosely and sociably. Literally, furthermore, it wouldn't really depend on herself. Sir Luke Strett's friendship in the least perhaps was what made her most stammer and pant, was its thus queerly coming over her that she might find she had interested him even beyond her intention, find she was in fact launched in some current that would lose itself in the sea of science. At the same time that she struggled, however, she also surrendered. There was a moment at which she almost dropped the form of stating, of explaining, and threw herself without violence, only with a supreme pointless quiver that had turned the next instant to an intensity of interrogative stillness, upon his general good will. His large settled face, though firm, was not, as she had thought at first, hard. He looked, in the oddest manner to her fancy, half like a general and half like a bishop, and she was soon sure that, within some such handsome range, what it would show her would be what was good, what was best for her. She had established, in other words, in this time-saving way, a relation with it, and the relation was the special trophy that for the hour she bore off. It was like an absolute possession, a new resource altogether, something done up in the softest silk and tucked away under the arm of memory. She hadn't had it when she went in, and she had it when she came out. She had it there under her cloak, but dissimulated, invisibly carried, when smiling, smiling, she again faced Kate Croy. That young lady had of course awaited her in another room, where, as the great man was to absent himself, no one else was in attendance, and she rose for her with such a face of sympathy as might have graced the vestibule of a dentist. "Is it out?" she asked. She seemed to ask as if it had been a question of a tooth, and Milly indeed kept her in no suspense at all. "He's a dear. I'm to come again." "But what does he say?" Milly was almost gay. "That I'm not to worry about anything in the world, and that if I'll be a good girl and do exactly what he tells me, he'll take care of me for ever and ever." Kate wondered as if things scarce fitted. "But does he allow then that you're ill?" "I don't know what he allows, and I don't care. I shall know, and whatever it is, it will be enough. He knows all about me, and I like it. I don't hate it a bit." Still, however, Kate stared. "But could he in so few minutes ask you enough?" "He asked me scarcely anything. He doesn't need to do anything so stupid," Milly said. "He can tell. He knows," she repeated. "And when I go back, for he'll have thought me over a little, it will be all right." Kate, after a moment, made the best of this. "Then when are we to come?" It just pulled her friend up, for even while they talked, at least it was one of the reasons, she stood there suddenly, irrelevantly, in the light of the other identity, the identity she would have for Mr. Densher. This was always, from one instant to another, in incalculable light, which, though it might go off faster than it came on, necessarily disturbed. It sprang with a perversity all its own from the fact that with the lapse of hours and days the chances themselves that made for his being named continued so oddly to fail. There were 20, there were 50, but none of them turned up. This in particular was of course not a juncture at which the least of them would naturally be present, but it would make, none the less, Milly saw, another day practically all stamped with avoidance. She saw in a quick glimmer, and with it all Kate's unconsciousness, and then she shook off the obsession. But it had lasted long enough to qualify her response. No, she had shown Kate how she trusted her, and that for loyalty would somehow do. "Oh, dear thing, now that the ice is broken, I shan't trouble you again." "You'll come alone?" "Without a scruple. Only I shall ask you, please, for your absolute discretion still." Outside, at a distance from the door, on the wide pavement of the great contiguous square, they had to wait again while their carriage, which Milly had kept, completed a further turn of exercise, engaged in by the coachman for reasons of his own. The footman was there and had indicated that he was making the circuit, so Kate went on while they stood. "But don't you ask a good deal, darling, in proportion to what you give?" This pulled Milly up still shorter, so short in fact that she yielded as soon as she had taken it in, but she continued to smile. "I see. Then you can tell." "I don't want to tell," said Kate.
I'll be as silent as the tomb if I can only have the truth from you. All I want is that you shouldn't keep from me how you find out that you really are." "Well, then I won't ever. But you see for yourself," Milly went on, "how I really am. I'm satisfied. I'm happy." Kate looked at her long. "I believe you like it, the way things turn out for you." Milly met her look now without a thought of anything but the spoken. She had ceased to be Mr. Densher's image. She stood for nothing but herself, and she was none the less fine. Still, what had passed was a fair bargain, and it would do. "Of course I like it. I feel, I can't otherwise describe it, as if I had been on my knees to the priest. I've confessed and I've been absolved. It has been lifted off." Kate's eyes never quitted her. "He must have liked you." "Oh, doctors," Milly said. "But I hope," she added, "he didn't like me too much." Then, as if to escape a little from her friend's deeper sounding, or as impatient for the carriage, not yet in sight, her eyes, turning away, took in the great stale square. As its staleness, however, was but that of London fairly fatigued, the late hot London with its dance all danced and its story all told. The air seemed a thing of blurred pictures and mixed echoes, and the impression met the sense, an impression that broke the next moment through the girl's tightened lips. "Oh, it's a beautiful big world, and everyone, yes, everyone." It presently brought her back to Kate, and she hoped she didn't actually look as much as if she were crying as she must have looked to Lord Mark among the portraits at Matcham. Kate at all events understood. "Everyone wants to be so nice?" "So nice," said the grateful Milly. "Oh," Kate laughed, "we'll pull you through. And won't you now bring Mrs. Stringham?" But Milly, after an instant, was again clear about that. "Not till I have seen him once more." She was to have found this preference, 2 days later, abundantly justified, and yet when, in prompt accordance with what had passed between them, she reappeared before her distinguished friend, the character having for him in the interval built itself up still higher, the first thing he asked her was whether she had been accompanied. She told him on this straight away, everything, completely free at present from her first embarrassment, disposed even, as she felt she might become, to undue volubility, and conscious moreover of no alarm from his thus perhaps wishing she had not come alone. It was exactly as if in the 48 hours that had passed her acquaintance with him had somehow increased, and his own knowledge in particular received mysterious additions. They had been together before scarce 10 minutes, but the relation, the one the 10 minutes had so beautifully created, was there to take straight up, and this not on his own part from mere professional heartiness, mere beside manner, which she would have disliked, much rather from a quiet pleasant air in him of having positively asked about her, asked here and asked there and found out. Of course he couldn't in the least have asked, or have wanted to. There was no source of information to his hand, and he had really needed none. He had found out simply by his genius, and found out she meant literally everything. Now she knew not only that she didn't dislike this, the state of being found out about, but that on the contrary it was truly what she had come for, and that for the time at least it would give her something firm to stand on. She struck herself as aware as she had never been, of really not having had from the beginning anything firm. It would be strange for the firmness to come, after all, from her learning in these agreeable conditions that she was in some way doomed, but above all it would prove how little she had hitherto had to hold her up. If she was now to be held up by the mere process, since that was perhaps on the cards, of being let down, this would only testify in turn to her queer little history. That sense of loosely rattling had been no process at all, and it was ridiculously true that her thus sitting there to see her life put into the scales represented her first approach to the taste of orderly living. Such was Milly's romantic version, that her life, especially by the fact of this second interview, was put into the scales, and just the best part of the relation established might have been, for that matter, that the great grave charming man had known at once that it was romantic, and in that measure allowed for it. Her only doubt, her only fear, was whether he perhaps wouldn't even take advantage of her being a little romantic to treat her as romantic altogether. This doubtless was her danger with him, but she should see, and dangers in general meanwhile dropped and dropped. The very place, at the end of a few minutes, the commodious handsome room, far back in the fine old house, soundless from position, somewhat sallow with years of celebrity, somewhat sombre even at midsummer, the very place put on for her a look of custom and use, squared itself solidly around her as with promises and certainties. She had come forth to see the world, and this then was to be the world's light, the rich dusk of a London back, these the world's walls, those the world's curtains and carpet. She should be intimate with the great bronze clock and mantel ornaments, conspicuously presented in gratitude and long ago. She should be as one of the circle of eminent contemporaries, photographed, engraved, signatured, and in particular framed and glazed, who made up the rest of the decoration, and made up as well so much of the human comfort. And while she thought of all the clean truths, unfringed, unfingered, that the listening stillness, strained into pauses and waits, would again and again for years have kept distinct, she also wondered what she would eventually decide upon to present in gratitude. She would give something better, at least, than the brawny Victorian bronzes. This was precisely an instant of what she felt he knew of her before he had done with her, that she was secretly romancing at that rate, in the midst of so much else that was more urgent all over the place. So much for her secrets with him, none of which really required to be phrased. It would have been thoroughly a secret for her from any one else that without a dear lady she had picked up just before coming over she wouldn't have a decently near connection of any sort. For such an appeal as she was making to put forward, no one in the least, as it were, to produce for respectability. But his seeing it she didn't mind a scrap, and not a scrap either his knowing how she had left the dear lady in the dark. She had come alone, putting her friend off with the fraud, giving a pretext of shops, of a whim, of she didn't know what, the amusement of being for once in the streets by herself. The streets by herself were new to her. She had always had in them a companion or a maid, and he was never to believe moreover that she couldn't take full in the face anything he might have to say. He was softly amused at her account of her courage, though he yet showed it somehow without soothing her too grossly. Still he did want to know whom she had. Hadn't there been a lady with her on Wednesday? Yes, a different one, not the one who's travelling with me. I've told her. Distinctly he was amused, and it added to his air, the greatest charm of all, of giving her lots of time.
You told her what?
Well, said Milly, that I visit you in secret.
And how many persons will she tell?
Oh, she's devoted. Not one.
Well, if she's devoted, doesn't that make another friend for you?
It didn't take much computation. but she nevertheless had to think a moment, conscious as she was that he distinctly would want to fill out his notions of her, even a little, as it were, to warm the air for her. That, however, and better early than late, he must accept as of no use. And she herself felt for an instant quite a competent certainty on the subject of any such warming. The air for Milly Theale was, from the very nature of the case, destined never to rid itself of a considerable chill. This she could tell him with authority, if she could tell him nothing else, and she seemed to see now, in short, that it would importantly simplify. Yes, it makes another, but they all together wouldn't make, well, I don't know what to call it, but the difference. I mean, when one is really alone. I've never seen anything like the kindness. She pulled up a minute while he waited again, as if with his reasons for letting her, for almost making her, talk. What she herself wanted was not, for the third time, to cry, as it were, in public. She had never seen anything like the kindness, and she wished to do it justice. But she knew what she was about, and justice was not wronged by her being able presently to stick to her point. Only one situation is what it is. It's me it concerns. The rest is delightful and useless. Nobody can really help. That's why I'm by myself today. I want to be, in spite of Miss Croy, who came with me last. If you can help, so much the better. And also, of course, if one can, a little one's self. Except for that, you and me doing our best. I like you to see me just as I am. Yes, I like it, and I don't exaggerate. Shouldn't one at the start show the worst, so that anything after that may be better? It wouldn't make any real difference. It won't make any. Anything that may happen won't, to anyone. Therefore I feel myself this way with you just as I am. And if you do not in the least care to know, it quite positively bears me up. She put it as to his caring to know, because his manner seemed to give her all her chance. And the impression was there for her to take. It was strange and deep for her, this impression, and she did accordingly take it straight home. It showed him in spite of himself, as allowing somewhere far within things comparatively remote, things in fact quite, as she would have said, outside delicately to weigh with him. Showed him as interested on her behalf in other questions beside the questions of what was the matter with her. She accepted such an interest as regular in the highest type of scientific mind. His own being, the highest, magnificently, because otherwise obviously it wouldn't be there. But she could at the same time take it as a direct source of light upon herself, even though that might present her a little as pretending to equal him. Wanting to know more about a patient than how a patient was constructed or deranged couldn't be, even on the part of the greatest of doctors, anything but some form or other of the desire to let the patient down easily. When that was the case, the reason, in turn, could only be, too manifestly, pity, and when pity held up its telltale face, like a head on a pike in a French Revolution bobbing before a window, what was the inference but that the patient was bad? He might say what he would now, she would always have seen the head at the window, and in fact from this moment she only wanted him to say what he would. He might say it too with the greater ease to himself, as there wasn't one of her divinations that, as her own, he would in any way put himself out for. Finally, if he was making her talk, she was talking, and what it could at any rate come to for him was that she wasn't afraid. If he wanted to do the dearest thing in the world for her, he would show her he believed she wasn't. which undertaking of hers not to have misled him was what she counted at the moment as her presumptuous little hint to him that she was as good as himself. It put forward the bold idea that he could really be misled, and there actually passed between them for some seconds a sign of the eyes only, that they knew together where they were. This made in their brown old temple of truth its momentary flicker. Then what followed it was that he had her, all the same, in his pocket. And the whole thing wound up for that consummation with his kind dim smile. Such kindness was wonderful with such dimness. But brightness, that even of sharp steel, was of course for the other side of the business, and it would all come in for her to one tune or another. "Do you mean," he asked, "that you've no relation at all? Not a parent, not a sister, not even a cousin, nor an aunt?" She shook her head as with the easy habit of an interviewed heroine or a freak of nature at a show. "Nobody whatever." But the last thing she had come for was to be dreary about it. "I'm a survivor of a general wreck, you see," she added. "How that's to be taken into account, that every one else has gone. When I was 10 years old there were, with my father and my mother, 6 of us. I'm all that's left. But they died," she went on, to be fair all round, "of different things. Still, there it is. And as I told you before, I'm American. Not that I mean that makes me worse. However, you'll probably know what it makes me." "Yes." He even showed amusement for it. "I know perfectly what it makes you. It makes you, to begin with, a capital case." She sighed, though gratefully, as if again before the social scene. "Ah, there you are." "Oh no, there we aren't at all. There I'm only, but as much as you like. I've no end of American friends. There they are, if you please. And it's a fact that you couldn't very well be in a better place than in their company. It puts you with plenty of others, and that isn't pure solitude." Then he pursued, "I'm sure you've an excellent spirit, but don't try to bear more things than you need." Which, after an instant, he further explained. "Hard things have come to you in youth, but you mustn't think life will be for you all hard things. You've the right to be happy. You must make up your mind to it. You must accept any form in which happiness may come." "Oh, I'll accept any whatever," she almost gaily returned. "And it seems to me, for that matter, that I am accepting a new one every day. Now this," she smiled. "This is very well so far as it goes. You can depend on me," the great man said, "for unlimited interest. But I'm only after all one element in 50. We must gather in plenty of others. Don't mind who knows. Knows, I mean, that you and I are friends." "Ah, you don't want to see someone," she broke out. "You want to get at someone who cares for me." With which, however, as he simply met this spontaneity in a manner to show that he had often had it from young persons of her race, and that he was familiar even with the possibilities of their familiarity, she felt her freedom rendered vain by his silence, and she immediately tried to think of the most reasonable thing she could say. This would be precisely on the subject of that freedom, which she now quickly spoke of as complete. "That's of course by itself a great boon, so please don't think I don't know it. I can do exactly what I like, anything in all the wide world. I haven't a creature to ask, there's not a finger to stop me. I can shake about till I'm black and blue. That perhaps isn't all joy, but lots of people I know would like to try it." He had appeared about to put a question, but then had let her go on, which she promptly did,
for she understood him the next moment as having thus taken it from her that her means were as great as might be. She had simply given it to him, and this was all that would ever pass between them on the odious head. Yet she couldn't help also knowing that an important effect for his judgment, or at least for his amusement, which was his feeling, since, marvellously, he did have feeling, was produced by it. All her little pieces had now then fallen together for him, like the morsels of a coloured glass that used to make combinations, under the hand, in the depth of one of the polygonal peep-shows of childhood. So that if it's a question of my doing anything under the sun that will help.
You'll do anything under the sun? Good.
He took that beautifully, ever so pleasantly, for what it was worth. But time was needed. The minutes or so were needed on the spot, to deal even provisionally with the substantive question. It was convenient in its degree that there was nothing she wouldn't do, but it seemed also highly and agreeably vague that she should have to do anything. They thus appeared to be taking her together for the moment, and almost for sociability, as prepared to proceed to gratuitous extremities, the upshot of which was in turn that after much interrogation, auscultation, exploration, much noting of his own sequences and neglecting of hers, had duly kept up the vagueness, they might have struck themselves, or may at least strike us, as coming back from an undeterred but useless voyage to the North Pole. Milly was ready under orders for the North Pole, which fact was doubtless what made a blinding anticlimax of her friend's actual abstention from orders.
No, she heard him again distinctly repeat it. I don't want you for the present to do anything at all, anything, that is, but obey a small prescription or two that will be made clear to you, and let me within a few days come to see you at home.
It was at first heavenly. Then you'll see Mrs. Stringham. But she didn't mind a bit now.
Well, I shan't be afraid of Mrs. Stringham.
And he said it once more as she asked once more.
Absolutely not. I send you nowhere. England's all right. Anywhere that's pleasant, convenient, decent will be all right. You say you can do exactly as you like. Oblige me therefore by being so good as to do it. There's only one thing. You ought, of course, now, as soon as I've seen you again, to get out of London.
Milly thought. May I then go back to the continent?
By all means, back to the continent. Do go back to the continent.
Then how will you keep seeing me? But perhaps, she quickly added, you don't want to keep seeing me. He had it all ready. He had really everything all ready.
I shall follow you up, though if you mean that I don't want you to keep seeing me.
Well, she asked. It was only just here that he struck her the least bit as stumbling.
Well, see all you can. That's what it comes to. Worry about nothing. You have at least no worries. It's a great rare chance.
She had got up, for she had had from him both that he would send her something and would advise her promptly of the date of his coming to her, by which she was virtually dismissed. Yet for herself one or two things kept her. May I come back to England too?
Rather, whenever you like. But always when you do come, immediately let me know.
Ah, said Milly, it won't be a great going to and fro.
Then if you'll stay with us, so much the better.
It touched her, the way he controlled his impatience of her, and the fact itself affected her as so precious that she yielded to the wish to get more from it. So you don't think I'm out of my mind?
Perhaps that is, he smiled, all that's the matter.
She looked at him longer. No, that's too good. Shall I at any rate suffer?
Not a bit.
And yet then live?
My dear young lady, said her distinguished friend, Isn't to live exactly what I'm trying to persuade you to take the trouble to do?"
She had gone out with these last words so in her ears that when once she was well away, back this time in the great square alone, it was as if some instant application of them had opened out there before her. It was positively that effect, an excitement that carried her on. She went forward into space under the sense of an impulsive receipt, an impulse simple and direct, easy above all to act upon. She was born up for the hour, and now she knew why she had wanted to come by herself. No one in the world could have sufficiently entered into her state. No tie would have been close enough to enable a companion to walk beside her without some disparity. She literally felt, in this first flush, that her only company must be the human race at large, present all round her, but inspiringly impersonal, and that her only field must be, then and there, the great immensity of London. Grey immensity had somehow of a sudden become her element. Grey immensity was what her distinguished friend had for the moment furnished her world with, and what the question of living, as he put it to her, living by option, by volition, inevitably took on for its immediate face. She went straight before her without weakness, altogether with strength, and still as she went she was more glad to be alone, for nobody, not Kate Croy, not Susan Shepherd either, would have wished to rush with her as she rushed. She had asked him at the last whether, being on foot, she might go home so, or elsewhere, and he had replied as if almost amused again at her extravagance. "You're active, luckily, by nature. It's beautiful. Therefore rejoice in it. Be active, without folly, for you're not foolish. Be as active as you can, and as you like." That had been in fact the final push, as well as the touch that most made a mixture of her consciousness, a strange mixture that tasted at one and the same time of what she had lost and what had been given her. It was wonderful to her, while she took her random course, that these quantities felt so equal. She had been treated, hadn't she, as if it were in her power to live, and yet one wasn't treated so, was one, unless it had come up quite as much that one might die. The beauty of the bloom had gone from the small old sense of safety. That was distinct. She had left it behind her there for ever. But the beauty of the idea of a great adventure, a big dim experiment or struggle in which she might more responsibly than ever before take a hand, had been offered her instead. It was as if she had had to pluck off her breast to throw away some friendly ornament, a familiar flower, a little old jewel that was part of her daily dress, and to take up and shoulder as a substitute some queer defensive weapon, a musket, a spear, a battle axe, conducive possibly in a higher degree to a striking appearance, but demanding all the effort of the military posture. She felt this instrument, for that matter, already on her back, so that she proceeded now in very truth after the fashion of a soldier on a march, proceeded as if for her initiation the first charge had been sounded. She passed along unknown streets, over dusty littery ways, between long rows of fronts not enhanced by the August light. She felt good for miles and only wanted to get lost. There were moments at corners where she stopped and chose her direction, in which she quite lived up to his injunction to rejoice that she was active. It was like a new pleasure to have so new a reason. She would affirm without delay her option, her volition. Taking this personal possession of what surrounded her was a fair affirmation to start with. And she really didn't care if she made it at the cost of alarms for Susie. Susie would wonder in due course whatever, as they said at the hotel, had become of her. Yet this would be nothing either, probably, to wonderments still in store. Wonderments, in truth, Milly felt, even now attended her steps. It was quite as if she saw in people's eyes the reflection of her appearance and pace. She found herself moving at times in regions visibly not haunted by odd-looking girls from New York, duskily draped, sable-plumed, all but incongruously shod, and gazing about them with extravagance. She might, from the curiosity she clearly excited in byways, in side streets peopled with grimy children and costermongers' carts, which she hoped were slums, literally have had her musket on her shoulder, have announced herself as freshly on the warpath. But for the fear of overdoing the character she would here and there have begun conversation, have asked her way, in spite of the fact that, as this would help the requirements of adventure, her way was exactly what she wanted not to know. The difficulty was that she at last accidentally found it. She had come out, she presently saw, at the Regent's Park, round which on 2 or 3 occasions, with Kate Croy, her public chariot had solemnly rolled. But she went into it further now. This was the real thing. The real thing was to be quite away from the pompous roads, well within the centre and on the stretches of shabby grass. Here were benches and smutty sheep. Here were idle lads at games of ball, with their cries mild in the thick air. Here were wanderers anxious and tired like herself. Here, doubtless, were hundreds of others just in the same box. Their box, their great common anxiety, what was it in this grim breathing space but the practical question of life? They could live if they would, that is, like herself. They had been told so. She saw them all about her, on seats, digesting the information, recognizing it again as something in a slightly different shape, familiar enough. The blessed old truth that they would live if they could. All she thus shared with them made her wish to sit in their company, which she so far did that she looked for a bench that was empty, eschewing a still emptier chair that she saw hard by and for which she would have paid, with superiority, a fee. The last scrap of superiority had soon enough left her, if only because she before long knew herself for more tired than she had proposed. This and the charm, after a fashion, of the situation in itself made her linger and rest. There was an accepted spell in the sense that nobody in the world knew where she was. It was the first time in her life that this had happened. Somebody, everybody, appeared to have known before, at every instant of it, where she was, so that she was now suddenly able to put it to herself that that hadn't been a life. This present kind of thing therefore might be, which was where precisely her distinguished friend seemed to be wishing her to come out. He wished her also, it was true, not to make, as she was perhaps doing now, too much of her isolation. At the same time, however, as he clearly desired to deny her no decent source of interest. He was interested, she arrived at that, in her appealing to as many sources as possible, and it fairly filtered into her, as she sat and sat, that he was essentially propping her up. Had she been doing it herself, she would have called it bolstering, the bolstering that was simply for the weak, and she thought and thought, as she put together the proofs, that it was as one of the weak he was treating her. It was, of course, as one of the weak that she had gone to him. but oh, with how sneaking a hope that he might pronounce her, as to all indispensables, a veritable young lioness. What indeed she was really confronted with was the consciousness that he hadn't after all pronounced her anything. She nursed herself into the sense that he had beautifully got out of it. Did he think, however, she wondered, that he could keep out of it to the end? Though as she weighed the question she yet felt it a little unjust. Milly weighed, in this extraordinary hour, questions numerous and strange, but she had happily, before she moved, worked round to simplification. Stranger than anything, for instance, was the effect of its rolling over her that, when one considered it, he might perhaps have got out by one door, but to come in with a beautiful beneficent dishonesty by another. It kept her more intensely motionless there that what he might fundamentally be up to was some disguised intention of standing by her as a friend. Wasn't that what women always said they wanted to do when they deprecated the addresses of gentlemen they couldn't more intimately go on with? It was what they no doubt sincerely fancied they could make of men of whom they couldn't make husbands. And she didn't even reason that it was by a similar law the expedient of doctors in general for the invalids of whom they couldn't make patients. She was somehow so sufficiently aware that her doctor was, however fatuous it might sound, exceptionally moved. This was the damning little fact, if she could talk of damnation, that she could believe herself to have caught him in the act of irrelevantly liking her. She hadn't gone to him to be liked, she had gone to him to be judged, and he was quite a great enough man to be in the habit, as a rule, of observing the difference. She could like him, as she distinctly did. That was another matter, all the more that her doing so was now, so obviously for herself, compatible with judgment. Yet it would have been all potentiously mixed had not, as we say, a final and merciful wave, chilling rather, but washing clear, come to her assistance. It came of a sudden, when all other thought was spent. She had been asking herself why, if her case was grave, and she knew what she meant by that, he should have talked to her all about what she might with futility do, or why, on the other hand, if it were light, he should attach an importance to the office of friendship. She had him with her little lonely acuteness, as acuteness went during the dog days in the Regent Park, in a left stick. She either mattered, and then she was ill, or she didn't matter, and then she was well enough. Now he was acting, as they said at home, as if she did matter, until he should prove the contrary. It was too evident that a person at his high pressure must keep his inconsistencies, which were probably his highest amusements, only for the very greatest occasions. Her prevision, in fine, of just where he should catch him furnished the light of that judgment in which we describe her as daring to indulge. And the judgment it was that made her sensation simple. He had distinguished her, that was the chill. He hadn't known, how could he, that she was devilishly subtle, subtle exactly in the manner of the suspected, the suspicious, the condemned. He in fact confessed to it, in his way, as to an interest in her combinations, her funny race, her funny losses, her funny gains, her funny freedom, and, no doubt, above all, her funny manners, funny like those of Americans at their best, without being vulgar, legitimating amiability and helping to pass it off. In his appreciation of these redundancies he dressed out for her the compassion he so signally permitted himself to waste, but its operation for herself was as directly divesting, denuding, exposing. It reduced her to her ultimate state, which was that of a poor girl, with her rent to pay, for example, staring before her in a great city. Milly had her rent to pay, her rent for her future. Everything else but how to meet it fell away from her in pieces, in tatters. This was the sensation the great man had doubtless not purposed. Well, she must go home, like the poor girl, and see. There might after all be ways. The poor girl too would be thinking. It came back, for that matter, perhaps to views already presented. She looked about her again, on her feet, at her scattered melancholy comrades, some of them so melancholy as to be down on their stomachs in the grass, turned away, ignoring, burrowing. She saw once more with them those two phases of the question, between which there was so little to choose for inspiration. It was perhaps superficially more striking that one could live if one would, but it was more appealing, insinuating, irresistible, in short, that one would live if one could. She found after this, for the day or two, more amusement than she had ventured to count on in the fact, if it were not a mere fancy, of deceiving Susie; and she presently felt that what made the difference was the mere fancy, as this was one of a counter move to her great man. His taking on himself, should he do so, to get at her companion made her suddenly, she held, irresponsible, made any notion of her own all right for her, though indeed at the very moment she invited herself to enjoy this impunity she became aware of new matter for surprise, or at least for speculation. Her idea would rather have been that Mrs. Stringham would have looked at her hard, her sketch of the grounds of her independent long excursion showing, she could feel, as almost cynically superficial. Yet the dear woman so failed, in the event, to avail herself of any right of criticism that it was sensibly tempting to wonder for an hour if Kate Croy had been playing perfectly fair. Hadn't she, possibly from motives of the highest benevolence, prompting of the finest anxiety, just given poor Susie what she would have called the straight tip? It must immediately be mentioned, however, that quite apart from a remembrance of the distinctness of Kate's promise, Milly, the next thing, found her explanation in a truth that had the merit of being general. If Susie at this crisis suspiciously spared her, it was really that Susie was always suspiciously sparing her, yet occasionally too with portentous and exceptional mercies. The girl was conscious of how she dropped at times into inscrutable, impenetrable deferences, attitudes that, though without all intending it, made a difference for familiarity, for the ease of intimacy. It was as if she recalled herself to manners, to the law of court etiquette, which last note above all helped our young woman to a just appreciation. It was definite for her, even if not quite solid, that to treat her as a princess was a positive need of her companion's mind. Wherefore she couldn't help it if this lady had her transcendent view of the way the class in question were treated. Susan had read history, had read Gibbon and Froude and Saint Simon. She had high lights as to the special allowances made for the class, and since she saw them, when young, as effete and over-tutored, inevitably ironic and infinitely refined, one must take it for amusing if she inclined to an indulgence verily Byzantine. If one could only be Byzantine! Wasn't that what she insidiously led one on to sigh? Milly tried to oblige her, for it really placed Susan herself so handsomely to be Byzantine now. The great ladies of that race, it would be somewhere in Gibbon, were apparently not questioned about their mysteries. But oh, poor Milly and hers! Susan, at all events, proved scarce more inquisitive than if she had been a mosaic at Ravenna. Susan was a porcelain monument to the odd moral that consideration might, like cynicism, have abysses. Besides, the Puritan finally disencumbered. What starved generations wasn't Mrs. Stringham, in fancy, going to make up for? Kate Croy came straight to the hotel, came that evening shortly before dinner, specifically and publicly moreover, in a hansom that, driven apparently very fast, pulled up beneath their windows almost with the clatter of an accident, a smash. Milly alone, as happened, in the great garnished void of their sitting room, were a little, really, like a caged Byzantine. She had been pacing through the queer, long-drawn, almost sinister delay of night, an effect she yet liked. Milly, at the sound, one of the French windows standing open, passed out to the balcony that overhung with pretensions the general entrance, and so was in time for the look that Kate, alighting, paying her cabman, happened to send up to the front. The visitor moreover had a shilling back to wait for, during which Milly, from the balcony, looked down at her, and a mute exchange, but with smiles and nods, took place between them on what had occurred in the morning. It was what Kate had called for, and the tone was thus almost by accident determined for Milly before her friend came up. What was also, however, determined for her was again, yet irrepressibly again, that the image presented to her, the splendid young woman who looked so particularly handsome in impatience, with the fine freedom of her signal, was the peculiar property of somebody else's vision, that this fine freedom, in short, was the fine freedom she showed Mr. Densher. Just so was how she looked to him, and just so was how Milly had held by her, held as by the strange sense of seeing through that distant person's eyes. It lasted, as usual, the strange sense, but 50 seconds, yet in so lasting it produced an effect. It produced in fact more than one, and we take them in their order. The first was that it struck our young woman as absurd to say that a girl's looking so to a man could possibly be without connections, and the second was that by the time Kate had got into the room Milly was in mental possession of the main connection it must have for herself. She produced this commodity on the spot, produced it in straight response to Kate's frank "Well, what?" The inquiry bore, of course, with Kate's eagerness, on the issue of the morning's scene, the great man's latest wisdom, and it doubtless affected Milly a little, as the cheerful demand for news is apt to affect troubled spirits when news is not, in one of the neater forms, prepared for delivery. She couldn't have said what it was exactly that on the instant determined her. The nearest description of it would perhaps have been as the more vivid impression of all her friend took for granted. The contrast between this free quantity and the maze of possibilities through which, for hours, she had herself been picking her way, put on, in short, for the moment, a grossness that even friendly forms scarce lightened. It helped forward in fact the revelation to herself that she absolutely had nothing to tell. Besides which, certainly, there was something else, an influence at the particular juncture still more obscure. Kate had lost on the way upstairs the look, that made her young hostess so subtly think of one of the signs of which was that she never kept it for many moments at once. Yet she stood there, none the less, so in her bloom and in her strength, so completely again the handsome girl beyond all others, the handsome girl for whom Milly had at first gratefully taken her, that to meet her now with the note of the plaintive would amount somehow to a surrender, to a confession. She would never in her life be ill. The greatest doctors would keep her, at the worst, the fewest minutes, and it was as if she had asked, just with all this practical impeccability, for all that was most mortal in her friend. These things for Milly inwardly danced their dance, but the vibration produced and the dust kicked up had lasted less than an account of them. Almost before she knew it, she was answering, and answering beautifully, with no consciousness of fraud, only as with a sudden flare of the famous will power she had heard about, read about, and which was what her medical adviser had mainly thrown her back on. "Oh, it's all right. He's lovely." Kate was splendid, and it would have been clear for Milly now, had the further presumption been needed, that she had said no word to Mrs. Stringham. "You mean you have been absurd?" Absurd. It was a simple word to say, but the consequence of it for our young woman was that she felt it, as soon as spoken, to have done something for her safety. And Kate really hung on her lips. "There's nothing at all the matter?" "Nothing to worry about. I shall need a little watching, but I shan't have to do anything dreadful, or even in the least inconvenient. I can do in fact as I like." It was wonderful for Milly how, just to put it so, made all its pieces fall at present quite properly into their places. Yet even before the full effect came, Kate had seized, kissed, blessed her. "My love, you're too sweet, it's too dear, but it's as I was sure." Then she grasped the full beauty. "You can do as you like?" "Quite. Isn't it charming?" "Ah, but catch you!" Kate triumphed with gaiety. "Not doing! And what shall you do?" "For the moment, simply enjoy it." "Enjoy?" Milly was completely luminous. "Having got out of my scrape." "Learning, you mean, so easily that you are well?" It was as if Kate had but too conveniently put the words into her mouth. "Learning, I mean, so easily that I am well." "Only no one's of course well enough to stay in London now. He can't," Kate went on, "want this for you." "Mercy, no. I'm to knock about. I'm to go places." "But no beastly climates, Engadines, Rivieras, boredoms?" "No, just as I say, where I prefer. I'm to go in for pleasure." "Oh, the duck!" Kate, with her own shades of familiarity, abounded. "But what kind of pleasure?" "The highest," Milly smiled. Her friend met it as nobly. "Which is the highest?" "Well, it's just our chance to find out. You must help me." "What have I wanted to do but help you?" Kate asked. "From the moment I first laid eyes on you." Yet with this too Kate had her wonder. "I like your talking, though, about that. What help, with your luck all round, do you need?" Milly indeed at last couldn't say, so that she had really for the time brought it along to the point so oddly marked for her by her visitor's arrival, the truth that she was enviably strong. She carried this out from that evening, for each hour still left her, and the more easily perhaps that the hours were now narrowly numbered. All she actually waited for was Sir Luke Strett's promised visit, as to her proceeding on which, however, her mind was quite made up. Since he wanted to get at Susie, he should have the freest access, and then perhaps he would see how he liked it. What was between them they might settle as between them, and any pressure it should lift from her own spirit they were at liberty to convert to their use. If the dear man wished to fire Susan Shepherd with a still higher ideal, He would only, after all, at the worst, have Susan on his hands. If devotion, in a word, was what it would come up for the interested pair to organize, she was herself ready to consume it as the dressed and served dish. He had talked to her of her appetite, her account of which she felt must have been vague. But for devotion she could now see this appetite would be of the best. Gross, greedy, ravenous, these were doubtless the proper names for her. She was at all events resigned in advance to the machinations of sympathy. The day that followed her lonely excursion was to be the last but 2 or 3 of their stay in London, and the evening of that day practically ranked for them as, in the matter of outside relations, the last of all. People were by this time quite scattered, and many of those who had so liberally manifested in calls, in cards, in evident sincerity about visits, later on, over the land, had positively passed in music out of sight. Whether as members, these latter, more especially, of Mrs. Loder's immediate circle, or as members of Lord Mark's, our friends, being by this time able to make the distinction. The general pitch had thus decidedly dropped, and the occasions still to be dealt with were special and few. One of these, for Milly, announced itself as the doctor's call already mentioned, as to which she had now had a note from him. The single other of importance was their appointed leave-taking for the shortest separation in respect to Mrs. Loder and Kate. The aunt and the niece were to dine with them alone, intimately and easily as should be consistent with the question of their afterwards going on together to some absurdly belated party, at which they had it from Aunt Maud that they would do well to show. Sir Luke was to make his appearance on the morrow of this, and in respect to that complication Milly had already her plan. The night was at all events hot and stale, and it was late enough by the time the 4 ladies had been gathered in for their small session at the hotel, where the windows were still open to the high balconies, and the flames of the candles, behind the pink shades, disposed as for the vigil of watchers, were motionless in the air in which the season lay dead. What was presently settled among them was that Milly, who betrayed on this occasion a preference more marked than usual, shouldn't hold herself obliged to climb that evening the social stair, however it might stretch to meet her, and that Mrs. Loder and Mrs. Stringham, facing the ordeal together, Kate Croy should remain with her and await their return. It was a pleasure to Milly ever to send Susan Shepherd forth. She saw her go with complacency, liked, as it were, to put people off with her, and noted with satisfaction, when she so moved to the carriage, the further denudation, a markedly ebbing tide, of her little benevolent back. If it wasn't quite Aunt Maud's ideal, moreover, to take out the new American girl's funny friend instead of the new American girl herself, nothing could better indicate the range of that lady's merit than the spirit in which, as at the present hour for instance, she made the best of the minor advantage. And she did this with a broad cheerful absence of illusion. She did it confessing even as much to poor Susie, because, frankly, she was good-natured. When Mrs. Stringham observed that her own light was too abjectly borrowed, and that it was as a link alone, fortunately not missing that she was valued, Aunt Maud concurred to the extent of the remark. "Well, my dear, you're better than nothing." Tonight, furthermore, it came up for Milly that Aunt Maud had something particular in mind. Mrs. Stringham, before adjourning with her, had gone off for some shawl or other accessory, and Kate, as if a little impatient for their withdrawal, had wandered out to the balcony, where she hovered for the time unseen, though with scarce more to look at than the dim London stars and the cruder glow up the street, on a corner of a small public-house in front of which a fagged cab-horse was thrown into relief. Mrs. Lowder made use of the moment. Milly felt as soon as she had spoken that what she was doing was somehow for use.
Dear Susan tells me that you saw in America Mr. Densher, whom I've never till now, as you may have noticed, asked you about. But do you mind at last, in connection with him, doing something for me?
She had lowered her fine voice to a depth, though speaking with all her rich glibness, and Milly, after a small sharpness of surprise, was already guessing the sense of her appeal.
Will you name him in any way you like to her?
And Aunt Maud gave a nod at the window.
So that you may perhaps find out whether he's back?
Ever so many things for Milly fell into line at this. It was a wonder, she afterwards thought, that she could be conscious of so many at once. She smiled hard, however, for them all. "But I don't know that it's important to me to find out." The array of things was further swollen, however, even as she said this, by its striking her as too much to say. She therefore tried as quickly to say less. "Except you mean, of course, that it's important to you." She fancied Aunt Maud was looking at her almost as hard as she was herself smiling, and that gave her another impulse. "You know, I never have yet named him to her, so that if I should break out now—"
"Well?"
Mrs. Lowder waited. "Why, she may wonder what I've been making a mystery of. She hasn't mentioned him, you know," Milly went on, "herself."
"No?"
Her friend a little heavily weighed it.
"She wouldn't. So it's she, you see, then, who has made the mystery."
Yes, Milly but wanted to see, only there was so much. "There has been, of course, no particular reason." Yet that indeed was neither here nor there. "Do you think," she asked, "he is back?"
"It will be about this time, I gather, and rather a comfort to me definitely to know."
"Then can't you ask her yourself?"
"Ah, we never speak of him."
It helped Milly for the moment to the convenience of a puzzled pause. "Do you mean he's an acquaintance of whom you disapprove for her?" Aunt Maud as well just hung fire.
"I disapprove of her for the poor young man. She doesn't care for him."
"And he cares so much?"
"Too much, too much. And my fear is," said Mrs. Lowder, "that he privately besets her. She keeps it to herself, but I don't want her worried. Neither, in truth," she both generously and confidentially concluded, "do I want him."
Milly showed all her own effort to meet the case.
"But what can I do?" "You can find out where they are. If I myself try," Mrs. Lowder explained, "I shall appear to treat them as if I supposed them deceiving me."
"And you don't. You don't," Milly mused for her, "suppose them deceiving you."
"Well," said
Aunt Maud, whose fine onyx eyes failed to blink, even though Milly's question might have been taken as drawing her rather further than she had originally meant to go.
"Well, Kate's thoroughly aware of my views for her, and that I take her being with me at present in the way she is with me, if you know what I mean, for a loyal assent to them. Therefore, as my views don't happen to provide a place at all for Mr. Densher, much in a manner as I like him."
Therefore, in short, she had been prompted to this step, though she completed her sentence but sketchily, with the rattle of her large fan. It assisted them for the moment perhaps, however, that Milly was able to pick out of her sense what might serve as the clearest part of it.
You do like him, then? Oh, dear, yes. Don't you? Milly waited, for the question was somehow as the sudden point of something sharp on a nerve that winced. She just caught her breath, but she had ground for joy afterwards. She felt, in not really having failed to choose with quickness sufficient out of 15 possible answers the one that would best serve her. She was then almost proud, as well, that she had cheerfully smiled. I did, 3 times, in New York. So came and went in these simple words the speech that was to figure for her, later on that night, as the one she had ever uttered that cost her most. She was to lie awake for the gladness of not having taken any line so really inferior as the denial of a happy impression. For Mrs. Lowder also, moreover, her simple words were the right ones. They were, at any rate, that lady's laugh showed in the natural note of the racy, "You dear American thing! But people may be very good and yet not good for what one wants." "Yes," the girl assented, "even I suppose when what one wants is something very good." "Oh, my child, it would take too long just now to tell you all I want. I want everything at once and together, and ever so much for you too, you know. But you've seen us," Aunt Maud continued. "You'll have made out." "Ah," said Milly, "I don't make out." For again it came that way in rushes. She felt an obscurity in things. "Why, if our friend here doesn't like him?" "Should I conceive her interested in keeping things from me?" Mrs. Lowder did justice to the question. "My dear, how can you ask? Put yourself in her place. She meets me, but on her terms. Proud young women are proud young women. And proud old ones are, well, what I am. Fond of you as we both are, you can help us." Milly tried to be inspired. "Does it come back then to my asking her straight?" At this, however, finally Aunt Maud threw her up. "Oh, if you've so many reasons not." "I've not so many," Milly smiled. "But I've one. If I break out so suddenly on my knowing him, what will she make of my not having spoken before?" Mrs. Lowder looked blank at it. "Why should you care what she makes? You may have only been decently discreet." "Ah, I have been," the girl made haste to say. "Besides," her friend went on, "I suggested to you through Susan your line." "Yes, that reason's a reason for me." "And for me," Mrs. Lowder insisted. "She's not therefore so stupid as not to do justice to ground so marked. You can tell her perfectly that I had asked you to say nothing." "And may I tell her that you've asked me now to speak?" Mrs. Lowder might well have thought, yet oddly this pulled her up. "You can't do that without?" Milly was almost ashamed to be raising so many difficulties. "I'll do what I can, if you'll kindly tell me one thing more." She faltered a little. It was so prying. But she brought it out. "Will he have been writing to her?" "It's exactly, my dear, what I should like to know." Mrs. Lowder was at last impatient. "Push in for yourself, and I dare say she'll tell you." Even now, all the same, Milly had not quite fallen back. "It will be pushing in," she continued to smile, "for you." She allowed her companion, however, no time to take this up. "The point will be that if he has been writing, she may have answered." "But what point, you subtle thing, is that?" "It isn't subtle. "It seems to me but quite simple," Milly said, "that if she has answered, she has very possibly spoken of me." "Very certainly indeed. But what difference will it make?" The girl had a moment at this of thinking it natural Mrs. Lowder herself should so fail of subtlety. "It will make the difference that he'll have written her in reply that he knows me, and that in turn," our young woman explained, "will give an oddity to my own silence." "How so, if she is perfectly aware of having given you no opening? The only oddity," Aunt Maud lucidly professed, "is for yourself. It's in her not having spoken." "And there we are," said Milly. And she had uttered it evidently in a tone that struck her friend. "Then it has troubled you?" But the inquiry had only to be made to bring the rare colour with fine inconsequence to her face. "Not really, the least little bit." And quickly feeling the need to abound in this sense, she was on the point to cut short of declaring that she cared after all no scrap how much she obliged. Only she felt at this instant to the intervention of still other things. Mrs. Lowder was in the first place already beforehand, already affected as by the sudden vision of her having herself pushed too far. Milly could never judge from her face of her uppermost motive. It was so little, in its hard smooth sheen, that kind of human countenance. She looked hard when she spoke fair. The only thing was that when she spoke hard she didn't likewise look soft. Something none the less had arisen in her now, a full appreciable tide, entering by the rupture of some bar. She announced that if what she had asked was to prove in the least a bore, her young friend was not to dream of it, making her young friend at the same time, by the change in her tone, dream on the spot more profusely. She spoke with a belated light Milly could apprehend. She could always apprehend from pity, and the result of that perception for the girl was singular. It proved to her as quickly that Kate, keeping her secret, had been straight with her. From Kate distinctly, then, as to why she was to be pitied, Aunt Maud knew nothing, and was thereby simply putting in evidence the fine side of her own character. This fine side was that she could almost at any hour, by a kindled preference or a diverted energy, glow for another interest than her own. She exclaimed as well at this moment that Milly must have been thinking round the case much more than she had supposed, and this remark could affect the girl as quickly and as sharply as any other form of the charge of weakness. It was what every one, if she didn't look out, would soon be saying. "There's something the matter with you." What one was therefore oneself concerned immediately to establish was that there was nothing at all. "I shall like to help you. I shall like, so far as that goes, to help Kate herself," she made such haste as she could to declare, her eyes wandering meanwhile across the width of the room to that dusk of the balcony in which their companion perhaps a little unaccountably lingered. She suggested hereby her impatience to begin. She almost overtly wondered at the length of the opportunity this friend was giving them, referring it, however, so far as words went, to the other friend, and breaking off with an amused, "How tremendously Susie must be beautifying!" It only marked Aunt Maud none the less as too preoccupied for her allusion. The onyx eyes were fixed upon her with a polished pressure that must signify some enriched benevolence. "Let it go, my dear. We shall after all soon enough see." "If he has come back we shall certainly see," Milly after a moment replied. "For he'll probably feel that he can't quite civilly not come to see me. Then there," she remarked, "we shall be."
It wouldn't then, you see, come through Kate at all. It would come through him, except," she wound up with a smile, "that he won't find me." She had the most extraordinary sense of interesting her guest in spite of herself, more than she wanted. It was as if her doom so floated her on that she couldn't stop, by very much the same trick it had played her with her doctor. "Shall you run away from him?" She neglected the question, wanting only now to get off. "Then," she went on, "you'll deal with Kate directly." "Shall you run away from her?" Mrs. Lowder profoundly inquired, while they became aware of Susie's return through the room, opening out behind them, in which they had dined. This affected Milly as giving her but an instant, and suddenly with it everything she felt in the connection rose to her lips, for a question that, even as she put it, she knew she was failing to keep colourless. "Is it your own belief that he is with her?" Aunt Maud took in, that is, everything of the tone that she just wanted her not to, and the result for some seconds was but to make their eyes meet in silence. Mrs. Stringham had rejoined them and was asking if Kate had gone, an inquiry at once answered by this young lady's reappearance. They saw her again in the open window, where, looking at them, she had paused, producing thus on Aunt Maud's part almost too impressive a hush. Mrs. Lowder indeed without loss of time smothered any danger in a sweeping retreat with Susie. But Milly's words to her, just uttered, about dealing with her niece directly, struck our young woman as already recoiling on herself. Directness, however evaded, would be fully for her. Nothing in fact would ever have been for her so direct as the evasion. Kate had remained in the window, very handsome and upright, the outer dark framing in a highly favourable way her summery simplicities and lightnesses of dress. Milly had, given the relation of space, no real fear she had heard their talk. Only she hovered there, as with conscious eyes and some added advantage. Then, indeed, with small delay, her friend sufficiently saw. The conscious eyes, the added advantage were but those she had now always at command, those proper to the person Milly knew as known to Merton Densher. It was for several seconds again as if the total of her identity had been that of the person known to him, a determination having for result another sharpness of its own. Kate had positively but to be there just as she was, to tell her he had come back. It seemed to pass between them in fine without a word that he was in London, that he was perhaps only round the corner, and surely therefore no dealing of Milly's with her would yet have been so direct. It was doubtless because this queer form of directness had in itself, for the hour, seemed so sufficient that Milly was afterwards aware of having really, all the while during the strange indescribable session before the return of their companions, done nothing to intensify it. If she was most aware only afterwards, under the long and discurtained ordeal of the morrow's dawn, that was because she had really, till their evening's end came, ceased after a little to miss anything from their ostensible comfort. What was behind showed but in gleams and glimpses. What was in front never at all confessed to not holding the stage. 3 minutes hadn't passed before Milly quite knew she should have done nothing Aunt Maud had just asked her. She knew it moreover by much the same light that had acted for her with that lady and with Sir Luke Strett. It pressed upon her then and there that she was still in a current determined, through her indifference, timidity, bravery, generosity, she scarce could say which, by others. That not she but the current acted, and that somebody else always was the keeper of the lock, or the dam. Kate, for example, had but to open the floodgate. The current moved in its mass. The current, as it had been, of her doing as Kate wanted. What, somehow, in the most extraordinary way in the world, had Kate wanted but to be of a sudden more interesting than she had ever been? Milly, for their evening then, quite held her breath with the appreciation of it. If she hadn't been sure her companion would have had nothing from her moments with Mrs. Lowder to go by, she would almost have seen the admirable creature cutting in to anticipate a danger. This fantasy, indeed, while they sat together, dropped after a little, even if only because other fantasies multiplied and clustered, making fairly for our young woman the buoyant medium in which her friend talked and moved. They sat together, I say, but Kate moved as much as she talked. She figured there restless and charming, just perhaps a shade perfunctory, repeatedly quitting her place, taking slowly to and fro in the trailing folds of her light dress the length of the room, almost avowedly performing for the pleasure of her hostess. Mrs. Lowder had said to Milly at Matcham that she and her niece, as allies, could practically conquer the world. But though it was a speech about which there had even then been a vague grand glamour, the girl read into it at present more of an approach to a meaning. Kate, for that matter, by herself, could conquer anything, and she, Milly Theale, was probably concerned with the world only as the small scrap of it that most impinged on her, and that was therefore first to be dealt with. On this basis of being dealt with, she would doubtless herself do her share of the conquering. She would have something to supply, Kate something to take, each of them thus, to that tune, something for squaring with Aunt Maud's ideal. This in short was what it came to now, that the occasion in the quiet late lamplight had the quality of a rough rehearsal of the possible big drama. Milly knew herself dealt with, handsomely, completely. She surrendered to the knowledge, for so it was, she felt, that she supplied her helpful force. And what Kate had to take, Kate took as freely and to all appearance as gratefully, accepting afresh with each of her long slow walks the relation between them so established, and consecrating her companion's surrender simply by the interest she gave it. The interest to Milly herself we naturally mean. The interest to Kate Milly felt as probably inferior. It easily and largely came for their present talk, for the quick flight of the hour before the breach of the spell. It all came, when considered, from the circumstance, not in the least abnormal, that the handsome girl was in extraordinary form. Milly remembered her having said that she was at her best late at night, remembered it by its having, with its fine assurance, made her wonder when she was at her best, and how happy people must be who had such a fixed time. She had no time at all. She was never at her best, unless indeed it were exactly as now, in listening, watching, admiring, collapsing. If Kate, moreover, quite mercilessly, had never been so good, the beauty and the marvel of it was that she had never really been so frank, being a person of such a calibre, as Milly would have said, that even while dealing with you and thereby, as it were, picking her steps, she could let herself go, could, in irony, in confidence, in extravagance, tell you things she had never told before. That was the impression, that she was telling things, and quite conceivably for her own relief as well, almost as if the errors of vision, the mistakes of proportion, the residuary innocence of spirit still to be remedied on the part of her auditor, had their moments of proving too much for her nerves. She went at them just now, these sources of irritation, with an amused energy that it would have been open to Milly to regard as cynical, and that was nevertheless called for. As to this the other was distinct, by the way that in certain connections the American mind broke down. It seemed at least the American mind as sitting there thrilled and dazzled in Milly, not to understand English society without a separate confrontation with all the cases. It couldn't proceed by there was some technical term she lacked until Milly suggested both analogy and induction, and then, differently, instinct, none of which were right. It had to be led up and introduced to each aspect of the monster, enabled to walk all round it, whether for the consequent exaggerated ecstasy, or for the still more, as appeared to this critic, disproportionate shock. It might, the monster, Kate conceded, loom large for those born amid forms less developed, and therefore no doubt less amusing. It might on some sides be a strange and dreadful monster, calculated to devour the unwary, to abase the proud, to scandalize the good. But if one had to live with it, one must, not to be for ever sitting up, learn how, which was virtually, in short, to-night what the handsome girl showed herself as teaching. She gave away publicly in this process Lancaster Gate and everything it contained. She gave away hand over hand, Milly's thrill continued to note, Aunt Maud and Aunt Maud's glories and Aunt Maud's complacencies. She gave herself away most of all, and it was naturally what most contributed to her candour. She didn't speak to her friend once more, in Aunt Maud's strain, of how they could scale the skies. She spoke, by her bright perverse preference on this occasion, of the need, in the first place, of being neither stupid nor vulgar. It might have been a lesson for a young American in the art of seeing things as they were, a lesson so various and so sustained that the pupil had, as we have shown, but receptively to gape. The odd thing furthermore was that it could serve its purpose while explicitly disavowing every personal bias. It wasn't that she disliked Aunt Maud, who was everything she had on other occasions declared, but the dear woman ineffaceably stamped by inscrutable nature and a dreadful art, wasn't, how could she be, what she wasn't. She wasn't any one. She wasn't anything. She wasn't anywhere. Milly mustn't think it. One couldn't, as a good friend, let her. Those hours at Matcham were inespérées, were pure manna from heaven. Or if not folly, that perhaps, with humbugging old Lord Mark as a backer, were vain as a ground for hopes and calculations. Lord Mark was very well, but he wasn't the cleverest creature in England, and even if he had been, he still wouldn't have been the most obliging. He weighed it out in ounces, and indeed each of the pair was really waiting for what the other would put down. "She has put down you," said Milly, attached to the subject still, "and I think what you mean is that, on the counter, she still keeps hold of you." "Lest," Kate took it up, "he should suddenly grab me and run." "Oh, as he isn't ready to run, he's much less ready, naturally, to grab." "I am, you're so far right as that, on the counter, when I'm not in the shop window, in and out of which I'm thus conveniently, commercially whisked, the essence, all of it, of my position, and the price, as properly, of my aunt's protection." Lord Mark was substantially what she had begun with as soon as they were alone. The impression was even yet with Milly of her having sounded his name, having imposed it as a topic in direct opposition to the other name that Mrs. Lowder had left in the air, and that all her own look, as we have seen, kept there at first for her companion. The immediate strange effect had been that of her consciously needing, as it were, an alibi, which successfully she found. She had worked it to the end, ridden it to and fro across the course marked for Milly by Aunt Maud, and now she had quite, so to speak, broken it in. The bore is that if she wants him so much, wants him, heaven forgive her. For me, he has put us all out since your arrival by wanting somebody else. I don't mean somebody else than you. Milly threw off the charm sufficiently to shake her head. Then I haven't made out who it is. If I'm any part of his alternative, he had better stop where he is. Truly? Truly? Always? Always? Milly tried to insist with an equal gaiety. Would you like me to swear? Kate appeared for a moment, though that was doubtless but gaiety too, to think. Haven't we been swearing enough? You have, perhaps, but I haven't, and I ought to give you the equivalent. At any rate, there it is. Truly, truly, as you say, always, always. So I'm not in the way. Thanks, said Kate, but that doesn't help me. Oh, it's as simplifying for him that I speak of it. The difficulty really is that he's a person with so many ideas that it's particularly hard to simplify for him. That's exactly, of course, what Aunt Maud has been trying. He won't, Kate firmly continued, make up his mind about me. Well, Milly smiled, give him time. Her friend met it in perfection. One's doing that, one is. But one remains all the same but one of his ideas. There's no harm in that, Milly returned. If you come out in the end as the best of them, what's a man, she pursued, especially an ambitious one, without a variety of ideas? No doubt. The more the merrier. And Kate looked at her grandly. One can but hope to come out and do nothing to prevent it. All of which made for the impression, fantastic or not, of the alibi. The splendour, the grandeur, were for Milly the bold ironic spirit behind it, so interesting too in itself. What, further, was not less interesting was the fact, as our young woman noted it, that Kate confined her point to the difficulties, so far as she was concerned, raised only by Lord Mark. She referred now to none that her own taste might present, which circumstance again played its little part. She was doing what she liked in respect to another person, but she was in no way committed to the other person, and her moreover talking of Lord Mark as not young and not true were only the signs of her clear self-consciousness, were all in the line of her slightly hard but scarce the less graceful extravagance. She didn't wish to show too much her consent to be arranged for, but that was a different thing from not wishing sufficiently to give it. There was something on it all as well that Milly still found occasion to say. If your aunt has been, as you tell me, put out by me, I feel she has remained remarkably kind. Oh, but she has, whatever might have happened in that respect, plenty of use for you. You put her in, my dear, more than you put her out. You don't half see it, but she has clutched your petticoat. You can do anything, you can do. I mean lots that we can't. You're an outsider, independent and standing by yourself. You're not hideously relative to tires and tires of others. And Kate, facing in that direction, went further and further, wound up, while Milly gaped, with extraordinary words. We're of no use to you. It's decent to tell you. You'd be of use to us, but that's a different matter. My honest advice to you would be, she went indeed all lengths, to drop us while you can. It would be funny if you didn't soon see how awfully better you can do. We've not really done for you the least thing worth speaking of, nothing you mightn't easily have had in some other way. Therefore you're under no obligation.
You won't want us next year. We shall only continue to want you. But that's no reason for you, and you mustn't pay too dreadfully for poor Mrs. Stringham's having let you in. She has the best conscience in the world. She's enchanted with what she has done. But you shouldn't take your people from her. It has been quite awful to see you do it." Milly tried to be amused so as not, it was too absurd, to be fairly frightened. Strange enough indeed, if not natural enough, that, late at night thus, in a mere mercenary house, with Susie away, a want of confidence should possess her. She recalled with all the rest of it the next day, piecing things together in the dawn, that she had felt herself alone with a creature who paced like a panther. That was a violent image, but it made her a little less ashamed of having been scared. For all her scare, none the less, she had now the sense to find words. "And yet, without Susie, I shouldn't have had you." It had been at this point, however, that Kate flickered highest. "Oh, you may very well loathe me yet." Really at last thus it had been too much, as with her own least feeble flare, after a wondering watch, Milly had shown. She hadn't cared, she had too much wanted to know. And though a small solemnity of remonstrance, a sombre strain, had broken into her tone, it was to figure as her nearest approach to serving Mrs. Lowder. "Why do you say such things to me?" This unexpectedly had acted by a sudden turn of Kate's attitude as a happy speech. She had risen as she spoke, and Kate had stopped before her, shining at her instantly with a softer brightness. Poor Milly hereby enjoyed one of her views of how people, wincing oddly, were often touched by her. "Because you're a dove," with which she felt herself ever so delicately, so considerately embraced, not with familiarity or as a liberty taken, but almost ceremonially and in the manner of an accolade, partly as if, though a dove who could perch on a finger, one were also a princess with whom forms were to be observed. It even came to her through the touch of her companion's lips that this form, this cool pressure, fairly sealed the sense of what Kate had just said. It was moreover for the girl like an inspiration she found herself accepting as the right one, while she caught her breath with relief, the name so given her. She met it on the instant as she would have met revealed truth. It lighted up the strange dusk in which she lately had walked. That was what was the matter with her. She was a dove. Oh, wasn't she? It echoed within her as she became aware of the sound, outside, of the return of their friends. There was the next thing, little enough doubt about it after Aunt Maud had been 2 minutes in the room. She had come up, Mrs. Lowder, with Susan, which she needn't have done, at that hour, instead of letting Kate come down to her, so that Milly could be quite sure it was to catch hold in some way of the loose end they had left. Well, the way she did catch was simply to make the point that it didn't now in the least matter. She had mounted the stairs for this, and she had her moment again with her younger hostess while Kate, on the spot, as the latter at the time noted, gave Susan Shepherd unwonted opportunities. Kate was, in other words, as Aunt Maud engaged her friend, listening with the handsomest response to Mrs. Stringham's impression of the scene they had just quitted. It was in the tone of the fondest indulgence, almost really that of dove cooing to dove, that Mrs. Lowder expressed to Milly the hope that it had all gone beautifully. Her all had an ample benevolence. It soothed and simplified. She spoke as if it were the 2 young women, not she and her comrade,
who had been facing the town together. But Milly's answer had prepared itself while Aunt Maud was on the stair. She had felt in a rush all the reasons that would make it the most dove-like, and she gave it while she was about it, as earnest, as candid. "I don't think, dear lady, he's here." It gave her straightway the measure of the success she could have as a dove. That was recorded in the long look of deep criticism, a look without a word that Mrs. Lowder poured forth, and the word presently bettered it still. "Oh, you exquisite thing!" The luscious innuendo of it, almost startling, lingered in the room after the visitors had gone, like an over-sweet fragrance. But left alone with Mrs. Stringham, Milly continued to breathe it. She studied again the dove-like, and so set her companion to mere rich reporting that she averted all inquiry into her own case. That, with the new day, was once more her law, though she saw before her, of course, as something of a complication, her need each time to decide. She should have to be clear as to how a dove would act. She settled it, she thought, well enough this morning by quite readopting her plan in respect to Sir Luke Strett. That, she was pleased to reflect, had originally been pitched in the key of a merely iridescent drab, and although Mrs. Stringham after breakfast began by staring at it as if it had been a priceless Persian carpet suddenly unrolled at her feet, she had no scruple at the end of 5 minutes in leaving her to make the best of it. "Sir Luke Strett comes by appointment to see me at 11, but I'm going out on purpose. He is to be told, please, deceptively, that I am at home, and you, as my representative, when he comes up, are to see him instead. He liked that this time better, so do be nice to him." It had taken naturally more explanation, and the mention above all of the fact that the visitor was the greatest of doctors. Yet when once the key had been offered, Susie slipped it on her bunch, and her young friend could again feel her lovely imagination operate. It operated in truth very much as Mrs. Lowder's, at the last, had done the night before. It made the air heavy once more with the extravagance of assent. It might afresh almost have frightened our young woman to see how people rushed to meet her. Had she then so little time to live that the road must always be spared her? It was as if they were helping her to take it out on the spot. Susie, she couldn't deny, and didn't pretend to, might of a truth, on her side, have treated such news as a flash merely lurid, as to which, to do Susie justice, the pain of it was all there. But none the less, the margin always allowed her young friend was all there as well, and the proposal now made her was what it in short but Byzantine. The vision of Milly's perception of the propriety of the matter had, at any rate, quickly engulfed, so far as her attitude was concerned, any surprise and any shock, so that she only desired the next thing perfectly to possess the facts. Milly could easily speak on this as if there were only one. She made nothing of such another as that she had felt herself menaced. The great fact, in fine, was that she knew him to desire just now, more than anything else, to meet quite apart someone interested in her. Who, therefore, so interested as her faithful Susan? The only other circumstance that, by the time she had quitted her friend, she had treated as worth mentioning was the circumstance of her having at first intended to keep quiet. She had originally best seen herself as sweetly secretive. As to that she had changed, and her present request was the result. She didn't say why she had changed, but she trusted her faithful Susan. Their visitor would trust her not less, and she herself would adore their visitor. Moreover, he wouldn't, the girl felt sure, tell her anything dreadful. The worst would be that he was in love, and that he needed a confidant to work it. And now she was going to the National Gallery. The idea of the National Gallery had been with her from the moment of her hearing from Sir Luke Strett about his hour of coming. It had been in her mind as a place so meagrely visited, as one of the places that had seemed at home one of the attractions of Europe and one of its highest aids to culture, but that the old story, the typical frivolous, always ended by sacrificing to vulgar pleasures. She had had perfectly, at those whimsical moments at the Brunish, the half-shamed sense of turning her back on such opportunities for real improvement as had figured to her, from of old in connection with the Continental tour, under the general head of pictures and things. And at last she knew for what she had done so. The plea had been explicit. She had done so for life as opposed to learning, the upshot of which had been that life was now beautifully provided for. In spite of those few dips and dashes into the many-coloured stream of history for which of late Kate Croy had helped her to find time, there were possible great chances she had neglected, possible great moments she should save for today, have all but missed. She might still, she had felt, overtake one or two of them among the Tizians and the Turners. She had been honestly nursing the hour, and, once she was in the benignant halls, her faith knew itself justified. It was the air she wanted, and the world she would now exclusively choose. The quiet chambers, nobly overwhelming, rich but slightly veiled, opened out round her, and made her presently say, "If I could lose myself here!" There were people in plenty, but admirably no personal question. It was immense, outside the personal question, but she had blissfully left it outside, and the nearest it came, for a quarter of an hour, to glimmering again into view was when she watched for a little one of the more earnest of the lady copyists. Two or three in particular, spectacled, aproned, absorbed, engaged her sympathy to an absurd extent, seemed to show her for the time the right way to live. She should have been a lady copyist. It met so the case. The case was the case of escape, of living under water, of being at once impersonal and firm. There it was before one had only to stick and stick. Milly yielded to this charm till she was almost ashamed. She watched the lady copyists till she found herself wondering what would be thought by others of a young woman of adequate aspect who should appear to regard them as the pride of the place. She would have liked to talk to them, to get, as it figured to her, into their lives, and was deterred but by the fact that she didn't quite see herself as purchasing imitations, and yet feared she might excite the expectation of purchase. She really knew before long that what held her was the mere refuge that something within her was after all too weak for the Turners and Tizians. They joined hands about her in a circle too vast, though a circle that a year before she would only have desired to trace. They were truly for the larger, not for the smaller life, the life of which the actual pitch, for example, was an interest, the interest of compassion in misguided efforts. She marked absurdly her little stations, blinking in her shrinkage of curiosity at the glorious walls, yet keeping an eye on vistas and approaches, so that she shouldn't be flagrantly caught. The vistas and approaches drew her in this way from room to room, and she had been through many parts of the show, as she supposed, when she sat down to rest. There were chairs in scant clusters, places from which one could gaze. Milly indeed at present fixed her eyes more than elsewhere on the appearance, First, that she couldn't quite after all have accounted to an examiner for the order of her schools, and then on that of her being more tired than she had meant, in spite of her having been so much less intelligent. They found her eyes, it should be added, other occupation as well, which she let them freely follow. They rested largely, in her vagueness, on the vagueness of other visitors. They attached themselves in especial, with mixed results, to the surprising stream of her compatriots. She was struck with the circumstance that the great museum, early in August, was haunted with these pilgrims, as also with that of her knowing them from afar, marking them easily, each and all, and recognizing not less promptly that they had ever new lights for her, new lights on their own darkness. She gave herself up at last, and it was a consummation like another. What she should have come to the National Gallery for today would be to watch the copyists and reckon the Baedekers. That perhaps was the moral of a menaced state of health, that one would sit in public places and count the Americans. It passed the time in a manner, but it seemed already the second line of defence, and this notwithstanding the pattern so unmistakable of her countryfolk. They were cut out as by scissors, coloured, labelled, mounted, but the relation to her failed to act. They somehow did nothing for her. Partly, no doubt, they didn't so much as notice or know her, didn't even recognize their community of collapse with her, the sign on her as she sat there that for her too Europe was tough. It came to her idly thus, for her humour could still play, that she didn't seem then the same success with them as with the inhabitants of London, who had taken her up on scarce more of an acquaintance. She could wonder if they would be different should she go back with this glamour attached, and she could also wonder, if it came to that, whether she would ever go back. Her friends straggled past, at any rate, in all the vividness of their absent criticism, and she had even at last the sense of taking a mean advantage. There was a finer instant, however, at which three ladies, clearly a mother and daughters, had paused before her under compulsion of a comment apparently just uttered by one of them, in referring to some object on the other side of the room. Milly had her back to the object, but her face very much to her young compatriot, the one who had spoken and in whose look she perceived a certain gloom of recognition. Recognition, for that matter, sat confessedly in her own eyes. She knew the three, generically, as easily as a schoolboy with a crib in his lap would know the answer in class. She felt like the schoolboy, guilty enough, questioned, as honour went, as to her right so to possess, to dispossess, people who hadn't consciously provoked her. She would have been able to say where they lived, and also how, had the place and the way been but amenable to the positive. She bent tenderly in imagination over marital, paternal Mr. Whatever he was, at home, eternally named, with all the honours and placidities, but eternally unseen and existing only as someone who could be financially heard from. The mother, the puffed and composed whiteness of whose hair had no relation to her apparent age, showed a countenance almost chemically clean and dry. Her companions wore an air of vague resentment humanized by fatigue, and the three were equally adorned with short cloaks of coloured cloth surmounted by little tartan hoods. The tartans were doubtless conceivable as different, but the cloaks, curiously, only thinkable as one. Handsome? Well, if you choose to say so. It was the mother who had spoken, who herself added, after a pause during which Milly took the reference as to a picture, "In the English style." The three pair of eyes had converged, and their possessors had for an instant rested, with the effect of a drop of the subject, on this last characterization. With that, too, of a gloom not less mute in one of the daughters than murmured in the other. Milly's heart went out to them while they turned their backs. She said to herself that they ought to have known her, that there was something between them they might have beautifully put together. But she had lost them also. They were cold. They left her in her weak wonder as to what they had been looking at. The hansom disposed her to turn, all the more that the English style would be the English school, which she liked, only she saw before moving, by the array on the side facing her, that she was in fact among small Dutch pictures. The action of this was again appreciable, the dim surmise that it wouldn't then be by a picture that the spring in the three ladies had been pressed. It was at all events time she should go, and she turned as she got on her feet. She had had behind her one of the entrances and various visitors who had come in while she sat, visitors single and in pairs, by one of the former of whom she felt her eyes suddenly held. This was a gentleman in the middle of the place, a gentleman who had removed his hat and was for a moment, while he glanced absently, as she could see, at the top tier of the collection, tapping his forehead with his pocket-handkerchief. The occupation held him long enough to give Milly time to take for granted, and a few seconds sufficed, that his face was the object just observed by her friends. This could only have been because she concurred in their tribute, even qualified, and indeed the English style of the gentleman, perhaps by instant contrast to the American, was what had had the arresting power. This arresting power at the same time, and that was the marvel, had already sharpened almost to pain, for in the very act of judging the bared head with detachment she felt herself shaken by a knowledge of it. It was Merton Densher's own, and he was standing there, standing long enough unconscious for her to fix him and then hesitate. These successions were swift, so that she could still ask herself in freedom if she had best let him see her. She could still reply to this that she shouldn't like him to catch her in the effort to prevent it. And she might further have decided that he was too preoccupied to see anything had not a perception intervened that surpassed the first in violence. She was unable to think afterwards how long she had looked at him before knowing herself as otherwise looked at. All she was coherently to put together was that she had had a second recognition without his having noticed her. The source of this latter shock was nobody less than Kate Croy. Kate Croy, who was suddenly also in the line of vision, and whose eyes met her eyes at their next movement. Kate was but 2 yards off. Mr. Densher wasn't alone. Kate's face specifically said so, for after a stare as blank at first as Milly's, it broke into a far smile. That was what, wonderfully, in addition to the marvel of their meeting, passed from her, for Milly, the instant reduction to easy terms of the fact of their being there. The two young women together. It was perhaps only afterwards that the girl fully felt the connection between this touch and her already established conviction that Kate was a prodigious person. Yet on the spot she none the less, in a degree, knew herself handled and again, as she had been the night before, dealt with, absolutely even dealt with for her greater pleasure. A minute in fine hadn't elapsed before Kate had somehow made her provisionally take everything as natural. The provisional was just the charm, acquiring that character from one moment to the other. It represented happily so much that Kate would explain on the very first chance. This left, moreover, and that was the greatest wonder,
all due margin for amusement at the way things happened, the monstrous oddity of their turning up in such a place on the very heels of their having separated without allusion to it. The handsome girl was thus literally in control of the scene by the time Merton Densher was ready to exclaim with a high flush or a vivid blush, one didn't distinguish the embarrassment from the joy, "Why, Miss Theale, fancy!" and "Why, Miss Theale, what luck!" Miss Theale had meanwhile the sense that for him too, on Kate's part, something wonderful and unspoken was determinant; and this although, distinctly, his companion had no more looked at him with a hint than he had looked at her with a question. He had looked, and was looking only at Milly herself, ever so pleasantly and considerately, she scarce knew what to call it, but without prejudice to her consciousness, all the same, that women got out of predicaments better than men. The predicament of course wasn't definite nor phraseable, and the way they let all phrasing pass was presently to recur to our young woman as a characteristic triumph of the civilized state. But she took it for granted, insistently, with a small private flare of passion, because the one thing she could think of to do for him was to show him how she eased him off. She would really, tired and nervous, have been much disconcerted if the opportunity in question hadn't saved her. It was what had saved her most, what had made her, after the first few seconds, almost as brave for Kate as Kate was for her, had made her only ask herself what their friend would like of her. That he was at the end of 3 minutes, without the least complicated reference, so smoothly their friend, was just the effect of their all being sublimely civilized. The flash in which he saw this was, for Milly, fairly inspiring, to that degree in fact that she was even now, on such a plane, yearning to be supreme. It took, no doubt, a big dose of inspiration to treat as not funny, or at least as not unpleasant, the anomaly for Kate, that she knew their gentleman, and for herself that Kate was spending the morning with him. But everything continued to make for this after Milly had tasted of her draught. She was to wonder in subsequent reflection what in the world they had actually said, since they had made such a success of what they didn't say. The sweetness of the draught for the time, at any rate, was to feel success assured. What depended on this for Mr. Densher was all obscurity to her, and she perhaps but invented the image of his need as a short cut to accommodation. Whatever the facts, their perfect manners, all round, saw them through. The finest part of Milly's own inspiration, it may further be mentioned, was the quick perception that what would be of most service was, so to speak, her own native wood-note. She had long been conscious with shame for her thin blood, or at least for her poor economy, of her unused margin as an American girl, closely indeed as in English air the next might appear to cover the page. She still had reserves of spontaneity, if not of comicality, so that all this cash in hand could now find employment. She became as spontaneous as possible as an American, as it might conveniently appeal to Mr. Densher, after his travels, to find her. She said things in the air, and yet flattered herself that she struck him as saying them not in the tone of agitation, but in the tone of New York. In the tone of New York agitation was beautifully discounted, and she had now a sufficient view of how much it might accordingly help her. The help was fairly rendered before they left the place. When her friends presently accepted her invitation to adjourn with her to luncheon at her hotel, it was in Fifth Avenue that the meal might have waited. Kate had never been there so straight, but Milly was at present taking her,
and if Mr. Densher had been, he had at least never had to come so fast. She proposed it as the natural thing, proposed it as the American girl, and she saw herself quickly justified by the pace at which she was followed. The beauty of the case was that to do it all she had only to appear to take Kate's hint. This had said in its fine first smile, "Oh yes, our look's queer, but give me time," and the American girl could give time as nobody else could. What Milly thus gave she therefore made them take, even if, as they might surmise, it was rather more than they wanted. In the porch of the museum she expressed her preference for a four-wheeler. They would take their course in that guise precisely to multiply the minutes. She was more than ever justified by the positive charm that her spirit imparted even to their use of this conveyance. And she touched her highest point, that is certainly for herself, as she ushered her companions into the presence of Susie. Susie was there with luncheon as well as with her return in prospect, and nothing could now have filled her own consciousness more to the brim than to see this good friend take in how little she was abjectly anxious. The cup itself actually offered to this good friend might in truth well be startling, for it was composed beyond question of ingredients oddly mixed. She caught Susie fairly looking at her as if to know whether she had brought in guests to hear Sir Luke Strett's report. Well, it was better her companion should have too much than too little to wonder about. She had come out anyway, as they said at home, for the interest of the thing, and interest truly sat in her eyes. Milly was none the less, at the sharpest crisis, a little sorry for her. She could of necessity extract from the odd scenes so comparatively little of a soothing secret. She saw Mr. Densher suddenly popping up, but she saw nothing else that had happened. She saw in the same way her young friend indifferent to her young friend's doom, and she lacked what would explain it. The only thing to keep her in patience was the way, after luncheon, Kate almost, as might be said, made up to her. This was actually, perhaps as well, what most kept Milly herself in patience. It had in fact for our young woman a positive beauty, was so marked as a deviation from the handsome girl's previous courses. Susie had been a bore to the handsome girl, and the change was now suggestive. The two sat together after they had risen from table in the apartment in which they had lunched, making it thus easy for the other guest and his entertainer to sit in the room adjacent. This, for the latter personage, was the beauty. It was almost, on Kate's part, like a prayer to be relieved. If she honestly liked better to be thrown with Susan Shepherd than with their other friend, why that said practically everything. It didn't perhaps altogether say why she had gone out with him for the morning, but it said, as one thought, about as much as she could say to his face. Little by little, indeed, under the vividness of Kate's behaviour, the probabilities fell back into their order. Merton Densher was in love, and Kate couldn't help it, could only be sorry and kind. Wouldn't that, without wild flurries, cover everything? Milly at all events tried it as a cover, tried it hard for the time, pulled it over her in front, the larger room, drew it up to her chin with energy. If it didn't, so treated, do everything for her, it did so much that she could herself supply the rest. She made that up by the interest of her great question, the question of whether, seeing him once more, with all that, as she called it to herself, had come and gone, her impression of him would be different from the impression received in New York. That had held her from the moment of their leaving the museum. It kept her company through their drive and during luncheon, and now that she was a quarter of an hour alone with him it became acute. She was to feel at this crisis that no clear, no common answer, no direct satisfaction on this point was to reach her. She was to see her question itself simply go to pieces. She couldn't tell if he were different or not, and she didn't know nor care if she were. These things had ceased to matter in the light of the only thing she did know. This was that she liked him, as she put it to herself, as much as ever. And if that were to amount to liking a new person, the amusement would be but the greater. She had thought him at first very quiet, in spite of his recovery from his original confusion, though even the shade of bewilderment she yet perceived had not been due to such vagueness on the subject of her re-intensified identity as the probable sight over there of many thousands of her kind would sufficiently have justified. No, he was quiet inevitably for the first half of the time, because Milly's own lively line, the line of spontaneity, made everything else relative, and because, too, so far as Kate was spontaneous, it was ever so finely in the air among them that the normal pitch must be kept. Afterwards, when they had got a little more used, as it were, to each other's separate felicity, he had begun to talk more clearly, bethinking himself at a given moment of what his natural lively line would be. It would be able to take for granted she must wish to hear of the States, and to give her in its order everything he had seen and done there. He abounded of a sudden, he almost insisted. He returned after breaks to the charge, and the effect was perhaps the more odd, as he gave no clue whatever to what he had admired, as he went, or to what he hadn't. He simply drenched her with his sociable story, especially during the time they were away from the others. She had stopped then being American, all to let him be English, a permission of which he took, she could feel, both immense and unconscious advantage. She had really never cared less for the States than at this moment, but that had nothing to do with the matter. It would have been the occasion of her life to learn about them, for nothing could put him off, and he ventured on no reference to what had happened for herself. It might have been almost as if he had known that the greatest of all these adventures was her doing just what she did then. It was at this point that she saw the smash of her great question complete, saw that all she had to do with was the sense of being there with him. And there was no chill for this in what she also presently saw, that however he had begun, he was now acting from a particular desire, determined either by new facts or new fancies to be like every one else, simplifyingly kind to her. He had caught on already as to manner, fallen into line with every one else, and if his spirits verily had gone up, it might well be that he had thus felt himself lighting on the remedy for all awkwardness. Whatever he did or he didn't, Milly knew she should still like him. There was no alternative to that. But her heart could none the less sink a little on feeling how much this view of her was destined to have in common with, as she now sighed over it, the view. She could have dreamt of his not having the view, of his having something or other, if need be quite viewless, of his own. But he might have what he could with least trouble, and the view wouldn't be after all a positive bar to her seeing him. The defect of it in general, if she might so ungraciously criticize, was that, by its sweet universality, it made relations rather prosaically a matter of course. It anticipated and superseded the likewise sweet operation of real affinities. It was this that was doubtless marked in her power to keep him now, this and her glassy lustre of attention to his pleasantness about the scenery in the Rockies. She was in truth a little measuring her success in detaining him by Kate's success in standing Susan. It wouldn't be, if she could help it, Mr. Densher who should first break down. Such at least was one of the forms of the girl's inward tension. But beneath even this deep reason was a motive still finer. What she had left at home on going out to give it a chance was meanwhile still, was more sharply and actively there. What had been at the top of her mind about it and then violently pushed down, this quantity was again working up. As soon as their friends should go, Susie would break out, and what she would break out upon wouldn't be interested in that gentleman as she had more than once shown herself, the personal fact of Mr. Densher. Milly had found in her face at luncheon a feverish glitter, and it told what she was full of. She didn't care now for Mr. Densher's personal facts. Mr. Densher had risen before her only to find his proper place in her imagination already of a sudden occupied. His personal fact failed, so far as she was concerned, to be personal, and her companion noticed the failure. This could only mean that she was full to the brim of Sir Luke's threat and of what she had had from him. What had she had from him? It was indeed now working upward again that Milly would do well to know, though knowledge looked stiff in the light of Susie's glitter. It was therefore on the whole because Densher's young hostess was divided from it by so thin a partition that she continued to cling to the Rockies.
"I say, you know, Kate, you did stay," had been Merton Densher's punctual remark on their adventure after they had, as it were, got out of it, an observation which she, not less promptly on her side, let him see that she forgave in him only because he was a man. She had to recognize with whatever disappointment that it was doubtless the most helpful he could make in this character. The fact of the adventure was flagrant between them. They had looked at each other on gaining the street as people look who have just rounded together a dangerous corner, and there was therefore already enough unanimity sketched out to have lighted, for their companion, anything equivocal in her action. But the amount of light men did need, Kate could have been eloquent at this moment about that. What, however, on his seeing more, struck him as most distinct in her was her sense that, reunited after his absence, and having been now the morning together, it behoved them to face without delay the question of handling their immediate future. That it would require some handling, that they should still have to deal in a crafty manner with difficulties and delays, was the great matter he had come back to, greater than any but the refreshed consciousness of their personal need of each other. This need had had 20 minutes the afternoon before to find out where it stood, and the time was fully accounted for by the charm of the demonstration. He had arrived at Euston at 5, having wired her from Liverpool the moment he landed, and she had quickly decided to meet him at the station, whatever publicity might attend such an act. When he had praised her for it on alighting from his train, she had answered frankly enough that such things should be taken at a jump. She didn't care today who saw her, and she profited by it for her joy. Tomorrow, inevitably, she should have time to think, and then, as inevitably, would become a baser creature, a creature of alarms and precautions. It was none the less for tomorrow at an early hour that she had appointed their meeting, keeping in mind for the present a particular obligation to show at Lancaster Gate by 6 o'clock. She had given with imprecations her reason, people to tea eternally, and a promise to Aunt Maud. But she had been liberal enough on the spot, and had suggested the National Gallery for the morning quite as with an idea that had ripened in expectancy. They might be seen there too, but nobody would know them, just as, for that matter, now in the refreshment room to which they had adjourned, they would incur the notice, but, at the worst, unacquainted. They would have something there for the facility it would give. Thus had it already come up for them again that they had no place of convenience. He found himself on English soil with all sorts of feelings, but he hadn't quite faced having to reckon with a certain ruefulness in regard to that subject as one of the strongest. He was aware later on that there were questions his impatience had shirked, whereby it actually rather smote him for want of preparation and assurance that he had nowhere to take his love. He had taken it thus at Euston, and on Kate's own suggestion, into the place where people had beer and buns, and had ordered tea at a small table in the corner, which, no doubt, as they were lost in the crowd, did well enough for a stop-gap. It perhaps did as well as her simply driving with him to the door of his lodgings, which had had to figure as the sole device of his own wit. That wit, the truth was, had broken down a little at the sharp provision that once at his door they could have to hang back. She would have to stop there, wouldn't come in with him, couldn't possibly, and he shouldn't be able to ask her, would feel he couldn't without betraying a deficiency of what would be called, even at their advanced stage, respect for her. That again was all that was clear, except the further fact that it was maddening. Compressed and concentrated, confined to a single sharp pang or two, but none the less in wait for him, there on the Euston platform, and lifting its head as that of a snake in the garden, was the disconcerting sense that respect in their game seemed somehow, he scarce knew what to call it, a fifth wheel to the coach. It was properly an inside thing, not an outside, a thing to make love greater, not to make happiness less. They had met again for happiness, and he distinctly felt, during his most lucid moment or two, how he must keep watch on anything that really menaced that boon. If Kate had consented to drive away with him and alight at his house, there would probably enough have occurred for them, at the foot of his steps, one of those strange instants between man and woman that blow upon the red spark, the spark of conflict, even latent in the depths of passion. She would have shaken her head, oh, sadly, divinely, on the question of coming in, and he, though doing all justice to her refusal, would have yet felt his eyes reach further into her own than a possible word at such a time could reach. This would have meant suspicion, the dread of the shadow of an adverse will. Lucky, therefore, in the actual case, that the scant minutes took another turn, and that by the half-hour she did, in spite of everything, contrive to spend with him, Kate showed so well how she could deal with things that maddened. She seemed to ask him, to beseech him, and for all his better comfort, to leave her now, and henceforth to treat them in her own way. She had still met in naming so promptly, for their early convenience, one of the great museums, and indeed with such happy art that his fully seeing where she had placed him hadn't been till after he left her. His absence from her for so many weeks had had such an effect upon him that his demands, his desires, had grown, and only the night before, as his ship steamed beneath summer stars in sight of the Irish coast, he had felt all the force of his particular necessity. He hadn't, in other words, at any point doubted he was on his way to say to her that really their mistake must end. Their mistake was to have believed that they could hold out, that is, not against Aunt Maud, but against an impatience that, prolonged and exasperated, made a man ill. He had known more than ever on their separating in the court of the station how ill a man, and even a woman, could feel from such a cause. But he struck himself as also knowing that he had already suffered Kate to begin finally to apply antidotes and remedies and subtle sedatives. It had a vulgar sound, as throughout in love the names of things, the verbal terms of intercourse were, compared with love itself, horribly vulgar. But it was as if, after all, he might have come back to find himself put off, though it would take him, of course, a day or two to see. His letters from the States had pleased whom it concerned, though not so much as he had meant they should, and he should be paid according to agreement, and would now take up his money. It wasn't in truth very much to take up, so that he hadn't in the least come back flourishing a cheque-book. That new motive for bringing his mistress to terms he couldn't therefore pretend to produce. The ideal certainty would have been to be able to present a change of prospect as a warrant for the change of philosophy, and without it he should have to make shift but with the pretext of the lapse of time. The lapse of time, not so many weeks after all, she might always of course say, couldn't at any rate have failed to do something for him. And that consideration it was that had just now tidied him over, all the more that he had his vision of what it had done personally for Kate. This had come out for him with a splendor that almost scared him, even in their small corner of the room at Euston, almost scared him because it seemed to blaze at him that waiting was the game of dupes. Not yet had she been so the creature he had originally seen. Not yet had he felt so soundly safe sure. It was all there for him, playing on his pride of possession as a hidden master in a great dim church might play on the grandest organ. His final sense was that a woman couldn't be like that and then ask one the impossible. She had been like that afresh on the morrow, and so for the hour they had been able to float in the mere joy of contact, such contact as their situation in pictured public halls permitted. This poor makeshift for closeness confessed itself in truth by 20 small signs of unrest, even on Kate's part, inadequate. So little could a decent interest in the interesting place presume to remind them of its claims. They had met there in order not to meet in the streets, and not again with an equal want of invention and of style at a railway station, not again either in Kensington Gardens, which they could easily and tacitly agree would have had too much of their taste and of their old frustrations. The present taste, the taste that morning in the pictured halls, had been a variation, yet Densher had, at the end of a quarter of an hour, fully known what to conclude from it. This fairly consoled him from their awkwardness, as if he had been watching it affect her. She might be as nobly charming as she liked, and he had seen nothing to touch her in the States. She couldn't pretend that in such conditions as those she herself believed it enough to appease him. She couldn't pretend she believed he would believe it enough to render her a like service. It wasn't enough for that purpose. She as good as showed him it wasn't. That was what he could be glad by demonstration to have brought her to. He would have said to her, had he put it crudely and on the spot, "Now, am I to understand that you consider this sort of thing can go on?" It would have been open to her, no doubt, to reply that to have him with her again, to have him all kept and treasured, so still under her grasping hand, as she had held him in their yearning interval, was the sort of thing that he must allow her to have no quarrel about. But that would be a mere gesture of her grace, a mere spot of her subtlety. She knew as well as he what they wanted, in spite of which, indeed, he scarce could have said how beautifully he might not once more have named it and urged it if she hadn't, at a given moment, blurred, as it were, the accord. They had soon seated themselves for better talk, and so they had remained a while intimate and superficial. The immediate things to say had been many, for they hadn't exhausted them at Euston. They drew upon them freely now, and Kate appeared quite to forget, which was prodigiously becoming of her, to look about for surprises. He was to try afterwards, and try in vain, to remember what speech or what silence of his own, what natural sign of the eyes or accidental touch of the hand had precipitated for her, in the midst of this, a sudden different impulse. She had got up, with inconsequence, as if to break the charm, though he wasn't aware of what he had done at the moment to make the charm a danger. She had patched it up agreeably enough the next minute by some odd remark about some picture, to which he hadn't so much as replied, it being quite independently of this that he had himself exclaimed on the dreadful closeness of the rooms. He had observed that they must go out again to breathe, and it was as if their common consciousness, while they passed into another part, was that of persons who, infinitely engaged together, had been startled and were trying to look natural. It was probably while they were so occupied, as the young man subsequently reconceived, that they had stumbled upon his little New York friend. He thought of her for some reason as little, though she was of about Kate's height, to which, any more than to any other felicity in his mistress, he had never applied the diminutive. What was to be, in the retrospect, more distinct to him was the process by which he had become aware that Kate's acquaintance with her was greater than he had gathered. She had written of it in due course as a new and amusing one, and he had written back that he had met over there, and that he much liked the young person, whereupon she had answered that he must find out more about her at home. Kate, in the event, however, had not returned to that, and he had, of course, with so many things to find out about, been otherwise taken up. Little Miss Thiely's individual history was not stuff for his newspaper, besides which, moreover, he was seeing but too many little Miss Thielys. They even went so far as to impose themselves as one of the groups of social phenomena that fell into the scheme of his public letters. For this group in especial, perhaps, the irrepressible, the supereminent young persons, his best pen was ready. Thus it was that they could come back to him in London an hour or two after their luncheon with the American pair, the sense of a situation for which Kate hadn't wholly prepared him. Possibly, indeed, as marked as this was, his recovered perceptions that preparations of more than one kind had been exactly what, both yesterday and today, he felt her as having in hand. That appearance, in fact, if he dwelt on it, so ministered to apprehension as to require some bursting away. He shook off the suspicion to some extent on their separating first from their hostesses and then from each other by the aid of a long and rather aimless walk. He was to go to the office later, but he had the next 2 or 3 hours, and he gave himself as a pretext that he had eaten much too much, after Kate had asked him to put her into a cab, which, as announced, a resumed policy on her part, he found himself deprecating. He stood a while by the corner and looked vaguely forth at his London. There was always, doubtless, a moment for the absentee recaptured, the moment, that of the reflux of the first emotion, at which it was beyond disproof that one was back. His full parenthesis was closed, and he was once more but a sentence of a sort in the general text, the text that, from his momentary street corner, showed as a great grey page of print that somehow managed to be crowded without being fine. The grey, however, was more or less the blur of a point of view not yet quite seized again, and there could be colour enough to come out. He was back flatly enough, but back to possibilities and prospects, and the ground he now somewhat sightlessly covered was the act of renewed possession. He walked northward without a plan, without suspicion, quite in the direction his little New York friend, in her restless ramble, had taken a day or two before. He reached, like Milly, the Regent's Park, and though he moved further and faster, he finally sat down, like Milly, from the force of thought. For him too, in this position, be it added, and he might positively have occupied the same bench, various troubled fancies folded their wings. He had no more yet said what he really wanted than Kate herself had found time. She should hear enough of that in a couple of days. He had practically not pressed her as to what most concerned them. It had seemed so to concern them during these first hours, but to hold each other, spiritually speaking, close. This at any rate was palpable, that there were at present more things rather than fewer between them. The explanation about the two ladies would be part of the lot, yet could wait with all the rest. They were not meanwhile certainly what most made him roam. The missing explanations weren't. That was what she had so often said before, and always with the effect of suddenly breaking off. "Now please call me a good cab." Their previous encounters, the times when they had reached in their stroll the south of the park, had had a way of winding up with this special irrelevance. It was effectively what most divided them, for he would generally, but for her reasons, have been able to jump in with her. What did she think he wished to do to her? It was a question he had had occasion to put. A small matter, however, doubtless, since, when it came to that, they didn't depend on cabs, good or bad, for the sense of union. Its importance was less from the particular loss than as a kind of irritating mark of her expertness. This expertness, under Providence, had been great from the first, so far as joining him was concerned, and he was critical only because it had been still greater even from the first too in respect to leaving him. He had put the question to her again that afternoon on the repetition of her appeal, had asked her once more what she supposed he wished to do. He recalled on his bench in the Regent's Park the freedom of fancy, funny and pretty, with which she had answered, recalled the moment itself while the usual hansom charged them, during which he felt himself, disappointed as he was, grimacing back at the superiority of her very humour, in its added grace of gaiety, to this celebrated solemn American. Their fresh appointment had been at all events by that time made, and he should see what her choice in respect to it, a surprise as well as a relief, would do toward really simplifying. It meant either new help or new hindrance, though it took them at least out of the streets. And her naming this privilege had naturally made him ask if Mrs. Lowder knew of his return. "Not from me," Kate had replied, "but I shall speak to her now." And she had argued, as with rather a quick fresh view, that it would now be quite easy. "We've behaved for months so properly that I've margin surely for my mention of you. You'll come to see her, and she'll leave you with me. She'll show her good nature and her lack of betrayed fear in that. With her, you know, you've never broken, quite the contrary, and she likes you as much as ever. We're leaving town. It will be the end. Just now, therefore, it's nothing to ask. I'll ask tonight," Kate had wound up. "And if you'll leave it to me, my cleverness, I assure you, has grown infernal. I'll make it all right." He had of course thus left it to her, and he was wondering more about it now than he had wondered there in Brook Street. He repeated to himself that if it wasn't in the line of triumph, it was in the line of muddle. This indeed, no doubt, was as a part of his wonder for still other questions. Kate had really got off without meeting his little challenge about the terms of their intercourse with her dear Milly. Her dear Milly, it was sensible, was somehow in the picture. Her dear Milly, popping up in his absence, occupied, he couldn't have said quite why he felt it, more of the foreground than one would have expected her in advance to find clear. She took up room, and it was almost as if room had been made for her. Kate had appeared to take for granted he would know why it had been made, but that was just the point. It was a foreground in which he himself, in which his connection with Kate, scarce enjoyed a space to turn round. But Miss Theale was perhaps at the present juncture a possibility of the same sort as the softened, if not squared, Aunt Maud. It might be true of her also that if she weren't a bore she'd be a convenience. It rolled over him of a sudden, after he had resumed his walk, that this might easily be what Kate had meant. The charming girl adored her. Densher had for himself made out that, and would protect, would lend a hand to their interviews. These might take place, in other words, on her premises, which would remove them still better from the streets. That was an explanation which did hang together. It was impaired a little, of a truth, by this fact that their next encounter was rather markedly not to depend upon her. Yet this fact in turn would be accounted for by the need of more preliminaries. One of the things he conceivably should gain on Thursday at Lancaster Gate would be a further view of that propriety.
It was extraordinary enough that he should actually be finding himself, when Thursday arrived, none so wide of the mark. Kate hadn't come all the way to this for him, but she had come a good deal by the end of a quarter of an hour. What she had begun with was her surprise at her appearing to have left him on Tuesday anything more to understand. The parts, as he saw now under her hand, did fall more or less together, and it wasn't even as if she had spent the interval in twisting and fitting them. She was bright and handsome, not fagged and worn with the general clearness, for it certainly stuck out enough that if the American ladies themselves weren't to be squared, which was absurd, they fairly imposed the necessity of trying Aunt Maud again. One couldn't say to them, kind as she had been to them, "We'll meet, please, whenever you'll let us, at your house, but we count on you to help us to keep it secret." They must, in other terms, inevitably speak to Aunt Maud. It would be of the last awkwardness to ask them not to. Kate had embraced all this in her choice of speaking first. What Kate embraced altogether was, indeed, wonderful today for Densher, though he perhaps struck himself rather as getting it out of her piece by piece than as receiving it in a steady light. He had always felt, however, that the more he asked of her, the more he found her prepared, as he imaged it, to hand out. He had said to her more than once, even before his absence, "You keep the key of the cupboard, and I foresee that when we're married you'll dole me out my sugar by lumps." She had replied that she rejoiced in his assumption that sugar would be his diet, and the domestic arrangement so prefigured might have seemed already to prevail. The supply from the cupboard at this hour was, doubtless, of a truth not altogether cloyingly sweet, but it met in a manner his immediate requirements. If her explanations at any rate prompted questions, the questions no more exhausted them than they exhausted her patience. And they were naturally, of the series, the simpler, as for instance in his taking it from her that Miss Theale then could do nothing for them. He frankly brought out what he had ventured to think possible. "If we can't meet here, and we've really exhausted the charms of the open air and the crowd, some such little raft in the wreck, some occasional opportunity like that of Tuesday, has been present to me these 2 days as better than nothing. But if our friends are so accountable to this house, of course there's no more to be said, and it's one more nail, thank God, in the coffin of our odious delay." He was too glad, without more ado, to point the moral. "Now I hope you see we can't work it anyhow." If she had laughed for this, and her spirits seemed really high, it was because of the opportunity that, at the hotel, he had most shown himself as enjoying. "Your idea's beautiful when one remembers that you hadn't a word except for Milly." But she was as beautifully good-humoured. "You might of course get used to her. You will. You're quite right, so long as they're with us, or near us." And she put it, lucidly, that the dear things couldn't help, simply as charming friends, giving them a lift. "They'll speak to Aunt Maud, but they won't shut their doors to us. That would be another matter. A friend always helps, and she's a friend." She had left Mrs. Stringham by this time out of the question. She had reduced it to Milly. "Besides, she particularly likes us. She particularly likes you. I say, old boy, make something of that." He felt her dodging the ultimatum he had just made sharp, his definite reminder of how little, at the best, they could work it. But there were certain of his remarks, those mostly of the sharper penetration, that it had been quite her practice from the first, not formally, not reverently, to notice. She showed the effect of them in ways less trite. This was what happened now. He didn't think in truth that she wasn't really minding. She took him up none the less on a minor question. "You say we can't meet here, but you see, it's just what we do. What could be more lovely than this?" It wasn't to torment him. That, again, he didn't believe. But he had to come to the house in some discomfort, so that he frowned a little at her, calling it thus a luxury. Wasn't there an element in it of coming back into bondage? The bondage might be veiled and varnished, but he knew in his bones how little the very highest privileges of Lancaster Gate could ever be a sign of their freedom. They were upstairs in one of these smaller apartments of state, a room arranged as a boudoir but visibly unused. It defied familiarity, and furnished in the ugliest of blues. He had immediately looked with interest at the closed doors, and Kate had met his interest with the assurance that it was all right, that Aunt Maud did them justice, so far that was, as this particular time was concerned, that they should be alone and have nothing to fear. But the fresh allusion to this that he had drawn from her acted on him now more directly, brought him closer still to the question. They were alone. It was all right. He took in anew the shut doors and the permitted privacy, the solid stillness of the great house. They connected themselves on the spot with something made doubly vivid in him by the whole present play of her charming strong will. What it amounted to was that he couldn't have her, hanged if he could, evasive. He couldn't, and he wouldn't have her inconvenient and elusive. He didn't want her deeper than himself, fine as it might be as wit or as character. He wanted to keep her where their communications would be straight and easy, and their intercourse independent. The effect of this was to make him say in a moment, "Will you take me just as I am?" She turned a little pale for the tone of truth in it, which qualified to his sense delightfully the strength of her will, and the pleasure he found in this was not the less for her breaking out after an instant into a strain that stirred him more than any she had ever used with him. "Ah, do let me try myself. I assure you I see my way, so don't spoil it. Wait for me and give me time. Dear man, Kate said, only believe in me, and it will be beautiful. He hadn't come back to hear her talk of his believing in her as if he didn't. But he had come back, and it all was upon him now, to seize her with a sudden intensity that her manner of pleading with him had made, as happily appeared, irresistible. He laid strong hands upon her to say, almost in anger, "Do you love me? Love me, love me?" And she closed her eyes, as with the sense that he might strike her, but that she could gratefully take it. Her surrender was her response. Her response, her surrender. And, though scarce hearing what she said, he so profited by these things that it could, for the time, be ever so intimately appreciable to him that he was keeping her. The long embrace in which they held each other was the rout of evasion, and he took from it the certitude that what she had from him was real to her. It was stronger than an uttered vow, and the name he was to give it in afterthought was that she had been sublimely sincere. That was all he asked, sincerity making a basis that would bear almost anything. This settled so much, and settled it so thoroughly, that there was nothing left to ask her to swear to. Oaths and vows apart, now they could talk. It seemed, in fact, only now that their questions were put on the table. He had taken up more expressly, at the end of 5 minutes, her plea for her own plan, and it was marked that the difference made by the passage just enacted was a difference in favour of her choice of means. Means had somehow suddenly become a detail, her province and her care. It had grown more consistently vivid that her intelligence was one with her passion. "I certainly don't want," he said, and he could say it, with a smile of indulgence, "to be all the while bringing it up that I don't trust you." "I should hope not. What do you think I want to do?" He had really at this point to make out a little what he thought, and the first thing that put itself in evidence was of course the oddity, after all, of their game, to which he could but frankly allude. "We're doing at the best, in trying to temporize in so special a way, a thing most people would call us fools for." But his visit passed all the same, without his again attempting to make just as he was serve. He had no more money, just as he was, than he had had just as he had been, or than he should have, probably, when it came to that, just as he always would be, whereas she, on her side, in comparison with her state of some months before, had measurably more to relinquish. He easily saw how their meeting at Lancaster Gate gave more of an accent to that quantity than their meeting at stations or in parks, and yet, on the other hand, he couldn't urge this against it. If Mrs. Lauder was indifferent, her indifference added in a manner to what Kate's taking him as he was would call on her to sacrifice. Such in fine was her art with him, that she seemed to put the question of their still waiting into quite other terms than the terms of ugly blue, of florid Sèvres, of complicated brass, in which their boudoir expressed it. She said almost all, in fact, by saying, on this article of Aunt Maud, after he had once more pressed her, that when he should see her, as must inevitably soon happen, he would understand. "Do you mean," he asked at this, "that there's any definite sign of her coming round?" "I'm not talking," he explained, "of mere hypocrisies in her, or mere brave duplicities. Remember, after all, that supremely clever as we are, and as strong a team I admit as there is going, remember that she can play with us quite as much as we play with her." "She doesn't want to play with me, my dear," Kate lucidly replied. "She doesn't want to make me suffer a bit more than she need. She cares for me too much, and everything she does or doesn't do has a value. This has a value, her being as she has been about us today. I believe she's in her room, where she's keeping strictly to herself while you're here with me. But that isn't playing, not a bit." "What is it, then?" the young man returned, "from the moment it isn't her blessing and a cheque?" Kate was complete. "It's simply her absence of smallness. There is something in her above trifles. She generally trusts us. She doesn't propose to hunt us into corners. And if we frankly ask for a thing, why," said Kate, "she shrugs, but lets it go. She really has but one fault. She's indifferent, on such ground as she has taken about us, to details. However," the girl cheerfully went on, "it isn't in detail we fight her." It seems to me, Densher brought out after a moment's thought of this, that it's in detail we deceive her, a speech that, as soon as he had uttered it, applied itself for him, as also visibly for his companion, to the afterglow of their recent embrace. Any confusion attaching to this adventure, however, dropped from Kate, whom, as he could see with sacred joy, it must take more than that to make compunctious. "I don't say we can do it again, I mean," she explained. "Meet here." Densher, indeed, had been wondering where they could do it again. If Lancaster Gate was so limited, that issue reappeared. "I mayn't come back at all?" "Certainly, to see her. It's she, really," his companion smiled, "who's in love with you." But it made him, a trifle more grave, look at her a moment. "Don't make out, you know, that everyone's in love with me." She hesitated. "I don't say everyone. You said just now Miss Theale. I said she liked you, yes. Well, it comes to the same thing." With which, however, he pursued, "Of course, I ought to thank Mrs. Lauder in person. I mean for this, as from myself." "Ah, but, you know, not too much." She had an ironic gaiety for the implication of his "this," besides wishing to insist on a general prudence. "She'll wonder what you're thanking her for." Densher did justice to both considerations. "Yes, I can't very well tell her all." It was perhaps because he said it so gravely that Kate was again in a manner amused. Yet she gave out light. "You can't very well tell her anything, and that doesn't matter. Only be nice to her. Please her. Make her see how clever you are. Only without letting her see that you're trying. If you're charming to her, you've nothing else to do." But she oversimplified, too. "I can be charming to her, so far as I see, only by letting her suppose I give you up, which I'll be hanged if I do. It is," he said with feeling, "a game." "Of course it's a game, but she'll never suppose you give me up, or I give you, if you keep reminding her how you enjoy our interviews." "Then, if she has to see us as obstinate and constant," Densher asked, "what good does it do?" Kate was, for a moment, checked. "What good does what?" "Does my pleasing her? Does anything? I can't," he impatiently declared, "please her." Kate looked at him hard again, disappointed at this want of consistency. But it appeared to determine in her something better than a mere complaint. "Then I can. Leave it to me." With which she came to him under the compulsion, again, that had united them shortly before, and took hold of him in her urgency to the same tender purpose. It was her form of entreaty, renewed and repeated, which made, after all, as he met it, their great fact clear, and it somehow clarified all things, so to possess each other. The effect of it was that, once more, on these terms he could only be generous. He had so, on the spot, then, left everything to her that she reverted in the course of a few moments to one of her previous, and, as positively seemed, her most precious ideas. "You accuse me just now of saying that Milly's in love with you. Well, if you come to that, I do say it. So there you are. That's the good she'll do us. It makes a basis for her seeing you, so that she'll help us to go on." Densher stared. She was wondrous all round. "And what sort of a basis does it make for my seeing her?" "Oh, I don't mind," Kate smiled. "Don't mind my leading her on?" She put it differently. "Don't mind her leading you?" "Well, she won't, so it's nothing not to mind. But how can that help," he pursued, "with what she knows?" "What she knows? That needn't prevent." He wondered. Prevent her loving us? "Prevent her helping you. She's like that," Kate Croy explained. It took indeed some understanding. "Making nothing of the fact that I love another?" "Making everything," said Kate, "to console you." "But for what?" "For not getting your other." He continued to stare. "But how does she know?" "That you won't get her?" "She doesn't. But on the other hand, she doesn't know you will. Meanwhile, she sees you baffled, for she knows of Aunt Maud's stand. That," Kate was lucid, "gives her the chance to be nice to you." "And what does it give me?" the young man none the less rationally asked, the chance to be? A brute of a humbug to her? Kate so possessed her facts, as it were, that she smiled at his violence. You'll extraordinarily like her. She's exquisite. And there are reasons. I mean others. What others? Well, I'll tell you another time. Those I give you, the girl added, are enough to go on with. To go on to what? Why, to seeing her again. Say, as soon as you can, which, moreover, on all grounds, is none more than decent of you. He, of course, took in her reference. He had fully in mind what had passed between them in New York. It had been no great quantity, but it had made distinctly at the time for his pleasure, so that anything in the nature of an appeal in the name of it could have a slight kindling consequence. Oh, I shall naturally call again without delay. Yes, said Densher. Her being in love with me is nonsense, but I must, quite independently of that, make every acknowledgment of favours received. It appeared practically all Kate asked. Then you see, I shall meet you there. I don't quite see, he presently returned, why she should wish to receive you for it. She receives me for myself. That is, for herself. She thinks no end of me. That I should have to drum it into you. Yet still he didn't take it. Then I confess she's beyond me. Well, Kate could but leave it as she saw it. She regards me as already, in these few weeks, her dearest friend. It's quite separate, wherein she and I, ever so deep. It was to confirm this that, as if it had flashed upon her that he was somewhere at sea, she threw out at last her own real light. She doesn't of course know I care for you. She thinks I care so little that it's not worth speaking of. That he had been somewhere at sea, these remarks made quickly clear, and Kate hailed the effect with surprise. Have you been supposing that she does know? About our situation? Certainly. If you're such friends as you show me, and if you haven't otherwise represented it to her. She uttered at this such a sound of impatience that he stood artlessly vague. You have denied it to her? She threw up her arms at his being so backward. Denied it? My dear man, we've never spoken of you. Never, never? Strange as it may appear to your glory, never. He couldn't piece it together. But won't Mrs. Lowder have spoken? Very probably, but of you, not of me. This struck him as obscure. How does she know me but as part and parcel of you? How? Kate triumphantly asked. Why, exactly to make nothing of it. To have nothing to do with it. To stick consistently to her line about it. Aunt Maud's line is to keep all reality out of our relation. That is, out of my being in danger from you. By not having so much as suspected or heard of it. She'll get rid of it, as she believes, by ignoring it and sinking it. If she only does so hard enough. Therefore she, in her manner, denies it, if you will. That's how she knows you otherwise than as part and parcel of me. She won't for a moment have allowed either to Mrs. Stringham or to Milly that I've in any way, as they say, distinguished you. And you don't suppose, said Densher, that they must have made it out for themselves? No, my dear, I don't. Not even, Kate declared, after Milly's so funnily bumping against us on Tuesday. She doesn't see from that. That you're, so to speak, mad about me? Yes, she sees no doubt that you regard me with a complacent eye. For you show it, I think, always too much and too crudely. But nothing beyond that. I don't show it too much. I don't, perhaps, to please you completely, where others are concerned, show it enough. Can you show it or not, as you like? Densher demanded. It pulled her up a little, but she came out resplendent. Not where you are concerned. Beyond seeing that you're rather gone, she went on, Milly only sees that I'm decently good to you. Very good indeed, she must think it. Very good indeed, then. She easily sees me, Kate smiled, as very good indeed. The young man brooded, but in a sense to take some explaining. Then I explain. She was really fine. It came back to her essential plea for her freedom of action and his beauty of trust. I mean, she added, I will explain. And what will I do? Recognize the difference it must make if she thinks. But here, in truth, Kate faltered. It was his silence alone that, for the moment, took up her apparent meaning, and before he again spoke, she had returned to remembrance and prudence. They were now not to forget that Aunt Maud's liberality having put them on their honour, they mustn't spoil their case by abusing it. He must leave her in time. They should probably find it wouldn't help them. But she came back to Milly too. Mind you go to see her. Densher still, however, took up nothing of this. Then I may come again? For Aunt Maud, as much as you like. But we can't again, said Kate, play her this trick. I can't see you here alone. Then where? Go to see Milly, she for all satisfaction repeated. And what good will that do me? Try it, and you'll see. You mean you'll manage to be there? Densher asked. Say you are. How will that give us privacy? Try it, you'll see, the girl once more returned. We must manage as we can. That's precisely what I feel. It strikes me we might manage better. His idea of this was a thing that made him an instant hesitate. Yet he brought it out with conviction. Why won't you come to me? It was a question her troubled eyes seemed to tell him he was scarce generous in expecting her definitely to answer, and, by looking to him to wait at least, she appealed to something that she presently made him feel as his pity. It was on that special shade of tenderness that he thus found himself thrown back, and while he asked of his spirit and of his flesh just what concession they could arrange, she pressed him yet again on the subject of her singular remedy for their embarrassment. It might have been irritating had she ever struck him as having in her mind a stupid corner. You'll see, she said, the difference it will make. Well, since she wasn't stupid, she was intelligent. It was he who was stupid, the proof of which was that he would do what she liked. But he made a last effort to understand. Her allusion to the difference, bringing him round to it. He indeed caught at something subtle, but strong, even as he spoke. Is what you meant a moment ago that the difference will be in her being made to believe you hate me? Kate, however, had simply, for this gross way of putting it, one of her more marked shows of impatience, with which, in fact, she sharply closed the discussion. He opened the door on a sign from her, and she accompanied him to the top of the stairs, with an air of having so put their possibilities before him that questions were idle and doubts perverse. I verily believe I shall hate you, if you spoil for me the beauty of what I see.
He was really notwithstanding to hear more from her of what she saw, and the very next occasion had for him still other surprises than that. He received from Mrs. Lowder on the morning after his visit to Kate the telegraphic expression of a hope that he might be free to dine with them that evening, and his freedom affected him as fortunate, even though in some degree qualified by her missive. Expecting American friends whom I'm so glad to find you know. His knowledge of American friends was clearly an accident of which he was to taste the fruit to the last bitterness. This apprehension, however, we hasten to add, enjoyed for him, in the immediate event, a certain merciful shrinkage, the immediate event being that, at Lancaster Gate, 5 minutes after his due arrival, prescribed him for 8:30, Mrs. Stringham came in alone. The long daylight, the postponed lamps, the habit of the hour, made dinners late and guests still later, so that, punctual as he was, he had found Mrs. Lowder alone, with Kate herself not yet in the field. He had thus had with her several bewildering moments, bewildering by reason, fairly, of their tacit invitation to him to be supernaturally simple. This was exactly, goodness knew, what he wanted to be, but he had never had it so largely and freely, so supernaturally simply, for that matter, imputed to him as of easy achievement. It was a particular in which Aunt Maud appeared to offer herself as an example, appeared to say quite agreeably, "What I want of you, don't you see, is to be just exactly as I am." The quantity of the article required was what might especially have caused him to stagger. He liked so, in general, the quantities in which Mrs. Lowder dealt. He would have liked as well to ask her how feasible she supposed it for a poor young man to resemble her at any point, but he had, after all, soon enough perceived that he was doing as she wished by letting his wonder show just a little as silly. He was conscious, moreover, of a small, strange dread of the results of discussion with her, Strange, truly, because it was her good nature, not her asperity, that he feared. Asperity might have made him angry, in which there was always a comfort. Good nature, in his conditions, had a tendency to make him ashamed, which Aunt Maud, indeed, wonderfully liking him for himself, quite struck him as having guessed. To spare him, therefore, she also avoided discussion. She kept him down by refusing to quarrel with him. This was what she now proposed to him to enjoy, and his secret discomfort was his sense that on the whole it was what would best suit him. Being kept down was a bore, but his great dread, verily, was of being ashamed, which was a thing distinct, and it mattered but little that he was ashamed of that too. It was of the essence of his position that in such a house as this the tables could always be turned on him. "What do you offer? What do you offer?" The place, however muffled in convenience and decorum, constantly hummed for him with that thick irony. The irony was a renewed reference to obvious bribes, and he had already seen how little aid came to him from denouncing the bribes as ugly in form. That was what the precious metals, they alone, could afford to be. It was vain enough for him accordingly to try to impart a gloss to his own comparative brummagem. The humiliation of this impotence was precisely what Aunt Maud sought to mitigate for him by keeping him down, and as her effort to that end had doubtless never yet been so visible, he had probably never felt so definitely placed in the world as while he waited with her for her half-dozen other guests. She welcomed him genially back from the States, as to his view of which her few questions, though not coherent, were comprehensive, and he had the amusement of seeing in her, as through a clear glass, the outbreak of a plan and the sudden consciousness of a curiosity. She became aware of America under his eyes as a possible scene for social operations. The idea of a visit to the wonderful country had clearly but just occurred to her, yet she was talking of it at the end of a minute as her favorite dream. He didn't believe in it, but he pretended to. This helped her as well as anything else to treat him as harmless and blameless. She was so engaged with the further aid of a complete absence of illusions when the highest effect was given her method by the beautiful entrance of Kate. The method therefore received support all round, for no young man could have been less formidable than the person to the relief of whose shyness her niece ostensibly came. The ostensible in Kate struck him altogether on this occasion as prodigious, while scarcely less prodigious, for that matter, was his own reading, on the spot, of the relation between his companions, a relation lighted for him by the straight look, not exactly loving nor lingering, yet searching and soft, that on the part of their hostess the girl had to reckon with as she advanced. It took her in from head to foot, and in doing so it told a story that made poor Densher again the least bit sick. It marked so something with which Kate habitually and consummately reckoned. That was the story, that she was always, for her beneficent dragon, under arms, living up every hour, but especially at festal hours, to the value Mrs. Lowder had attached to her. High and fixed, this estimate ruled on each occasion at Lancaster Gate the social scene, so that he now recognized in it something like the artistic idea, the plastic substance, imposed by tradition, by genius, by criticism, in respect to a given character on a distinguished actress. As such, a person was to dress the part, to walk, to look, to speak, and every way to express the part, so all this was what Kate was to do for the character she had undertaken, under her aunt's roof, to represent. It was made up, the character, of definite elements and touches, things all perfectly ponderable to criticism, and the way for her to meet criticism was evidently at the start to be sure her make-up had had the last touch, and that she looked at least no worse than usual. Aunt Maud's appreciation of that tonight was indeed managerial, and the performer's own contribution fairly that of the faultless soldier on parade. Densher saw himself for the moment as in his purchase stall at the play. The watchful manager was in the depths of a box, and the poor actress in the glare of the footlights. But she passed, the poor performer. He could see how she always passed, her wig, her paint, her jewels, every mark of her expression impeccable, and her entrance accordingly greeted with the proper round of applause. Such impressions as we thus note for Densher come and go, it must be granted, in very much less time than notation demands. But we may none the less make the point that there was, still further, time among them for him to feel almost too scared to take part in the ovation. He struck himself as having lost, for the minute, his presence of mind, so that in any case he only stared in silence at the older woman's technical challenge and at the younger one's disciplined face. It was as if the drama, it thus came to him, for the fact of a drama there was no blinking, was between them quite preponderantly, with Merton Densher relegated to mere spectatorship, a paying place in front, and one of the most expensive. This was why his appreciation had turned for the instant to fear, had just turned, as we have said, to sickness, and in spite of the fact that the disciplined face did offer him over the footlights, as he believed, the small gleam, fine faint, but exquisite, of a special intelligence. So might a practised performer, even when raked by double-barreled glasses, seem to be all in her part, and yet convey a sign to the person in the house she loved best. The drama, at all events, as Densher saw it, meanwhile went on, amplified soon enough by the advent of two other guests, stray gentlemen both, stragglers in the rout of the season, who visibly presented themselves to Kate during the next moments as subjects for a like impersonal treatment and sharers in a like usual mercy. At opposite ends of the social course they displayed in respect to the figure that each in his way made, one the expansive, the other the contractile effect of the perfect white waistcoat. A scratch company of two innocuous youths and a pacified veteran was therefore what now offered itself to Mrs. Stringham, who rustled in a little breathless and full of the compunction of having had to come alone. Her companion, at the last moment, had been indisposed, positively not well enough, and so had packed her off insistently with excuses, with wild regrets. The circumstance of their charming friend's illness was the first thing Kate took up with Densher on their being able, after dinner, without bravado, to have 10 minutes, naturally, as she called it, which wasn't what he did, together. But it was already as if the young man had, by an odd impression, throughout the meal, not been wholly deprived of Miss Teal's participation. Mrs. Lowder had made dear Milly the topic, and had proved on the spot a topic as familiar to the enthusiastic younger as to the sagacious older men. Any knowledge they might lack, Mrs. Lowder's niece was moreover alert to supply, while Densher himself was freely appealed to as the most privileged, after all, of the group. Wasn't it he who had in a manner invented the wonderful creature? Through having seen her first, caught her in her native jungle, hadn't he more or less paved the way for her by his prompt recognition of her rarity, by preceding her in a friendly spirit, as he had the ear of society, with a sharp flashlight or two? He met, poor Densher, these inquiries as he could, listening with interest yet with discomfort, wincing in particular, dry journalist as he was, to find it seemingly supposed of him that he had put his pen, his pen, at the service of private distinction. The ear of society? They were talking, or almost, as if he had publicly paragraphed a modest young lady. They dreamt dreams, in truth, he appeared to perceive, that fairly waked him up, and he settled himself in his place, both to resist his embarrassment and to catch the full revelation. His embarrassment came naturally from the fact that if he could claim no credit for Miss Teal's success, so neither could he gracefully insist on his not having been concerned with her. What touched him most nearly was that the occasion took on somehow the air of a commemorative banquet, a feast to celebrate a brilliant, if brief, career. There was, of course, more said about the heroine than if she hadn't been absent, and he found himself rather stupefied at the range of Milly's triumph. Mrs. Lowder had wonders to tell of it. The two wearers of the waistcoat, either with sincerity or with hypocrisy, professed in the matter an equal expertness, and Densher at last seemed to know himself in presence of a social case. It was Mrs. Stringham, obviously, whose testimony would have been most invoked, hadn't she been, as her friend's representative, rather confined to the function of inhaling the incense, so that Kate, who treated her beautifully, smiling at her, cheering and consoling her across the table, appeared benevolently both to speak and to interpret for her. Kate spoke as if she wouldn't perhaps understand their way of appreciating Milly, but would let them, none the less, in justice to their goodwill, express it in their coarser fashion. Densher himself wasn't unconscious in respect to this of a certain broad brotherhood with Mrs. Stringham, wondering indeed, while he followed the talk, how it might move American nerves. He had only heard of them before, but in his recent tour he had caught them in the remarkable fact, and there was now a moment or two when it came to him that he had perhaps, and not in the way of an escape, taken a lesson from them. They quivered clearly, they hummed and drummed, they leaped and bounded in Mrs. Stringham's typical organism, this lady striking him as before, all things excited, as in the native phrase, keyed up, to a perception of more elements in the occasion than he was himself able to count. She was accessible to sides of it, he imagined, that were as yet obscure to him, for, though she unmistakably rejoiced and soared, he none the less saw her at moments as even more agitated than pleasure required. It was a state of emotion in her that would scarce represent simply an impatience to report at home. Her little dry New England brightness, he had sampled all the shades of the American complexity, if complexity it were, had its actual reasons for finding relief most in silence, so that before the subject was changed he perceived, with surprise at the others, that they had given her enough of it. He had quite had enough of it himself by the time he was asked if it were true that their friend had really not made in her own country the mark she had chalked so large in London. It was Mrs. Lowder herself who addressed him that inquiry, while he scarce knew if he were the more impressed with her launching it under Mrs. Stringham's nose, or with her hope that he would allow to London the honour of discovery. The less expansive of the white waistcoats propounded the theory that they saw in London, for all that was said, much further than in the States. It wouldn't be the first time, he urged, that they had taught the Americans to appreciate, especially when it was funny, some native product. He didn't mean that Miss Teal was funny, though she was weird, and this was precisely her magic, but it might very well be that New York, in having her to show, hadn't been aware of its luck. There were plenty of people who were nothing over there, and yet were awfully taken up in England, just as, to make the balance right, thank goodness, they sometimes send out beauties and celebrities who left the Briton cold. The Briton's temperature, in truth, wasn't to be calculated, a formulation of the matter that was not reached, however, without producing in Mrs. Stringham a final feverish sally. She announced that if the point of view for a proper admiration of her young friend had seemed to fail a little in New York, there was no manner of doubt of her having carried Boston by storm. It pointed the moral that Boston, for the finer taste, left New York nowhere, and the good lady, as the exponent of this doctrine, which she set forth at a certain length, made obviously to Densher's mind her nearest approach to supplying the weirdness in which Milly's absence had left them deficient. She made it indeed effective for him by suddenly addressing him. "You know nothing, sir, but not the least little bit about my friend." He hadn't pretended he did, but there was a purity of reproach in Mrs. Stringham's face and tone, a purity charged apparently with solemn meanings, so that for a little, small as had been his claim, he couldn't but feel that she exaggerated. He wondered what did she mean, but while doing so he defended himself. "I certainly don't know enormously much, beyond her having been most kind to me in New York as a poor, bewildered, and newly landed alien, and my having tremendously appreciated it." To which he added, he scarce knew why, what had an immediate success. "Remember, Mrs. Stringham, that you weren't then present." "Ah, there you are," said Kate, with much gay expression, though what it expressed he failed at the time to make out. "You weren't present then, dearest," Mrs. Lowder richly concurred. "You don't know," she continued with mellow gaiety, "how far things may have gone." It made the little woman, he could see, really lose her head. She had more things in that head than any of them in any other, unless perhaps it were Kate, whom he felt as indirectly watching him during this foolish passage, though it pleased him, and because of the foolishness not to meet her eyes. He met Mrs. Stringham's, which affected him. With her he could, on occasion, clear it up. A sense produced by the mute communion between them, and really the beginning, as the event was to show, of something extraordinary. It was even already a little the effect of this communion that Mrs. Stringham perceptibly faltered in her retort to Mrs. Lowder's joke. "Oh, it's precisely my point that Mr. Densher can't have had vast opportunities." And then she smiled at him. "I wasn't away, long." It made everything in the oddest way in the world immediately right for him. And I wasn't there long either. He positively saw with it that nothing for him, so far as she was concerned, would again be wrong. "She's beautiful, but I don't say she's easy to know." "Ah, she's 1,001 things," replied the good lady, as if now to keep well with him. He asked nothing better. "She was off with you to these parts before I knew it. I myself was off too, away off to wonderful parts, where I had endlessly more to see." "But you didn't forget her," Aunt Maud interposed with almost menacing archness. "No, of course I didn't forget her. One doesn't forget such charming impressions. But I never," he lucidly maintained, "chattered to others about her." "She'll thank you for that, sir," said Mrs. Stringham with flushed firmness. "Yet doesn't silence in such a case," Aunt Maud blandly inquired, "very often quite prove the depth of the impression?" He would have been amused, hadn't he been slightly displeased at all they seemed desirous to fasten on him. "Well, the impression was as deep as you like, but I really want Miss Teal to know," he pursued for Mrs. Stringham, "that I don't figure by any consent of my own as any authority about her." Kate came to his assistance, if assistance it was, before their friend had had time to meet this charge. "You're right about her not being easy to know. One sees her with intensity, sees her more than one sees almost anyone, but then one discovers that that isn't knowing her, and that one may know better a person whom one doesn't see, as I say, half so much." The discrimination was interesting, but it brought them back to the fact of her success, and it was at that comparatively gross circumstance, now so fully placed before them, that Milly's anxious companion sat and looked very much as some spectator in an old-time circus might have watched the oddity of a Christian maiden in the arena mildly, caressingly martyred. It was the nosing and fumbling not of lions and tigers, but of domestic animals let loose as for the joke. Even the joke made Mrs. Stringham uneasy, and her mute communion with Densher, to which we have alluded, was more and more determined by it. He wondered afterwards if Kate had made this out, though it was not indeed till much later on that he found himself, in thought, dividing the things she might have been conscious of from the things she must have missed. If she actually missed, at any rate, Mrs. Stringham's discomfort, that but showed how her own idea held her. Her own idea was, by insisting on the fact of the girl's prominence as a feature of the season's end, to keep Densher in relation, for the rest of them, both to present and to past. "It's everything that has happened since that makes you naturally a little shy about her. You don't know what has happened since, but we do. We've seen it and followed it. We've a little been of it." The great thing for him at this, as Kate gave it, was in fact quite irresistibly that the case was a real one. The kind of thing that, when one's patience was shorter than one's curiosity, one had vaguely taken for possible in London, but in which one had never been even to the small extent concerned. The little American's sudden social adventure, her happy and no doubt harmless flourish, had probably been favored by several accidents, but it had been favored above all by the simple springboard of the scene, by one of those common caprices of the numberless foolish flock, gregarious movements as inscrutable as ocean currents. The huddled herd had drifted to her blindly. It might as blindly have drifted away. There had been, of course, a signal, but the great reason was probably the absence at the moment of a larger lion. The bigger beast would come, and the smaller would then incontinently vanish. It was, at all events, characteristic, and what was of the essence of it was grist to his scribbling mill, matter for his journalizing hand. That hand, already in attention, played over it, the motive as a sign of the season, a feature of the time, of the purely expeditious and rough-and-tumble nature of the social boom. The boom as in itself required. That would be the note, the subject of the process, a comparatively minor question. Anything was boomable enough when nothing else was more so. The author of the rotten book, the beauty who was no beauty, the heiress who was only that, the stranger who was for the most part saved from being inconveniently strange, but by being inconveniently familiar, the American whose Americanism had long desperately discounted, the creature in fine as to whom spangles or spots of any sufficiently marked and exhibited sort could be loudly enough predicated. So he judged, at least within his limits, in the idea that what he had thus caught in the fact was the trick of a fashion, in the tone of a society, went so far as to make him take up again his sense of independence. He had supposed himself civilized, but if this was civilization, one could smoke one's pipe outside when twaddle was within. He had rather avoided, as we have remarked, Kate's eyes, but there came a moment when he would fairly have liked to put it across the table to her. "I say, light of my life, is this the great world?" There came another, it must be added, and doubtless as a result of something that, over the cloth, did hang between them, when she struck him as having quite answered, "Dear no, for what do you take me?" "Not the least little bit, only a poor, silly, though quite harmless imitation." What she might have passed for saying, however, was practically merged in what she did say, for she came overtly to his aid, very much as if guessing some of his thoughts. She enunciated, to believe his bewilderment, the obvious truth that you couldn't leave London for 3 months at that time of the year and come back to find your friends just where they were. As they had, of course, been jigging away, they might well be so red in the face that you wouldn't know them. She reconciled in fine his disclaimer about Milly with that honor of having discovered her which it was vain for him modestly to shirk. He had unearthed her, but it was they, all of them together, who had developed her. She was always a charmer, one of the greatest ever seen, but she wasn't the person he had backed. Densher was to feel sure afterwards that Kate had had in these pleasantries no conscious, above all, no insolent purpose of making light of poor Susan Shepherd's property in their young friend, which property, by such remarks, was very much pushed to the wall. But he was also to know that Mrs. Stringham had secretly resented them, Mrs. Stringham holding the opinion of which he was ultimately to have a glimpse, that all the Kate Croys in Christendom were but dust for the feet of her Milly. That, it was true, would be what she must reveal only when driven to her last entrenchments, and well cornered in her passion, the rare passion of friendship, the sole passion of her little life, save the one other, more imperturbably cerebral, that she entertained for the art of Guy de Maupassant. She slipped in the observation that her Milly was incapable of change, was just exactly on the contrary, the same Milly, and this made little difference in the drift of Kate's contention. She was perfectly kind to Susie. It was as if she positively knew her as handicapped for any disagreement by feeling that she, Kate, had type, and by being committed to admiration of type. Kate had occasion subsequently, she found it somehow, to mention to our young man Milly's having spoken to her of this view on the good lady's part. She would like, Milly had had it from her, to put Kate Croy in a book and see what she could so do with her. Chop me up fine or serve me whole. It was a way of being got at that Kate professed she dreaded. It would be Mrs. Stringham's, however, she understood, because Mrs. Stringham oddly felt that with such stuff as the strange English girl was made of, stuff that, in spite of Maud Manningham, who was full of sentiment, she had never known, there was none other to be employed. These things were of later evidence, yet Densher might even then have felt them in the air. They were practically in it already when Kate, waiving the question of her friend's chemical change, wound up with a comparatively unobjectionable proposition that he must now, having missed so much, take them all up on trust further on. He met it peacefully, a little perhaps as an example to Mrs. Stringham. "Oh, as far on as you like." This even had its effect. Mrs. Stringham appropriated as much of it as might be meant for herself. The nice thing about her was that she could measure how much, so that by the time dinner was over they had really covered ground. End of Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.